Shanghai. The Jiang family's small villa. You must marry into the Fu family, whether you want to or not. Stop being difficult.
Ah,
Don't hurt. My daughter. Humph. A fool dares to resist? You've lived long enough, time to pay for it. A sharp female voice pierced the air. Jiang Jinxi closed her eyes for a moment and touched the back of her head, which was numb and aching from being hit by a vase. Her fingers came away covered in blood. Her head throbbed painfully as countless memories flooded her mind.
had she
Traveled through time and become the pretty but unlucky older stepsister in a story set in another era? According to the plot, at this point, the heroine, her stepsister Jiang Jinjin, had just refused to marry into the Fu family. Their selfish father and cruel stepmother then used the original Jiang Jinxi's kind but simple-minded mother to force her to take Jiang Jinjin's place and marry Fu Sheng, Jinjin's fiancé. Although Fu Sheng came from a powerful family, the original Jiang Jinxi had sensed something was wrong and refused. The stepmother claimed that the young master of the Fu family had already seen her and was very satisfied. That only made the original Jiang Jinxi more suspicious, and she argued back fiercely. Enraged, the stepmother smashed a vase over her head, and that was when the modern Jiang Jinxi's soul took over this body. Her mother, Song Weiwei, had tried to protect her daughter despite her fragile state, but the stepmother struck her too, knocking her unconscious. Jiang Jinxi took a deep breath, wishing she could just wake up back in her own world. A foolish mother, a heartless father, a cruel stepmother, and a scheming stepsister who is the story's heroine. You're still pretending to be dead? Get up. Don't dirty my floor with your blood. The stepmother shouted, dragging Jiang Jinxi back to reality. No matter what, now that she had taken over this body, she couldn't let her family be bullied anymore. When she looked up, she saw her mother, Song Weiwei, a thin, frail woman, lying on the floor, her forehead bleeding. The sight made Jiang Jinxi's heart ache. The stepmother, Zhao Jinfeng, was even nudging Song Weiwei's body with her foot. Jiang Jinxi's eyes burned with anger. Ignoring the dizziness in her head, she grabbed a broken piece of the vase from the floor, rushed forward, and struck Zhao Jinfeng on the back of the head. Unfortunately, Zhao Jinfeng reacted quickly and dodged, avoiding her head, but the vase hit her arm instead. There was a sharp cracking sound, followed by Zhao Jinfeng's painful scream.
Ah, my hand.
You little brat.
How dare you?
Still shouting, Zhao Jinfeng tried to rush at Jiang Jinxi again, but Jiang Jinxi grabbed a nearby chair, lifted it, and smashed it hard on the ground. The chair broke into several pieces, stopping Zhao Jinfeng in her tracks. Jiang Jinxi raised an eyebrow, glanced at her own hand, then looked coldly at Zhao Jinfeng and said hoarsely, "If you want to end up like this chair, come closer." Zhao Jinfeng was startled by the fierce look on Jiang Jinxi's face and instinctively stepped back. Ignoring her, Jiang Jinxi hurried to Song Weiwei's side.
You.
Wake up. Her trembling hand moved to check for breath. Thankfully, she was still breathing. Jiang Jinxi was about to lift Song Weiwei to take her to the clinic when her father, Jiang Hongcheng, suddenly kicked toward her. You ungrateful child. How dare you hit your Aunt Zhao? Jiang Jinxi dodged and frowned at him. So you're still here. I thought you were gone. Jiang Jinxi, is that how you talk to your father? Jiang Hongcheng shouted angrily. Jiang Jinxi replied coldly, My mother was hurt by my stepmother, and I was too, yet you said nothing. I thought you were already gone. Instead of yelling at me, you should take my mother to the clinic. If anything happens to her, Zhao Jinfeng will be the one responsible. Jiang Hongcheng's face froze. Before he could speak, Zhao Jinfeng screamed again. So what if she's gone? She's just a fool. Do you expect me, the lady of this house, to pay for it with my life? She continued angrily. If your father and I hadn't been kind, your mother would have starved long ago after the divorce. We let her stay here out of pity, and now she dares to go against me. Her voice was cut off when Jiang Jinxi once again raised a chair and threw it toward her. Jiang Jinxi sneered, Yes, you're so kind. Kind enough to make my mother work as a servant in this house for over 10 years without pay, doing everything you asked while barely getting enough to eat. That's right. In the story, the original mother had an accident not long after giving birth. She was badly injured and fell into a coma. Although she was saved, she lost her memory and became like a child, only knowing how to do housework and nothing else. A couple of months later, the selfish father remarried and brought a stepmother into the house. Pretending to be kind, he let Song Weiwei stay without divorcing, but in truth, she became a free housekeeper for more than 10 years. The family often gave her and her daughter spoiled food, and the clothes Song Weiwei wore were old and torn ones the stepmother didn't want. In recent years, when the father noticed that his daughter was growing more beautiful, he became less harsh, probably thinking he could use her for his own benefit. Jiang Jinxi, you're an ungrateful child. Raising you was a waste. I'd rather have raised a dog. At least a dog knows how to be thankful. Jiang Jinxi didn't want to listen anymore. Seeing Song Weiwei's breathing grow weaker, she quickly reached out to help her, surprised at how light she felt. Frowning, she bent down, planning to carry her to the clinic. But just as she leaned closer, Song Weiwei suddenly opened her eyes. Her weak hand grabbed Jiang Jinxi's, and she whispered something faintly. Jiang Jinxi couldn't hear clearly, so she leaned in and asked softly, "Mom, what did you say?" Song Weiwei murmured, "Fu Zheng. On Jiang. Lin Chuan team. Marriage." After that, she completely lost consciousness. Jiang Jinxi froze, frowning. Was this an engagement her mother had arranged for her? She had no memory of it. But that didn't matter now. What mattered was getting her mother to the clinic as soon as possible. Then she suddenly remembered she had no money, and neither did the original person. Even if she took her mother there, it would be useless. She stood up quickly and walked to Jiang Hongcheng. "Give me money. I need to take my mom to the clinic." Jiang Hongcheng hesitated, saying nothing. Zhao Jinfeng, clutching her arm, glared at Jiang Jinxi and snapped, "No money. And even if there was, it's the Jiang family's money. Why should we spend it on your mother's illness?" Then she turned to Jiang Hongcheng and shouted, "Old Jiang, if you dare give her money today, I won't let it go." Jiang Hongcheng finally spoke. "Jinxi, you've seen it yourself. The money at home isn't with me. I can't do anything about it." He paused, then continued, "But if you agree to marry into the Fu family, I'll talk to your Aunt Zhao and ask her to give you the money to take your mother to the clinic." Zhao Jinfeng smiled proudly. "That's right, Jinxi. As long as you agree, I'll give you 10 yuan so you can take your mother to the clinic."
How about that?
Jiang Jinxi clenched her fists tightly. She ignored Zhao Jinfeng and looked at Jiang Hongcheng, trying to reason with him. "Dad, can we talk about the marriage after we take Mom to the clinic? Look at her. If something bad happens to her, then stepmother will be blamed. Please give me the money first so I can take her there. We can talk about everything else later, all right? I know you have money. I saw you give Jiang Jinjin 20 yuan last night to buy a new dress from the department store. I'm not asking for much, just 10 yuan, no, even 5 yuan is fine. Please, let me take her to the clinic first, okay?" She had seen this happen the night before. Back then, she had rushed over to ask Jiang Hongcheng for 10 yuan to send to her younger brother in the countryside, but he scolded her instead, calling her lazy and vain. Even though all the housework was done by her and her mother, she was still blamed for being lazy. She had cried out of anger that night. Jiang Hongcheng looked at Jiang Jinxi for a long time before slowly saying, "No, Jinxi. Nothing in this world comes for free. Unless you agree to marry into the Fu family, I won't give you the money." Zhao Jinfeng laughed harshly. "Did you hear that? Why don't you beg me instead? If I'm in a good mood, I might give you a dime. Or maybe if you kneel and bow, I'll give you a dime." When Jiang Jinxi stayed silent, Zhao Jinfeng added, "Hurry up, or I might change my mind. Then you'll lose this chance." "Oh, dear. Your poor mother looks like she's about to faint." Jiang Jinxi's nails dug deep into her palms. She turned to look at Song Weiwei, who lay motionless on the ground, and her eyes grew cold. Suddenly, she turned around, grabbed the vase and other ornaments from the table, and began smashing them to the floor without a word. "You crazy girl."
Stop it, stop it.
Zhao Jinfeng screamed. Those things were worth a lot of money. Jiang Jinxi. Stop right now. Jiang Hongqing shouted angrily at the same time. He tried to stop her, but Jiang Jinxi threw things at him without any hesitation, leaving him no chance to come closer. Seeing that she wouldn't stop, Jiang Hongqing said, "Do you think breaking these things will make me give in? I'm telling you, I won't be threatened. Want money? Impossible. Even if you beg me, it's not happening." Jiang Jinxi said nothing and just kept throwing things. In the original memory, many of the items in this living room were Jiang Hongqing's favorites. Sure enough, less than a minute later, Jiang Hongqing shouted, "Stop. Jiang Jinxi, I'll give you 5 yuan. Take your mother and go to the clinic right now." After getting the money, Jiang Jinxi didn't waste any time and walked out quickly. As she reached the door, she heard Zhao Jinfeng asking Jiang Hongqing, "You just gave her the money like that? Isn't that too easy on her? What's the rush? Even a cornered rabbit will bite. We can't push her too far. If Song Weiwei really dies, she'll be harder to control." "That's true. Let her take that poor woman to the clinic first. We'll deal with her later." "How dare she fight back? Just wait, I'll make her pay for this."
Ouch.
My hand. I need to go to the clinic too. Jiang Jinxi didn't want to listen anymore. As soon as she stepped outside, she ran into old Zhao from next door at the entrance of the alley. Seeing the situation, he immediately asked, "Did your stepmother hurt your mother?" It seemed he had been waiting outside the Jiang house for a while, having overheard everything. Before Jiang Jinxi could answer, he hurried back home and brought out his tricycle. "I'll take you both to the clinic." On the way, old Zhao asked what had happened. The Jiang family had an engagement with the Fu family. A few years ago, my stepmother gave that engagement to her own daughter, Jiang Zhenjin. But recently, Jiang Zhenjin suddenly refused to marry. They wanted me to take her place, and when I refused, they beat me. My mother tried to stop them and got hurt too. Jiang Jinxi didn't cry, but her calm voice made people feel even more heartbroken. Old Xiao sighed deeply. What a pity. Your mother used to be so beautiful. These years have been so hard on her. And you, child, you've suffered so much too. Your father, he doesn't care for his own daughter, but spoils the one your stepmother brought in. If your grandfather were still alive, he'd be furious." When they arrived at the clinic, Song Weiwei was rushed into the emergency room. Jiang Jinxi let the nurse quickly bandage the wound on her head. Enduring the dizziness, she sat in the hallway outside the emergency room, finally having a moment to sort through her messy thoughts. It was May 3rd, 1969. In the original story, the former Jiang Jinxi married into the Fu family a week later. Fu Sheng, the man she was to marry, came from a respected revolutionary family. He looked gentle and polite, but in private, he was violent and cruel. Because the original Jiang Jinxi was beautiful, a few people looked at her during the wedding banquet. That very night, Fu Sheng beat her badly. After that, the violence continued, sometimes worse, sometimes less, but never stopping. Unable to bear it, she went back to her family to complain, hoping to return home. Instead, her father, Jiang Hongqing, beat her and personally sent her back to the Fu family. From then on, her life became one of endless suffering. Later, when she became pregnant, things seemed to improve for a while. But Fu Sheng betrayed her and even brought another woman home to humiliate her. Heartbroken, she asked for a divorce. That night, he attacked her again, causing her to lose the baby. She also learned that her mother had already passed away. In the book, the original Jiang Jinxi had agreed to the marriage only because she was desperate for money to help her sick mother. Her father promised to send her mother to the hospital, but then locked Jiang Jinxi at home, cutting her off from everyone. A week later, he forced her to marry Fu Sheng. The Jiang family kept her mother's death a secret, saying only that she had gone away to rest. Suffering under Fu Sheng's abuse, Jiang Jinxi believed her mother was still alive and never questioned it. Later, when the Jiang family was preparing to move to the countryside, her stepsister Jiang Zhenjin, jealous of her comfortable life, wrote a letter revealing the truth to hurt her. That night, the original Jiang Jinxi, in despair, jumped from a building with Fu Sheng. Though the book only mentioned these events briefly, the memory made Jiang Jinxi shiver. The only thing that comforted her now was that after traveling through time, she had gained a special advantage, a kind of golden finger that gave her strength. After sorting out her thoughts, Jiang Jinxi let out a long sigh. There was no way she would marry into the Fu family. Her job had already been taken by her scheming stepmother and stepsister. And now, during this special period, finding work in the city was nearly impossible, especially since the Jiang family would soon face a major scandal. Her best option was to move to the countryside. Coincidentally, the address and name Song Weiwei had mentioned earlier seemed to be from a rural area. She could go there later, and if the person was decent, getting married first wouldn't be a bad idea. Since she had come to this era, she wanted to seize the opportunity and rise with the changing times. Men would only slow down her path to success. Right now, she only hoped that she had sent Song Weiwei to the clinic in time and that nothing bad would happen to her. Just as she thought that, a figure rushed toward Jiang Jinxi like a whirlwind. At the same time, a hand swung toward her face. Jiang Jinxi, how dare you hit my mother? Jiang Jinxi's expression turned cold. She leaned back slightly, reached out, and caught Jiang Jinjin's hand. With a quick move, she twisted it so that Jiang Jinjin ended up slapping herself instead. Two sharp smacks echoed clearly in the quiet hospital hallway.
Ah!
Jiang Jinjin froze in shock. When she realized what had happened, she screamed and tried to rush at Jiang Jinxi again. Jiang Jinxi pushed her away forcefully. A cracking sound followed by a cry of pain filled the air. Jiang Jinjin's hand seemed to be injured. Jiang Jinxi said coldly, Jiang Jinjin, if you try that again, it won't end this easily.
Leave.
Jiang Jinjin shouted angrily. Jiang Jinxi, just then, a doctor scolded, no shouting. Can't you see this is the emergency room? You're disturbing the doctors inside. This is about saving lives. Jiang Jinjin opened her mouth, but seeing the doctor's stern face, swallowed her words, her face turning red with frustration. The doctor continued, are you a family member? If not, please wait outside. Only family can stay here. Jiang Jinxi quickly said, Doctor, she's not family. She came here to cause trouble and distract you from treating my mother. The doctor frowned. Young lady, how can you be so mean-spirited? Leave now, or I'll call security. Jiang Jinjin glared at Jiang Jinxi, holding her injured hand, and left angrily. Jiang Jinxi watched her go, her eyes narrowing slightly. In the story, Jiang Jinjin possessed a mysterious space. The gourd pendant that opened the space was something Jiang Jinjin had taken from Song Weiwei. However, at that time, Jiang Jinjin had not yet awakened the memories related to the space. If she remembered correctly, the space should have been activated on the third day after the original owner married into the Fu family. After gaining access to the space, Jiang Jinjin stored a large amount of supplies and used the spiritual spring inside to heal many people, earning their gratitude. From her awakened memories, she also learned that 3 months later, the Jiang family would be reported due to unresolved historical issues. Jiang Jinjin persuaded her family to move to the countryside early, helping them avoid the crisis perfectly. She even moved all the family's ancestral property there, living comfortably for several years. Later, she used that property to return to the city and, with the help of the spiritual spring, became a well-known doctor, eventually achieving great success. Jiang Jinxi's mind stirred. It seemed she needed to retrieve the gourd pendant first, so the space would recognize her as its owner. Then she could find the Jiang family's hidden wealth. That way, her worries about money and supplies would be solved. After all, the pendant originally belonged to the original owner's mother, so she wasn't stealing, just reclaiming what was rightfully hers. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in Jiang Jinxi's mind, startling her so much that she almost jumped. Don't be afraid. I'm Jiang Jinxi. This body you're in belongs to me. I'm about to leave. I have 2 last wishes. If you can help me fulfill them, this body will be yours. I won't need it anymore. What are your wishes? Please take care of my mother and save my younger brother. He'll be beaten to death in the countryside in a month. Please save him. Jiang Jinsi frowned. She carefully recalled the story's plot. It did mention that before the original owner died, Jiang Jinjin had told her that her brother had already died in the countryside, but the details were never written. Where exactly is he working in the countryside? On what day will it happen? Jiang Jinsi asked calmly.
He's in.
The original owner's voice suddenly stopped. Jiang Jinsi called out several more times in her mind, but there was no response. It was clear the original owner had completely disappeared. She frowned again. Then she carefully sorted through the original owner's memories. They were messy and fragmented. From the original owner's last request to save her brother, Jiang Jinsi guessed that the original owner must have regained memories of her past life after Jiang Jinsi took over her body. Those memories were so painful that they left her mind in complete confusion. Maybe that was why the original owner of this body didn't even want the chance to live again and simply gave it up. Jiang Jinsi endured the headache and sorted through her thoughts for a long time before she finally managed to recall something about her younger brother. Her brother's name was Jiang An, 3 years younger than her. He was born after their mother, Song Weiwei, lost her mental clarity and was taken advantage of by Jiang Hongcheng. At that time, the stepmother, Zhao Jinfeng, had already entered the family and was also pregnant. Jiang An was born first, but because his mother was not well, he never had an easy life. Jiang Hongcheng often said that it was out of his great mercy that the boy was even allowed to live. He grew up with many hardships. Last year, when the movement to send young people to the countryside began, Jiang An and Jiang Jinsi had always depended on each other. Even though he was only 15, he cared deeply for his sister. Afraid that she might be sent away alone, he secretly signed up to go to the countryside while she was taking their mother to the clinic for medicine. Over the past year, the original Jiang Jinsi could not get any money or ration tickets from the Jiang family. She had to rely on her looks to get help from men who admired her, and most of what she got was sent to her brother in the countryside. However, there was no memory of exactly where Jiang An had gone. Jiang Jinsi let out a long sigh. Well, since she had taken over this body, she had to accept its fate. She would have to go back and look for the letters between the original owner and her brother. Maybe she should go to the countryside to find Jiang An and take Song Weiwei along. That way, they could take care of each other. Now that she had lost her job and couldn't marry into the Fu family during such a sensitive time, going to the countryside didn't seem like a bad idea. Just then, the emergency room door opened. Jiang Jinsi quickly stepped forward. "Doctor, how is she?" "The patient's condition is very serious. We've done everything we can. Now it depends on her own willpower. If she wakes up tonight, she'll be fine. If not..." Jiang Jinsi felt a sharp pain in her chest, and for a few seconds, she could hardly breathe. Clenching her fists, she whispered, "Please save her. No matter how much it costs, I'll find a way to pay." The doctor sighed and shook his head. "I understand how you feel, but we've truly done our best. She was injured in the head, and her body functions have completely failed, unless a miracle happens." After a pause, the doctor asked softly, "Do you want to take her home, or keep her in the hospital?" A wave of despair rose in Jiang Jinsi's heart, as if an invisible hand was gripping it tightly. She took a deep breath, forced down the emotions that didn't belong to her, and said calmly, "Keep her in the hospital. Maybe a miracle will happen." By the end, her voice was trembling. When Song Weiwei was moved to a ward, Jiang Jinsi's eyes fell on her pale face, and she pressed her lips together tightly. Getting back the gourd pendant and opening the space was the only way left. Maybe it could still save Song Weiwei's life. After telling the nurse, Jiang Jinsi ran back to the Jiang house. Unexpectedly, she saw Zhao Jinfeng, Jiang Hongcheng, and their family at the clinic, apparently helping Zhao Jinfeng with a bandage. No wonder Jiang Jinjin had come looking for her. Jiang Jinsi's eyes flashed, and she quickened her pace. That was perfect. No one would be home, so taking the gourd pendant would be easier. If she remembered correctly, in the book, Jiang Jinjin hadn't yet discovered the pendant's power and had just left it in a drawer. Jiang Jinsi went straight to the second floor, to Jiang Jinjin's room, and sure enough, She found the gourd pendant in the drawer, just as she remembered. She took it and hurried back to her own small, damp storage room. Locking the door, she pricked her finger, let a drop of blood fall, and claimed ownership. With a thought, she entered the space. Blue sky, white clouds, green grass. Nothing else. The spiritual spring she had hoped for was nowhere to be seen. It was very different from the space described in the book. No black soil, no wooden house, no small villa. Jiang Jinsi was puzzled for a moment, then reasoned that since she wasn't the original owner, the space might have changed with her. But anxiety quickly filled her heart. Without the spring, how could she save Song Weiwei? Just then, a voice sounded. "Welcome to the Seven Cats space." Jiang Jinsi turned toward the sound and saw a plump white cat walking gracefully toward her. It looked like a Chinese domestic cat. Jiang Jinsi raised an eyebrow. "You can talk to me?" "Of course. I'm the boss here. Ask me anything you want, human." The cat lifted its chin slightly, looking proud and aloof. Jiang Jinsi found it amusing and couldn't resist picking the cat up and giving it a playful rub. The cat's ears twitched, and it could no longer keep up its proud act. It buried its head in Jiang Jinsi's arms, rubbing against her while letting out a soft, contented meow. The sound melted Jiang Jinsi's heart. But the most important thing right now was the spiritual spring. Jiang Jinsi quickly asked the cat about it. The cat tilted its chubby paw and pointed toward a corner of the space. "Over there." Jiang Jinsi walked over quickly, asking the cat about the spring's effects as it followed behind. "It can strengthen the body, but it can't completely transform someone or bring them back from the brink of death," the cat replied. Jiang Jinsi froze. Then what should she do now? Could she really not save Song Weiwei? Would she end up like the original person, trapped by fate and forced to marry into the Fu family? The thought made her shiver. No, she wouldn't let that happen. Her expression gave her away, and the cat looked at her curiously. "You want to heal someone? I know medicine. As long as there's still a breath left, I can save them. I can also make medicine, give me the right materials, and I can create any kind of pill." Jiang Jinsi was stunned, then overjoyed. She hugged the cat tightly. "Bauer, you're amazing." Sensing her excitement, the cat lifted its chin proudly and nodded. Jiang Jinsi said quickly, "Then I'll go to the clinic right now. You'll help me save someone later." She was about to leave the space when the cat tugged at her clothes. "I haven't shown you my younger siblings yet. I have 6 of them." Jiang Jinsi paused and coaxed. "Can we see them later?" The cat's big, round eyes stared at her stubbornly. Not knowing what might happen if she refused, Jiang Jinsi thought of what the doctor had said. Whether Song Weiwei would wake up tonight was still uncertain. It should be fine to wait a little. So she patiently followed the cat. They reached the edge of the space, where thick mist surrounded them. The cat pointed to a vine with 6 small jade-green gourds hanging from it and said proudly, "These are my younger siblings. When they're born, each will have a special ability." Jiang Jinsi's eyes widened.
Wait.
"Are these like the gourd babies?" The cat frowned. "Master, I'm not a doll. I'm a cat. All of us are cats." Jiang Jinsi rubbed his face, feeling a little excited. Whether they were dolls or cats, since they came from the same source as the gourd spirits, they couldn't be bad, right? "Cat, what special abilities do your younger siblings have?" The chubby cat hesitated, its eyes darting around. "I don't know yet. We'll only find out after they're born. You need to complete tasks and upgrade the space so my siblings can be born sooner. Then we'll know what they can do." The cat spoke more confidently as it went on. "How do I upgrade it?" As soon as he asked, a task appeared before him. Task 1. In 10 days, in Tan County, Xiangyang Commune, Shigo Brigade, Anjiang Province, a man named Chun Mo will be injured in a landslide and lose the use of his legs. Help Chun Mo background. Chun Mo's family were once wealthy farmers, but their status caused them trouble. After the family declined, he became someone others looked down on. However, he has a sharp business mind and, after the country's reforms, quickly builds great wealth, becoming a leader in finance and manufacturing. Jiang Jinsi frowned. "Who is Chun Mo? Where is Anjiang Province?" "Oh, wait, didn't Song Weiwei mention that place before?" 10 days. That's so soon. The cat looked a little uneasy and quickly changed the subject. Master, you can give us names first. Jiang Jinsi glanced at the cat, thought for a moment, and said, You'll be called Tangyuan. The other 6 will be named in order. Donghua, Matwan, Nyangao, Jinzhao, Tonghua, and Dohua. Tangyuan was delighted with its new name. It meowed happily and circled around Jiang Jinsi's feet. Just then, there was a loud banging on the door outside. Tangyuan looked toward the sound, poked its head out, and sniffed. That smells so good. Jiang Jinsi quickly pulled it back into the space and stepped out himself. Jiang Jinsi, did you take my gourd pendant? Give it back, you thief. It was Jiang Zhenjin. She had returned. At the clinic earlier, Jiang Zhenjin had felt uneasy. It was the first time she had felt that way since awakening her ability half a month ago. Since she regained part of her past life's memories, she knew she must not marry into the Fu family, or it would lead to her death. That was why she insisted that Jiang Jinsi should marry instead. But in the past 2 days, Jiang Jinsi seemed like a completely different person, even becoming unusually strong. With one swing of a brick, she broke her mother's hand. The doctor said that if it had hit her head instead, it could have been fatal. She even broke her own hand in the process. While bandaging her hand, she suddenly thought of the gourd pendant she had taken from that foolish woman before. The thought made her even more uneasy. After a quick bandage, she ignored her parents' complaints and hurried home. She had only one thought. She must keep the gourd pendant with her, or she would regret it. She didn't know why, but the feeling was strong. However, when she got home, she found the gourd pendant missing. Except for Jiang Jinsi's room, which was closed, there was no one else at home. Jiang Zhenjin immediately started banging on Jiang Jinsi's door. After a while, Jiang Jinsi finally opened it and said coldly, Do you want to lose your other hand too? Jiang Zhenjin trembled in fear, and the stool in her hand fell to the floor. Jiang Jinsi sneered. If you don't want your other hand, or maybe a leg, I don't mind helping you with that. Realizing what was happening, Jiang Zhenjin grew angry and embarrassed. She picked up the stool with one hand and threw it at Jiang Jinsi. Jiang Jinsi, you thief. Give me back the gourd pendant. Jiang Jinsi frowned slightly, sighed, and easily dodged the stool. Then she swiftly kicked Jiang Zhenjin's leg. A cracking sound followed, and Jiang Zhenjin screamed as she fell to the ground. Looking down at her, Jiang Jinsi said coldly, That's what happens when you don't listen. Without another glance, she locked her door and left for the hospital. On the way, Jiang Jinsi spoke with Tang Yuan. She briefly explained Song Weiwei's situation. After listening, Tang Yuan said it should be fine, but then hesitated and added, Master, I just smelled something nice in that house. The scent of a treasure. Jiang Jinsi was stunned, then overjoyed. If she remembered correctly, the book mentioned that Jiang Zhenjin had obtained a treasure after gaining access to a special space, but it never said where it was hidden. She had planned to look for it later, but unexpectedly, Tang Yuan sensed it first, saving her the trouble. Jiang Jinsi calmed her excitement. Saving the person came first. The treasure wouldn't run away, so she could deal with it later. Without delay, she headed straight to the clinic. When she arrived, Jiang Jinsi saw that the ward was empty. She closed and locked the door, then let Tang Yuan out to examine Song Weiwei. Tang Yuan circled Song Weiwei once, frowning slightly. Jiang Jinsi's heart tightened, and she asked instinctively, What's wrong? Can't you heal her? Tang Yuan quickly replied, Master, her physical injuries are minor. If I treat her, she'll recover completely by tomorrow. But her spirit is unstable. That's more complicated. We're missing 2 ingredients from the space, and we can only buy them after upgrading. Jiang Jinsi asked, So you also need money and materials from the space to make medicine? Thinking of her family's inheritance, Jiang Jinsi wasn't too worried about money. But since they had to wait for an upgrade, she would have to complete some tasks first. As long as she could save a life, that was enough. However, if Song Weiwei didn't regain her senses, recovering too quickly would look suspicious. Too many people were watching. If anyone noticed something strange, it could cause trouble. She asked softly, "Is there a way to make her recovery seem slower?" Tang Yuan replied, "I can use the materials we have to make a weaker version of the medicine. If you give it to her with the spring water, she'll just seem naturally strong and recover a bit faster than normal." That plan was settled. Jiang Jinsi first gave Song Weiwei some spring water. Seeing her breathing steady, she then fed her the pill Tang Yuan made. Soon, Song Weiwei's complexion visibly improved. Seeing this, Jiang Jinsi finally relaxed. She then entered the space herself and drank plenty of spring water. A warm current spread through her body, especially around her injured head, bringing a soothing comfort. The dull pain that had been bothering her eased noticeably. Jiang Jinsi sighed in relief. The spring water was truly a treasure. Since the ward wasn't completely safe, she quickly left the space. Tang Yuan squatted by Song Weiwei's bed for a while and said, "Song Mama is fine now." Jiang Jinsi let out a breath of relief and was about to buy dinner, when suddenly she heard Jiang Jinjin's voice again. She raised an eyebrow and stepped forward. It really was someone from the Jiang family. After asking around a bit, she learned that Jiang Jinjin had broken her leg and had been crying in pain for a long time. Jiang Hongqing only found out when he came home with Zhao Jinfeng. Jiang Jinjin had tried to get up on her own halfway through, but ended up falling again and injuring her other leg. She couldn't move at all. Since no one had helped her all afternoon, the room was in a terrible mess. When Zhao Jinfeng saw the scene, she fainted on the spot. Jiang Hongqing was both angry and anxious, but there was nothing he could do. He quickly found someone to take the mother and daughter back to the clinic. It was said that he even paid extra to hire a nurse to clean Jiang Jinjin up. After that, her name quickly became well known throughout the clinic. Jiang Jinsi raised her eyebrows. Seeing that the Jiang family wouldn't be going anywhere for a while, she changed her plan. Since Song Weiwei probably wouldn't wake up soon and couldn't eat yet, she decided not to buy dinner. Jiang Jinsi went straight to the nurse's station. She looked at the young nurse with wide, innocent eyes, not blinking once. The nurse blushed. "Comrade, is there something you need?" Jiang Jinsi touched the bandage on her head and sighed. "Comrade, I only have a few yuan left, and I still need to find a way to get more. Could you please help me find a nurse to look after my mother? Otherwise, I'm afraid my stepmother might come and cause trouble again. Look at the injury on my head, and my mother's wounds too. They were both hurt by my stepmother and father." The nurse's eyes filled with sympathy, and her sense of justice flared up. "Comrade, don't worry. I'll find a tall, strong nurse for you, and make sure the price is as low as possible. Even if your stepmother and father come, they won't dare to make trouble." Jiang Jinsi couldn't help but think how useful it was to have a kind-looking face. She quickly went back home. This time, instead of entering through the front door, she went around to the back. Once inside, she thought for a moment, then took out a pair of gloves from her room and put them on before heading upstairs. She let Tang Yuan out. The little creature hopped ahead nimbly, and Jiang Jinsi followed closely behind. Its cute nose twitched as it sniffed the air, leading the way straight to Jiang Jinjin's room. She went straight to the three-drawer desk, jumped onto it, and reached out her paw to pull at the drawers. When she found they were locked, Tang Yuan froze for 2 seconds, then widened her cat eyes and meowed loudly at Jiang Jinsi. Jiang Jinsi quickly walked over, just about to say she would look for the key, when she suddenly felt a sharp pain on her scalp. Her hair had been plucked by Tang Yuan's soft little paw. "Jiang Jinsi." Tang Yuan blinked her big eyes and explained, "Master, it hurts too much when my fur is pulled, but it doesn't hurt when I pull yours." Jiang Jinsi looked at her gloomily. "Of course it doesn't hurt you. It hurts me." After saying that, Tang Yuan ignored her and used the strand of hair to fiddle with the keyhole. With a few quick moves, the small lock clicked open. Jiang Jinsi. Looking at the jewelry inside the drawer, Jiang Jinsi felt that losing one strand of hair was worth it. She even found nearly 500 yuan in cash. TSK, this stepdaughter was clearly more favored than the real daughter. Just as Jiang Jinsi was about to store everything away, Tang Yuan stopped her. "Master, let me do it." Although Jiang Jinsi didn't understand why, she trusted that Tang Yuan had her reasons. She nodded and told Tang Yuan which items to take. Tang Yuan waved her soft little paw over the valuables, then jumped off the desk. Let's go, master. Jiang Jinsi blinked in confusion. The jewelry and cash were still there. Aren't these still out in the open?
She asked.
Tang Yuan turned back and gave a sly meow. Master, try touching one. Jiang Jinsi reached out, and the moment her fingers brushed the item, it turned into a thin layer of dust. Jiang Jinsi burst out laughing. Perfect. The things weren't really gone, and when their owner later saw them crumble into dust, well, that wouldn't be her problem. She closed the drawer, even locking it again carefully, then followed Tang Yuan out. As for the large furniture in the room, Jiang Jinsi didn't even glance at it. Those weren't worth much, and might expose her if taken. She wasn't foolish enough to waste space on them. When they stepped outside, Tang Yuan stood at the doorway, looking around alertly. Her little nose twitched, and her tiny mouth opened slightly, showing her small white teeth. The sight made Jiang Jinsi's heart melt. A few seconds later, Tang Yuan meowed at Jiang Jinsi, "Follow me." Then it turned and walked toward Jiang Hongcheng and Li Jinfeng's room. It sniffed under the bed and found a wooden box filled with cash, about 5,000 yuan, and dozens of small gold bars. In Li Jinfeng's dressing table, it found several pieces of gold jewelry. Everything was collected. Tang Yuan sniffed around again, but couldn't find anything else. Jiang Jinsi frowned slightly. Normally, Jiang Hongqing's own room shouldn't have so little money or valuables. But since Tang Yuan had already gone out, it meant there was nothing else worth its attention. Jiang Jinsi had no choice but to follow. This time, Tang Yuan went to Jiang Hongqing's study. After sniffing carefully, it stopped by the wall in the middle of the room. Jiang Jinsi walked over and saw its round eyes half closed, staring at the wall with a serious look, ears tilted forward, as if deep in thought. "What is it?" she asked. Tang Yuan lifted its soft paw and patted the wall. It looked like a light tap, but the sound was quite loud. Jiang Jinsi listened carefully and immediately noticed something strange. The wall was hollow inside. She suddenly remembered that in the novel, it was mentioned that Jiang Zhenjin had a secret mechanism for hiding treasures. It must be in this study. Recalling scenes from dramas she had seen before, Jiang Jinsi walked around the room a few times, then carefully moved a small, ordinary-looking vase in the corner. The next moment, the wall split open, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside were 3 small boxes, each filled with gold bars and gold coins. Jiang Jinsi was amazed. As expected of a once wealthy family, even after losing much, they still had so many valuables hidden away. Just these 3 boxes could support an ordinary family for several lifetimes. Now, they had all fallen into her hands. Jiang Jinsi quickly told Tang Yuan to store everything in the space. After Tang Yuan finished, Jiang Jinsi looked at the now empty spot and imagined Jiang Hongqing touching the wall, only to find everything turned to dust. The thought made her laugh. After a few seconds, she quickly restored everything to its original state. Following Tang Yuan, she went to the room of Li Jinfeng and Jiang Hongqing's precious son, Jiang Jinbao. This time, the valuables there were fewer than those in Jiang Zhenjin's room. TSK, it seemed Jiang Zhenjin truly lived up to her role as the favored heroine. After collecting everything, Jiang Jinsi thought for a moment. Since she wouldn't be coming back anyway, she decided to take all of the original owner's clothes and the things from Song Weiwei's room into her storage space as well. She even looked around to see if there were any letters from Jiang'an, hoping to find an address. Unfortunately, there was nothing. Once everything was done, Jiang Jinsi quickly slipped out through the back door. She planned to visit the old Jiang family house next. In the original story, it was mentioned that when Jiang Zhenjin was collecting treasures, she accidentally discovered that the old Jiang family house had valuables buried there. She rushed over that very night and stored them all in her space. Jiang Jinsi didn't know the exact location before, and digging alone would have taken forever. But now, with Tang Yuan's help, she wasn't worried. The old house had been abandoned for years because of its history, and no one dared to live there. The place was completely overgrown, but Jiang Jinsi wasn't afraid. She explained the situation to Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan quickly hopped into the old house ahead of her, signaling that she could wait by the door. After a short while, Tang Yuan came back and motioned for her to follow. It led her to an open area in the backyard and pointed its soft paw at a spot on the ground. "Master, it's right here. Should we dig it up?" Jiang Jinsi nodded, thinking she might have to do the digging herself. Tang Yuan meowed seriously, imitating her tone. "Master, wait here. I'll find some helpers." With that, it darted off. Jiang Jinsi watched the direction it disappeared in, a little worried. About 10 minutes later, Tang Yuan returned, with an earthworm as thick as a finger. Behind them came a whole group of wriggling earthworms. Jiang Jinsi's mouth twitched. Watching the squirming creatures made her scalp tingle, and she instinctively stepped back a few paces. At Tung Yuan's meow, all the earthworms burrowed into the ground. Moments later, the soil in front of her began to loosen. After a few more minutes, several boxes were pushed up from beneath the earth. 1, 2. A total of 8 large chests. When she opened it, Jiang Jinsi gasped in surprise. What a sight! 3 full boxes of jewelry, 2 boxes of gold bars, and 3 boxes of antiques. Jiang Jinsi signaled Tang Yuan to store everything in the space, then asked the earthworms to bury the boxes and the disturbed soil back in place. With that, the treasure was finally collected. Only then did Jiang Jinsi notice that Tang Yuan looked completely exhausted. Startled, she asked, "Tang Yuan, what's wrong?" Tang Yuan waved its little paw. "I'm so tired, master. Treasure hunting really isn't my thing. You should focus on your tasks. Next time, just call my younger siblings for this kind of work." Seeing that it was fine, Jiang Jinsi relaxed and comforted the little cat until it was happy again. After finishing everything, Jiang Jinsi left the space and returned near the Jiang family home to borrow money from the neighbors. She told them about the hardships she and her mother had suffered and how her father, Jiang Hongcheng, was too busy taking care of his new wife to come back and help. With her delicate, pitiful face, her story moved everyone deeply. Who wouldn't feel sorry for her? Jiang Jinsi promised again and again that Jiang Hongcheng would repay the money later. To make it clear, she even wrote notes for each household, stating that Jiang Hongcheng would return the money, and if he didn't, they could report it to the police. By the time she returned to the clinic, she had 10 large bills in her hand. Just as she reached the ward door, she heard her stepmother Li Jinfeng's sharp voice. "Song Weiwei, you troublemaker. Did you tell that girl to hurt my Jinjin? Hand her over right now." Jiang Jinsi rushed into the room and saw Li Jinfeng standing arrogantly by the bed, pointing and shouting at the unconscious Song Weiwei, while a tall nurse tried to stop her. Without hesitation, Jiang Jinsi strode forward, grabbed Li Jinfeng by the hair, and pulled her back. Then she gave her 2 quick slaps.
"Ah."
"Jiang Jinsi, you little brat, ah." Before Li Jinfeng could finish, 2 more slaps landed on her face. Feeling satisfied, Jiang Jinsi suddenly let go. Li Jinfeng, caught off guard, fell straight to the floor. She would never let herself suffer such a loss and cried out in pain, "Jiang Jinsi, you ungrateful girl. How dare you raise your hand against me? No matter what, I'm still your stepmother." Her loud cries quickly drew a crowd. Jiang Jinsi stepped forward to check on Song Weiwei. Seeing that she was still unconscious, she turned to Li Jinfeng, her eyes slightly red. "Stepmother, I know you can't stand me or my mother, but my mother was beaten so badly by you that she still hasn't woken up," the doctor said. "She might never wake up. And yet you still won't leave us alone. You came here to cause trouble. Do you really want to drive us to despair? You found a fiancé for my younger sister, so why are you forcing me to marry him instead? I refused, and then you and my father beat my mother and me like this. Even though my mother isn't well, she has worked hard in this house for years, taking care of you, my stepsister, and my little brother so carefully. Even for that alone, you should show her some kindness. I said I would take my mother away to live elsewhere, but you and father wouldn't allow it. Are you trying to destroy us?" Jiang Jinsi didn't cry. She spoke calmly, but her slightly red eyes, lowered gaze, and furrowed brows, paired with her delicate face, made her look heartbreakingly pitiful. It was at that moment that Jiang Hongqing arrived. Hearing her words, his face darkened instantly. Li Jinfeng rushed toward him, covering her face as she cried, "Oh, Jiang, look at your daughter. I can't control her anymore. She hit me and then blamed me for it. I'm so unlucky. My daughter's arm and leg were hurt by her. What if she comes after you next?" That last sentence struck Jiang Hongqing deeply. He glared at Jiang Jinxi. "Jiang Jinxi, apologize to your mother. How could you be so cruel at such a young age? You even hurt your sister." Jiang Jinxi looked at him in shock. "Dad, why are you scolding me without even asking what happened? I'm your daughter too. I didn't hurt Jiang Jinjin. I just went home to get some clothes for my mother and ran into her. She insulted me, but I ignored her because I was in a hurry to borrow money for my mother's hospital bills. As for Stepmother, I was just too worried about my mom and lost control for a moment. I'll apologize to her." The crowd's eyes turned toward Jiang Hongqing, their gazes so sharp it was as if they could burn holes through him. What kind of person is this? He only listens to his current wife and stepdaughter, and without even asking, he blames his own daughter. And now, his daughter has to borrow money to pay for her and her mother's medical bills? So it's true. Once there's a stepmother, there's a stepfather too. But that's not going to happen. Jiang Jinxi pretended to stand up, but as soon as she did, she held her head, cried out in pain, and fainted. The young nurse who had promised to help Jiang Jinxi find a caregiver for Song Weiwei was in the crowd. Seeing this, she rushed over. Comrade, are you all right?" Jiang Jinxi squinted slightly, saw who it was, and quietly squeezed the nurse's hand. The nurse immediately understood and said seriously, "This comrade must have fainted because of her head injury. Auntie, please help me move her to the bed. I'll go call the doctor." After helping Jiang Jinxi onto the bed, the nurse gave Jiang Hongqing a cold look and handed him the bill she had been holding. "Since you're her father, you should be the one to pay for her and her mother's medicine. Please take care of it right away." With everyone watching, Jiang Hongqing had no choice but to take the bill. Even though he knew Jiang Jinxi was pretending, he didn't dare scold or hit her in front of so many people. Afraid she might cause more trouble and make him spend even more money, Jiang Hongqing left with Li Jinfeng. Once everyone was gone, Jiang Jinxi opened her eyes and thanked the nurse and caregiver again and again. After they left, Jiang Jinxi thought for a moment, then gave Song Weiwei a little of the spring water. Because Song Weiwei was weak, she only dared to give her a small amount at a time. After feeding her, Jiang Jinxi stayed by her side. Suddenly, Song Weiwei's fingers moved, and she slowly opened her eyes. Jiang Jinxi was overjoyed and was about to call the doctor, but Song Weiwei grabbed her hand tightly. On Jiang Province, Tan County. Jiang Jinxi froze. On Jiang Province again, the same place Song Weiwei had mentioned before about marriage. But what was this Tan County? Song Weiwei kept repeating the same words. Jiang Jinxi remembered the address from the space mission. Song Weiwei couldn't have known about that, but this address was different from the one she had mentioned before about marriage. Jiang Jinxi repeated the words silently in her heart before asking carefully, "Mom, is this the address where my brother was sent to the countryside?" A trace of confusion flashed in Song Weiwei's eyes, but she nodded firmly. Yes, the address. On Jiang Province, Tan County. No matter how many questions Jiang Jinxi asked, she couldn't get any more answers. A few seconds later, her mother fell asleep again. Jiang Jinxi sighed quietly. Well, at least she had an address now, that was something. Before, when she went to borrow money, she had asked all the families who were close to the Jiangs, but no one knew where Jiang'an had been sent. Now that she had this address, she could go to the youth office tomorrow to ask about it. She quickly got up to call the doctor and explained what had just happened. The doctor immediately came to check again. After a while, the doctor smiled and said, "Congratulations. The patient's will to live is very strong. This is truly a miracle." Jiang Jinxi let out a long breath of relief. It was good that her mother had been saved.
but she seems to have fainted again.
The doctor smiled. It's fine. She's just exhausted. Sleeping more will help. She should wake up again tomorrow morning. Only then did Jiang Jinsi finally relax. After settling her mother, she took the household registration book and went straight to sign up for countryside work. When she arrived at the youth office because of her initiative, she was allowed to choose her destination. She immediately gave the address. On Jiang Province, Tan County. Is there a place there? The clerk checked the records.
Tan County.
Yes, there's the Shigo Brigade under the Xiangyang Commune. Do you want to go there? Jiang Jinsi nodded without hesitation. The clerk looked up at her and hesitated. Would you rather go north? It's colder there, but the food supply is better. Tan County has a milder climate, but the work is harder and the area is mountainous. Jiang Jinsi understood what he meant. She thanked him, but still insisted on going there. She also registered her mother. After explaining her mother's situation, Jiang Jinsi glanced around to make sure no one else was nearby, then quietly handed the clerk a pack of cigarettes and said softly, "My stepmother hurt my mom badly this time. I have no other choice but to take her with me. Could you please arrange for us to be sent to the same place? Otherwise, she won't survive." The clerk touched his cigarette, glanced at Jiang Jinsi, and nodded. "All right, leave it to me. I'll talk to my uncle about it later." His uncle was a leader at the Office for Educated Youth, so this was just a small matter. But as he looked at Jiang Jinsi's beautiful face, his pen paused for a moment before he couldn't help but say, "You really don't want to get married and stay in the city? Life in the countryside can be tough." Jiang Jinsi shook her head firmly. The clerk didn't say more, though he looked at her a few more times with some regret before quickly finishing the paperwork. When everything was done, he handed her 2 train tickets. The train leaves at 8 in the morning the day after tomorrow. Don't be late. Song Weiwei had taken the medicine and drank some spring water, and she was already feeling much better. She should be fine by then. Now that she had both money and tickets, she could go buy supplies the next day. Jiang Jinsi nodded, thanked him several times, and then went to handle her household registration and food ration transfer papers. She had no intention of kindly signing Jiang Jinjin up for the countryside program. At this early stage, most of the assigned rural areas were still decent places, and volunteering to go was even considered an honor. She didn't want Jiang Jinjin to live so comfortably. In the book, Jiang Jinjin had learned when the crisis would begin and used her special ability to prepare in advance. Now Jiang Jinsi wanted to see what would happen if the crisis came earlier or in multiple waves, and if Jiang Jinjin no longer had that ability, how would the Jiang family survive? When the time came, if the Jiang family were sent away and became targets of public anger, that would truly be satisfying. After finishing all the paperwork, Jiang Jinsi began to worry about how to gather more supplies. No one knew how many years she might have to stay in the countryside, and since this difficult period had only just begun, she needed to collect as much as possible. The ration tickets she had wouldn't be enough to buy much at the department store. She would have to go to the black market. But she didn't know where it was, and no one could take her there. The book hadn't mentioned it either. As she walked back, thinking about buying some food at the state-run restaurant, someone suddenly pulled her into an alley just as she was about to reach it. Startled, Jiang Jinsi instinctively raised her hand, ready to throw the person over her shoulder, but then she heard a familiar voice say, "Sister Jinsi, why haven't you come to see me lately? Why are you avoiding me? I brought you some money and ration tickets. See if it's enough." Jiang Jinsi loosened her grip, steadied herself, and frowned as she looked over. It was a very young man, almost still a boy. He looked at Jiang Jinsi with wide, bright eyes that didn't blink, his face full of a hopeful smile. "Sister Jinsi, please take this money and these tickets first. If it's not enough, I'll ask my sister for more. I also brought you a chicken leg, try it and see if it tastes good." As he spoke, he pushed something warm into her hand. When Jiang Jinsi looked down, she saw it really was a big, steaming chicken leg. After searching her memory for a while, she finally remembered that the boy's name was Zhong Minyuan. He came from a well-off family, had 3 older sisters, and was the youngest child. Always pampered. He was 2 years younger than the original Jung Jin-si and had attended the same school. Back then, he had liked her, but she thought he was too young and didn't pay him any attention. Later, when her younger brother was sent to the countryside, she had no money or ration tickets to send him and was desperate. That was when she ran into Zhong Mingyuan. As soon as he heard her situation, he took out all the money and tickets he had and told her to wait. Not long after, he came back with more than 50 yuan and a handful of tickets, urging her to send them to her brother quickly. Worried about her brother, she finally accepted the money, saying she would pay him back later. After that, Zhong Mingyuan would often bring her more money and tickets from time to time. Once Jiang Jinsi understood their connection, she quickly handed the chicken leg back to him. Zhong Mingyuan tried to refuse, but she pressed his hand down so he couldn't move. Sister Jinsi? He looked at her nervously, his ears turning red because her hand was on his. Jiang Jinsi said, I don't like chicken legs. You eat it yourself and don't bring me any more. At the same time, she stuffed the money and tickets back into his pocket. Zhong Mingyuan's face grew even more tense, his dark eyes fixed on her, lips pressed tightly together. After a moment's thought, Jiang Jinsi quietly asked, Do you know where the black market is? Zhong Mingyuan's eyes lit up again. He nodded eagerly, but then quickly shook his head. Jiang Jinsi let go of his hand, frowning. Do you actually know or not? Zhong Mingyuan said anxiously, Sister Jinsi, I know, but that place is too dangerous. Please don't go. I'll go for you. Tell me what you want to buy and I'll get it. Jiang Jinsi sighed in relief. It was enough that he knew where the black market was. She looked at him calmly. If you won't take me, that's fine. I'll ask someone else. Then she turned to leave. Zhong Mingyuan felt that her calmness was even scarier than when she was angry. He quickly grabbed the edge of her clothes. I'll take you, Sister Jinsi. Please don't be upset. Jiang Jinsi nodded. Then let's go now. Zhong Mingyuan led her through several narrow alleys until they reached a small courtyard. He pushed the door open and went inside. Jiang Jinsi thought this was the black market, but instead, Zhong Mingyuan handed her a set of old, worn clothes. Sister Jinsi, please change into these. If you dress too nicely, people will notice. Jiang Jinsi raised an eyebrow, surprised that he had thought of that. Without saying more, she changed as he suggested. She bought 20 pounds of pork, 2 chickens, 50 eggs, and 10 pounds of fine rice. She had already asked Tang Yuan and knew that her storage space could keep things fresh, so it didn't matter how long she stored them. Zhong Mingyuan tried to pay, but she didn't let him. She didn't buy much more either. This trip was mainly to learn the way. She planned to come back alone the next morning. When they left the black market, it wasn't completely dark yet. Before parting, Jiang Jinsi quietly slipped the money and ration tickets that the original owner had borrowed from Zhong Mingyuan back into his pocket. After he left, she put all the things she had bought into her storage space. Then she walked quickly to the state-run restaurant to buy dinner. She was late, so all the good dishes were gone. In the end, she just bought 10 large meat buns to take with her. She ate one and stored the rest in her space. After that, she headed straight to a small courtyard in the western suburbs. Jiang Jinsi had found out about it while going through the original owner's memories. Her grandfather, Old Master Jiang, had left her a small courtyard. When she was very young, Old Master Jiang couldn't stand how Jiang Hongcheng and Zhao Jinfeng treated her, so he took her in and raised her for a few years. Later, when she was about 10, Old Master Jiang passed away, and she was taken back to live with Jiang Hongcheng. Before Mr. Jiang passed away, he told Jiang Jinsi about this matter and warned her not to let anyone else know. The house deed was locked away in the small courtyard. Over the years, whenever Jiang Jinsi was badly beaten by Jiang Hongcheng, she would quietly go there alone for a few hours before returning home. Since no one had taken care of the courtyard for years, it had become quite run down. Following her memory, Jiang Jinsi took the key hidden in the wall crack, opened the door, nodded in satisfaction, and then headed to the clinic. Around 3 or 4 o'clock the next morning, she found an excuse, told the young nurse she needed to leave, and quietly slipped away. She first went back to the courtyard to change her clothes and disguise herself, then went to the black market. As soon as she entered, she saw a crowd gathered around one of the stalls. Standing on tiptoe, she saw that they seemed to be selling meat. She quickly squeezed through the crowd and saw that it was indeed pork, both wild and domestic, and several whole pigs were on display. Jiang Jinsi moved to the front and quietly said to the young man chopping meat, "Can you sell me a whole pig?" The young man glanced at her and advised, "Miss, this is fresh meat. It won't last long. Isn't a whole pig too much?" Even though Jiang Jinsi had disguised herself and darkened her face, her delicate features still stood out under the dim light. She explained, "I'm buying it for someone else. They're hosting a banquet, so it won't go to waste."
Can you sell me one?
The young man scratched his head and turned to look at a tall man standing in the shadows behind him.
Brother Fu.
It was clear that this man was the one in charge. Jiang Jinsi quickly stepped closer and repeated her request. The man was tall, and in the faint light of dawn, his face was hard to see, but his presence alone felt intimidating. Fu Zheng looked at Jiang Jinsi for a moment before speaking in a calm, cold voice.
All right.
He then quoted a price for the meat. After some bargaining, they agreed on a price slightly lower than his original offer. Jiang Jinsi looked at the meat and asked, "Can you help me deliver it home? I can't carry it by myself." Fu Zheng nodded again. Then Jiang Jinsi hesitated for a moment, pointed toward a quiet corner, and said softly, "I have a few words I'd like to say to you in private." Fu Zheng was silent for a few seconds, then turned and walked toward the side. Jiang Jinsi quickly followed. She asked carefully, "I'd like 5 more pigs, already butchered and cut into pieces. I also want 100 chickens and 100 ducks, all cleaned and ready. Is that possible?" Fu Zheng's sharp gaze fell on her and stayed there for a long time, making her scalp tingle. Finally, he looked away and said calmly, "All right. Give me an address by 9 tonight. We'll deliver to your door. Pay a deposit of 100 yuan first." Jiang Jinsi agreed, without hesitation. She had seen this group selling meat here yesterday, so they were clearly regulars. It didn't seem likely they would cheat her out of 100 yuan. In this kind of seller's market, even if she did get tricked, there wasn't much she could do. She handed over the money and gave him the address. Fu Zheng nodded and turned back to his stall. Jiang Jinsi continued shopping in the black market, buying every egg she could find, both chicken and duck, and stocking up on all kinds of grains. Her large purchases naturally drew attention. When she left, many eyes followed her. From a corner, Fu Zheng noticed everything. He said to a young man beside him, "Follow her and keep an eye out. If you run into anyone from Brother Gua's group, tell them she's our customer." The young man who had first spoken to Jiang Jinsi grinned and teased, "Brother Fu, are you interested in her? I've never seen you care about a woman like this before." Fu Zheng gave him a cold look and said evenly, "She's a big customer. You don't want to lose money, do you?" The young man chuckled, clearly not believing him. All right, big customer. Brother Fu, are you really going back to the countryside? Then we'll only be able to keep this business going for a few more days." Fu Zheng gave a quiet "I'll leave after he gets married. You can still keep the business running, just don't draw too much attention. I'll talk to Brother Gua." Jiang Jinsi hurried out with her purchases, planning to return to her small courtyard. After walking a short distance, she realized someone was following her. She frowned and quickened her pace. At the same time, she spoke silently to Tang Yuan, asking it to check how many people were behind her. "Master, there are 1, 2, 3, 4 of them." "Oh, 3 of them stopped, and 1 is still chasing." Jiang Jinsi walked quickly with long strides, but her movements were steady and calm. Just as she was about to turn into a nearby alley, she heard footsteps behind her suddenly speed up. Jiang Jinsi raised an eyebrow. Since there was only 1 person left, that made things easier. She deliberately slowed her pace. Sure enough, the next moment, a hand landed on her shoulder. Jiang Jinsi grabbed the hand, flipped the person over her shoulder, and threw him to the ground. As a cry of pain sounded, she stepped on the man's back. "Wait, miss. Please, I mean no harm. I'm here to protect you." Jiang Jinsi pulled his head up by the hair and took a quick look. He seemed familiar, Probably someone from the meat stall. She let go and asked coldly, "Then why have you been following me?" The young man gave a bitter smile. "Someone was watching you. My brother told me to protect you. I chased those people away and came to tell you." Jiang Jinsi pressed her lips together, nodded, and helped him up. "Are you hurt?" She had held back her strength to avoid causing trouble. The young man moved his shoulders and shook his head.
I'm fine.
"Let me walk you home, just so I know where you live." Since he often delivered goods, that was fine. Jiang Jinsi led him to her small courtyard. After he left, she put everything away in her storage space and headed to the department store. Then began her shopping spree. Towels, soap, laundry powder, kerosene, candles, matches. She bought some of each. Rice, flour, oil, dried goods, and canned food. Also some liquor, tea, and fabric. She spent all the ration coupons she had. She even bought a wristwatch. In this era, not having one was inconvenient. She chose the simplest and cheapest model. She had collected quite a few coupons from the Jiang family the day before, but even after all this, she still felt it wasn't enough. She would have to check the black market later. Jiang Jinsi bought so much that it caught the attention of the store manager. After a short talk, the manager agreed to help deliver the goods. They set a time, and she left the address of her small courtyard. After that, Jiang Jinsi went to the seed station and bought a little of every kind of seed. She remembered that there were still a few small plots of land in her space. Although she couldn't grow much, it was enough to plant some food for herself. When she finished everything and checked her watch, she realized it was almost time to meet the people delivering the pork. She quickly hurried back to her small courtyard. By the time she arrived, 2 young men were already waiting outside with their carrying poles. Sorry, I got held up for a bit."
Thank you for waiting, she said.
The 2 men looked at Jiang Jinsi with curiosity. After all, the story of her throwing a man over her shoulder with one hand had already spread among their group. Now that they saw her in person, though her skin was dark, her features were delicate, and she looked quite pretty, their tones softened, and they quickly said it was no problem. Inside the house, they weighed the meat, exchanged money and goods, and the deal was done. Just as Jiang Jinsi was about to close the door, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and stopped it. Startled, she opened the door again and raised an eyebrow at the person outside. It was a man, broad-shouldered and strong, clearly not someone easy to deal with. She frowned slightly. "Who are you looking for?" The man, Brother Gua, smiled. "Miss, I'm looking for you. I saw you buying quite a few things and thought maybe we could do some business together." Jiang Jinsi's eyebrows lifted slightly. So, the people who had been following her to the market earlier were his men. She had thought she'd shaken off the person tailing her before, but when she went out again and felt someone behind her, she assumed it was the same young man and didn't pay much attention. Seeing that she didn't respond, Brother Gua continued with a grin, "I manage the black market around here. I heard you ordered a lot of meat from that young man named Fu yesterday, so I figured you might need other supplies too. That's why I came to ask." He had originally planned to take advantage of her, knowing she had money, but since Fu had spoken up for her, he didn't dare offend her and decided to take another approach. Jiang Jinsi couldn't help but smile. This was exactly what she needed. She immediately listed what she wanted: grains, dried goods, noodles, and cooking oil. Take as much as you can get. For bedding sets, I need 30 of each. 1 bicycle. As for towels, gloves, and rubber shoes, 50 of each. Shoes in sizes 37 to 42, 10 pairs per size. 50 cartons of good cigarettes, 50 bottles of fine wine, 20 pounds each of malted milk, white rabbit candies, biscuits, and brown sugar. Before Jiang Jinsi could finish, Brother Gua interrupted her. He looked at her suspiciously. "Miss, you want so much. Are you joking with me?" Jiang Jinsi thought for a moment and said, "How about I give you a deposit?" Brother Gua's heart skipped a beat. Since he started this business, he had never met a customer like her. Jiang Jinsi sighed. "Brother, I know you're doubtful. Actually, I'm about to go to the countryside and I have relatives there. It looks like a lot, but once I share it among them, there won't be much left. If you don't believe me, that's fine." Brother Gua laughed awkwardly. "How could I not believe you? Since you're even offering a deposit, of course I trust you. Jiang Jinsi told him to wait, went inside, and came back with a small goldfish-shaped piece of gold. She broke off a small piece by hand and tossed it to him. This will be the deposit. I'll pay the rest with gold later, all right? Brother Gua's eyes lit up, and he nodded quickly. Of course, that's fine. A flash of greed passed through his eyes. Jiang Jinsi noticed it but stayed calm. She lifted a large stone in the yard with one hand and set it down right beside where Brother Gua was standing. Brother, excuse me, just moving the stone a bit. Oh, and if it's convenient, please deliver the goods at 9 tonight. Brother Fu will be delivering then too. Brother Gua's face changed several times before he forced a smile and left. That stone must have weighed at least 200 pounds, yet this young woman lifted it with one hand. And remembering the rumor from this morning that she had thrown a grown man to the ground with one hand. And now she mentioned Brother Fu. He realized he couldn't handle this alone. Brother Gur finally pushed down his greedy thoughts. Forget it. If she really buys this much, he'll still make a good profit. No need to offend that Fu fellow, and this girl clearly isn't someone to mess with. If things got ugly, it would only bring him trouble. After he left, Jiang Jinsi finally let out a long breath. Soon, the delivery people from the department store arrived. After signing for the goods, she packed part of them and took them to the post office to send to the countryside. That way, she would have a proper explanation for where her supplies came from later. The rest she stored away in her secret space. After finishing everything, she returned to the clinic, fed Song Weiwei, and gave her some spring water. When night fell, she returned to the small courtyard. This time, for people delivered the meat using a small truck. Jiang Jinsi raised an eyebrow but said nothing. After receiving the goods, she asked if she could pay with gold. When she got a positive answer, she happily paid for the small yellow fish. Before they left, Guaji's people arrived. They used a tricycle to bring 4 loads of goods. Fortunately, these people seemed used to doing this kind of work. Although there were many of them, aside from the sounds of moving things, there was no other noise. Jiang Jinsi checked the goods too, then paid quickly. Several people looked at her with strange expressions, but she ignored them. Once they left and the door was closed, she stored everything into her space. She also entered her space and was surprised to find that, since she hadn't been in for a while, a small wooden house had appeared inside. She pointed at the wooden house in shock and asked Tang Yuan what was going on. Tang Yuan proudly lifted her chin. I built it. Isn't it good? Master, it's not good to leave things outside, so I made a little house like humans do. Do you like it? It was perfect. Jiang Jinsi hugged the cat tightly and gave her a big kiss, then rubbed her happily. Tang Yuan purred comfortably. While they were cuddling, they suddenly heard a noise outside the space. What's going on? All the things are gone? Not possible. We haven't seen anyone leave yet.
Then, boss.
Are we going to meet a ghost?
Ah.
I heard this courtyard hasn't been lived in for many years. There used to be strange noises at night.
Ah.
A ghost. After a moment of panic, everything outside fell silent again. From then on, a legend spread in the black market. There was a beautiful female ghost who, before dawn and at night, would exchange large amounts of supplies for gold. People were warned not to provoke her, or they might never know how they died. Jiang Jinsi listened carefully, finding it a bit funny. But it was also good, no more worries. After several more hours, Jiang Jinsi first sent Tang Yuan out to check the surroundings. Once she confirmed everyone had left, she stepped out of her space. 1 person and 1 cat left through the back door. Tang Yuan was watching from the front, making sure there was no danger before Jiang Jinsi continued walking. When they returned to the health clinic, it was already midnight. The nurse said that Song Weiwei had woken up several times today, ate some food, and was feeling better. Jiang Jinsi was completely relieved. She immediately paid the nurse and told her to go home. Seeing that the doctor on duty today was available, she thought for a moment and decided to bring her train ticket and go directly to see the doctor. She explained that they wanted to leave the hospital early the next morning. The doctor frowned. The patient's injuries have only been resting for a few days. Although she is doing well, she can't leave now, Jiang Jinsi took out her proof of going to the countryside and her train ticket and softly said, "Doctor, you probably heard about our family situation. I'm really afraid my father and stepmother will come to hurt me and my mother again. Today, I registered to go to the countryside, and I also registered my mother. I plan to take her with me." She looked at her mother, who seemed much better mentally. She was worried that if they stayed here, they would run out of money for medical bills or cause trouble, which could make things worse. Thinking of the news she heard, she looked at Jiang Jinsi's beautiful but stubborn face and felt a little pity for these young girls. The doctor sighed. "Then I'll give you some medicine to take with you. When you get hurt, you can change the dressing yourself, okay? Don't let the nurse do it. And about your head, Jiang Jinsi's head injury had already healed. The bandage was just to hide it." She quickly thanked him and earnestly asked, "Can we keep this a secret from others?" She knew who others referred to without asking. The doctor nodded. "All right. I'll inform someone to help you leave tomorrow. But you still need to pay for the medical expenses yourself." Jiang Jinsi quickly said, "I'll ask my father." The doctor's eyes showed a faint smile. That works too. Her heart finally felt at ease. The next morning, before dawn, Jiang Jinsi quietly woke Song Weiwei, coaxing her to go to a state-run restaurant for breakfast. Song Weiwei didn't cause trouble. All her belongings had been packed the night before. Now there was nothing left to pack, so they left directly. When she reached the door, she met the young nurse who had helped her before. Jiang Jinsi smiled at her. The young nurse quickly stepped forward, took her hand, and handed her something. Then she whispered, "Don't worry, I will handle the discharge procedures for you." After saying that, she hurried away. Jiang Jinsi didn't even have time to thank her. She didn't dare to stay longer, and quickly helped Song Weiwei walk outside the clinic. Until they sat on the bus to the train station, she looked at her palm and saw a stack of national ration coupons. Jiang Jinsi was surprised and felt a little sad. This was the first kind gesture she received after coming here, besides Song Weiwei. This silly girl probably knew about her situation and was worried she would go hungry without money. That's why she gave her the ration coupons. Jiang Jinsi wondered how many meals she might go without. She sighed softly, put the coupons into her space, and kept the nurse's face in her mind. No longer allowing people to be peaceful. "Hurry up, hand over the money, or how long do you want me to be embarrassed?" When he shouted, Zhao Jinfeng stopped reluctantly and paid all of Song Weiwei's medical expenses. Jiang Hongcheng was in a very bad mood. Last night, Zhao Jinfeng and Jiang Jinjin's mother and daughter kept him up late. He even left his precious son with someone else. Now he was tired and sleepy, so he decided not to stay at the clinic anymore. Anyway, Jiang Jinsi and the others had already gone home, so he decided to go back and check on them. Also, he still needed to talk to Jinsi about the marriage arrangement. At worst, he would give her 500 yuan as a dowry. Thinking this, Jiang Hongcheng simply told Zhao Jinfeng and left without looking back. When he saw the door was locked, he frowned. Could it be that Jinsi was still angry? But besides the Jiang family, they had nowhere else to go. They would have to come back by evening. Thinking this, Jiang Hongcheng's frown eased. He thought for a moment and decided to go into the room to get the box hidden under the bed. First, he would take out the money and prepare it. When Jinsi and Song Weiwei returned in the evening, he would have a good talk with her. If 500 yuan wasn't enough, 800 would do. As long as she was willing to marry, he wouldn't argue so much. Anyway, he could earn the money back from the Fu family later. While thinking this, Jiang Hongcheng opened the box and looked at the pile of large bundles inside. He happily reached out his hand. When Jiang Hongcheng's hand touched those large bundles, they instantly turned into dust. He froze completely, staring in disbelief at what was before him. He even rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. Not believing his eyes, Jiang Hongcheng reached out to touch other bundles. But everything before him seemed like an illusion. The large bundles that were there just a moment ago also turned into dust instantly. His hands trembled. He looked like he had seen a ghost, quickly throwing the box on the ground and stepping back in fear. The large bundles that he hadn't touched rolled out of the box. Jiang Hongcheng hurried over to pick them up. But again, Everything he touched turned into dust. He was so frightened that he sat down heavily on the ground, staring around in horror. Who? Who? This must be someone causing trouble. Otherwise, how could good money suddenly turn into dust? But no matter how much he shouted, there was no response. Suddenly, Jang Hongcheng remembered something and quickly checked the passbook hidden in the bed's headboard compartment. Seeing that the passbook was intact, Jang Hongcheng let out a breath of relief. Fortunately, everything is fine. Over the years, to avoid attracting attention, he didn't deposit much money, only 5,000 yuan in total. Most of his wealth was still in family heirlooms. Now, that few thousand yuan was mysteriously gone, and someone must be secretly causing trouble, taking advantage of the recent days when no one was home. Thinking this, Jang Hongcheng felt a big relief. But still worried, he carefully checked the jewelry drawer where Zhao Jinfeng kept her accessories. It was locked and undamaged. He also looked at another cabinet where he stored a few small yellow fish for emergencies. They were there too. He even suspiciously touched them with his hand. Jang Hongcheng was afraid that someone might have searched through these items and mixed fake yellow fish in. The real ones had already been taken by Tang Yuan. The fake Tang Yuan was still there. At this moment, Jang Hongcheng felt the one he touched was fake. Seeing it hadn't turned into dust and disappeared, he finally relaxed. He hurriedly took the passbook and went outside. At least, he needed to withdraw some money, or he wouldn't be able to pay for the hospital's medicine. Today's strange event made him want to find someone to ask about it again. He definitely wouldn't report to the police. His family's background was complicated. If he reported now, and they found out he had so much money, who knew what might happen? He still needed to quickly arrange for Jinxi to marry into the Fu family. With their support, their family would be a little safer. As he walked, Jang Hongcheng didn't notice a shadow lurking behind him. Until he passed the alleyway, two people suddenly jumped out, quickly covering his mouth and pulling him into the alley. Before long, muffled screams of a man could be heard from inside. Occasionally, passers-by would glance quickly but dared not cause trouble, and they simply kept walking. After a while, Brother Gua and a burly man came out of the alley, smiling, completely ignoring Jang Hongcheng, who was fainting on the ground. Who would have thought that girl still has some conscience and didn't tell lies? Gua Ge flicked the passbook in his hand and handed it to his subordinate. Quickly go and withdraw the money. Let's split it. Remember to change your clothes. Don't worry, boss, he replied. Last night, when Gua Ge left, Jiang Jinxi spoke to him alone and shared some news. She told him the address of the Jiang family and the name Jiang Hongcheng, suggesting he find out more about the person, as he seemed to have money. She also guessed that when he returned home, if he looked upset and hurried out, he was probably going to withdraw money with the passbook. When Jiang Jinxi told Gua Ge this, she was mainly testing the waters. After all, she and Tang Yuan hadn't found the passbook in Jiang Hongcheng's or Zhao Jinfeng's house. That was almost impossible. She vaguely remembered reading that Jiang Jinjin had used a passbook to withdraw money. That meant Jiang Hongcheng had hidden it somewhere very secretive. Tang Yuan could only sense the smell of treasure and money, but the passbook wasn't part of its treasure hunting. At that time, Jiang Jinxi looked around but couldn't find it, so she gave up. She was reluctant to let Jiang Hongcheng still have the money to turn things around, which is why she told Gua Ge about this after realizing he was a ruthless person. Whether Gua Ge would come looking for him or find him depended on Jiang Hongcheng's luck. Clearly, Jiang Hongcheng's luck wasn't very good now. Jiang Jinxi and Song Weiwei got off the train in the afternoon of the next day. After changing trains and then taking a bus, they finally arrived at Tan County Jiqing office. Not long after, they were called onto a tractor and taken to Xiangyang Commune. All the other Jiqing who had come with them had been picked up earlier, but Jiang Jinxi and Song Weiwei were still waiting, with no one to take them. The leaders of Xiangyang Commune smiled kindly and comforted Jiang Jinxi, saying, "Comrade, don't worry. The Shigo Brigade is a bit far, so it will take more time." With their current speed, Jiang Jinxi guessed they either didn't like her or were hiding somewhere in the mountains. Neither was a good sign. While waiting, she decided to ask the commune leaders about Lin Chuan Brigade. The leader of the commune looked surprised for a moment, then smiled and said, Lin Chuan Brigade, that's under our commune. Not far away, about 6 kilometers from Shigo Brigade. When you arrive at Shigo Brigade, ask around. Comrade, wait here for a moment. You have something to do, so you need to go out first. As soon as the commune leader left, he muttered to himself, Lin Chuan Brigade. Yes, it seems to be under a commune. After a long while, he saw others and casually asked, Is Lin Chuan Brigade part of our commune? Which Lin Chuan are you talking about? You might not know since you're new. We have two, one is Lin Chuan, and the other is Lin Chuan with a different character. Many people get confused, but the higher-ups haven't changed the names. The Lin Chuan with the double-wood character belongs to our commune, and the other Lin Chuan is part of Hongxing commune. Oh? Two of them? I need to tell people about this when I go back. When he returned, Zhang Jinxi and her daughter had already been taken away by people from Shigo Brigade. Zhang Jinxi sat on the ox cart, bouncing so hard that her bottom almost split in two, and she even felt like vomiting. Fortunately, only she and Song Weiwei were on the cart. She completely ignored her image and clung to the cart's yoke, squatting down. Song Weiwei imitated her, but Zhang Jinxi was worried she might fall off, so she quickly told her to sit down. Song Weiwei pouted and sat back unhappily. The person driving the cart was Zhou Lusheng, the captain of Shigo Brigade. He glanced at the mother and daughter behind him and sighed heavily. When the educated youths first went to the countryside, they were quite happy. But unexpectedly, these people not only couldn't help much but also caused trouble and made a lot of demands. He found it very annoying. Seeing two more women made him even more annoyed, and then he noticed the middle-aged man was a fool. What kind of mess was this? Fools were even being sent to their village. But since the higher-ups ordered it, they had no choice but to accept. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Zhou Lusheng couldn't hold back his temper and whipped the ox. Just after the whip, he felt terrible and reached out to touch the ox. But today, the ox was also in a bad mood. Suddenly, it went wild, started running wildly, and even refused to listen to commands. Zhou Lusheng couldn't stop it, and his face turned pale. At that moment, a long, white hand reached out from the hillside. Zhang Jinxi never expected that riding in a simple ox cart could lead to an ox going mad. The mountain roads are already difficult to travel, and the road to Shigo Brigade is narrow and broken, with a deep ditch on one side. Seeing the ox about to plunge into the ditch, and realizing that the brigade leader of Shigo couldn't hold it back, Zhang Jinxi quickly reached out and tightly grabbed the ox's rope, narrowly stopping it. Unfortunately, the stubborn ox refused to move and kept trying to charge into the deep ditch. No matter how much strength Zhang Jinxi used, she couldn't change the ox's determined mind to rush forward. Just when she was about to give up, she suddenly heard Tong Yuan's voice in her mind. Master, this ox has been given medicine. You should get down and go to the ox's head. I will talk to it. Startled, Zhang Jinxi quickly loosened the ox's rope and jumped down from the cart. Although the spiritual spring water isn't as legendary as some say, it is truly effective. Since drinking it for just a few days, she not only felt more energetic every day, but also became more agile. Seeing Zhang Jinxi jump down quickly, Zhou Lusheng, who was both worried and angry, said, Why did you jump down? Come back quickly and sit properly. He couldn't even hold on to the ox. Although the young girl had helped him hold the ox earlier, that was because of their combined effort. Now she was jumping down on her own and heading toward the front of the ox. Wasn't that dangerous? Zhang Jinxi ignored Zhou Lusheng's words and quickly moved to the front of the ox, with her back to him. Suddenly, Tong Yuan jumped out of the space, approaching the ox's head. Its silver needle pierced into the ox's brain instantly. The ox seemed frozen, not moving at all. Tong Yuan then instructed Zhang Jinxi to pet the ox's head and feed it some spiritual spring water. After Zhang Jinxi poured the water from her military water bottle into the ox's mouth, Tong Yuan took the opportunity to pull out the silver needle when no one was paying attention. All of this happened within a few minutes. Before Zhou Lusheng could react, he felt the ox's strength leave it, and it even started to step back voluntarily, no longer charging forward recklessly. He let out a surprised, eh. He hadn't seen the young girl do anything to the cow, so why did the cow suddenly become obedient? Jiang Jinsi turned around and said to Zhou Lusheng, "Captain, you try." It should listen now. Zhou Lusheng understood and followed the instructions, guiding the cow to a safe spot. He let out a breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and asked, "Jiang Jiqing, what did you do just now? Why did it listen to you?" Jiang Jinsi smiled and said, "I've always been close to small animals and I know a bit of medical skills. I just calmed it down and gave it an injection. After that, it listened to me." Zhou Lusheng's eyes widened in surprise. He realized Jiang Jinsi knew medical skills. That's great. That's really good. His gaze shifted to Jiang Jinsi's face, and he felt a sudden shock. Wow, Jiang Jiqing is really very good-looking. He had noticed before that she was attractive, but as a man, he didn't dare stare too long. Now, looking more carefully, she was truly a rare beauty. Plus, she knew medical skills. Zhou Lusheng immediately became alert. It was rare to meet a young woman with medical skills, and she seemed decent. He decided he must protect her well. While he was thinking this, Jiang Jinsi asked again, "Captain, may I ask, what did you feed the cow before we set out?" Zhou Lusheng looked suspicious. "Just some hay, nothing else." He mainly cared because he was worried the cow would have to carry 2 more people soon. The location of Shigo village was not very good, mostly mountains, and the land was divided into many pieces. They couldn't use machines. Everything depended on manual labor. The cows used for plowing were the main force, and generally, they didn't want to overwork them. That's why Zhou Lusheng specifically ordered extra hay before setting out. He didn't expect such an incident to happen. Seeing Jiang Jinsi's expression, he suddenly realized, "Jiang Jiqing, do you mean there's something wrong with the cow?" He thought about Jiang Jinsi's earlier words about medical skills and assumed the cow might be sick. Jiang Jinsi straightforwardly clarified, "This cow was given medicine, which is why it suddenly went crazy and became disobedient." When Zhou Lusheng heard this, he immediately jumped up. "Who would want to harm our team's cow?" Jiang Jinsi sighed. He might be trying to hurt someone, not the cow. Zhou Lusheng remembered the situation earlier. If it hadn't been for Jiang Jiqing, they and the cow and the cart would have fallen into the ditch. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Zhou Lusheng carefully recalled that the cow was in the cow shed at the time. It should have been fed by the people in the shed. But he thought the people in the shed wouldn't have such boldness, and they wouldn't have access to medicine. So he needed to investigate further. Zhou Lusheng wiped the sweat from his brow, his face serious. "Jiang Jiqing, I will give you an explanation for this. Also, thank you for saving my life today. If there's ever anything I can do to help you, I won't refuse." Jiang Jinsi waved his hand. "You don't have to be so polite, Captain. We're all in this together. I was just helping myself. But the person who gave the cow medicine, Captain, you really need to find out who it was. No matter who it was aimed at, we can't just let it go." "Of course." "Jiang Jiqing, sit tight. We're leaving now." Jiang Jinsi got back on the ox cart. Seeing Song Weiwei looking confused, with a questioning expression, he patted her hand without saying a word. When they arrived at the West Ditch Brigade, Zhou Lusheng took the person directly to the youth station. "Jiang Jiqing, there are 5 youths living at our youth station, 3 boys and 2 girls. Jiang Jinsi interrupted him. "Captain, as you saw, my mother looks like this. She probably isn't suitable to stay here. Is there an empty house in the village? Could I rent 2 rooms? Preferably a standalone house with a yard. That way, it would be more convenient for us and wouldn't disturb others." Zhou Lusheng, feeling grateful for what had happened earlier, thought for a moment and nodded. "There is indeed such a place in the village. Let me take you to my house for a bit, and I'll ask about it." Jiang Jinsi naturally thanked him repeatedly and agreed happily. Zhou Lusheng took Jiang Jinsi and her daughter straight to his home, called his wife out to entertain them, and explained Jiang Jinsi's request. Zhou Lusheng's wife, Meng Chunmei, looked to be in her 30s, tall and strong, and appeared very friendly. When her eyes fell on Jiang Jinsi's face, she felt uneasy. She glared fiercely at Zhou Lusheng and pulled him aside to talk quietly. "Tell me, how old are you? Are you still thinking about that young girl because she's pretty?" Zhou Lusheng looked speechless. What are you talking about? Jiang Jiqing is about the same age as our girl. Besides, I'm already married, you, me, and her. I'm not a beast. Afraid that Meng Chunmei might talk nonsense again, Zhou Lusheng quickly lowered his voice and explained what was happening outside. She is my lifesaver and she knows medical skills. That's a big help for our village. Of course, we should help if we can. Meng Chunmei didn't expect this turn of events and immediately became nervous. She looked around at Zhou Lusheng from all sides to make sure he was okay, then relaxed. All right, I trust you. Go ask about the house now. It's getting late, and I need to cook. Since she's our lifesaver, I should treat her well. Seeing that his wife wasn't causing trouble, Zhou Lusheng sighed in relief and felt happy. He looked around, saw no one passing by, and gently pinched her hand, whispering, "My wife is the best." Meng Chunmei scolded him with a glance. We're old married folks. What are you acting like? But a faint blush appeared on her face, and she strode back into the house. Jiang Jiqing, thank you so much for saving Lao Zhou's life today. If anything had happened to him, how would I and the kids survive? Sit down, I'll pour you some sugar water. And this Mr. Song Jiqing, Jiang Jinsi sighed and said, this is my mother called Song Weiwei.
She
was hit by my stepmother. I was also hit, but not as badly. I'm almost recovered now. We had no choice but to come to the countryside, she added. Then she shared a few tragic stories from her original family. Meng Chunmei was surprised to see how beautiful this girl was, and yet how tragic her background was. Her biological father was truly terrible. She had already misunderstood Jiang Jinsi's words, thinking that Song Weiwei was foolish because she had been beaten. Otherwise, the leaders wouldn't have sent a fool to the countryside. Thinking about it, she felt even more sorry for Jiang Jinsi and became a bit more enthusiastic. She said she was going to cook. At this time, everyone was short of food, so Jiang Jinsi quickly declined. Meng Chunmei frowned and said, Jiang Jiqing, you are our old Zhou's lifesaver. We must eat this meal, or I will lose face in front of others. As long as you still respect Sister Chunmei, we have to eat. Jiang Jinsi had no choice but to go to the kitchen. I'll help. Meng Chunmei wanted to refuse, but Jiang Jinsi smiled and said, Sister-in-law, I won't be polite. You don't need to be polite to me either. I'm just helping you out and we can chat a bit. After Song Weiwei woke up, although she still wasn't fully conscious, the nourishing water had helped her understand that she needed to stay with this girl. So, when Jiang Jinsi moved, Song Weiwei followed. Seeing this, Jiang Jinsi didn't refuse. After asking Meng Chunmei what to do, she simply grabbed a bunch of vegetables and asked Song Weiwei to pick and wash them. Perhaps because she was used to doing these chores in the Jiang family over the years, Song Weiwei was very efficient and didn't show any impatience, which surprised Meng Chunmei. Naturally, she couldn't help but ask more. Jiang Jinsi didn't hide anything and briefly explained how Song Weiwei had been working hard in the Jiang family. She looked calm, with no trace of anger in her tone. Hearing this, Meng Chunmei felt even more distressed. Jiang Jinsi and Meng Chunmei chatted for a while, then casually asked, Sister-in-law, does our team all have the surname Zhou? Did you come from another village? Meng Chunmei smiled and said, How could that be? Our team has the most common surnames. I won't hide it from you, girl. After living here for a while, you'll understand. Because of that, it's the least united among nearby teams.
Sigh.
Old Zhou, the team leader, isn't very happy either. Oh, the most common surname? What are the other surnames? Are there any like mine, Jiang? Meng Chunmei thought for a moment and smiled. Actually, no. There are people with the surname Chen, Qian, Su, and Zheng, but no one with the surname Jiang. Hearing that there was someone with the surname Chen, Jiang Jinsi felt a bit relieved. Although she wasn't in a good position to ask about Chenemo now, knowing the surname and the place name matched, she thought it probably wouldn't be a big mistake. While joking around, the meal was quickly prepared. But Zhou Gushing had not come back yet. Meng Chunmei waved her hand. Let's not wait for him. Let's eat first. You must be hungry after this trip. He probably talked to a dog or two along the way, who knows who he was chatting with. Just as she finished speaking, a loud laugh came from outside the house. How come I can talk to a dog? Look at you, always trying to show off in front of Jiang Jiqing. It was Zhou Lushing. He was followed by another person. Meng Chunmei went over to greet him. Chen Mo is here. Perfect, let's eat together. Jiang Jinxi suddenly looked up and looked at the visitor. Is this Chen Mo? Chen Mo looked about 23 or 24, tall and thin, with an ordinary face, but very sharp eyes. When Jiang Jinxi looked at him, he also looked over. They exchanged glances for a few seconds, then he lowered his eyes. Jiang Jinxi continued to observe him. His clothes were patched many times, showing that his family was really poor. But he still looked very clean. Thinking about the brief introduction of him in the mission. To save his life, they first needed to gain his trust. And it was the third day since the mission was issued. Jiang Jinxi felt a bit headache. Then Chen Mo spoke. Sister-in-law, I don't need to eat. Captain, let's talk about the matter first. Zhou Lushing smiled and patted his shoulder. This is the new Jiang Jiqing, the one who wants to rent your house. Jiang Jiqing, this is Chen Mo. The house meets your requirements. I'll take you to see it later. After you see it, we can discuss the price. Come on, everyone eat first. After we finish, we'll go see the house together. I just happened to meet Chen Mo on the way, so I called him over. Chen Mo stood still. Zhou Lushing pushed him toward the main house. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Jiang Jiqing, you all come over quickly. There was no discussion about renting the house at the dinner table. Meng Chunmei's cooking was neither good nor bad. A table full of 5 big bowls of dishes, which was considered excellent hospitality in the countryside. The meal was enjoyed happily by everyone. Just after finishing, Chen Mo stood up. Let's go see the house first. When he said this, he was looking at Zhou Lushing. Jin Ci quickly followed Song Weiwei, saying, Sister-in-law, I'll leave my things at your house for now. Once we settle the house, I'll move in. Is that okay? I'll probably need to buy some other things later, so I might trouble you again. Meng Chunmei smiled cheerfully. Sure, go ahead. We can talk more later. It's getting dark, so I won't go out today. Zhou Lushing hesitated and said, Jing Jiqing, I'll be honest with you. Chen Mo's house is very good. But there's one small problem. It's built a bit on the edge, right at the foot of the mountain, and it's just him and his blind grandmother living there. Do you mind? Because Chen's family still has Grandma Chen, Zhou Lushing dared to introduce Jin Ci. Otherwise, even if Chen's house was nice, he wouldn't let Jin Ci live there alone with Chen Mo, who is single. Jin Ci smiled and said, I don't mind at all. It mainly depends on the house. For Jin Ci, the house is the most important thing. She has her space, and Tang Yuan sometimes runs out on her own. She also wants tasty food and spicy dishes. If she were in a crowded place, she'd have to seal the windows just to eat a meal comfortably. Life would be very hard then. And safety is not a concern at all. She's strong, so she can handle trouble herself. Fight one, take one. If anyone with bad intentions dares to come, she'll make sure they leave empty-handed. When they arrived at Chen Mo's house, it was not yet completely dark. It's really at the foot of the mountain, but a good thing is that the road up the mountain isn't nearby, and it's quite far away. That way, no one can come and go easily. It's a big blue brick and tile house. The yard is also very large. As soon as the door opened, Grandma Chen came out and asked, Chen Mo, do we have visitors? Zhou Lushing quickly said, Grandma Chen Mo said your house is available for rent. A new young person in the village wants to rent a place. I brought them here to take a look. Grandma Chen smiled, showing her wrinkles. All right, feel free to look around. Our yard is big, and there's a large vegetable garden at the back. You can plant whatever you like. There are enough rooms too. Jin Ci smiled and said, Okay, Grandma, I'll take a look first. Listening to the young woman's voice, Grandma Chen hesitated. She gently moved closer to Zhou Lushing, pulled him aside, and lowered her voice to ask, Just a young girl? She's living in our house. It might not be good for her reputation, Zhou Lushing quickly explained. Jiang Jiqing is also bringing her mother. Her mother has some health issues. She asked for a quiet place, so I thought of your house. And with you here, who would gossip? He spoke openly and loudly. Chen Mo added, If you want to rent, we can build a wall in the middle and add a door in the backyard. Whether you rent the front yard or the backyard, it's fine. Jang Jinsi also listened carefully. She told Song Weiwei to stay quietly and looked around all sides, feeling satisfied. If they could build a wall in the middle to split the space, that would be perfect. That way, whatever they did, they would have their own private space, not bothering each other. Jiang Jinsi asked, "How much is the rent per month?" "I want to rent the one with the backyard." She had looked at the backyard earlier. It was quite large and suitable for planting vegetables. This way, she could make good use of her space. Plus, the backyard was more private, so whatever she did wouldn't be very noticeable. Chun and Mo hesitated for a moment, sounding uncertain. "Can it be 3 yuan a month?" I will build the wall myself. No need for you to worry about that. Also, we need a part of the vegetable garden in the backyard to grow our own vegetables. As soon as Chun and Mo finished speaking, Grandma Chun disagreed. "Amo, do we need that much money? 1 yuan is enough." Chun Mo's lips moved, wanting to say something, but seeing Grandma Chun, he finally said nothing. After a long pause, he spoke again.
All right.
"Let's do what Grandma said." Zhou Lushing looked at Chun and Mo, and Grandma Chun silently sighed and said, "Fine, I'll decide. Let's meet halfway. 2 yuan a month. It's fair to both the Chun family and Jiang Jiqing." Jiang Jinsi waved her hand. 3 yuan a month is fine. I just hope that during normal times, we won't bother each other. If anything comes up, we can discuss it calmly.
No arguing. Chen mo nadith.
Okay. Grandma Chun looked a bit embarrassed and said, "Miss, you really don't need to pay that much." Jiang Jinsi held Grandma Chen's hand and replied, "It's the normal price. Even if I rent from someone else, it costs the same, and their house isn't as big as yours." Seeing her say this, Grandma Chin didn't say anything more. Once everything was settled, Jiang Jinsi immediately went back to the Zhou family to get her luggage. Chun and Mo said, "My grandma and I are living here now." He pointed with his finger. Then he added, "It's right in front. Where do you want to build the wall?" Jiang Jinsi looked around and pointed to a spot. "I see there are 3 rooms with the main house, which is enough for us. Also, I might need your help to build a kitchen, a toilet in the backyard, and a small stove. I will pay you separately for this. If the kitchen is in front and the toilet outside, it would be inconvenient for us to use." Chun and Mo nodded and said, "Okay, we can start tomorrow. I'll help you clean the house first. Tonight, we might have to stay here." Jiang Jinsi had no objections. Since it was getting dark, she could only accept it. She also tried to persuade Song Weiwei to wait here, but Song Weiwei refused and said, "I want to stay with Jinsi." After saying that, she nodded confidently. Jiang Jinsi had no choice but to take her along and go back to the Zhou family with Zhou Lushing to get her luggage. Actually, the luggage was not much. Besides a few old clothes, there was nothing else. But she had to bring it back. When she looked inside the house, she saw that the furniture in the Chin family's rooms was limited. "Captain, do people in our village make furniture?" "I think we need to buy some necessary things." Zhou Lushing nodded and said, "Yes. Tomorrow noon after work, your sister-in-law will take you to Old Lee's house. He's good at carpentry and charges a fair price." Jiang Jinsi thanked him again and again. When they arrived at the Zhou family, she took her things and was about to leave. Meng Chunmei held Zhou Lushing, and the couple sent her back to the Chin family. Only then did they light their torches and prepare to leave. Jiang Jinsi called out to Meng Chunmei, "Sister-in-law, wait a moment." She pretended to search in her bag, but actually took a flashlight from her space and also grabbed a large front door key. She quickly ran forward and handed it to Meng Chunmei. "Sister-in-law, take this back. It's bright. This cigarette is my gift to the team leader for our first meeting. Today, I really appreciate your help." Meng Chunmei was startled. Such a precious item. She dared not accept it. She tried to put it back. "Jean Ci, sister, you call me sister-in-law, and I am helping you as a younger sister. Such a valuable gift. I can't accept it. If I do, how can I be worthy of calling you sister-in-law?" Zhou Lushing also hesitated and tried to refuse. Jean Ci quickly held Meng Chunmei's hand. Meng Chunmei couldn't move and heard her say, "Sister-in-law, you already said to treat me as a younger sister. So, as a little sister, I want to show my respect." The team leader has been helping me all day, and you still don't want him to have some good cigarettes? Besides, the team leader often goes out at night for the villagers. Wouldn't a flashlight be very useful? Even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about him, right? Alright, it's getting late. I won't keep you. Hurry back. I'll come find sister-in-law again tomorrow. Jean C.I. pushed Meng Chunmei's shoulder, guiding her a few steps forward. Then she let go and turned around quickly, walking back to the Chin family's house and closing the gate. Meng Chunmei looked at the flashlight in her hand and the cigarette in her arms, then quickly explained to her husband, "It's not really me who took it. She forced it on me. This girl is so strong. She held my hand so I couldn't move." Zhou Lusheng looked back toward the Chin family's gate, then took the flashlight from Meng Chunmei. If she truly gave it to you sincerely and wants to treat you as sister-in-law, then accept it. Keep it for future use. Her mother is like that, so if we take care of her more often, it should be fine. Jean C.I. and Song Weiwei each stayed in their own rooms. After putting Song Weiwei to sleep, Jean C.I. returned to her own room. She locked the door and slipped into her space. She asked Tang Yuan, "Is this Chan Mo the person we are supposed to find first?" Tang Yuan didn't know, so it pawed at the sky. Suddenly, subtitles appeared in the sky. Target person Chen Mo detected within 100 meters of this location. Jean C.I. was relieved that she hadn't found the wrong person. She wanted to ask more about Chen Mo, but the subtitles didn't respond anymore. Jean C.I. knew she couldn't get any more information, so she simply went to sleep in the small wooden house built by Tang Yuan. That's right. She even bought a quilt and bedding at the department store. When Tang Yuan saw this, she simply made a small bed for her. Jiang Jinxi had seen it before, but she never had the chance to stay there. Today, she decided to try it out. It is called a small cabin, but it's not really small. I don't know how Tang Yuan managed to do it. At first glance, it looks small outside, but once inside, it feels spacious no matter how many things are stored there. It has 2 floors. The first floor holds all the things Jiang Jinxi put in. These items are organized into sections, just like in a supermarket. Household items and food are separated, and cooked food and raw meat are also kept apart. The second floor is like a small 3-bedroom apartment. Jiang Jinxi looked around in amazement, exclaiming, "Tang Yuan, how did you do this?" Tang Yuan looked at her expressionlessly. With a wave of her hand, the items that Jiang Jinxi had moved around instantly returned to their original places. Jiang Jinxi opened her mouth wide. So it's magic. In this magical world. She immediately hugged Tang Yuan. "Tang Yuan, how did you do this? Teach me." Tang Yuan sighed helplessly and meowed softly. She struggled a little, but didn't break free. Instead, she changed to a more comfortable position, lying in Jiang Jinxi's arms. "No way to teach you. Only a cat can do this. Mistress, you can only learn medical skills as space allows. Will you teach me?"
Yes.
"I will give you a medical book. You need to memorize all of it first." Tang Yuan was very interested in teaching Jiang Jinxi medical skills. She immediately slipped out of Jiang Jinxi's arms and ran away quickly. Soon after, she came back carrying the medical book. Jiang Jinxi looked at the thick book and felt her head hurt. She pretended not to see it. "Sleep, sleep. I'm so sleepy." Jiang Jinxi yawned and turned to walk into the room. Tang Yuan glanced at her, followed her inside, and placed the book on the bedside table. "Mistress, please memorize the first page by tomorrow morning." After saying that, she found a comfortable position on the bed and went to sleep. Jiang Jinxi thought to herself, "Today is a day when humans are not as good as cats." The next morning, Jiang Jinxi just got up, planning to find some food in the space to eat. But just after washing up, she saw Chen Mo standing in front of her. Jean C.I. raised an eyebrow. "Big brother Chen, is something wrong?" Chen Mo hesitated before replying. "Grandma cooked some sweet potato porridge. Do you want to have a little?" He spoke uncertainly. After all, over the years, because their ancestors were wealthy farmers, the villagers looked down on them. His parents couldn't stand it and even took their own lives. His grandma was the saddest during those years, crying until she went blind. Even now, no one was willing to pay much attention to their family, let alone eat with them. Only the village leader, who was honest and kind, occasionally helped them out because he saw they were having a hard time. So, after saying this, Chun-mo almost instinctively started to leave. He even thought to himself, it doesn't matter if they eat or not. Not eating is better, they save food and can eat again next time. Suddenly, a cheerful laugh came from behind. Sweet potato porridge? Of course I want to eat. I was worried I had nothing to cook this morning. Big brother Chen, I'll call my mom. She'll come right over. Chun-mo paused, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Jin Si quickly tidied up and then took Song Weiwei to Chen's house. At the table, there was a big pot of sweet potato porridge. Most of it was sweet potatoes, with only a few grains of mixed cereal, showing how hard life was for the Chen family. There was also a plate of scrambled eggs and a dish of pickled vegetables. Grandma Chen heard the noise and asked, "Is little Jiang here?" Jin Si hurried forward to greet her. "Grandma Chen, sorry to bother you. There's no need to be polite. We're grateful that you're willing to rent us your house. We don't have much, so please bear with us and have a meal." Jin Si smiled. "That's already very kind of you." To prove her words, Jin Si drank 2 bowls of sweet potato porridge, and she ate half of the eggs herself. Grandma Chun was so warm-hearted that she reached out, trying to serve her more food. After finishing, Jin Si took out 36 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Chun-mo. "Big brother Chen, this is the rent for a year. I'll pay you first." He never expected that, despite asking for such a high rent, Jin Si would pay a whole year in advance. His face suddenly turned red. No need. No need to pay for a whole year. Jin Si pushed the money into his arms. "I don't like to keep thinking about this every month." "Big brother Chen, you keep it." Yesterday, when Jiang Jinsi went to the Zhou family to pick up some things, Zhou Lushing explained that Chun-mo was not a greedy person. First, their house was really good, and second, he had been short of money recently. His sister, who was married out, was about to give birth soon, but her in-laws didn't treat her well. Chun-mo was worried that his sister wouldn't recover well after childbirth, so he wanted to buy more eggs to help her regain strength. Chun-mo's hands were trembling. He had never received so much money before. Back then, when his sister got married, the Hu family only gave 20 yuan as a wedding gift. But at that time, their grandmother was ill, and before the money could be used, it was all spent on her medical treatment. This was almost the biggest regret of his life. Because he was not capable enough, he let his young sister marry someone whose character he hadn't properly checked. In recent years, she hadn't been able to get pregnant, and she didn't know how much she had been mistreated by her in-laws. Now that she was finally pregnant and about to give birth, her in-laws still didn't treat her well. With this money, he could buy more nutritious food for his sister, and they wouldn't need to keep chickens at home. All the money could be used to help his sister during her postpartum period. Thinking this, Chun-mo smiled sincerely at Jiang Jinsi. "Jiang Jiqing, thank you. If you need anything in the future, just find me." Jiang Jinsi waved his hand. "It's only right, brother Chen. No need to be so polite. Also, if we need to add a kitchen and toilet, how much would that cost?" "I'll contribute with brother Chen." Chun-mo asked, "Are you planning to use mud bricks or bricks?" "If it's mud bricks, it won't cost anything. I can do it alone. But if it's bricks," he quickly calculated in his head, "bricks and tiles together, it will probably cost around 30 yuan. Jiang Jinsi told Chun-mo to wait, then ran back to his room. When he came out again, he was holding 5 large bundles of money. "Brother Chen, if you're using bricks, it will be faster. I want to get it done as soon as possible. Don't do it alone, bring a few more people. Let's finish everything quickly. We won't worry about this anymore. Also, I probably won't have the energy to cook and provide meals, so I can't supply food. The helpers will need to go home to eat." Chun-mo frowned as he looked at the 5 large bundles of money. "This is too much. Even if you're not planning to provide meals, it shouldn't cost this much." After thinking for a moment, he returned 10 yuan to Jiang Jinsi. "This should be enough." Jiang Jinsi didn't refuse and took the money. "If it's not enough, just tell me." Chun-mo took some money and went to do his work. Jiang Jinsi, along with Song Weiwei, thoroughly cleaned the house. Since it was still early, she planned to visit the supply and marketing cooperative in town. She wanted to go so she could bring out some small items. After entertaining Song Weiwei for a long time and giving her a few pieces of egg cake, she finally convinced her to stay at home and play with Grandma Chen. As Jiang Jinxi left the house, she saw Zhou Lushing. "Captain, why are you here? There's a cattle cart going to town today. I thought you might need to bring some things, so I came to ask if you want to go." Jiang Jinxi smiled and said, "That's perfect. I was just about to go." Zhou Lushing then led Jiang Jinxi toward the departure point. On the way, he whispered about yesterday's incident. "I've checked around but couldn't find out who did it. There were a few suspects, but he didn't dare to say who. If he guessed wrong, it could ruin someone's life." He kept it to himself. Jiang Jinxi frowned but didn't say much. "Captain, you should be more careful when you go out in the future." It was clear that this was aimed at Zhou Lushing. Since they were new here, it probably wasn't about them. Also, Zhou Lushing mentioned yesterday that he rarely drove the cattle cart out of the village, only for big events like picking up educated youth. Zhou Lushing nodded. "I understand, Jiang Jiqing. Thanks for the reminder. You go ahead. You don't need to buy big furniture. The village has some for sale. After you return, go straight to your sister-in-law. She's not working this afternoon."
Okay. Thank you, Captain.
By the way, which nearby villages have the educated youth from last year's countryside trips? Zhou Lushing turned to look at her. "Are you looking for someone?" Jiang Jinxi nodded. "Yes, my younger brother. I was hit by my stepmother before, and I can't remember some things. I only know my brother went to the countryside, but I can't remember where exactly." "What's your brother's name? I can help you find out or ask at the county office for educated youth." Thinking about the tractor ride from Tan County to Xiangyang Commune, Jiang Jinxi's face turned pale. She really didn't have the courage to go there in the past 2 days. She quickly said to Zhou Lushing, "That would be great, Captain. The sooner, the better." Seeing her words, Zhou Lushing thought for a moment and said, "In a week, I will go to Tan County for some matters. I will ask about you then. Recently, I've also asked others to help find out more." "Okay, thank you, Captain." When they reached the place where the ox cart stopped, Zhou Lushing said to Old Man Qian, "Uncle Qian, this is the new girl Jiang Jiqing. She will go with you to the supply and marketing cooperative." Old Man Qian squinted at Jiang Jinxi and nodded. "Captain, is she a relative of your family? Otherwise, why would she get such special treatment? Otherwise, the new girl wouldn't be familiar and the captain wouldn't bother so much." Zhou Lushing hesitated for a moment and said, "She's a distant relative, my own sister. Of course, I have to look after her." Old Man Qian immediately became enthusiastic. "Of course, family children should be taken care of. Jiang Jiqing, right? Get on the cart quickly. Today, there probably won't be anyone else going to town, just us. Sit tight." Jiang Jinxi didn't expect that Zhou Lushing would, just because of those 2 things yesterday, recognize her as a distant relative. She felt quite touched. She and Zhou Lushing waved goodbye, got on the ox cart, and headed to town. In town, she went straight to the supply and marketing cooperative, pretending to look around at the goods, and specifically checked if there were bicycles. After leaving the cooperative, she took many daily necessities and rice, oil, and other supplies from her space, put them into her basket, and also pushed out a bicycle. When they arrived at the meeting spot with Old Man Qian, he was surprised to see Jiang Jinxi riding a bicycle. "Jiang Jiqing, did you buy a bicycle?" Jiang Jinxi nodded. "Yes, I saw one and bought it. It's more convenient this way." The bumps from the bicycle were about the same as from the ox cart, but at least she could leave whenever she wanted. Old Man Qian looked at her with admiration. Not many families in their village had bicycles. He didn't expect this girl to be so well off. He became even more friendly towards Jiang Jinxi, saying, "Jiang Jiqing, put everything from your basket on the ox cart. That way, it'll be easier." Jiang Jinxi didn't refuse. She rode the bicycle, with Old Man Qian driving the cart, and they headed west toward the Dago Brigade. Jiang Jinxi remembered the way very clearly. When they returned to the Qin family, it was already noon. Jinxi unloaded the items, gave Old Man Qian a dime for the ride, and also handed him 2 pieces of fruit candy. Old Man Qian was very happy and kept praising her. Then she started to walk back home. As soon as she left, the door opened. Chunimo was standing at the door, looking at her with her big and small bags. Do you need help? Jean Si smiled and said, Yes, thank you, Brother Chen. Chunimo thought she might refuse, as people nowadays are very careful with their belongings and worried about others knowing their things. Seeing her willing, he stepped forward and easily carried all her things into their house. Just as he was about to leave, Jean Si called out to him, Brother Chen, I don't have a kitchen here. These days I might need to cook with you guys. Is that okay? Chunimo frowned and didn't want to take advantage of her. We can take turns cooking. Jean Si nodded and said, That works. Let's start cooking tonight. As for these, she pointed to a bag of grains. Let's consider it as the cost for using the kitchen during this time. Chunimo waved his hand. No need, it's the right thing to do. Jean Si saw this and didn't insist further. At noon, Jean Si and Song Weiwei ate again at Chen's house. Grandma Chen probably used up all her stored food, and even fried a small plate of cured meat. Jean Si quickly said, Grandma, Brother Chen, I'll cook tonight and treat you to a meal. Let you taste my cooking. Chunimo wanted to refuse. Jean Si pointed to the rice in front of her and said, I've already eaten at your house twice. Seeing this, Chunimo didn't say anything more, which was taken as agreement. After eating, Jean Si went to find Meng Chunmei and brought her a bag of pastries and white rabbit candies. Meng Chunmei refused to accept them. Jean Si smiled and said, Captain said I'm a distant relative's daughter. It's not proper for a girl to visit her brother-in-law's family without bringing some gifts. Just consider these snacks I brought for my nephew and niece. Meng Chunmei and Zhou Lushing had a son and a daughter. They had been on vacation and went to their grandmother's house.
They were supposed to come back tonight.
Meng Chunmei didn't expect her husband to say such things and knew he was grateful for the flashlight Jean Si gave yesterday. Their family had wanted to buy a flashlight for a long time but hadn't saved enough tickets, so they kept delaying. Jean Si's gesture really touched Zhou Lushing's heart. Last night, after Zhou Lushing returned home, he played with a flashlight until midnight, acting like a child. Seeing Jiang Jinxi's comments, she didn't refuse anymore. She packed up her things and immediately went with Jiang Jinxi to Wang Hanqing's house. Wang Hanqing is very skilled at woodworking. It is said that his master and ancestors were from the Liu Ban lineage. Not only does he work with wood, but over the years he has also learned to do bricklaying and tiling. He has worked with others a few times and learned those skills too.
This shows how smart he is.
Wang Hanqing looks to be in his 30s, not very old. When Meng Chunmei came over, he greeted her coldly. Meng Chunmei introduced herself and explained their purpose. Wang Hanqing pointed to another room used for storing things, telling them to pick what they wanted and pay after choosing. Jiang Jinxi looked carefully. The furniture was old-fashioned, but well-made. The materials looked solid, and the polishing was careful. A few thoughts crossed Jiang Jinxi's mind, but she quickly pushed them down. Since she was new here, it was better not to say too much. She would wait until she was more familiar with everything. She quickly chose a small cabinet, a wardrobe, some chairs and stools, a large table, and a wooden rack. She told him what she wanted. Wang Hanqing looked surprised. He didn't expect this new girl to be so wealthy, choosing so many things at once. Total is 52 yuan. Here, 50 yuan, Wang Hanqing said after thinking. And I'll also give you a chair. The price was quite fair. Jiang Jinxi paid happily. These things, I'll deliver them to the youth station later, he said. Big brother Wang, I don't live at the youth station. I live at the Chen family. Meng Chunmei quickly explained, it's Chenmo's family. Wang Hanqing looked up quickly at Jiang Jinxi. Okay, I'll deliver to you later. When he received the items, there were 2 small stools and some bamboo baskets added. Wang Hanqing didn't look up. This is for you. Then he left directly. Jiang Jinxi watched him push his cart and walk away stooped, raising an eyebrow. Jiang Hanqing stayed at the health clinic for 2 days before returning home with Xiao Jinfeng and Jiang Zhenjin. They hadn't reached the door yet when they bumped into Wu's wife. When Jiang Hanqing saw the woman from the Wu family, he immediately stepped forward. Brother Jiang, sister-in-law, you're back. Jiang Hongqing thought that Wu's wife had come to visit him, so he smiled.
I've fine.
I just don't know where this troublemaker came from. He stole my bank book and knocked me out. Luckily, old Wu from your family took me to the clinic, or I wouldn't know what might have happened. Wu's wife looked surprised at first, then smiled politely and said a few courteous words. She then handed over a note. Brother Jiang, this is money Jinxi borrowed from me. I lent it because of you. She said you would pay it back in a few days. I came to find you now. Here's the IOU. Life is hard for everyone these days. Our family is doing okay, but as you know, everything we had was taken away before. She mainly heard that Jiang Hongqing's bank book was stolen, so he probably had no money. 20 yuan isn't much to them, but it's still money. They needed to get it back. Giving it away for nothing to the Jiang family wasn't right. She felt sorry for Jinxi, but she didn't think Jiang Hongqing deserved sympathy. Jiang Hongqing was stunned. He took the IOU and saw it was for 20 yuan. His face turned pale with anger. That stubborn girl. She borrowed money outside, using his name, and expects him to pay it back. In the past, he wouldn't have cared about such a small amount. But now his bank book was stolen, the money inside was taken, and even the police hadn't caught the thief. The cash he kept at home was gone. If it weren't for Zhao Jinfeng still having some cash on her, they wouldn't have enough to pay for hospital treatment. He wouldn't normally touch the family's belongings unless it was absolutely necessary. But he couldn't show weakness in front of others. Jiang Hongqing's face kept changing. Finally, he suppressed his temper and forced a smile. Little sister-in-law, Chung, I'll have Jinfeng send the money to you later. Zhao Jinfeng frowned. Why should we pay back the money she borrowed? Wu's wife also looked unhappy. She's part of the Jiang family. What's wrong with me asking brother Jiang? He wouldn't refuse to pay back, right? Jiang Hongqing glared at Zhao Jinfeng. Stop talking. Then he looked at Wu's wife. Little sister-in-law, we will pay back this money. We'll send it to you later.
You see, we just got back.
Haven't settled in yet, and I and Jinjin are still not feeling well. To be precise, all 3 members of the family are unable to move easily. That day, Guogu injured his leg badly, and he also broke one of his arms. When they returned, they still hired a caregiver to bring him home. They still need someone to take care of them during this time. Wu's wife looked at the Jiang family members, nodded, and finally took the IOU and left. I'll come back later. After entering the house, seeing how cold and empty it was, Jiang Hongqing was completely angry. Where's Song Weiwei and Jiang Jinxi? Where did they go? Why haven't they come back? Zhao Jinfeng pouted. Where could they be? They haven't come back for so many days. Maybe they ran off with some wild man. Jiang Hongqing's face darkened completely. What nonsense are you talking? Jinxi is still supposed to marry into the Fu family. Zhao Jinfeng finally remembered this matter and quickly shut her mouth. Jiang Hongqing took a deep breath, suppressing his anger inside. Other things could wait. Right now, the most important thing was money. He signaled the caregiver to help him back to the second-floor room, then called Zhao Jinfeng in. He told her to close the door tightly, then asked, How much money do you still have? Zhao Jinfeng knew her passbook had been stolen. She was already unhappy, and with the IOU incident just now, she was even more upset. But seeing Jiang Hongqing's bad expression, she didn't dare say much and replied, How much money do I have? Just the little I have on me. After paying for the hospital stay and the medical expenses for Song Weiwei, it's all gone. Jiang Hongqing took a deep breath and explained how all the cash they had saved at home had been turned to dust. Hearing this, Zhao Jinfeng exploded with anger. She wasn't stupid. How could she believe such an excuse? In her view, Jiang Hongqing had secretly given that money to Jinxi and her mother, or was supporting someone outside. She immediately started crying and making a scene. Jiang Hongqing, do you think I'm stupid? Using such an excuse to fool me. I think you just gave that money to Jinxi and Song Weiwei, those 2 shameless women. Otherwise, how could they not come back for so long? You're just pretending here for whom? While saying this, she completely ignored Jiang Hongqing's injuries and reached out to push him. Jiang Hongqing's suppressed anger finally burst out, and he slapped her. Can't you understand what people are saying? Zhao Jinfeng was once Jiang Hongqing's true love, but because of her family's background, Zhao's family refused to let her marry him. They quickly arranged a marriage for her elsewhere, and Jiang Hongcheng was left unable to pursue her. Later, after Song Weiwei went blind, Jiang Hongcheng learned that Zhao Jinfeng's previous partner had died, and she was struggling to raise her daughter alone. Their old feelings rekindled, and they quickly got back together. Although Jiang's family had a poor background, they were still better off than others. Over the years, Zhao Jinfeng lived comfortably in secret, especially since Song Weiwei was obedient and submissive. Jiang Hongcheng was very gentle and caring toward her, never willing to hurt her. Now, not only did he give all the family savings to the unworthy Song Weiwei, but he also hit her. Zhao Jinfeng couldn't bear it anymore. She screamed and waved her only working hand, rushing at Jiang Hongcheng while shouting, "Jiang Hongcheng, how dare you hit me? I can't take this anymore. Let's get a divorce." Jiang Hongcheng completely lost his patience. He carefully dodged her and looked at her with dark, cold eyes. "Fine, let's get a divorce." Zhao Jinfeng was stunned, frozen in place, unable to believe what she heard. She looked at Jiang Hongcheng in disbelief.
You.
"What did you say?" Over the years, she had often threatened him with divorce or similar words. Back then, Jiang Hongcheng would always hold her and comfort her, thinking she could use this to threaten him. But today, Jiang Hongcheng actually said okay. When she looked up again and saw the disappointment in his eyes, her heart sank. She suddenly felt panicked, tears welling up as she cried, "Hongcheng, how can you be so cruel? We've been married for over 10 years. Jiang Hongcheng looked at her coldly and pointed at the door. "If you still don't understand what I'm saying, then leave now. We'll divorce tomorrow. If you can talk nicely, then sit down, and we can have a proper talk." Zhao Jinfeng bit her lip, but finally quieted down. Jiang Hongcheng let out a sigh of relief, and his tone softened a little. "Think about how I've treated you all these years, and how I've treated Song Weiwei. Don't you understand? If you keep saying these things, aren't you worried you'll hurt my feelings?" Zhao Jinfeng glanced at Jiang Hongcheng, noticing his obvious displeasure. She thought for a moment, swallowed her anger, and softened her voice. I was just afraid of you." Jiang Hongcheng repeated what had happened that day. "I can't believe it myself, but it's true. Luckily, our family assets are still intact. I know you still have some cash, and I just wanted to see how much money you've kept." Zhao Jinfeng looked at Jiang Hongcheng with mixed feelings, then quickly moved to her dressing table, where she kept her belongings. Seeing the lock was still intact, she sighed in relief. She took out the key, quickly opened the drawer, and took out a small box inside. When she opened it, everything was there. She let out a big breath and smiled at Jiang Hongcheng. "Everything's here. Take out the cash." Zhao Jinfeng hesitated, but at this moment, she didn't dare to argue with Jiang Hongcheng. She reached for the bundle of money, but in the next second, she watched in horror as the bundle instantly turned to dust. She was so frightened that she threw the entire box away. Jiang Hongcheng's face also darkened. In the next moment, Zhao Jinfeng reacted, feeling disbelief, and crouched down to pick up the fallen jewelry. But as her fingers touched them, all of it turned to dust. Suddenly, Zhao Jinfeng screamed and lunged forward, but she caught nothing. Jiang Hongcheng's face turned deathly pale. The jewelry was gone. And what about his? He suddenly stood up wildly, but staggered because of his leg pain. Zhao Jinfeng saw his movement, stared blankly at him, and was shouted at by Jiang Hongcheng. "Help me quickly." Only then did Zhao Jinfeng realize what Jiang Hongcheng meant. Her heart skipped a beat. She knew these were just small amounts, but she understood that the real big money was with Jiang Hongcheng. In fact, she didn't even know the exact amount. If those. Zhao Jinfeng suddenly felt dizzy and faint, but she managed to steady herself and, with a pale face, got up to help Jiang Hongcheng. "Hongcheng, those, they won't." "Shut up," Jiang Hongcheng snapped coldly, his eyes turning bloodshot. Zhao Jinfeng bit her lip tightly, afraid to speak. She helped Jiang Hongcheng, who then looked at the small yellow fish they had seen before. He clearly remembered that the last time he had touched it, it hadn't turned to dust. Jiang Hongcheng still held a strong hope in his heart. It should only be related to Zhao Jinfeng, Only her side, maybe. He hurriedly opened the box and poured out all the small yellow fish. They were all there, all present. Zhao Jinfeng instinctively let out a laugh and reached out to touch them. In the next moment, all the small yellow fish turned to ashes at her fingertips. Zhao Jinfeng screamed again, as if burned, and stepped back several paces, sitting heavily on the ground. At the same time, Jiang Hongqing slapped her hand and shouted, "What are you doing?" He almost yelled. "Don't touch my things." She looked frantic. There was a sense of fear on Zhao Jinfeng's face as she crawled backward on the ground. Jiang Hongqing's hand trembled, and he no longer hesitated. He reached out to grab the small yellow fish. All that touched his hand turned to dust. Some did not change. He looked at them with a face full of despair. "Hongqing, there's more." Zhao Jinfeng cried tears of joy and sorrow. But Jiang Hongqing suddenly flipped the box onto the ground and threw it down. "Ah, this is fake, all fake, they're gone, all gone." His shout startled Zhao Jinfeng. When she understood, she completely broke down, crying and shouting at Jiang Hongqing. "Hongqing, there's a ghost. We should call the police and get a master to come." Then she remembered they had no money and cried even harder. "No money. What do we do?" "No money." Jiang Hongqing clenched his teeth and forced himself to stay calm. "Stop crying. Help me to the study." He truly didn't believe in ghosts or spirits. Someone must be playing tricks. He refused to believe that these things could be replaced by tricks, and even the items in the study could be tampered with. Zhao Jinfeng was stunned after hearing Jiang Hongqing's words. After understanding his meaning, a look of joy appeared on her face. "Hongqing, you mean? Stop talking nonsense, help me to the study quickly." He almost growled this out from his throat. Zhao Jinfeng shivered in fear and didn't dare argue with Jiang Hongqing. She hurriedly helped him to the study. Jiang Hongqing moved to the corner of the study and, with a cold face, opened the hidden cabinet. He revealed 3 boxes inside, and his heart slightly tightened. He quickly grabbed the boxes and took them out. Zhao Jinfeng nervously reached out her finger, wanting to touch but afraid to do so. Jiang Hongqing angrily shouted, "What are you hesitating for?" Zhao Jinfeng clenched her teeth and reached out to touch them. But everything was gone. Nothing remained. After seeing what was inside the hidden cabinet, Zhao Jinfeng let out a desperate cry. Jiang Hongqing's face turned very pale, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Not only were the gold bars and small yellow fish gone, but everything else was also missing. He's finished, he's doomed. No matter who has those things now, he's finished. Zhao Jinfeng cried and wailed as she tried to hold Jiang Hongqing's hand. "Hongqing, call the police. We must report it to the police right away. These things were definitely stolen." A slap landed on Zhao Jinfeng's face. She stared blankly at Jiang Hongqing, who was acting wildly and crazily. Jiang Hongqing's face turned very sinister. "What are you crying for? Reporting to the police? If we show even a little of this, do you think we'll have a good life?" Zhao Jinfeng trembled and dared not argue back. Suddenly, she remembered something and tried to grab Jiang Hongqing's hand. "Hongqing, it's definitely more than just this, right? There must be more? Do we have other things? Where else could they be? Let's go get them, we have to get them. Otherwise, how can we live like this?" No money left, all gone. Jiang Hongqing took a deep breath, suppressing all his emotions. He sank heavily into the chair in the study, his expression changing. It seemed those things had to be moved somehow. Otherwise, life really wouldn't be sustainable. Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, a scream came from Jiang Zhenjin's room. At first, Zhao Jinfeng and Jiang Hongqing didn't react. It wasn't until the scream grew louder that they finally realized what was happening. Zhao Jinfeng quickly stood up, tears in her eyes. "I'll go see Zhenjin." Jiang Hongqing waved his hand. Zhao Jinfeng hurriedly ran to Jiang Zhenjin's room, looking distraught. The nurse was still there, standing blankly nearby, her whole body seeming to drift. When Zhao Jinfeng saw Jiang Zhenjin coming, she quickly said, "Nothing's wrong here. I'm leaving now. I have other things at home." After saying that, she didn't even bother to settle the bill and ran off directly. Jiang Zhenjin looked like she had seen a ghost, holding her jewelry box tightly. Zhao Jinfeng immediately understood what was happening. "It's gone," she asked. Jiang Jinjin cried loudly. "Mom, it must be Jiang Jinxi. She definitely took my things and used some trick to hide it. Boo-hoo. My money, I saved it for so long. And my jewelry." Earlier, the nurse had taken her into the room and said she was leaving. Jiang Jinjin knew her mother had been called into a room by Jiang Hongcheng, probably to discuss something. She didn't want the nurse to disturb them, so she decided to settle her money herself. Anyway, Jiang Hongcheng would compensate her many times over later. But when she touched her belongings, they all turned to dust. She watched helplessly as everything turned to dust, crying out in fear, anger, and helplessness, unable to stop it. Zhao Jinfeng sank into a chair, staring blankly into space. It's over. Is the Jiang family going to fall apart?" she muttered. Jiang Jinjin didn't get the comfort she expected. She was stunned for a moment, looked at her mother's expression, and was frightened. She cried out, Mom. What's wrong with you? Don't scare me." Zhao Jinfeng's face showed a hint of despair. She weakly waved her hand. "It's fine. You're injured, rest well. I'll help you to bed." Fortunately, Jiang Jinjin only had a minor fracture in one leg. After resting for a few days, she could move slightly. Zhao Jinfeng helped her onto the bed, comforted her briefly, then left. Thinking for a moment, she went to her son Jiang Jinbao's room. Jiang Jinbao was still young, and Zhao Jinfeng knew exactly where his things were kept. She took a look and found the same thing, nothing different. All her strength seemed to be drained. She sat for a long time before getting up to go to the study to find Jiang Hongcheng. By then, Jiang Hongcheng had regained some energy. He suppressed his urgency and first told Zhao Jinfeng to call her younger brother. "Let's go to the old house." The old house had long been abandoned. Now, when they arrived, Zhao Jinfeng immediately understood the reason. Night fell. Jiang family old house. Jiang Hongcheng watched numbly as one box after another was opened, and the gold bars and jewelry that were once full had turned to dust. He couldn't take it anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood, tilted his head back, and fainted completely. Jiang Hongcheng woke up the next day. He looked at the ceiling with a pale face, silent. Outside, there was noise and shouting, but he didn't know what they were arguing about, and it gave him a headache. He casually threw the porcelain cup on his bedside table out of frustration and muttered in a low voice, "Be quiet. It's too noisy." It seemed the people outside heard him and rushed in. "Brother Jiang, you're finally awake. About the money, you should give it to us now." Wu's wife, holding an IOU, rushed in. Behind her were several people from families friendly with the Jiang family, all holding IOUs. "Brother Jiang, we're really sorry. It's not a good time to ask for money. Honestly, we don't have much ourselves. I only have 30 yuan. Our family has only 10 yuan. Our family only has 5 yuan, so forget it." Jiang Hongcheng almost gritted his teeth as he spoke, trembling. "All borrowed from that troublemaker?" Wu's wife sighed. "Brother Jiang, don't be angry. Jinxi really has no choice. Think about it. You've been cared for by Song Weiwei at home for so many years. How could you not pay for her medical expenses and let Jinxi borrow money? Sigh. Jinxi is your own daughter after all." "Oh, don't pull me away. I'm just telling the truth." Jiang Hongcheng's face darkened like a pot. After a long pause, he finally spoke in a hoarse voice. "I'm really sorry. Can you give us some more time? In a few days, I promise to pay everyone back. Our house was robbed, and we lost all our savings. The previous bank book was also stolen. The people had come because they heard rumors, but now it was true. They were anxious, but since Jiang Hongcheng clearly had no money, they couldn't do anything. In the end, they all left. As soon as they left, Jiang Hongcheng shook with anger, knocking everything off the bedside table and shouting, "Where is Jiang Jinxi? That girl hasn't come back yet? Go find her quickly." Li Jinfeng cried and said, "I went to look for her early today, but I found out from the neighborhood committee that that rude girl took her shameless mother and went to the countryside. What should we do now? The day we agreed with the Fu family is coming soon." Jiang Hongcheng gasped and suddenly fainted. Zhao Jinfeng pinched his neck and pushed him, trying to wake him up. After a long time, Zhang Hongqing finally regained consciousness. He was silent for a long time and said, "There's no other way now. No matter what plan you have, you must make Xinjin marry into the Fu family. Otherwise, our family can't afford to offend them." Zhao Jinfeng cried, But the second young master of the Fu family no longer wants Xinjin, only Jinxi, that rude girl." Zhang Hongqing shouted angrily, "I don't care about your opinions. You must handle this properly." Zhao Jinfeng shivered in fear, then her anger flared again. She used to not believe him, but yesterday she found out that the Jiang family still kept many secrets. Unfortunately, everything is gone now. The police can't help, and there's nothing they can do. They can only accept this loss quietly. She forced herself to hold back her anger and said, "In my opinion, this must have been done by someone familiar with the family. Maybe it was Jiang Jinxi, otherwise who could know so much about her home. Even what you buried in the old house." Zhang Hongqing also had this thought, but he didn't believe that Jiang Jinxi could do such a thing, something so extraordinary. He believed she borrowed a lot of money and then went to the countryside with her mother. But to say she cleaned out everything from the house and caused such a strange incident, he didn't believe it. "Enough, stop talking nonsense. Do you think I don't know what's going on? Whether it's Jiang Jinxi or Song Weiwei, can they really do this?" Zhao Jinfeng knew they couldn't. But she was furious inside and needed an outlet. Seeing Jiang Hongqing still protecting that mother and daughter, her anger surged. She suddenly waved her hand and said, "I'm going to the Fu family." She didn't even look at Jiang Hongqing and left immediately. At the Fu family, Fu Sheng would hit people. Someone like him, she definitely wouldn't let Jinjin marry into his family. She was her daughter, and she always felt that Jinjin was destined for greatness and shouldn't be caught up in this mess. So she went to the Fu family but didn't dare to look for Mrs. Fu. Instead, she went directly to Fu Chongqing, Fu Sheng's father. I explained the family situation completely. Finally, feeling helpless, I said, "Now Jiang Jinjin's reputation is ruined. She doesn't deserve Fu Sheng anymore. If it doesn't work out, let's cancel the engagement." Zhao Jinfeng didn't expect Fu's father to say nothing and immediately agree to cancel the engagement. The smoothness of this process made her feel a bit uneasy. But it's good that it's canceled. As for everything else, we can deal with it later. I even started to doubt if I could stay in the Jiang family.
What?
Cancel the engagement? Does the Jiang family have the right to do that? And they dare to break off my son's engagement? Fu's mother, Lu Qingmei, shouted. Fu's father, Fu Chongqing, frowned. "What are you shouting about? What's there to make a fuss over? If the Jiang girl doesn't want to marry, then it's cancelled. Do you think our family will go and snatch her back?" Fu Sheng was unhappy. "That Jiang Jinjin doesn't want to marry?
Fine.
I heard she has an older sister who is willing to marry. I've seen her. She's quite pretty. I'll marry her instead." Fu Chongqing looked at Fu Sheng with a serious expression. A real man shouldn't indulge in beauty. Besides, marriage is not something you can replace. Moreover, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family has already gone to the countryside. Fu Sheng's face showed anger, but he only glanced at his father. He didn't dare to be rude and had to hold back. "Dad, isn't the Jiang family bullying me? I'm your son. We've been engaged for so many years. If they want to cancel, they should give a proper reason." Fu Chongqing's face also looked unhappy. "What can we do? Now the girl says it's an arranged marriage. She wants to fall in love freely." Lu Qingmei waved her hand and calmed down. "If they cancel, they cancel. Jiang Jinjin's reputation is already bad enough. Even if she wants to marry, I don't want her to become our daughter-in-law." The incident at the health clinic had already reached Lu Qingmei's ears. How could she tolerate her beloved youngest son marrying such a girl? It was just because Zhang's family said they wanted to marry off their eldest daughter, and her son liked her beauty, so she held back. Just now, she couldn't accept that her most beloved youngest son was being rejected, so she lost her temper. Now that she has thought it through, she feels that canceling is for the best. Otherwise, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, with her flirtatious attitude, clearly isn't a decent person. Marrying her would only cause trouble. Fu Sheng wanted to say more, but seeing Lu Qingmei's expression, he swallowed his words. Fu Sheng, who had been silent all along, stood up expressionlessly. Since Fu Sheng isn't getting married, I will go back tomorrow. Chongqing's face looked worse. Do you still think this is your home? Lu Qingmei quickly said. Enough. How often does Xiaozhen come back? Why are you scolding him? Chongqing snorted coldly and got up to leave. You spoil him too much. Sooner or later, you'll raise a rebellious child. Fu Zheng's face remained unchanged. He turned to leave, but was stopped by Lu Qingmei. Xiaozhen. His steps paused, but he didn't stop. Lu Qingmei hurriedly followed. Child, can't you listen to your mother? She stopped him. Fu Zheng was forced to stop. He looked at her with a blank face, not intending to speak. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Lu Qingmei's face, then anger. You always are like this. Your younger brother is more considerate than you. Fine, I know you don't want to hear this, so I won't say more. I'm just talking to you about your marriage. The family that broke off the engagement before, you can't just ignore it. I've found a very good girl for you, Jiang Jinxi. Meet her tomorrow before you leave. Fu Zheng looked at her with a calm expression. No need. My affairs are none of your concern. I won't marry. That rural place, I don't want to delay someone else's daughter. After speaking, he bypassed Lu Qingmei and strode out. Lu Qingmei's face changed. Fu Zheng, are you still blaming Mom? But he didn't turn back. Her expression flickered repeatedly. She sighed deeply. This child always has such a strong temper. Mom is doing this for your own good. Why can't you listen? You're even fighting with me. It's just a small matter. I haven't abandoned you. Sigh. Fu Sheng quickly came over and took her hand. Mom, Big Brother doesn't understand you, but I do. I'm here with you. I will take good care of you. Mom, what about my marriage? I listened to you. Are you really going to let the Jiang family break off the engagement and humiliate me? Lu Qingmei patted Fu Sheng's hand, her eyes deep. That's impossible. Just wait. I won't let the Jiang family get away with it. But it's good that the engagement is broken off. The Jiang family girl isn't suitable for you. Later, I will find a better one for you. Fu Sheng nodded and said, It's a pity that the young lady from the Jiang family, Jiang something or other. She's so charming. Lu Qingmei glared at him. Stop dreaming. That charming look can attract you, or anyone else. That's true. That afternoon, Jiang Jinxi and Song Weiwei cooked together. She steamed plain rice, made pork ribs with potatoes, scrambled eggs with cucumbers, and stir-fried greens. She didn't try anything fancy, but the portions were large enough, big bowls for everyone. Then she called Chen Mo and Grandma Chen to come eat. Chen Mo had already started preparing to build a wall. After talking with Jiang Jinxi, they decided to build the wall first, then the kitchen and bathroom. They had some old bricks at home, so they could use those right away. Chen Mo could handle it alone. The bricks needed for the kitchen and bathroom had been ordered, but they would arrive in a couple of days. It was better to finish the wall first, which would also improve Jiang Jinxi's reputation. When Jiang Jinxi was cooking dinner, the smell of meat wafted far and wide. Chen Mo hadn't eaten meat in half a year. Yesterday, at the Zhou family's house, he didn't dare to take meat from their dishes. Now, smelling the aroma, his stomach growled loudly. He quickly went inside, poured a few buckets of cold water, and went back to work. Grandma Chen, smelling the delicious smell, silently closed the door to her room. When Jiang Jinxi called everyone to eat, no one moved. She frowned. Big Brother Chen, this morning and noon, my mother and I followed your lead. If you don't eat tonight's dinner, I won't dare to eat what you cook in the future. Chen Mo waved his hand. It's just, Big Brother Chen, my mother might still need your and Grandma's help in the future. If you're too polite, I'll feel embarrassed to trouble you. I think I might even stop renting this house. Chen Mo's lips moved, but he finally nodded. As he passed by Jiang Jinxi, he softly said, Thank you. Jiang Jinxi raised an eyebrow and followed him inside. Worried that Chen Mo and Grandma Chen wouldn't eat, she served each of them a full bowl of plain rice. Chen Mo felt a bit helpless and said, I have enough. With so much white rice, switching to brown rice could last longer. Even if it's thick porridge, it could be eaten for several more days. This Jiang Jiqing really doesn't know how to live. Thinking that there is still a long way to go, Chen Mo decided that he could visit the mountains more often in the future. If he caught some game, he would give it to her. With this thought, he finally gained some confidence and picked up his bowl to start eating. Jiang Jinsi used a clean spoon to serve them plenty of ribs and potatoes. Grandma Chen ate while wiping tears, feeling like she was getting a good deal. She advised Chen Mo to help Jiang Jinsi with chores. Chen Mo just nodded silently. Seeing that Chen Mo no longer refused, Jiang Jinsi felt relieved. This meant he didn't dislike her as much anymore. Now she had some confidence to help him later. Otherwise, no matter what she said, he wouldn't listen. She couldn't just keep him at home until the day came. Actually, if there was really no other way, this might be a good solution. That night, under Jiang Jinsi's various threats, the space finally told her the location where Chen Mo had an accident. On the road heading south from the village, Jiang Jinsi had secretly gone to check and confirmed there was indeed a mountain path nearby, with a very steep slope next to the road. She also asked Meng Chunmei. Meng Chunmei listened and laughed, not caring at all. This road has been used by our ancestors for generations. How could there be a problem? Don't worry. Jiang Jinsi had to give up for now. By the third day, the team's break for Jiang Jinsi, the new educated youth, to get used to the environment was over. Jiang Jinsi and Song Weiwei both had to start working. Zhou Lushing knew about Song Weiwei's situation and, since it was her first day, decided to assign Jiang Jinsi and Song Weiwei to pull weeds in the cornfield. Based on their first day working, the tasks were not heavy. This kind of work was very light for the countryside. Usually, the educated youths would find it hard because it was all done by hand. But this was not a problem for Jiang Jinsi. She was strong and found these tasks very easy. She had planned to do the work herself, but unexpectedly, Tang Yuan peeked out from the space and said, "Master, I can help you." Before Jiang Jinsi could react, Tang Yuan suddenly darted out with a whoosh and turned into a tiny version upon landing. She was startled and quickly looked around, relieved to see no one paying attention to her. Soon after, she saw the mini Tang Yuan return and swiftly zip back into the space. Jiang Jinsi was full of questions until Tang Yuan said, "Master, I've already told Brother Earthworms to help you bite through the grass roots. You can just pick them up later." Jiang Jinsi was surprised and worried that the earthworms might also bite through the corn seedlings. Fortunately, that didn't happen. The earthworms didn't show themselves, but Jiang Jinsi quickly pulled forward and found that the grass was indeed bitten through at the roots. She then picked them up. What others took a whole day to do, she finished in an hour. She even went back to help with Song Weiwei's work. After finishing, she called Zhou Lushing over for inspection. Zhou Lushing was surprised when Jiang Jinsi called him, thinking she couldn't handle the work and was begging for mercy like other young workers, debating whether to agree or not. But it turned out she was just asking him to check. He was feeling confused. Even experienced workers couldn't finish so quickly. Jiang Zhigong, who seemed good before, turned out to be scheming about cutting corners when working. He thought he should tell his wife and ask her to help persuade him secretly. Otherwise, even if he wanted to favor her, he couldn't do it so openly. Thinking this, he quickly arrived at the field. When he saw the area Jiang Jinsi and Song Weiwei had worked on, he was stunned. He hurried over, eager to check if any grass was left uncut or if any corn seedlings had been pulled out. But there was nothing wrong. The results matched those of experienced farmers who had been working for decades. Zhou Lushing silently checked the fields Jiang Jinsi and Song Weiwei were responsible for. He frowned slightly and looked at Jiang Jinsi's bright face, his voice deepening. Jiang Zhigong did. "Some other comrades help you? Otherwise, as she is inexperienced, she couldn't have done it like this." Jiang Jinsi understood Zhou Lushing's meaning. She smiled but didn't speak. She turned around and picked up a large stone weighing dozens of pounds from the ground with one hand and moved it to another spot. "Team leader, I have strong strength. I've found some skills in pulling weeds, so it's not very hard for me." Zhou Lushing remembered the last time he couldn't stop the ox cart, but Jiang Jinsi managed to pull it. He was so scared then that he was in a panic and didn't pay attention. Now, seeing this, he believed it. He smiled and said, "All right, I've checked everything. You can go back now. Tomorrow I'll arrange more for you." It seems that bringing Jiang the young worker here isn't a bad thing. Jiang Jinsi quickly waved her hand. "Team leader, you can't be so biased. I need some time to get used to this. I also want to find my brother when I have a chance." Hearing this, Zhou Lushing said, "I looked into it for you. Last year, a young worker named Jiang went to the countryside. There are 3 of them in Xiangyang Commune, all in the neighboring Tianjin Brigade. Also, there are 1 each in Hongxing Commune's Erliton and Sajia Tun Brigades, right next to us. You can look there." Remembering that Jiang Jinsi didn't know the way, he thought for a moment and said, "The village's ox cart has been idle these days. It might not be available in a few days. You can see if Uncle Qian is free to give him some travel expenses and have him take you there. If they're all unavailable, I'll ask about it when I go to the county youth office." "Okay, thank you, team leader." Jiang Jinsi took Song Weiwei back home. Chun and Mo didn't come back. Only Grandma Chen was at home. Jiang Jinsi thought for a moment, then gently coaxed Song Weiwei out. He took this opportunity to call Tang Yuan out. "Look, can Grandma Chen's eyes still be treated?" Tang Yuan circled around Grandma Chen. Grandma Chen, with very sharp hearing, asked, "Little Jiang young worker, did a wild cat get into the house?" Wildcat Tang Yuan was unhappy and meowed, then quickly returned to its space. It said, "I'm not a wild cat." Jiang Jinsi comforted it mentally. Tang Yuan raised its chubby paw, proudly turned its head, and after a while, still muttered, "Grandma Chen's eyes can be treated. She used to cry a lot. But it needs acupuncture and medicinal packs. Master, do you want to treat her eyes?" Tang Yuan. "Master, wait for me." A few seconds later, Tang Yuan angrily said, "Master, the broken space trap is mine. There is a key ingredient that refuses to be sold. I want you to find something to exchange for it." Jiang Jinsi. Could this space be alive? What is it? In the next moment, subtitles appeared in front of Jiang Jinsi. Old Man Qian's pipe. Jiang Jinsi.
What?
Which old man Qian? The only old man Qian she knows is the one who drives the ox cart. Grandma Chen hadn't heard Jiang Jinsi speak for a while, so she asked quickly, "Little Jiang, what's wrong?" Jiang Jinsi snapped back to her senses and hurried forward. "Grandma, let me check your eyes." Grandma Chen was surprised. You know medical skills?" Jiang Jinsi forced herself to say. "A little. Let me see if I can help improve your eyesight." Grandma Chen seemed stunned. After a long pause, she shook her head. "Forget it, I'm too old. I can't be cured." As soon as she finished speaking, she heard Chinmo's voice. "Why not? Jiang Jining, help my grandma check her eyes. As long as it can be fixed, no matter the cost, we are willing to pay." But as soon as he said this, Grandma Chen immediately started to stand up angrily. "I told you, I can't be cured. I'm so old. Why would I hold you back? Don't worry about me." After saying that, she turned to go into her room. In her haste, she staggered and almost fell. Chun and Mo was about to step forward, but Jiang Jinsi quickly took a few steps ahead and helped Grandma Chen. "Grandma, I'll take you inside." After saying that, she gave Chun and Mo a look. Chun and Mo hesitated, but didn't follow. She helped Grandma Chen back into her room, smiling softly. "Grandma Chen, you are the closest person to Brother Chen.
He must be worried about you.
If your eyes get better, he won't have to worry when he's out working and can come back to see you. Moreover, Brother Chen is not young anymore, and your poor eyesight might make other girls hesitant when they hear about it." Jiang Jinsi's words made Grandma Chen stand there in shock. After a long while, she wiped her tears and said, I know. But my eyes, over the years, I don't know how much money I've spent. The big hospitals in the city say there's no cure. Why should I treat it anymore? It's just a waste of Xiaomo's money. He should save his money to marry a wife instead." "Grandma Chen, I'm not a doctor at the hospital. I'm just here to take a look. If I can treat it, I'll use herbs from the mountain and it won't cost much." "Really? Truly?" "Of course, it's true."
Then,
"Could you help me take a look?" Jiang Jinsi pretended to ask Grandma Chen some questions, then lifted her eyelids to check. Finally, she said, "It looks okay." I'll go to the mountain to find herbs in the next few days, and then I'll apply some on your eyes. Many years had passed, and Grandma Chen was hearing such hopeful words for the first time. She reached out and grabbed Jiang Jinxi's hand, trembling. Xiao Jiang, if you really can cure me, I don't know how to thank you. Jiang Jinxi said a few polite words before leaving. She saw Chen Mo still standing there.
Thank you for helping me talk to Grandma.
Her eyes. Jiang Jinxi knew Chen Mo had overheard their conversation, but she didn't mind. She smiled and said, what I said just now is true. But I still need to find a few more herbs. What herbs? I'll go look for them, Chen Mo said confidently. Jiang Jinxi waved her hand. You don't need to do that. I'm not sure if they grow in mountain. You should go back to work first. She told him about going to find her younger brother. Please help take care of my mom at noon. I've already told her. She won't run around. Later, I'll pick some useful herbs and apply them to Grandma. It's not a quick fix, so we can't rush. Chen Mo naturally agreed wholeheartedly.
No rules, no rules.
You do your thing. I'll go back to work now. Jiang Jiqing, thank you so much. After parting from Chen Mo, Jiang Jinxi went to find Old Man Qian. Sure enough, she saw him holding a pipe. Jiang Jinxi squinted, and immediately, the space prompt indicated that this was her mission target. She quickly stepped forward and explained her purpose to Old Man Qian. Tell me how much it costs to get away, I'll pay it. Old Man Qian had received 2 candies last time, which made his grandson very happy. Now, seeing Jiang Jinxi, he felt very friendly and smiled. Just like last time, a dime is enough. Last time, it was just a casual favor. This time, it was a special request. Jiang Jinxi can still tell the difference, so he quickly said, that won't do. How about giving you 1 yuan? The main reason is that the places I need to go are a bit far, and the team leader said I shouldn't let you make a pointless trip.
Wow.
Jiang, the young worker, is really wealthy.
No.
I should say these young workers haven't experienced hardship and are used to spending freely. Old Man Qian considers himself not someone who takes advantage of others, so he immediately scolded, Jiang, young worker, this place isn't like the city. Your young workers probably have good conditions, but you should keep that money safe. Don't just let it slip away, or you might be stuck here longer than you want. How will you live then? All right, just give me 50 cents. Old Man Qian, work hard for my share of work points and can't even earn 50 cents. Seeing this, Jiang Jinxi no longer hesitated and happily got on the ox cart. Old Man Qian tapped his pipe, put it away, and while driving, he continued to educate Jiang Jinxi. Jiang, young worker, I only tell you a few honest words because I like your friendly attitude. Money shouldn't be shown openly. You need to be more careful in the future. Although there aren't many bad people in the village, not everyone is kind-hearted. Jiang Jinxi knew he meant well and quickly thanked him. He then directly asked about the pipe. I noticed your pipe looks quite old. Old Man Qian smiled. Haha. Isn't it? It's been passed down from my grandfather's generation. That's an old item. It should be worth a lot, right? Not worth much.
Just keeps as a keepsake.
It's not working well these days. I thought about buying a new one, but my wife keeps reminding me. With me almost half in the ground, I might as well forget it, said Old Man Qian with some helplessness. Jiang Jinxi's heart moved, but she didn't ask further. They were heading to the Tianjin Brigade, passing the road where Chen Mo had an accident a few days later. Jiang Jinxi looked at this stretch of road. She had thought about it many times in her mind. There was a landslide here, so it must have been caused by heavy rain. Chen Mo would have gone through this weather, risking himself, because something very important was there. Chen Mo's family, besides him and Grandma Chen, had no one else. What could it be? Jiang Jinxi casually chatted with Old Man Qian. Uncle Qian, it seems like not many people walk this road. Yes, besides going to the Forward Brigade, we can also go to the Mountain Hollow Brigade. Over at the Forward Brigade, everyone has taken new paths in recent years, and it's spacious there. If it weren't for saving time today, I wouldn't have brought you here. The only other place to go is the Mountain Hollow Brigade. People say our Shigo Brigade is the poorest and most mountainous area, but actually the Mountain Hollow Brigade is even poorer and more mountainous. If it weren't for a few girls from our village who married there, this road might be completely unused. Jiang Jinxi's heart moved.
Oh,
If that place is so poor, why do girls from our village still marry there? Every family has its own difficulties. Some just can't help it. Like the Chin family. The Chin family you rent from, Chin Mo's sister. Her mother was very sick, and they had no money. It was just the two of them. Chun Mo didn't want to go, but his sister made her own decision. She took 20 yuan as a bride price, kept it at home, and left with her bundle on her back to follow the others. At this point, old man Qian sighed heavily. That girl also has a hard life. Her in-laws aren't good. They look down on her for keeping the bride price at her parents' house. Over the years, they've never shown her kindness. Plus, she's been married for many years and still hasn't had children. But now, it's different. She's pregnant this year, and the due date is coming soon. Jiang Jinxi was surprised. The connection in her mind suddenly made sense. If something happened to Chin Mo's sister, then on a rainy day, even risking her life, Chin Mo would come this way. That explained everything. Chen's girl is quite unlucky. You just said our Shigo brigade has other girls married out?
whose girl is she?
Old man Qian wiped his eyes with a bitter smile. Our girl also got married out. Sai, my wife, and I didn't want her to go, but she liked the young man, hard-working and capable, and insisted on marrying him. We couldn't do anything, so we let her. But luckily, now she's in charge at home, and she's made it through. If we help her a bit more, life will be fine. Jiang Jinxi smiled and said, Uncle, isn't that good? If it's convenient later, on the way back, let's visit my eldest sister's house for a while. He hasn't seen his daughter in a long time. They first went to the forward brigade. Old man Qian knew the brigade leader and asked where they were working. He tied the ox cart at the crossroads, took out 2 sour fruits, and asked a child to watch the ox cart carefully. Then he led Jiang Jinxi directly to the work site of the brigade. When the brigade leader heard Jiang Jinxi's purpose, he smiled and waved to the young people working nearby, calling out, Young comrade Jiang. 2 young people, a girl and a boy, stood up and responded at once. The leader wanted them to come over. Jiang Jinxi waved her hand and said, No need. I can see clearly. You're not the person I'm looking for. Thank you, sir. The leader looked at the distance and was surprised she could see so far. This girl has very good eyesight. He sighed inwardly, but didn't insist further. After saying goodbye to the leader, Jiang Jinxi and old man Qian headed back. This was also expected. Trying to find someone with only partial memory is like searching for a needle in a haystack. But time was tight. If it didn't work out, she would just finish Chin Mo's task first, then wait for the space to upgrade and unlock the second cat, hoping it might help her with this matter. Thinking this, she regained her spirits and got back on the ox cart. Uncle Qian, let's go to my sister's house first. Then we'll head to Hongxing Commune. All right. This time, old man Qian's whip sounded a bit more cheerful. By the time they reached the Mountain Hollow Brigade, it was noon. Old man Qian chuckled. Perfect timing, just in time for lunch. Judging by this, Uncle Qian's daughter's family must be doing quite well. He led Jiang Jinxi into the yard, loudly calling her daughter's name. Big and Iyer, Big and Iyer. Qian Danny came out holding a spatula, saw old man Qian and smiled. Dad. It's really you? I thought I was hearing things. Come in quickly, I'm cooking. Old man Qian introduced Jiang Jinxi to his daughter. She warmly invited them inside and called her husband out, then went back into the kitchen. They were just visiting temporarily. Even with some added dishes, they only had scrambled eggs. The porridge was also plain, made from coarse rice. Jinxi didn't dare to eat much, only drinking half a bowl of porridge and eating a little vegetable before setting down her chopsticks, saying she couldn't eat that much. Old man Qian looked at Jinxi's small build with disdain. Jingqing, I think you should eat more like Dianair. You need to be stronger, or you'll stay so thin and weak. Dianair helplessly nudged her father's arm, signaling him to say less. After eating, Jinxi simply sat in the yard to play with the children. She also took out a handful of white rabbit candies from her pocket to cheer them up. Other things she carried would seem too obvious or eye-catching, but candies were fine. She said she had brought them from her own pocket. The children happily shouted and pulled Daenair out, showing her the candies. Andy gave these. Daenair was surprised, seeing each of her grandchildren holding 2 candies. That was a lot of candy. How much did it cost? She wanted to take the candies from the children. Jean C.I. quickly stopped her. Daenair, it's just a few candies. I even ate at your house. Please don't do that. Daenair felt a bit embarrassed and wiped her hands on her clothes. Jing Qing, this is really. Seeing no one else around, Jean C.I. stepped forward with a smile. Besides, Daenair, I have something else to ask for your help with. Jing Qing, just tell me. If I can do it, I won't hesitate. Jean C.I. quickly explained her idea. Actually, I was entrusted with something. It's about Chen's family, Chen Mo's sister, who is also in your team. She's about to give birth, and the Chen family is worried. They want me to ask you to help watch over her a bit. If anything happens, just let the Chen family know. She then took out a big handful of white rabbit candies and handed them to Daenair. Big sister, I didn't bring much today, so I brought these for the children to enjoy. Daenair didn't expect Jean C.I. to be helping Chen's family. She quickly said, Oh, no need to thank me. Chen's family and I are from the same village. It's only right that I do this. Where else can I get your candy? Such a precious thing. Jiang Jinsi smiled and said, Big sister, this isn't mine. Brother Chen asked me to bring it for you and his sister. She then took a handful out of her pocket and said, These are for his sister. After that, she pulled out 2 more pieces. I also got 2 more. This. Brother Chen is really wasteful. Oh well. Fine. Tell Brother Chen to rest assured. I will watch over his sister. Qian Danny carefully put the 2 handfuls of candy into her pocket. At this moment, Old Man Qian came out and said, Then we'll head back now. We also need to go to Hongxing Commune this afternoon. Qian Danny didn't have much to say, so she just saw them off. After getting on the ox cart, Old Man Qian chuckled and said, Jiang Jiqing, that candy wasn't given by the Qin family, was it? Why are you so interested in what's going on with him? Jiang Jinsi knew he had overheard her earlier words but didn't mind. She smiled and said, Uncle Qian, Brother Chen, and Grandma Chen take good care of me and my mother. I'm just returning kindness. I don't know why, but after hearing about Brother Chen and his sister today, I feel uneasy. Something doesn't seem right, so I acted a bit extra. If nothing's wrong, that's good. But if there's something, having Big Sister help watch over her would at least be a bit of reassurance. Old Man Qian nodded after hearing this. That's true. That's the right way to think. You're a girl who knows gratitude. Jiang Jinsi casually took out 4 or 5 more white rabbit candies from her pocket. These are for you and your grandson to keep. Old Man Qian's face wrinkled into a smile. Oh, girl, what are you doing? But he reached out without hesitation, took the candies, and put them into his pocket. Jiang Jinsi also felt happy. To go to Hongxing Commune, she had to pass through the town. She asked Old Man Qian to stop and wait for her. Then she jogged into the supply and marketing cooperative. She looked around inside and finally found a pipe at the hardware counter, which she bought straightforwardly. She also bought half a jean of tobacco. This was leftover from when she exchanged some tickets with Guoge for emergencies. Otherwise, even if she had money now, she wouldn't be able to buy anything without tickets. After getting into the cart, Jiang Jinsi happily handed the pipe and tobacco to Old Man Qian. Uncle Qian, try this and see if you like it. Old Man Qian's eyes lit up. He instinctively reached out to take it, then quickly pulled his hand back. Hey girl, I can't afford to buy this. It's not your money, but still, I can't accept such a valuable gift. It must cost quite a bit. And the tobacco too. Old Man Qian's eyes stayed on the shiny new pipe and tobacco, unable to look away. Jiang Jinsi put the items into his arms. This isn't a free gift. How about you give me your old pipe in return? I won't hide it from you. I bought these for your old pipe. My grandfather loved me very much when I was young, but unfortunately, he passed away early. He always had a pipe and he liked to sit and smoke sometimes. Seeing you, I keep thinking of him. If you're willing, could you give me that old pipe? Consider it fulfilling a small wish of mine. Although Old Man Qian was not as old as Jiang Jinsi's grandfather, he had grandchildren of his own. Hearing her words, he felt a bit soft-hearted. Most importantly, he really liked the new pipe. He had wanted to buy a good one for years but was reluctant to replace his old one. Now that it was offered to him, Old Man Qian clenched his teeth, thinking he was getting a good deal. Later, he would give her some vegetables or something to repay her slowly. But this was a real bargain. Such a valuable item not only cost a lot but also required a permit. While Old Man Qian hesitated, Zhang Jinsi pushed the pipe into his arms. Uncle Qian, I can't take this back. I don't have any other relatives who need it. If you don't accept, I'll just have to throw it away. Old Man Qian couldn't bear to see her do that. He quickly took it. All right, I'll take it.
Can I?
Fine, let's call it me taking advantage of you. If you need anything, just come to my house. Old Man Qian will never refuse. He hurriedly handed his old pipe to Zhang Jinsi, but as he let go, his eyes lingered a moment longer on the old pipe, showing some reluctance. Finally, after glancing at the new pipe in her arms, he decisively let go. Zhang Jinsi took the old pipe and let out a breath of relief. A surprised voice from the space bubble echoed in her mind. Master Gao, you are really too tall. To trick that pipe, you even started telling stories. Zhang Jinsi was momentarily stunned. Deep in her mind, a kind and old face appeared. She shook her head to clear these strange memories and feelings, urging Old Man Qian to hurry and leave. Old Man Qian was even happier now, swinging his whip more lightly. Red Star Commune was about 20 miles from Xiangyang Commune. It took them over 2 hours to get there, rushing slowly. First, they went to the Early Village Brigade. Old Man Qian spoke in the local dialect to communicate and explain their purpose. The brigade leader of Early Village heard that a young person was looking for his brother. He didn't delay and invited them to sit at the brigade office. He also poured hot water for them and sent someone to call Jiang Zhigang, the young person from their team. When a thin, young man with a puzzled look ran over, Zhang Jinsi shook her head in disappointment. The brigade leader of Early Village had no choice but to say, "We only have this one Jiang Zhigang in our team." Old Man Qian and Zhang Jinsi didn't dare to delay any longer. They quickly stood up, ready to leave. But the thin young man spoke first. "Are you looking for a Jiang Zhigang?" This was what someone had told him before. Zhang Jinsi stopped and looked at him, nodding. A flash of surprise crossed the young man's eyes. Then he quickly masked it. He whispered, "I know there's another Jiang Zhigang in Sanja village. We all came from Shanghai, helping each other along the way. I don't know if he's the person you're looking for." Zhang Jinsi's eyes lit up. She took a step closer to the young man. "Do you know his name?" The young man's ears turned pink. Uncomfortable, he looked away and whispered, "His name is Jiang En." "Yes, Jiang En." Zhang Jinsi's heart pounded loudly. "Is this Jiang En the thin, short one? About 15 years old? Has a small mole at the corner of his eye?" The young man thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes, thin, short, only 15. As for the mole at the corner of his eye, I can't remember clearly." Zhang Jinsi was overjoyed. It must be him. "Comrade, you just said Jiang En is in Sanja village. Is that right?" The thin, honest young man nodded confidently. "Yes, the Sanjiaten Brigade. When we parted, we agreed to find each other when there was free time to hang out. But I've been busy and never got around to visiting him." Thinking of this, a faint blush appeared on his face, as if feeling a bit guilty for breaking his promise. With news of Jiang En's whereabouts, Zhang Jinsi felt very happy. "Thank you, comrade. We're going to Sanjiaten to find him now." "Why you? Who are you to him?" "I am his sister." Zhang Jinsi thanked him again, waved goodbye, and left with Uncle Qian. The thin young man watched Zhang Jinsi's figure walk away, murmuring to himself, "If only I had known what he would have done." Only he knew in his heart. Now that he had found out where Jiang En was, Zhang Jinsi felt much more relaxed. Sanjiaten Brigade was not close to Erliton Brigade, and they had also spent quite some time in Erliton. By the time they arrived at Sanjiaten, the sun was already leaning west. Old Qian still inquired and led Zhang Jinsi straight to the brigade office. But when they got there, only a woman was cleaning, and no one else was around. Old Qian greeted her and asked about the brigade leader. The woman was very cautious and refused to say anything. Jiang Jinsi had to quickly explain his purpose. The woman lowered her eyes, paused for a few seconds, then repeated, "Are you saying you came to find Jiang, the young worker from Jiang?" Jiang Jinsi smiled. "Yes, we're looking for him." "Is he in Sanjiaten Brigade?" The woman nodded, then shook her head. Jiang Jinsi was confused. "Auntie, what do you mean?" But the woman hurriedly turned to leave. "Just wait. I'll go call the brigade leader for you." "I don't know anything else." Jiang Jinsi wanted to follow her but was afraid of causing trouble, so he stayed with old Qian outside the office. Fortunately, after a short while, a middle-aged man hurried over. "Are you here to find Jiang, the young worker? Do you need to see him?" "Who is he to you?" Jiang Jinsi frowned. "And you are?" "I'm Xinjiang, the brigade leader of Sanjiaten." "Who are you to Jiang Jinsi?" "Others? Could Captain help me call him over? Or maybe take us to find him?" Shen Jiayong frowned, then showed a helpless expression. "Jiang Jiqing, it's really unfortunate. Jiang isn't at the team today." Jiang Jinsi was stunned. "What do you mean?" "What do you mean he's not at the team today?" Shen Jiayong smiled. "Here's the situation. The team is selecting tractor operators. Jiang Jiqing is quite talented in this area, so he signed up too. Everyone from our team went for training." Jiang Jinsi had talked about this with old man Qian before. Some people from Shigo team also went for training. Hearing this, Jiang Jinsi believed it. She thought for a moment and asked to visit the Jiqing station to see where Jiang was staying. Mainly, she wanted to leave something for Jiang. When she went to the supply and marketing cooperative before, after buying a pipe, she found a quiet spot and took out a small bundle. She packed some food inside, thinking that if she could find Jiang, she would leave this for him. Now, she also wanted to send the stuff over and see where he lived. Shen Jiayong didn't hesitate at all and smiled as he stood up. "I'll go with you." The three arrived at the Jiqing station. It was just a few mud brick houses, not big, with a group of Jiqing crowded inside. It was already after work hours, noisy and lively, and the environment was not very good. Jiang Jinsi was thinking about how to see Jiang and maybe find a way to bring him to Shigo team. Shen Jiayong led the way, explained the situation to the Jiqing, and introduced Jiang Jinsi. Jiang Jinsi asked, "Where is Jiang's bed?" "I want to leave some things for him." A simple-looking Jiqing stepped forward. "Comrade, hello. Jiang sleeps next to me. I'll help you put the things on his bed." Jiang Jinsi wanted to see for herself. But since it was a male Jiqing's dormitory, she felt it was not very appropriate. After thinking, she handed the bundle to the young man and thanked him. "Jiang is young and quiet. Please take good care of him if you see him." Jiang Jinsi started taking candies out of her pocket. This time, they weren't white rabbit candies but fruit candies. She handed out candies to the young people, regardless of gender, and repeatedly asked everyone to help watch over Jiang. If anything happened, they should tell her. "I'm at the West Gully team." The young people looked at each other and nodded quietly. One young woman moved her lips, took a step forward, clearly wanting to say something, but was pulled back by another short-haired young woman who held her arm tightly, preventing her from moving. Jiang Jinsi didn't see this. After greeting everyone, she had to sadly say goodbye to the team leader and leave. "Team leader, please tell Jiang, and when he returns that I came by. I will come to see him again later." Shen Jiayong smiled warmly. Of course. When Jiang the young person comes back, I will be the first to tell him." Only then did Jiang Jinsi feel at ease and leave with old man Qian in a bullock cart. As daylight faded, Shen Jiayong watched Jiang Jinsi's figure disappear into the dusk, a cold smile curling his lips. He then turned and left. He headed straight to the edge of the village, stopping in front of a dilapidated house. He pushed the door open. Inside was dark and gloomy. Shen Jiayong waved his flashlight over the broken bed in the corner, sneering. "You're clever. Even in this state, you can still send messages. Think I'm made of paper or something?" After saying that, he strode to the bed and kicked it hard. The person on the bed let out a painful cry. Shen Jiayong thought for a moment, then lit a kerosene lamp, turning off the flashlight. He took the kerosene lamp to the bed and waved it in front of Jiang, and seeing his gaunt, pale face, he seemed somewhat satisfied. He placed the lamp on a small, broken cabinet nearby, then grabbed Jiang En's hair and lifted him up. Still not talking? You think you can just pretend to be mute? He said this and slapped him. Jiang En's face was twisted from the blow, but he still didn't make a sound. Shun Jiayong loosened his grip, and Jiang En collapsed onto the broken wooden bed, which was covered with straw. The bed creaked loudly. Shun Jiayong coldly said, "Your sister came today looking for you." Jiang En's eyes moved slightly, as if a faint light appeared in them. Shun Jiayong sneered, "So, you don't know when you secretly sent the letter. You think sending a letter will save you? I told you I want to kill you. That means I will take your life. But your sister, she looks really nice. I bet she feels good to sleep with." Shun Jiayong's smile was full of lewdness. Jiang En's eyes finally focused, staring steadily at Shun Jiayong's face. Seeing this, Shun Jiayong became even more proud. "Haha, look at you, look at you. Wanna eat me, right? Too bad you're just a cripple now. Haha." Jiang En, I hate that look in your eyes the most. He swung his hand and slapped him again. Jiang En grunted in pain. "Didn't you dare to steal my wild ginseng before?
Ha!
Do you have the guts to take and sell it now?" Jiang En finally spoke, glaring angrily at Shun Jiayong. "You stole it from me. That wild ginseng. I found it first. You're shameless. That was 2 months ago." At that time, he found the wild ginseng first, but Shun Jiayong came right after. First, he said it belonged to everyone and told him to hand it over. Jiang En didn't want to. Although his sister kept sending him money and things, he knew that she and their mother were having a hard time. The money and items were hard-earned, and his sister had suffered a lot to save up and send them. So he worked hard in the countryside, trying to earn as many work points as possible. He also found time to try to earn extra money. He wouldn't go hunting, but he could read and write, and picking herbs was something he could do. Usually, when mountain people pick herbs and send them to the supply station or health clinic, they keep most of the money for themselves, only giving a small part to the collective. It was almost an unwritten rule. But Shun Jiayong always argued that everything belonged to the collective. Jiang En knew what kind of person this team leader was, selfish and greedy, yet always talking about righteousness and morality, trying to look morally high while doing the most shameful things. He didn't understand why, ever since Shun Jiayong arrived here, he kept making things difficult for him. He tolerated the small things at first. But now, Shun Jiayong's greed was obvious and unhidden. So Jiang En said, "Hand over to the collective?"
Fine.
"When I get the team back, I will hand it over directly. The team leader can watch me to see if I will give in." After saying that, Jiang En turned and walked away. Shun Jiayong didn't follow him, and Jiang En felt relieved. Unexpectedly, as they went down a slope, someone suddenly rushed out from the hillside and pushed him down. As he rolled, he clearly saw it was Shun Jiayong. When he woke up again, the wild ginseng was gone, and his legs were broken. He didn't have money to see a doctor. Shun Jiayong pretended to call the village doctor for him, then used the excuse that he couldn't affect others to move him into this shabby house. After Jiang En was moved here, Shun Jiayong would come to check on him from time to time, but each time he came, he either hit or scolded him. He also threatened to kill him. As soon as Jiang En finished speaking, Shun Jiayong slapped him twice. "You little brat. Still dare to talk back? Believe it or not, I'll kill you right now. When your sister comes, she'll only find your body."
Haha.
Seeing Shun Jiayong's crazy look, Jiang En shivered. He knew he couldn't fight Shun Jiayong now. Judging by his expression, Shun Jiayong probably tricked his sister with some excuse. Maybe he even planned to kill him during this chance. Jiang En pressed his lips and said, "Killing is against the law. You will have to pay for it too." But he didn't dare to say more to provoke Shun Jiayong. Shun Jiayong snorted coldly. "You think I'm afraid? But I'm not done tormenting you yet, and honestly, you shouldn't die just yet. However, if you tell me the secret you know, maybe I'll let you go and let your sister visit you." Jiang En looked at him with a strange expression. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Shun Jiayong was very angry, turned around, and went outside. He carried a bucket of water from the yard and poured it directly onto Jiang En's bed. Not tough enough? Then just sleep like that tonight. If you don't die, I'll come back tomorrow to have someone change your bedding. If you die, TSK, I'll take care of your body. After saying that, Shen Jiayong left without looking back. Back home, his wife saw he was in a bad mood and glanced at him. Did you go there again? Shen Jiayong waved his hand and said, that kid is very stubborn. He refuses to talk, saying he doesn't know anything or that he can't understand. His wife muttered, his family has come to visit. Isn't that enough? Don't push yourself too hard. Shen Jiayong replied impatiently. Stop meddling in these matters.
Do you think I want to?
I have no way out now. The next day, they went to work. Zhou Lusheng saw that Jiang Jinxi finished the task he assigned to her in just over an hour. Today, he didn't change her work, but continued to pull weeds. However, the area she and her mother were responsible for was 3 times larger than yesterday. Jiang Jinxi looked at Zhou Lusheng with a helpless expression. Captain, are you bullying me and my mom? Zhou Lusheng chuckled. The capable do more work. Anyway, once you finish, you'll get credit for it. You're not losing anything. Hurry up and work. I believe in you. Although he said that, Zhou Lusheng didn't leave today and was working nearby on the ground. He wanted to see if any young man in the village was secretly helping Jiang Jiqing with her work. Jiang Jinxi shot him a glance. As long as he didn't come closer, she wasn't afraid. Today, Tang Yuan called her and her brother Worm to help in front. Jiang Jinxi simply picked up the weeds behind them. Her speed was still fast. But after finishing with Song Weiwei and the others, more than 3 hours had passed. Jiang Jinxi felt her waist was about to break. When she asked Zhou Lusheng to check her work again, she complained, Captain, I work quickly and well, but you can't keep pushing me. If you add more, I'll take a day off tomorrow. My waist is almost broken. Zhou Lusheng was shocked beyond words. Pulling weeds does require effort. But from afar, he watched Jiang Jinxi's movements, which looked so easy, like she was just picking weeds casually. He suspected there was something strange about the weeds. He tried it himself. It was good, still the same weeds. But now, having seen Jiang Jinxi's speed and skill firsthand, he had nothing to say and was convinced. Hearing her say that, he awkwardly smiled. It won't happen again, definitely not. Don't worry. Tomorrow will be the same as today. Jiang Jinxi didn't argue with him and took Song Weiwei back home. After getting familiar with the environment these days, Song Weiwei felt much more comfortable than before. After learning how to use the Qin family stove and hot pot, she even suggested, I want to cook. Jiang Jinxi's cooking is usually average in taste, mainly because she uses enough ingredients and is willing to add oil and salt. In a time when people are very careful with oil, her simple dishes stand out as quite special. However, Song Weiwei believes these dishes could be even tastier, so she offered her own suggestions. Jiang Jinxi knew that Song Weiwei used to do all the household chores in the Jiang family, so she didn't stop her. She just watched from the side, worried that Song Weiwei might not know how to build a fire and accidentally burn down the house. But nothing happened. In fact, with the same meat, Song Weiwei's cooking turned out to be much more delicious. Jiang Jinxi decided to let go of her cooking duties and let Song Weiwei handle the meals from now on. Mom, your cooking is really good. Song Weiwei smiled broadly at Jiang Jinxi, like a child who had just been praised. I told you I cook well. From now on, I will cook for you. After saying that, she nodded firmly. Jiang Jinxi smiled and said, All right, then it's hard on you, Mom. Song Weiwei scratched her head, looking a bit shy. She nodded and then shook her head. During these days in the countryside, Jiang Jinxi had been letting her eat whatever she wanted, and her complexion improved a lot. Her face even became rounder. Because of this, she looked a lot more attractive. When Jiang Jinxi took her to the fields, she could feel some idle men's eyes lingering on Song Weiwei. This made Jiang Jinxi feel very uncomfortable and worried about potential problems. Recently, they still ate together with Chen Mo and the others. Jiang Jinxi bypassed the wall Chen Mo had built and went to the Chen family side. Grandma Chen had already prepared the meal. Mo had just finished work. Jiang Jinsi asked Mo, "Brother Qin, do you know which family in the village has puppies?" Mo thought for a moment and said, "I'll bring one back after work tonight." He didn't plan to tell her the truth. Seeing this, Jiang Jinsi took a coin from her pocket and handed it to him. "Is 1 yuan enough? Nowadays, not many families raise dogs. Sometimes dogs cost more than people think. A few families do have dogs, but they don't keep the puppies for themselves. They usually give them away. If no one wants them, they will be thrown far away. Otherwise, with so many dogs, who could afford to keep them all? Therefore, even if the puppy was bought, it should be very cheap." Mo pushed the money back and said, no need to pay." Jiang Jinsi saw this and didn't say anything. Instead, she took out several herbs from the small basket she carried, crushed them with a stone little by little, then mixed them with water to make a paste, which she wrapped in a cloth bag. Mo saw her finish and asked, "Is this for Grandma?" Jiang Jinsi nodded. "Yes, after dinner, apply it for half an hour. I'll watch. After a few more applications, we can do acupuncture. But there's no rush, it's still early." Seeing this, Mo nodded, helped serve the food onto the table, and invited everyone to eat. On the third day before Mo's accident countdown, it started to rain heavily, a pouring rain. It was raining, and Jiang Jinsi and the others who had little experience could do nothing and stayed at home idly. Mo, however, was still called by Zhou Lushing to go to the fields to check the crops. If the water in the fields was too deep, they had to clear the drainage ditches even in the rain, or the crops would drown. When Mo left, Jiang Jinsi didn't know why, but she felt very anxious. She reached out and grabbed Mo's sleeve. "Brother Qin, are you only going to the fields today?" Mo looked at the sky and nodded. "Yes, stay at home and rest well. Big team leader, and I will be back soon." Suddenly, he remembered his little sister and felt worried. He thought that once the rain stopped, he would go see her. But he didn't tell Jiang Jinsi about this. Jiang Jinsi could only remind him, "Brother Qin, come back early. I need someone to help with the medicine for Grandma. My mom isn't feeling well, so I need you to be back." Mo looked at Jiang Jinsi with some surprise. In these days, he had asked her if she needed help, but she always said no. But seeing her anxious face, he thought she was just scared of such heavy rain in the countryside. This made him think of his little sister again, and his heart softened. He nodded and agreed, "Okay, I'll try to come back early. If you're scared, call Annie over to stay with Grandma." Jiang Jinsi nodded. The rain formed a huge curtain, blocking the view. Distant places only showed blurry outlines, making people feel suffocated without reason. Jinsi frowned and turned around to sit with Song Weiwei in Grandma Chen's room, chatting. Mostly it was Grandma Chen and Song Weiwei talking, and she listened. They didn't really know how to start talking to each other. Whenever Grandma Chen asked a question, Song Weiwei answered. Sometimes their words didn't match, but Grandma Chen didn't mind and was very happy. Jinsi also took out a plate of sunflower seeds to snack on. Occasionally, they exchanged a few words, making the atmosphere lively. Suddenly, Jinsi seemed to hear a very soft knocking at the door. She listened carefully and saw Grandma Chen fumble to get up. Someone's knocking. Could it be Xiao Mo back? "I'll go see." Jinsi quickly reached out and held her back, guiding her to sit down again. "Grandma Chen, you all keep talking. I'll go." Grandma Chen didn't argue and sat back down, continuing her chat with Song Weiwei. Jinsi strode forward and pulled the door open. Outside was a stranger, a man in his 30s, with sharp eyes scanning Jinsi up and down, making her feel uncomfortable. Jinsi frowned slightly, not letting him in, and asked, "Who are you looking for?" The man smiled. "I'm Qian Dazheng. You sat in my father's cart a few days ago." Jinsi raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Your Uncle Qian's son?" Qian Dazheng nodded. "Yes. You must be Jiang Jiqing, right? I need to talk to you." Seeing this, Jinsi couldn't stop him from coming in, so she stepped back and let him in. But she didn't invite him to sit. Instead, she stood in the corridor and asked, "What do you want to talk to me about, Brother Qian?" Qian Dazheng looked a bit displeased. "Jiang Jiqing, I don't know what sweet words you told my father, but this matter won't just be forgotten. That pipe, we won't exchange it. You need to return it to me. Jean C.I. didn't expect it to be like this. Fortunately, she had already been cautious about this. Although the pipe was a mission item, she didn't let Tang Yuan exchange it directly for the needed herbs. Instead, she kept it in her space and waited. Hearing Qian Dazheng's words, she raised an eyebrow and said, "Brother Qian, that's not a nice thing to say. I didn't deceive Uncle Qian. He told me he wanted to buy a new pipe for years but never dared to buy one. I looked at it with a heavy heart, but because Uncle Qian's pipe looked a lot like my grandfather's old one, I started to think about trading my pipe with him. If you don't want to trade, that's fine. You can give me the new one, and I'll return the old one to you. As for the tobacco, consider it my way of showing respect to Uncle Qian." Jiang Jinxi squinted her eyes. She didn't see Qian Dazheng bringing the pipe over. Was he trying to take back the old pipe and not want to give the new one? She couldn't be the fool to do that. Qian Dazheng really had that thought. He believed the old pipe was a family heirloom passed down for generations. Who knew if it was actually worth a lot? Otherwise, why would this city-raised youth, with no family ties, spend so much money to swap for a broken item with his father? He thought his father was too short-sighted. A new pipe had fooled him into giving away the family treasure to others. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. His wife was also encouraging him, which made him even more upset. That's why he came out in the rain. He never even thought about returning the new pipe to Jiang Jinxi. His father had already used the pipe. As a young woman from the city, how could she take it back for herself? It definitely couldn't be returned. So, it was better to just give it to his father. Actually, the main reason was that the new pipe was with his father, and he couldn't get it. Now, seeing Jiang Jinxi mention the new pipe, Qian Dazheng smiled. "Jiang Jiqing, that pipe has already been used by my father. You can't return it anymore. It's just a useless broken thing in your hands. Why not give it to my father? Don't worry, he'll definitely appreciate your kindness." Jiang Jinxi had seen shameless people before, but she had never seen anyone so shameless. She was so angry she laughed. "Brother Qian, this isn't right. I just want to keep the old pipe as a keepsake, and you want it back. My new pipe is useless if I can't keep it, so I don't need to return it. How can your family think that even scrap metal is good, but the things I bought with real money are considered worthless? Is that how you do business?" Qian Dazheng also grew impatient. "You city girl, I've already shown you some respect by talking to you like this. If you don't return it, I'll go to the team leader and ask him to settle this fairly for us." Jiang Jinxi still had a pretty good impression of old man Qian. Originally, Qian Dazheng might have truly become the fool if he had spoken nicely to her. But he still seemed to want to force his way through and be tough. Jiang Jinxi was also angry. She frowned and said, "Big brother Qian should go find the squad leader. Let's talk about this properly in front of the squad leader." Then, before she finished, someone was limping over. Jiang Jinxi looked closely and saw it was old Qian. Qian Dazheng turned to look at him after noticing her gaze. When he saw it was his father, his face changed dramatically and he stepped forward quickly. "Father, why are you here?" In the next moment, old Qian's pipe was pointed at Qian Dazheng's chest. "You shameful thing. Are you still coming to ask Jiang Jiqing for that broken thing? I'll beat the shameless out of you." Qian Dazheng was almost knocked over by old Qian's pipe, nearly falling to the ground. Old Qian, wearing a raincoat, slipped as well and almost fell. He finally entered the door, reached the corridor, looked at Jiang Jinxi, and said awkwardly, "Jiang Jiqing, don't mind what this scoundrel said. I didn't teach him well." He then took out a paper-wrapped package from his pocket and carefully counted out 8 yuan. "Jiang Jiqing, this is for the pipe. I really don't have the ticket, so just consider it as exchanging for that old pipe. Don't worry, no one will come looking for you over this again." At this point, old Qian turned back and glared at Qian Dazheng, raising his voice. "If anyone comes to find you again, I'll break their legs." Qian Dazheng muttered but didn't dare to argue with his father, only showing a pained expression. Seeing this, Jiang Jinxi sighed. She pushed old Qian's hand away. "Uncle, this pipe was supposed to be a gift for you, and I'll give it back to you. The old pipe isn't useful to me anyway, just a keepsake." Since Big Brother Qian doesn't want it, forget it. Wait for me, I'll go get it for you. Old Qian wouldn't accept that. He desperately grabbed Jiang Jinxi's sleeve. Jiang Jiqing, you can't do that. You really can't. This way, I'll have no face left. Jiang Jinxi smiled bitterly and said, I just don't want Big Brother Qian to misunderstand. What misunderstandings? It's all just my imagination. Actually, this thing is just me bragging. It's not passed down through generations. It was used by my father years ago, or maybe I bought it myself. It's not an old relic. Sigh. It's all my fault. I didn't explain clearly to them to save face. After saying this, old man Qian glared at Qian Dazheng. Your ancestors were poor farmers for 5 generations. Do you really think you'll have good things left for you?
Bah.
Greedy fool. Instead of wasting time, you should go to the fields and work harder to earn more food. Qian Dazheng stared in shock.
No.
Dad, are you serious? It's really not an old relic. He felt a bit disappointed. They had agreed it was an old relic. Old man Qian snorted coldly. Do you think I would lie to you? Qian Dazheng's hopes were dashed. Thinking about his earlier actions, he felt a bit embarrassed. He looked at Jiang Jinxi.
Jiang Jiqing, sorry.
I was wrong earlier. That old thing. Forget it, I don't want it. We should go now. He pulled old man Qian to leave. But old man Qian refused to go, stubbornly trying to give the money to Jiang Jinxi. Jiang Jinxi naturally wouldn't accept it. While they were struggling, they suddenly heard a shout. Jiang Jinxi was stunned. Before she could react, old man Qian perked up his ears. Sounds like your older sister's voice. Qian Dazheng also listened carefully. It does seem like it. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound. Within a couple of minutes, they saw Qian Danny limping over here. Jiang Jinxi's heart skipped a beat. Just then, Chen Mo and Zhou Lushing arrived from another path. Qian Danny, wearing a raincoat, saw old man Qian and Qian Dazheng here, and hesitated. Dad, you and my younger brother are here too? Old man Qian immediately remembered Jiang Jinxi's request to Qian Danny earlier and quickly asked, Forget that for now. Why are you here? Did you come back alone? Why are you here? Qian Danny hurriedly said. Quick! Chen Mo, you're back just in time. Your sister Minji is about to give birth. She's been in pain since this morning. The midwife said it's a difficult labor. But with this heavy rain, the Wang family doesn't want to take her to the hospital. Hearing this, Chen Mo immediately turned to leave. Jiang Jinxi called out, Brother Chen, wait a moment. At the last moment, Jiang Jinxi calmed down. Today is only the first day, so the landslide on that road probably won't happen. Also, there are 2 days before Chen Mo's accident. As long as she follows him, even if something does happen, she can use her space to save him. This way, she is sure to complete her task. Jiang Jinxi looked at old man Qian and said, Uncle Qian, I might need to trouble you to go there. With so much rain, if there's no car, walking to the clinic might be too late. Old man Qian said nothing and turned to leave. I'll go back now and drive the ox cart. Wait for you at the village entrance. Jiang Jinxi then looked at Chen Mo and said, Brother Chen, I'll go with you. I know some medical skills. Chen Mo finally remembered this and nodded. Okay. Jiang Jinxi ran back into the house. I need to tell Grandma Chen and my mom first. She didn't tell the full truth, just said that the Qian family needed her help, so she went to see them. Chen Mo saw her off. Grandma Chen didn't think much and nodded, promising to help take care of Song Weiwei. Jiang Jinxi also told Song Weiwei, Mom, don't go back. Just stay with Grandma Chen. I'll come back to pick you up. Song Weiwei smiled and looked at Jiang Jinxi. Okay, go ahead and your work. I'll be good. Jiang Jinxi sighed, took out her rain boots to change into, grabbed an umbrella, and headed to the door. Seeing Zhou Lushing still there, she asked him to help watch over Song Weiwei and Grandma Chen. She was worried about an elderly blind woman and a simple-minded person in such heavy rain. Zhou Lushing nodded. No problem. Later, I'll ask your sister-in-law to come and stay with them. When you return, she can go back. Jiang Jinxi thanked him repeatedly. Then she and Chen Mo headed toward the village entrance. Qian Danny had already gone back with old man Qian. She said she wanted to see her mother. Chun Mo watched Jiang Jinsi busying herself for his family, feeling like he was just an outsider and feeling guilty. He opened his mouth. Jiang Jiqing, thank you. After saying that, he felt that just saying thank you wasn't enough to express his gratitude, so he added, if you don't mind, from now on, you can be my sister. As long as I have a bite to eat, I won't let you go hungry. Chun Mo finished speaking, feeling a bit guilty, and lowered his head. Recently, he had eaten quite a bit of rice from Jiang Jiqing. Once the weather cleared, he planned to work harder every day to earn more work points and get more grain at the end of the year. Jiang Jiqing was still young and didn't know how to manage daily life. She was quite wasteful now, and he was benefiting from it. When she ran out of grain later, he hoped he could share more of his family's grain with her. The rain was heavy, and the muddy road was slippery. Jiang Jinsi was so focused on not falling that she didn't notice Chun Mo's expression. After hearing what he said, she just responded with a soft, When they reached the village entrance, old Qian had already arrived with Dinyo and was waiting for them. Jiang Jinsi quickly climbed onto the ox cart and let out a sigh of relief. After Chun Mo sat down, he asked Dinyo, Big Nyo, thank you for coming to deliver the message. Please tell me exactly what happened. Dinyo hurriedly explained everything in detail. That day, after receiving Jiang Jinsi's instructions, she had been visiting the Wang family whenever she had free time, except on the day she delivered milk candies. Minji was honest and hardworking. If it weren't for the Qin family status issue, she would have already been arranged for marriage with her younger brother-in-law. Unfortunately, the Wang family had acted first. Dinyo liked Qin Minji very much. This time, after being reminded, she kept going to check on her. Last night, she went again and found Qin Minji was fine. But in the middle of the night, there was some commotion in the village. The dogs kept barking. Because it was raining, she didn't want to get up. Her husband checked and said it was just the rain, so she didn't think much of it. Today, after breakfast, she decided to visit the Wang family again, thinking there was no harm. That's when she found out Qin Minji had gone into labor. It happened after she fell during the night. The Wang family wouldn't let her see anyone. Dinyo was angry and broke into the delivery room. She asked the midwife and learned that Minji was having a difficult labor. She had already told the Wang family in the morning to take her to the hospital. But they refused, saying the rain was too heavy and the roads were dangerous. Sometimes they said it would cost too much money, and their family had no money. They simply refused to go. On the other hand, they wanted to ask for more money and have the midwife work harder. The adults didn't mind, but the main thing was that the baby needed to be born. The midwife was so angry she wanted to leave, but Mrs. Wang held her tightly and wouldn't let her go, crying louder than the mother, Qin Minji. Still, the midwife was kind-hearted and didn't leave immediately. She kept saying she was just trying, and if anything went wrong, it wasn't her fault. The Wang family kept promising her with words. Qian Dainiu asked more details and found out that the baby was in the wrong position. The midwife wanted to help fix it but couldn't succeed. If they kept delaying, it might be dangerous for both mother and baby. Qian Dainiu was shocked and went to check on Qin Minji. She was still conscious but looked very pale and weak. She held her hand and asked her to call her brother. Before she finished, Mrs. Wang scolded her loudly and told her to leave. Qian Dainiu had no choice. She didn't go home, but hurried to Chen's house. It was raining, so she walked slowly, and it was a long way. Several hours had already passed just on the way here. I don't know how Minji is now.
Sigh.
It's so sad. Qian Dainiu sighed deeply. Chun Mo clenched his lips tightly, his fists tight, and veins bulging on his arms. Jiang Jinsi couldn't help but think of stories from later times about women not being allowed to get pain relief or cases where women were forced to give birth naturally even when it was dangerous. A cold wind blew, and she shivered. Chun Mo moved slightly and blocked the wind for Jiang Jinsi. Then he spoke in a low voice to thank her. Thank you. He hardly dared to imagine that if Jiang Jinsi hadn't asked Qian Dainiu to help watch over her sister, no one would have been notified if something went wrong. Chun Mo also felt a chill run through him. A few days ago, he had gotten some money, bought things, and went to see his sister. She seemed fine, and he told her not to worry, saying if anything happened, someone would send him a message. When they passed the landslide area, Jiang Jinsi looked carefully and sensed something was wrong. She immediately told Qian Daniu, "Big sister, after you return to your village, you should find your team leader and tell him to block this road. I think something might have caused a landslide." She pointed with her hand. Qian Dania chuckled. "Jiang Jiqing, don't be nervous." Before she finished speaking, she saw Jiang Jinsi's serious face, and she couldn't say the rest. She nodded automatically. "All right, I'll go back later and tell the team leader." It made sense. Urban educated youths usually read more books and have more experience than these rural folks. Even if there was no urgent matter, telling the team leader wouldn't be a problem. But if something serious happened, it could be a matter of life and death. Thinking this way, Qian Dania's initial reluctance disappeared. The rain hadn't gotten heavier, but it hadn't let up much either. Old man Qian wore a raincoat, carefully driving the ox cart. The mountain path was difficult, and no matter how fast the cart went, it couldn't go very quickly. Chun Mo couldn't sit still and asked to get off. "I'll go ahead on foot. I walk fast and know this part well." Old man Qian thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, let's see what the situation is now." Jiang Jinsi wanted to go too, but after looking at the muddy road and thinking about how hard it would be to walk, she held back her words. She was afraid that going along might slow them down. Chun Mo got off the ox cart and ran into the rain, without looking back. His heart was always tense. From afar, he saw the Wang family's house, and his heart was in his throat. Before entering, he heard shouting and crying inside. Chun Mo's face darkened as he hurried over. He pushed the door open directly. Under the eaves, many members of the Wang family were standing. When they saw Chun Mo, they froze. It was the matriarch of the Wang family who reacted first, quickly coming forward. "Oh, Chun Mo, why are you here?" "This." Chun Mo looked straight into her eyes. "How is my sister?" The matriarch smiled awkwardly. "Nothing serious, she's fine. She's just in labor." Daniu is really brave. Women giving birth are like passing through hell. "It's not worth her traveling so far to tell you." Chun Mo coldly replied. "She's my sister, the only girl in our family. Giving birth is a big deal. I want to go in and see her." He was about to push inside. The matriarch was startled and quickly held him back, signaling her sons with her eyes. The Wang brothers hurried forward to help hold him back. "Oh, Chun Mo, my child. What are you doing now?" "That's your sister, and she's giving birth. If you rush in now, what will happen? If it gets out, it will be very embarrassing." Chun Mo pushed away the hands of Wang's brothers who were trying to hold him back. But since they blocked his way, he couldn't move forward. He punched the wall in front of him, causing it to shake. Wang's brothers swallowed hard, their smiles fading. Chun Mo looked at them and then focused on Wang's second brother. "Wang Zhuzi, come here. You. Go inside and ask the midwife how your wife is doing." Wang Zhuzi shrank back, not wanting to go in, but faced with Chun Mo's fierce gaze, he finally silently pushed the door open and entered. At that moment, faint, weak moans came from inside through the door crack. Chun Mo's heart tightened. Wang Zhuzi's voice sounded inside. Minji, what's really going on? Can she be saved?" The midwife's voice, full of anger, echoed in the room. "I've told you before, the situation is bad, very bad. I really can't do anything now. Step aside, I need to go back. With the current situation, both mother and baby might not make it. I can't take responsibility for this." She was about to leave. Wang Zhuzi naturally didn't want her to go. The midwife snapped. "You all are wasting time here arguing. If you'd gone to get the ox cart earlier, you'd be at the health center now. I really can't stay here any longer. You blocking me isn't helping." Hearing this, Chun Mo's heart sank deeper, feeling cold all over. He took a deep breath, steadied himself, and kept walking forward. Seeing this, Wang's brothers immediately gathered around again. Chun Mo no longer held back. He shouted directly at the midwife inside, "Auntie, I am Minji's brother. Please help her get dressed properly. I will take her to the health center. Whatever happens, I won't blame you, and I will thank you greatly." After saying that, he threw a punch directly at Wang's brothers. They tried to use their numbers to push him back, but it was useless. They couldn't withstand even one of Chun Mo's strikes. One after another, they were knocked to the ground. Chun Mo kicked Wang Ziji, who had just come out, to the ground and sternly said, "I'll settle this debt with you later." Wang Ziji, even though he was kicked painfully, dared not speak and even shrank to the side. When Chun Mo entered, the midwife had already helped Chun Minji put on her clothes. Chun Minji's face was pale, with a hint of dullness. Her eyes were tightly closed. If her chest hadn't been slightly rising and falling, Chun Mo almost thought she was no longer alive. He trembled as he gently stroked her damp, messy hair and softly called, "Minji." It seemed she sensed something. She slightly opened her eyes, and when she saw Chun Mo, a faint light appeared in her eyes. Her hand lifted slightly. Chun Mo quickly grasped it. "Little sister, don't be afraid. Big brother is here. I'll take you to the clinic." In truth, he was unsure himself. With Chun Minji like this, would she even make it to the clinic? Chun Minji's hand held Chun Mo's tightly, almost using all her strength, but her voice was very low. Chun Mo leaned his ear close to her lips and finally heard her say, "Brother, I don't want to die. Take me home." Chun Mo's eyes reddened, nearly choking with emotion. "Okay, big brother is here. I won't let you die. We're leaving now." He wrapped Chun Minji in a thin blanket from the bed, then picked her up and strode out of the yard. The Wang family members all gathered around. Old Lady Wang looked at Chun Mo and said sternly, "Minji is our Wang family's daughter-in-law. She's still giving birth to our Wang family's child. If you dare take her away, you have to return the bride price." Although Wang's brothers were also afraid of Chun Mo, their fierce mother behind them made them hesitant. They all nodded in agreement. Chun Mo was almost amused by their shamelessness. He looked at everyone in the yard with a fierce expression, said nothing, and simply walked out. Old Lady Wang didn't dare to stop him herself and ordered her sons to go forward, but none dared to do so. Just as Chun Mo was about to leave, Old Lady Wang was so angry she was gasping. She had 3 sons, but none dared to stop Chun Mo. This was simply, but if Chun Minji really was saved and the Chun family found out, they would be in even greater danger. Old Lady Wang naturally didn't want that to happen. She rolled her eyes and started crying loudly. "People are being taken away. The Chun family is taking someone. You all should hurry and call the villagers to help. The Chun family looks down on our team." The daughter who married into their family dared to take her back directly. "Will they come to our team to steal grain in the future?" Wang's eldest son, who was a bit clever, quickly ran outside after hearing his mother's words. But as soon as he reached the door, he saw a bullock cart stop nearby. He was startled. In the next moment, several people got off the cart: Qian Dainiu, her father Qian Laotu, and Jiang Jinsi. Wang's eldest son's eyes flickered. Jiang Jinsi wiped the rain from her eyes and saw that Chun Mo was carrying someone out. Her heart sank, and she immediately went to meet him. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a thin man running out nearby, shouting, "The Chin family is taking someone. They said they don't keep their promises, and they're taking back the daughter who married out." Jiang Jinsi immediately understood what was happening. A cold light flashed in her eyes, and without hesitation, she stepped forward. With a loud thud, she tripped Wang's eldest son, causing him to fall right in front of Qian Dainiu. Qian Dainiu, who already disliked how Wang's family treated their daughter-in-law, sneered and said, "Oh, what are you doing? Giving me such a big bow? I can't accept that." Wang's eldest son, covered in mud, had a face as red as a pig's liver but couldn't say a word. Jiang Jinsi ignored him. She strode toward Chun Mo. "How is she?" Chun Mo, with a serious face, didn't answer. Jiang Jinsi looked at Chun Minji in his arms. The girl was grown up, but now she was small and curled up in Chun Mo's embrace. There was no response from the person inside the quilt. Jiang Jinsi opened her umbrella, protected Chun Mo, and helped her onto the bullock cart. She quickly jumped up herself. Turning her back, she hurriedly took out the soup dumpling. "Soup dumpling, how is she?" "No, she's not doing well. She needs immediate help, or both the adult and the child will be in danger. Jiang Jinxi's back broke out in cold sweat. She tried to stay calm. Are you sure? Yes, but we need to find a quiet and dry place. Jiang Jinxi put the rice balls into the space and pretended to touch Chen Minji's hand. Within a few seconds, she turned to look at Chen Mo. Chen Mo was begging old man Qian to hurry and take them to the health clinic. Jiang Jinxi spoke. Big brother Chen, it's too late. Let's find a clean and dry place first. I'll try. Chen Mo's heart sank even more. Although he didn't know medical skills, he could clearly see his sister's face. It was pale and lifeless, almost like a dead person's. There was no other way. Now, hearing Jiang Jinxi speak like that, he remembered she had said she knew some medicine and wanted to treat their grandmother's eyes. He felt like he had found a lifeline, and with hopeful eyes, he looked at Jiang Jinxi. Jiang Jiqing, do you have a way? Jiang Jinxi didn't dare say too much. I can only try. With her current condition, even if we go to the clinic, it might be too late. I have some confidence, but I can't promise anything. Over the days they spent together, Chen Mo had come to understand Jiang Jinxi's personality a little. He looked at her and softly said, All right, don't worry. Even if something happens, it's not your fault. It's just her fate and those people from the Wang family. Chen Mo then looked at Sister Qian. Sister Qian, I want to borrow your place. Do you think that's okay? Giving birth was a bloody matter after all. And Chen Minji looked dangerous. Usually, no one would want her to give birth at their home. But now, with the Wang family situation, he instinctively felt resistant. Jiang Jinxi shook her head. Big brother Chen, don't move her somewhere else. Send her back and we'll stay here. After saying that, she strode forward, grabbing Wang's eldest son and punching him in the face. Now, immediately, bring hot water into the room. Wang's eldest son was beaten and screamed loudly. He didn't want to agree, but seeing Jiang Jinxi's raised fist, he didn't have the courage to refuse. He scrambled and crawled inside. Chen Mo saw Jiang Jinxi like this and understood her meaning. After thinking for a moment, he agreed. He immediately carried Chen Minji to the previous room. Old Lady Wang had already seen everything clearly. She frowned. Our Wang family, is it so easy for you to come in and out whenever you want? No way. She then ordered her sons to block the door. But none of Wang's 3 sons dared to do it. Old Lady Wang frowned tightly, finally biting her lip and blocking the door to Chen Minji's room herself. No one is allowed in. Suddenly, there was a loud bang in the yard. Old Lady Wang looked toward the sound and saw Jiang Jinxi lifting a large stone in the yard with one hand and then throwing it out, smashing a big hole in the originally flat ground. Old Lady Wang was stunned, her mouth wide open, and her whole body trembled, as if she was the one being thrown out, not the stone. Her legs immediately went weak. Chen Mo took the opportunity to push her aside and successfully carried Chen Minji back inside. Jiang Jinxi snorted coldly and looked at the Wang family members. If you don't want to end up like that stone, listen to me. She pointed at Wang's 3rd son. Go kill a chicken now and make some chicken soup. Then she asked, Who is Minji's man? Qian Daniu quickly pointed to Wang's 2nd son, Wang Zuji. It's him. Jiang Jinxi's cold eyes swept over Zuji. Go and get some dry straw from the room. She also pointed at Old Lady Wang. Wash the scissors and cotton thread. Boil them for half an hour. Daniu, please watch her. Qian Dania didn't expect Jiang Jiqing to have such strength and presence. Since she said she could help, that was the best news. She quickly agreed. She immediately went to pull Old Lady Wang. Old Lady Wang was reluctant. Qian Daniu pushed her. If you keep being stubborn, when she gets angry, no one can stop her. Old Lady Wang stubbornly said, I don't believe she can really kill me. Qian Daniu sneered. She can't kill you, but she can lift you like a stone and swing you around a few times. Whether you die or get hurt, I don't know. Old Lady Wang swallowed hard. In the end, she was still scared. No matter how angry she was, she didn't dare to resist. She muttered as she went into the house. Why are her 3 sons all such cowards? They can't even beat Chen Mo, let alone deal with this killing god. It seems their plan has failed.
Sigh.
That wicked person who caused so much trouble, even though she is about to die, still acts stubbornly. Madame Wang cursed Chen Minji in her mind as she walked. Suddenly, she tripped over the door threshold, fell with a loud thud, and lost a front tooth. She immediately started crying loudly. Qian Danio looked speechless. No, Madame Wang. Are you trying to make everyone see your missing tooth? Should I call someone to help you? Madame Wang quickly covered her bloody mouth and stopped crying. Jiang Jinsi looked at Chen Minji, who had been carefully placed back on the bed by Chen Mo, and thought, this is not good. Her face looked very pale and unwell. She immediately ordered Chen Mo to bring a cup of warm water. Chen Mo quickly poured the warm water and handed it to Jiang Jinsi. Jiang Jinsi took it, turned her back to hide Chen Mo's view, and quickly poured the water from the basin into the space, then took out some spiritual spring water. She slowly fed Chen Minji the spring water, while telling Chen Mo to close the door and watch outside as Wang's third son prepared chicken soup. Chen Mo responded and went out. Jiang Jinsi felt relieved that Chen Minji could still swallow the spiritual spring water. She continued feeding her and called for Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan, you need to check her quickly and see how to save her. Tang Yuan circled around Chen Minji, then flipped her paw and held out a row of silver needles, handing them to Jiang Jinsi. Master, I say, you should do it. Jiang Jinsi hesitated. She had only recently learned some medical books and acupoints. She was nervous and didn't dare to take the needles. Tang Yuan proudly said, Don't worry, I'm watching. Nothing will go wrong. Seeing Jiang Jinsi still hesitant, Tang Yuan widened her eyes and raised her chubby paw. Master, are you really going to let me use this paw to give her acupuncture? Jiang Jinsi paused. She looked at Tang Yuan's paw, then at her own hand, feeling her hand was more trustworthy. She quickly took the silver needles. Tang Yuan directed her, and Jiang Jinsi began to insert the needles. Surprisingly, it went very smoothly. At that moment, Jiang Jinsi felt more alert than ever before. No matter where she inserted the needles or what step she was on, everything went perfectly. While inserting the needle, the words stored in my mind suddenly jumped out, matching the moment. It was a very mysterious feeling. Jiang Jinsi was secretly surprised but also felt more confident. Tang Yuan rolled a small pill and handed it to Jiang Jinsi, signaling her to feed it to Chen Minji. At that moment, outside, Qian Dania's voice came in. Jiang Jiqing, I brought you some hot water. Jiang Jinsi first asked Tang Yuan to return to her space, then fed the medicine to Chen Minji, while calling Qian Daniu inside. When Qian Daniu entered, she saw Jiang Jinsi was already removing the needles. She was also surprised. She hadn't expected Jiang Jiqing, who looked young, to be quite skilled at medicine. Otherwise, all those needles would look frightening, but she handled them very skillfully. It was true, people who had studied in the city were different. She sighed in admiration and asked Jiang Jinsi if she needed any help. Jiang Jinsi shook her head. No, you can go out first.
I'll call you if I need anything.
Staying here might distract me. That made sense. Qian Dani nodded, left quietly, and even closed the door carefully, staying at the door herself. After she left, Jiang Jinsi quickly called Tang Yuan back. After eating the pill, Chen Minji seemed to regain some clarity and was instinctively trying hard. Tang Yuan stepped directly on Chen Minji's belly. It looked like a casual step, but after a while, it jumped down and said, The baby's position has shifted back into place. Ready to deliver, Jiang Jinsi. But I don't know how to deliver a baby. Old man Wang, however, went to the main house of the Wang family by himself, found a lounge chair, and lay down comfortably, ignoring the white-eyed looks from Granny Wang and Old Man Wang. As time slowly passed, and it was almost dark, there was still no movement in the house. Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Granny Wang was even more annoyed and said, You drove away the midwife, and now you let a young girl who doesn't know anything mess around inside. Don't wait until she gets hurt, then come to trouble our Wang family. She looked up and met Chen Mo's eyes, which were bright red, and then she dared not say anything more. Chen Mo looked at her for a moment and said, Aunt Wang, please make some food. His words were polite, but there was a cold tone in his voice. Granny Wang was unwilling. Today, this person was causing trouble in her house, and now she wanted to eat their food? Where would they get food for her? Just as she was about to speak, Old Man Wang said, "Hurry up, the smell of chicken soup was too tempting." Old Man Wang was very hungry himself, and his mouth was watering repeatedly. They couldn't just refuse to eat because they didn't want to share with others, especially since it was his daughter-in-law's family. Anyway, no matter what the situation was now, they couldn't blame the daughter-in-law's family. It was better to change their attitude and treat them well. If something really happened, the Chin family wouldn't have any reason to complain. Granny Wang, after hearing Old Man Wang's command, didn't dare to make trouble anymore and obediently went back to the kitchen. Chen Mo, smelling the chicken soup, guessed it was about time and followed to the kitchen. As soon as he entered, he saw Wang's third son secretly eating chicken. He was furious and punched him directly. "This chicken is for my sister. She's still giving birth to your Wang family's child, and you don't know if she's alive or dead. How dare you steal the chicken meant for her? I just ate a piece." Wang's third son tried to defend himself, but seeing Chen Mo's fist coming again, he quickly dodged and didn't dare to say anything. Chen Mo went to the cupboard and took out several large bowls. He first cleaned off the oil, then scooped a bowl of chicken soup and put half a bowl of the best meat. Then he filled a bowl with both meat and soup. The Wang family had slaughtered quite a few chickens. Even after filling 2 large bowls, there was still half a pot left. Chen thought for a moment and decided to take a large basin, filling it with the remaining half pot of chicken. He placed the 2 bowls and the basin of chicken on a tray, then grabbed 3 small bowls and some chopsticks. Without hesitation, Chen carried everything out. The third person in the Wang family didn't expect Chen to take all the meat. He tried to stop him. "Chen, there's so much meat. Even second sister-in-law can't finish it all. Leave some for us." Chen was startled and instinctively stepped back. He then smoothly left the room. First, he took the basin of chicken and the 3 empty bowls and chopsticks from the tray. He handed the tray to Qian Dainiu, who was standing at the door guarding the money, and said, "Dainiu, please help me take this inside." Qian Dainiu nodded, took the tray, and called Jiang Jinxi to follow him inside. Chen leaned against the doorframe and said to the room, "Jiang Jiqing, that bowl of soup is for Minji. The separated meat, she can eat as much as she wants. The other bowl, which is more, is for you." Jiang Jinxi's forehead was covered in sweat, and her vision was filled with a red hue. She was distracted and responded with a sound. When she saw Qian Dainiu come in, she simply asked her to feed Chen Minji the soup. Qian Dainiu then realized that Chen Minji had already woken up. Her face was no longer as pale and lifeless as before. Instead, it showed some color. She was happy and went over, smiling and patting Chen Minji's hand. "Minji, this is your good fortune. Come, let's drink some chicken soup. Only after drinking it will you have the strength." Chen Minji truly thought she was going to die this time. When she saw her brother in her confused state, she said she wanted to leave this place. Later, she was in a daze and only knew that many people, whose identities she didn't know, were arguing loudly. She was completely unaware of what was happening. After that, it seemed someone fed her something, and her whole body felt warm and very comfortable. Her consciousness gradually became clearer. She felt someone muttering as they poked her with a needle, then fed her some medicine. Until just now, she had fully woken up. She heard a very young female voice urging her to follow her rhythm and use her strength. She then realized she seemed to have some strength again, and there was a sweet and sour taste in her mouth, as if she had eaten something. At this moment, Qian Dainiu entered. After drinking a bowl of fresh, fragrant chicken soup and eating a few pieces of meat, Chen Minji felt her strength returning. She then realized that the person delivering her was a very young girl, even younger than her. Chen Minji didn't recognize her, but since the young girl trusted her so much, she was definitely not a bad person. She could clearly feel that it was this girl who saved her. Jiang Jinxi saw Chen Minji finish the soup and quickly urged her to drink more. Qian Dainiu wanted to feed Jiang Jinxi some of the chicken soup, but Jiang Jinxi shook her head and said, "I'll drink more later. I'm about to give birth." "Dainiu, You go out first and bring in the boiled scissors, thread, and other things. Fearing that she might disturb Jiang Jinsi, Dainyu quickly agreed, went out to fetch the scissors and thread, and helped change the hot water. After finishing her tasks, seeing that Jiang Jinsi had no other instructions, she left again. Chun Emo saw this and called Old Man Qian over. The three of them, around the half bowl of chicken, ate without hesitation. The Wang family members watched the scene and were furious. Grandma Wang was about to rush forward to grab the chicken, but Old Man Wang grabbed her and said, "Enough. It's just one chicken. What's the rush? If someone can't make it later, it won't just be about one chicken. They should return the bride price first." The original bride price was 20 yuan. Hearing this, Grandma Wang also smiled. How many chickens could that buy now? Initially, she was worried that the Qin family would find out about this. But unexpectedly, Qin Emo was so impulsive that he directly came knocking and took over the matter. Not only were they not afraid anymore, but they also had an excuse. It was perfect. Thinking this way, Grandma Wang stopped causing trouble, coldly watched them eat the chicken completely, and secretly swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva. After Chun Emo and the others finished eating and returned to the kitchen with their empty bowls, he looked at Grandma Wang and directly handed her the tray. "Thank you for your hospitality, Aunt Wang, but we're not full yet. Please hurry and prepare more food." After saying this, Chun Emo left. Grandma Wang was so angry she could hardly breathe. She thought about Old Man Wang's words, but dared not make a fuss at this moment. She could only swallow her anger and return to the kitchen, where she started scolding her eldest daughter-in-law. At that moment, faint crying of a baby suddenly came from inside the house. Chun Emo heard the sound and shivered. He quickly looked toward the room, took a step forward, and stood at the door, pressing his ear against the door. "Jiang Jiqing, my sister." He started to speak, but then stopped himself, afraid of disturbing Jiang Jinsi. Before he could say more, the Wang family members rushed over. Old Madam Wang came over with a stern face. "What's going on? Has she given birth? Why did she call twice and then stop? Is she dead?" Chun Emo felt anger rising in his chest. He slapped out instinctively, causing Old Madam Wang to sway and almost fall. She was caught by Wang Zhuzi, who helped her steady herself. Old Madam Wang pointed at Chun Emo, ready to scold him. "You dare hit me?" Chun Emo raised his hand again. Old Madam Wang's face was already swollen from the previous slap. Seeing another slap coming, she quickly stepped back, not daring to cause more trouble. At this moment, Jiang Jinsi's clear voice rang out from inside. "Mother and daughter are safe." Hearing this, Old Madam Wang immediately started crying loudly. "Such a hard life. My unfortunate second daughter. This useless wife only gave birth to a girl. Sobi. Her family even came here to fight us. Life is impossible to endure." She believed that since Qin Minji had a daughter, the Qin family would be at a disadvantage no matter what. Now that they knew both mother and daughter were safe, their plans couldn't succeed anymore. Why should they hold back? It was better to cause a scene now. Old Head Wang also seemed to agree and didn't stop Old Madam Wang's crying and fussing. Seeing this, Old Madam Wang felt even more confident. She sat under the eaves, patted her thigh, and cried even more loudly. "Heaven, open your eyes. Take those wicked people away. Otherwise, life will be unbearable." If a daughter-in-law has a baby, her family even comes to the husband's house to cause trouble and hit people. Even I, the mother-in-law, was hit. By now, the rain had stopped. Although it was getting dark, the loud noises earlier and the midwife's words had caused quite a stir. People nearby couldn't hold back any longer. They all came out to see what was happening. Seeing this, Granny Wang felt a little proud inside and cried even more loudly. People who didn't know the truth watched the scene and asked what was happening. The Wang family exaggerated the story, saying that the Qin family was arrogant and insisted on sending the woman to the health clinic, ignoring Qin Minji's life. Later, they backed down and didn't go, instead bringing a girl who didn't understand anything to help. Finally, Qin Emo even hit her elder. Everyone around discussed this, thinking the Qin family was not kind. After all, They had taken 20 yuan as a bride price. Now that the money was gone, they acted as if they didn't know them. Chunmo's forehead veins bulged with anger. Qian Daniu also heard this and was furious. She stepped forward and said coldly, "Aunt Wang, don't just say things that aren't true. I know the whole story." Qian Daniu had a good reputation in the village. Her husband's family was well off, and her brothers were united, so no one dared to bully them. When she spoke, the people who were talking stopped and started to think there was something strange about this. Qian Daniu explained everything from the beginning. If your sister or daughter-in-law faced this situation in her husband's family, could you tolerate it? The villagers looked at the Wang family with disdain. The opinion quickly changed. Some said that the Wang family had always been harsh to their daughters-in-law, and now they were behaving so badly. Who would still want to marry into the Wang family? Others said this wasn't just harsh treatment, but that they didn't see the daughter-in-law as a person. The Wang family was furious. They didn't expect these people to believe Qian Daniu, a stranger, instead of them. Jiang Jinsi cut the umbilical cord, cleaned the baby, and wrapped him in a thin blanket. She handed the baby to Chen Minji, then sat down heavily on the ground, gasping for breath. It was unbelievable that a novice, guided by a cat, could deliver a woman in difficult labor. This sounded like a fantasy story. But today, Jiang Jinsi not only encountered this but actually did it. She had been tense the whole time, holding on tightly. Now that she had successfully finished, she finally relaxed, feeling a bit scared afterward. Chen Minji looked at Jiang Jinsi with apology and said, "Miss, thank you, and sorry for the trouble. Please drink the chicken soup quickly." Jiang Jinsi washed her hands, ignored everything else, and drank a bowl of chicken soup in one gulp. At the same time, she quietly added a bowl of spiritual spring water into her bowl. After drinking it, she felt much better. However, her hands and feet were still trembling. Both Chen Minji and Jiang Jinsi heard the noise outside. Jiang Jinsi paused for a moment before asking Chen Minji, "What do you plan to do?" Chen Minji was silent. She had heard the words outside clearly. She understood that if it weren't for the young lady in front of her, she might not survive this time. Moreover, something strange about last night's events also bothered her. Jiang Jinsi said to Chen Minji, "I am Jiang Jinsi, a young person from the countryside, living in your house. Your brother and grandmother have helped me a lot. To me, they are like family. Right now, your brother can't come in. If you have anything to say, just tell me. I can help you think of a solution." To Chen Minji, Jiang Jinsi was her lifesaver, and she trusted her completely. After thinking for a moment, she whispered, "Actually, I was supposed to give birth in a few days. A few days ago, my brother brought me some food and a little money. When he found out my due date, he said he would come to take me to the health clinic in a few days. He also told me that if I go into labor early, I should give money to someone to take me to the clinic and ask that person to find him. Because he knows the Wang family doesn't treat me well, and he doesn't want me to go to the health clinic to give birth. A doctor once said that my pregnancy might be difficult." I agreed. But last night, it suddenly started to rain. Before I went to bed, Wang Zuji suddenly brought me a bowl of sweet water, saying his mother was in a good mood and wanted me to drink it to strengthen my body. I didn't want to drink it at first, worried about going to the bathroom at night and the slippery roads in the rain. But if I didn't drink, Wang Zuji would be upset, saying I was ungrateful for his mother's kindness. So I had to drink it. Sure enough, I woke up in the middle of the night needing to go to the bathroom. I was afraid to go alone, so I woke Wang Zuji. This time, Wang Zuji didn't get impatient.
I was quite happy about that.
When we went out, Wang Zuji didn't want to help me, so I had to walk in front. Halfway through walking, I slipped. I wanted to grab the pillar, but I felt a push from behind. Jiang Jinsi was surprised and asked in a low voice, "So, your fall and early birth were actually caused on purpose by them?" Chen Minji remembered what happened earlier, tears falling down her face. She nodded and said, "Yes, I think so." A feeling of anger rose in Jiang Jinsi's heart. This is almost like murder. Why would they do such a thing? A hint of hesitation appeared in Chen Minji's eyes, but she didn't explain. Jiang Jinsi knew it was probably not good to ask further, so she didn't press her. Instead, she asked, "What are your plans now? Do you want to stay with the Wang family? Chen Minji clenched her teeth and whispered, I want to go home. Zhang Jinxi had enough rest, stood up, and helped Chen Minji tidy up her clothes. Then she opened the door. The noisy sounds outside suddenly quieted down. Chen Mo stood at the door, took a few steps forward, and looked inside. How is it? Zhang Jinxi nodded. It's good. Everything is packed. You can go in and check. Chen Mo looked at Zhang Jinxi. Thank you. Zhang Jinxi waved her hand and stepped outside. The cold wind blew, making her feel dizzy. Inside the house, she had turned on several flashlights and kerosene lamps. When she came out, she realized it was already dark. Qian Dainio hurried over, helped her sit on a chair under the eaves, and said, Take a rest. Minji's life was really saved thanks to you today. Zhang Jinxi waved her hand. No one can stand by and do nothing. I just did what I should. She was just lucky. Chen Mo looked at Chen Minji, who looked much healthier and was in good spirits. He felt a pang of sadness and nearly cried with red eyes. Little sister, how are you? I'm sorry, I was late. Chen Minji saw Chen Mo and suddenly burst out with the suppressed feelings of grievance. Brother, she pouted her lips. All the small grievances she had endured at the Wang family before, she had borne silently, not wanting her brother and grandmother to worry. But this time, she almost lost her life. She simply couldn't hold it in anymore. Let's go. Brother will take you home, Chen Mo said directly, without asking what Chen Minji wanted. Chen Minji cried while smiling and said, Yes, okay. Chen Mo bent down to wrap the blanket around Chen Minji, trying to pick her up. Chen Minji said, Brother, help me, I can do it myself. Nonsense. You just gave birth. How can you strain your body like this? Without hesitation, Chen Mo picked Chen Minji up. Chen Minji quickly gathered the baby into her arms. One big, one small, neither had much weight. The Wang family saw Chen Mo carrying Chen Minji out again and immediately became upset. Wang Zuji ran to the front and asked, Chen Mo, what do you mean? This is my wife and daughter. Where are you taking them? Wang Pozi, who had stopped crying earlier because no one paid attention to her, now came forward and said, Yes, earlier you said your sister was in danger and needed to be helped. We understood that. But now, everyone is fine, the baby is born, and you still want to take her away? Are you really planning to humiliate our Wang family? Do you still want to continue this marriage? Old Wang also snorted and said, Second daughter-in-law, you need to think carefully. If you let your brother cause trouble today and take the child away from us, it won't be easy to come back later. Wang Pozi interrupted, Then it's perfect. Return the bride price and you can take her back. Chen Mo sneered and said, Your Wang family has a good plan. My sister is a young girl, married into your family, worked hard for years, and even risked her life to have a child for you. Not only do you not cherish her health, but now you almost let her die, and you still want the bride price back? That's unreasonable. Old Mr. Qian shook his head and sighed. The world is getting worse. Why don't you go and snatch it? They really don't respect us in Shigo Brigade. Others listened to these words and said, Yes, if you hadn't insulted your daughter-in-law so much, would they have taken the newly born sister-in-law into their home? And now you want the bride price back. Your face is really thick. Wang Pozi blocked the door and insisted that Chen Mo must take the bride price before she would let him take Chen Minji back. Chen Mo looked at them and then turned to Chen Minji and asked, Little sister, do you still want to live like this? Chen Minji closed her eyes, a tear slipping down the corner of her eye. She looked at the child in her arms, a hint of struggle in her eyes. Jiang Jinxi happened to be standing next to Chen Mo, and she saw Chen Minji's expression clearly. She softly said, Since they can do such things, they don't want her daughter to be born at all. Do you think you and your daughter will have a good life with such people? Chen Minji was stunned and looked at Jiang Jinxi. Chen Mo also looked at her. After a few seconds, a firm look appeared in Chen Minji's eyes. She spoke firmly, Wang Zhuzi, it was you who pushed me last night. You just don't want me to live or have my daughter. I'm done now. I want to go home with my brother. If you block me like this, what's the point? As soon as she said this, everyone around was shocked. Chen Mo held her tighter.
What?
Wang Zhuzi pushed you?
Oh my.
That's his wife. How could he be so cruel? How is this any different from harming someone on purpose? This Wang family is too scary. They're all bullying their daughter-in-law together. We should stay away from them in the future. Exactly. Wang Zhuzi's face turned red. You're talking nonsense. Minji, we've been married for a long time.
How can you just accuse me like that?
You're my wife. I would never push you. Even if you want to go home with your brother, you shouldn't say such things. Chun Minji's voice was calm. Wang Zhuzi, people are watching. You don't need to falsely accuse me. You know in your heart whether you push me or not. The surrounding people's comments grew louder. Minji is honest and straightforward. She wouldn't lie. Yes, risking her life to have a child for the Wang family and ending up like this. Who wouldn't be disappointed? I believe what she said is true. Hey, I figured it out. You guys probably don't know? Wang Zhuzi has a relationship with the village widow Wang. I heard she's pregnant and someone checked. She's having a son. Do you think this might be Wang Zhuzi's child? Oh my. If that's true, it makes sense. Maybe the Wang family found out Minji's child is a girl and didn't want her, so they wanted to marry the widow Wang instead. But they had no proper reason and couldn't divorce, so they resorted to this cruel act. Wang Posey heard the gossip, and her eyes flickered with anger. She looked furious and said, "How can you talk like that? My son would never do such things." Chen Mo shot a stern look at the Wang family and tightened his grip on Chen Minji's hand. He whispered, "Let's go first. We'll deal with this later." At that moment, Jiang Jinsi tugged at his sleeve. "Big brother Chen, wait a moment. I have a good show for you." After saying that, she quickly ran toward Wang Zhuzi. Before Wang Zhuzi could react, she had already put something into his mouth. Thanks to the spiritual spring's transformation, Jiang Jinsi's body became much more sensitive and stronger. Feeding Wang Zhuzi a pill was done in an instant. Wang Zhuzi responded quickly. When he realized something was in his mouth, he instinctively tried to spit it out. But Jiang Jinsi was faster. She casually took out a silver needle and quickly and firmly stabbed it into his acupoint. She was so angry at the Wang family that she didn't care if her needle skills were perfect or not. She just kept stabbing. Unexpectedly, it worked very well. Wang Zhuzi involuntarily swallowed the pill back. He glared at Jiang Jinsi. "You scoundrel! What did you make me eat?" Because of her previous display of skill, he didn't dare to approach her now. Jiang Jinsi smiled at him. "You'll find out soon." After that, she stepped back to Chen Mo. Chen Mo looked at her with confusion. Jiang Jinsi smiled softly and counted 3, 2, 1. The next second, Wang Zhuzi's voice rang out. "Chen Minji is so boring. Where's the flirtatious widow Wang? I was already tired of her. If I hadn't spent 20 yuan to buy her, I would have kicked her out long ago. But my mother wouldn't agree. She said since I bought her, at least she should have a child. Who knew? This scoundrel couldn't even get pregnant and was carrying a girl. The widow Wang is pregnant with a boy. How can her girl compare? Giving birth to her is just a waste of food. In my opinion, it would be best if both of them died together. That way, I wouldn't need an excuse to marry the widow Wang proudly." Wang Zhuzi desperately covered his mouth, unwilling to speak these words, but he couldn't control himself. The truth kept spilling out uncontrollably. He stared in horror.
What?
What is happening? Why can't I control myself? Am I going crazy? As soon as Wang Zhuzi spoke, everyone was shocked. Is this too cruel? Getting pregnant, having an affair, and now wanting to kill your wife. Chen Mo's face showed a hint of anger, and his eyes looked like a wolf, fixed on Wang Zhuzi. Wang Zhuzi trembled with fear. Wang Posey was about to go crazy. They knew these things themselves. It was better if no one else found out. They had even hoped to use this chance to get back the 20 silver dollars in bride price. But he never expected his foolish son to reveal everything so openly. "Second brother, what are you talking about?" Wang Zhuzi looked at Wang Posey, still spilling the truth. I must be going crazy. Mother, if you hadn't said that marrying this scoundrel cost $20, and if we just divorced her, it would be easier for her, I wouldn't think this way. Shut up." Wang Posey tried to rush at Wang Zhuzi and cover his mouth. Qian Danny had long been prepared for this move. She coldly pushed her aside. Wang Zhuzi kept talking, My mother said Chin Minji is a girl we bought for $20. We should send her back to the Chin family properly. It's too cheap for the Chen family. Even if she dies, she should die in our house. I came up with this plan to save everyone. She was already in difficult labor. Maybe she would die along with the baby. It's all their fault. They saved her, and they deserve to die. Chen Emo couldn't hold back anymore. He was about to put Chin Minji on the ox cart. Just as he moved, Jiang Jinsi stepped forward and took Chin Minji into her arms. I'll take Minji to the ox cart. You should hit him, then come quickly. Chen Emo nodded, no longer polite, and gently patted Chin Minji to comfort her. Little sister, don't be afraid. Jiang Jiqing will take you to the ox cart. Chin Minji was not afraid. She was furious when she heard Wang Zhuzi say these things. She knew Wang Zhuzi was not right. Maybe there was some reason.
But she didn't want to get involved.
She and Wang Zhuzi had no real feelings. If it weren't for the urgent situation back then, she wouldn't have sold herself into the Wang family for $20. Over the years, she was grateful to the Wang family and did everything she could, even exhausting herself in the process. Because she had not been able to have children, she felt very guilty towards the Wang family. She never expected that the Wang family would be so cruel. At this moment, all her last soft feelings and doubts disappeared. They never intended for her to leave alive. They only bought her for 20 yuan, and she was to stay with the Wang family for life. She had already paid back all her debts over the years. She didn't want her child to die. The surrounding voices grew louder. This Wang family, even if they sometimes treat their daughter-in-law harshly, doesn't seem to be that kind of heartless people. I never thought it would come to this. This is murder. They actually dared to kill. It's lawless. Chen Emo stepped closer to Wang Zhuzi. Wang Zhuzi kept retreating step by step. Once he finished speaking the truth, he could control himself better. He quickly shouted, "Brother-in-law, what I just said isn't true. It's a lie. I and Minji have been married for years. How could I want her to die? It's all false. I was possessed by a ghost just now." I couldn't control myself at all, but his nervous expression couldn't be faked. And Wang Posi's guilty look. Chen Emo was about to raise his fist and hit Wang Zhuzi. Earlier, Chen Emo might have hesitated because he thought his sister might still have to stay in the Wang family in the future, so he didn't want to hurt her. But now, since they were about to kill his sister, he didn't care about anything else. He fought without mercy, hitting whoever came forward. Wang Posi was slapped, and even if she cried and shouted, everyone just took a few steps back. No one stepped forward to speak. Wang's eldest son and the third son ran away faster than rabbits, too afraid to come closer. Until the beating was enough to vent anger but not cause serious harm, Old Man Qian stepped in to stop Chen Emo. That's enough. It just rained, and the weather is cold. We can't let Minji stay outside all the time. Let's go back quickly. It's dangerous to walk at night. Chen Emo finally let go. He looked coldly at the Wang family members. In a month, my sister will turn a month old. She and Wang Zhuzi will go to get a divorce certificate. And the child will belong to our Chen family. Oh, what a sin. Oh, heavens. Why don't you take away these troublemakers? They are taking back our hard-earned wife, and even taking our granddaughter away. This is pure landlord behavior. Who will stand up for me? In the past, if Wang Posi had shouted like this, Chen Emo might have been afraid. But today, things have gone this far, and Chen Emo is no longer afraid. He coldly said, "If you don't want this, I will report to the police now and ask them to investigate whether what Wang Zhuzi said is true." Wang Zhuzi, having done such things, feels guilty and dares not face the police. Even if he is beaten half to death, when he hears about reporting to the police, he quietly protests, "No, we can't report to the police." Wang Posi's crying suddenly stops. Laughter and sneers continue around them. Chen Emo no longer pays attention to them and walks quickly toward the ox cart. Although it was dark, Jiang Jinsi had a flashlight in her hand, so she could still walk without too much trouble. When Old Man Qian planned to turn back along the same road with the ox cart, Jiang Jinsi stopped him. Although the incident was still 2 days away, it had just rained, and she was afraid to take that path. At her strong request, Old Man Qian changed to another route back. The muddy road was slow going, and even with the flashlight, it was difficult to hurry. Fortunately, it didn't rain again that night. Jiang Jinsi took a hot water bottle filled with saline and put it into Chen Minji's quilt. She and the child huddled under the quilt, feeling somewhat safe. They kept traveling until dawn before reaching Chen's house. Since they hadn't returned all night, Grandma Chen was very worried. When the ox cart stopped, she and Meng Chunmei opened the courtyard gate. Meng Chunmei rubbed her eyes and asked, "Why are you back at this hour?" Before she finished speaking, she saw Chen Minji on the cart and was suddenly surprised. "Minji is back." Chen Mo gently responded with a, then carried Chen Minji into the house. Jiang Jinsi was pulled aside by Meng Chunmei. "Jinsi, sister, what exactly is going on? Didn't you say Minji was going to give birth?" Just as she said this, she heard the baby in Minji's arms crying softly, quieter than a cat. Meng Chunmei's voice grew softer. "Did you bring the child back too?" Jiang Jinsi nodded and quietly recounted what happened last night. After hearing this, Meng Chunmei said angrily, "The Wang family is really too much. They actually bully girls from our village. No, I need to go back and talk to Lu Sheng. Our girls shouldn't be bullied like this by other villages." Jiang Jinsi was surprised, then she smiled again. She quickly grabbed Meng Chunmei's arm. "Sister-in-law, don't worry. I have more to tell you." She then explained about the landslide at Hui Mountain. "I think something's wrong. Maybe the team leader should be notified, and we should avoid that area for now." Just then, it started to rain again. Meng Chunmei remembered the flashlight Jiang Jinsi gave her that day and how she saved Zhou Lusheng. In her heart, she felt this girl was not ordinary. Her words must be right. Even if she was wrong, it would only mean taking a longer route. But if she was right, it was a matter of life and death. Without hesitation, she nodded quickly. "All right, I'll go talk to him now." Just then, Chen Mo came out, thanking Meng Chunmei and Grandpa Qian. Both of them waved their hands, saying it was nothing, and told him to take good care of his sister. If there was any problem, they would help. Meng Chunmei added, "The Wang family is so reckless with people's lives. Our village girls shouldn't be bullied like this. If your family has any rules, we can work together to seek justice for Minji." Chen Mo kept thanking them. When Jiang Jinsi entered the house, she saw Grandma Chen holding Chen Minji and the baby, crying. 2 adults and 1 child were crying more painfully than the others. Song Weiwei seemed shocked, stepping back a few steps with a frightened look. Jiang Jinsi quickly stepped forward, helped her, and led her to the side. Song Weiwei tightly held her hand, staring blankly at her. "Jinsi?" Jiang Jinsi held her hand back. "Yes, Mom, I'm here." A faint clarity seemed to appear in Song Weiwei's eyes. She smiled at her and hugged Jiang Jinsi tightly. "Good girl, don't be afraid. Mom is here." She patted Jiang Jinsi gently. But after a moment, she suddenly looked frightened and asked, "Anan?" "Sweet girl, did you see Anan? Your younger brother."
Anan.
Jiang Jinsi's heart skipped a beat. He quickly tightened his hold and hugged her. "Mom, Anan is just in the next village. He'll come to see you in a few days. Don't worry, don't worry." Song Weiwei couldn't move and could only let Jiang Jinsi pat her back gently. Jiang Jinsi took the chance to press on a few of her acupuncture points. He felt her body gradually relax, no longer so stiff, and then he let go. When he looked into Song Weiwei's eyes again, he saw her eyes were blank and unfocused. Jiang Jinsi silently sighed. He helped Song Weiwei sit up and gave her a few instructions. Seeing her obediently nod, he felt relieved and went to comfort Grandma Chen and Chen Minji. "Grandma, Sister Minji, don't cry anymore. Crying more will only hurt your health. Now that the person is back, everything is fine. The days ahead are long. Sister Minji, the baby might be hungry, so you need to feed her." Chen Minji finally realized what was happening. She wiped her tears, looked shyly at Jiang Jinsi, and quietly said thank you. Grandma Chen also understood. Yes. Focus on the baby. I'll go make some rice soup for you. Rice soup that helps with milk production. Jiang Jinsi and Grandma Chen exchanged greetings, then helped Song Weiwei into another room. Afterward, she returned to her own room, took a can of milk powder, and also brought a pig's trotter. Brother Chen, stew this pig's trotter with some soybeans to help Sister Minji produce milk. And this milk powder, give it to the baby first. Chen Mo suddenly stood up.
This
is too precious. I can't take it, Jiang Jinsi sighed. Brother Chen, now's not the time to worry about that. Consider these as a loan from me. You can return them later, okay? Sister Minji is injured and probably won't be able to have more children. If she doesn't recover well during her confinement, it might harm her health and shorten her life. The baby has been through a lot and has a weak body. We need to be careful to nurture her properly. Chen Mo's lips moved, but he still took the items. He looked seriously at Jiang Jinsi. Jiang Jiqing, no, Jinsi, from now on, you are my real sister. Whatever happens, just tell me, and I will do my best to help. Jiang Jinsi raised an eyebrow. She didn't expect Chen Mo to say that, but considering his background, it wasn't surprising. She nodded. All right, I'll remember that. The rain kept falling, heavier and heavier. However, Chen Minji brought Chen family back home. Chen Mo thought he wouldn't run around in such rain again, and Zhou Lusheng had also told the villagers not to go that way. Jiang Jinsi's anxiety gradually eased. She was just waiting for time to pass and for the task to be completed.
time quickly went by.
On the day Chen Mo faced danger during the task, the rain stopped and the sky cleared. But the progress bar for the task remained still. Jiang Jinsi asked Tang Yuan, but Tang Yuan didn't know the exact situation. She frowned. As the time for Chen Mo's danger drew near and the progress bar stayed still, she felt restless. She decided to go next door, thinking she would stay with Chen Mo and not let him go out. Surely, nothing would go wrong then? However, when she arrived next door, she found out Chen Mo had gone out. Chen Minji smiled and said, "My brother said he's just outside talking to someone." "Jinsi, don't worry. My brother isn't going anywhere else." A teasing smile flashed across her face. This young girl seemed to care a lot about her brother, probably interested in him. She was happy to see that. After all, if she and her grandmother hadn't been a burden, her brother would have married long ago. Now that a girl liked him, she naturally hoped her brother would get married soon. This young girl had been staying at their house these days, constantly telling her brother not to go out, and if he did, to call her. She thought Jiang girl was just nervous about her brother. But when Jiang Jinsi heard this, it was like a thunderclap. Chen Mo had gone out? Did he say where he was going? Jiang Jinsi asked repeatedly. Her face turned pale for a moment, then became serious, more serious than ever. Although Chen Minji didn't know why, she didn't dare to think too much and took her seriously. She frowned, thought for a moment and said, "It seems someone called him." He said he was going out to talk to someone. Chen Minji quickly glanced at Jiang Jinsi, hesitation flashing across her face. Jiang Jinsi was very anxious, and her tone became a little sharp. "Quick, tell me. This concerns your brother's life." Hearing this, Chen Minji's face turned deathly pale. She didn't doubt Jiang Jinsi's words at all, especially since this young girl had saved her and the child from danger. For her, Jiang Jinsi's words were completely trustworthy. At this moment, she no longer cared about hiding her relationship with Jiang Jinsi. She quickly said, "It's Sister Xiaowei, Zhuang Xiaowei." Jiang Jinsi frowned even more. "Who is Zhuang Xiaowei?" "She is the girl from the village family of the former brigade leader. She used to be my brother's classmate, and they had a good relationship. But because our family has a poor background, her family didn't agree, and they told her." Chen Minji hesitated as she finished speaking. Jiang Jinsi no longer wanted to listen. She quickly stood up and said, "Please watch over my mom for a while. I'm going to find Brother Chen." Then she left without looking back. Chen Minji's heart was in her throat, but she was also unsteady and had a child with her. She could only put on a few more clothes, sit at the door, and watch anxiously. Jiang Jinsi thought about Chen Minji, saying that Chen Mo was nearby talking to Zhuang Xiaowei. She left the house and loudly called Chen Mo's name, hoping a little. But no one answered, no matter how loudly she shouted. She immediately felt something was wrong. She didn't know if her interference would change what was happening with Chen Mo, and she didn't dare go directly to the place where he was in trouble. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Jinxi went to Zhou Luxing's house. Unexpectedly, just as she was about to enter, she heard crying. Her movement froze. One foot had already stepped inside, but just as she was about to retreat, she saw Meng Chunmei notice her. She was caught in a dilemma, unable to go in or out. Meng Chunmei saw her awkwardness, got up, and came over, pulling her back outside. Jiang Jinxi felt a little embarrassed and touched her nose. "Sister-in-law, is there a problem at home too?" Meng Chunmei sighed.
Not exactly.
The girl inside is Zhuang Xiaowei. She's from the neighboring Qianjin village, but her family is from our village. Today, she brought her son to visit her grandparents, but unexpectedly, the child went missing. She hurried to find someone from their family to help look for him. Honestly, can grown-ups not watch a 4 or 5-year-old? If you have time to cry here, you might as well go look for him. Jiang Jinxi felt a mix of relief and worry. She asked, did the brigade leader go to look for him? Yes, he even called everyone in the village. Chen Mo also went. Don't you know? Jinxi smiled and said, I only know that Brother Chen has gone out, but I don't know why. By the way, little sister, is there something you need? It's nothing, just came to check. Well, I'll also help look for him. It sounds pretty scary, especially after the rain. Where did the child get lost? She was walking through a muddy puddle with the child, just over there on the road. She was about to go to the bathroom when the child refused to go back. She told him to stay and play, then went to the bathroom herself. She's quite careless. When she came back, the child was gone. Jinxi quickly glanced in the direction Meng Chunmei pointed, nodded, and said, All right, I'll help look too. Sister-in-law, you should go with her quickly, so nothing else happens. Okay, you're really a kind girl. Take care on the way, especially in this rain. Be careful. Got it. Jinxi stood in the middle of the road, looked around, then hurried off toward the place where Chen Mo had disappeared. At this moment, the system finally alerted. Mission target is in danger. Jinxi cursed silently and ran quickly toward the scene. Seeing no one around, she even released Tang Yuan. Bring the strength pill. Go ahead first. If the situation becomes too dangerous, give Chen Mo the strength pill to help him. But you must be careful. If it's too risky, don't hurt yourself trying to save others. If she really couldn't save him, there was nothing she could do. Maybe later, Tang Yuan could help treat Chen Mo's leg. That would count as completing the mission indirectly. Tang Yuan received the order and ran off quickly. Jinxi kept moving forward. When she arrived, she saw Chen Mo holding a little boy walking back. At that moment, a deep, rumbling sound seemed to come from deep within the earth, more like a groan of a beast waking up, not thunder. Chen Mo suddenly stopped, his heart pounding. He instinctively looked behind him toward the source of the sound. Just then, he heard a familiar voice scream nearby. Brother Chen, run fast. Chen Mo almost dared not look back. He tightly hugged the boy and ran forward with all his might. Rumble. The sound was both close and far away at the same time. Chen Mo couldn't hear anything anymore. In his mind, he instantly understood what was happening. His thoughts went blank, and there was no time to think. He could only run forward instinctively. But no matter how hard he tried, he still held a child in his arms. He was just one person. A muddy, murky water mixed with broken stones and twigs rushed toward his feet. Cold, foul-smelling water hit his face, and splashes of mud stained his pants and old shoes, bringing a biting cold and shock. Chen Mo's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might jump out of his chest. His adrenaline surged wildly. He didn't have time to think. His instinct to survive took over. He used all his strength to lunge forward. Just then, the boy in his arms opened his mouth wide and saw what was behind him. He struggled to get down and shouted, Wow. So cool. I want to go down and run by myself. Because of the boy's struggle, Chen Mo staggered and almost fell. He almost despairingly realized he might not escape. Jiang Jinxi, run quickly. Chen Mo shouted with bloodshot eyes. At the same time, He tightened his hold on the child in his arms, refusing to give up, making one last desperate effort. Just when he thought he would be swallowed by the mudslide behind him, a pair of hands reached out. Jiang Jinsi arrived just as the chaos started. She saw Tang Yuan still running toward Chen Mo, so she quickly pulled him back into her space and shouted loudly. Seeing that Chen Mo might get hurt, she clenched her teeth, turned her palm, and gripped the powerful pill Tang Yuan had given her. She rushed forward. Reaching Chen Mo, Jiang Jinsi directly shoved the pill into his mouth. Then she grabbed the child he was holding, tucked him under her arm, and grabbed Chen Mo's hand. With all her strength, she dragged him forward. Because of her strength, her speed increased significantly. Chen Mo, after swallowing the powerful pill, suddenly felt a surge of energy all over his body. His speed increased again. With his last bit of strength, Jiang Jinsi threw herself to the ground. She had already decided that if there was no way to avoid it, she would bring Chen Mo into her space. Then, she would give Tang Yuan a memory loss pill to make him forget this moment. Tang Yuan. Master, this isn't a cultivation novel. All of this happened in just a few minutes, even though it seemed slow. With a loud boom, the sound of crashing, grinding, and tearing almost deafened everyone behind him. Chen Mo looked back and saw the path he came from being swallowed by a rushing landslide. If he hadn't run forward just now, or if Jiang Jinsi hadn't pulled him back, he could feel the earth trembling beneath him as if the mountain was about to collapse entirely. The splashing mud like shrapnel filled the air with a choking smell of earth and the roar of destruction. Lying on the ground, Chen Mo pressed his chest against the cold, sticky mud and gasped heavily, his chest rising and falling violently. At that moment, his hand was suddenly pulled again with great force. Chen Mo looked up and saw Jiang Jinsi had gotten back on his feet. His face, covered in dirt and mud, still shone brightly in Chen Mo's eyes. Brother Chen, we can't stop. We have to keep moving forward. Jiang Jinsi hugged the boy tightly. The child, frightened out of his wits, clung desperately to Jiang Jinsi's neck, too scared to speak. Chen Mo quickly got up, grabbed Jiang Jinsi's sleeve, and staggered forward again. Once they reached a safe place, Jiang Jinsi, panting heavily, sat down heavily in the muddy water by the roadside. Not far ahead, the raging landslide, widening as it tore through the mountain, looked like a roaring yellow dragon, ruthlessly ripping apart the mountain and blocking all paths. If they had been a little slower just now, they might have been buried under that muddy death and disappeared without a trace. Thinking of this, Chen Mo felt icy cold all over and sat down heavily on the ground. After a long while, he spoke in a hoarse voice to Jiang Jinsi. Jiang Jinsi, thank you. From now on, my life is yours. Whatever you need me to do, kill, set fires, just say the word. I won't refuse. His voice was low and deep, yet carried a strange strength. Chen Mo, Jiang Jiqing, are you both okay? Zhou Lusheng looked surprised when he saw their expressions. Chen Mo shook his head to show he was fine. Jiang Jinsi pointed ahead to the mudslide path. We almost got buried. It was so scary. Zhou Lusheng hurriedly asked what happened. Jiang Jinsi looked at Chen Mo knowing that he should speak. Chen Mo paused briefly and then explained simply how they found the child, the mudslide happening, and how they were rescued. Everyone was shocked. Earlier, the captain mentioned there might be a mudslide here, but they didn't take it seriously. Now, not only did it happen, but someone almost got buried alive. Everyone felt relieved and thankful. Captain, you are truly our lifesaver. Yes, yes. If you hadn't blocked the road, we might not have taken it seriously and could have walked right into danger. If we had just happened to be there, we definitely would have been in trouble. People started talking excitedly. Zhou Lusheng quickly said, "It's not just me. It was Jiang Jiqing who noticed the situation and told me about the possibility of a mudslide. That's why I ordered the road to be closed. You should thank Jiang Jiqing." Everyone looked at Jiang Jinsi with gratitude. They remembered how small and delicate she looked and how pretty she was, so they initially thought she wasn't capable of doing much work. They had muttered about her many times. But after seeing her work quickly and well, some villagers didn't believe it and even argued with the captain a few times. After witnessing her work firsthand, they stopped doubting her. Now, this Jiang Jiqing not only predicted the mudslide but also saved Chinemo and the child in his arms. She was truly impressive and seemed like a lucky star. Thinking this way, everyone started greeting Jiang Jinsi, thanking her, and asking if she was okay or if they should send her back. Jiang Jinsi waved her hand with a smile and said, "I just know a little about geography. When I saw that the mountain there looked a bit strange, I just reminded the captain. It's thanks to the captain trusting me that the road was closed. No need to thank me. I'm fine. I just rushed forward without thinking, and I got scared when I realized what happened. My legs are weak now, but sitting down helps." After she said this, she wiped her face with muddy hands, making her look like a playful cat. Covering up her stunning appearance with a silly joke made her seem even more friendly. The crowd responded with kind laughter. At that moment, two women ran over from a distance, Meng Chunmei and Zhuang Xiaowei. Zhuang Xiaowei staggered as she ran to them. When she saw the boy in Jiang Jinsi's arms, she shouted loudly and rushed toward Jiang Jinsi. "Tiger, tiger. Did that bad person take you? Mom is here now, don't be afraid." She reached out to try to grab the child from Jiang Jinsi. The boy had just seen what happened and was very scared. He clung tightly to Jiang Jinsi's neck, refusing to let go or make a sound. Now, with Zhuang Xiaowei shouting and rushing over, the boy curled up in Jiang Jinsi's arms, holding on tightly and not letting go. Seeing this scene, Zhuang Xiaowei couldn't bear it. She screamed and pulled at Tiger, shouting angrily, "Are you a kidnapper? I've never seen you in our village. You definitely took my son, right?" Then she turned to Zhou Lusheng and said, "Captain, we found him. Why haven't you tied him up and taken him to the police?" Zhou Lusheng looked very angry. The other villagers also looked serious. "Xiaowei, this is Jiang Jiqing, a new educated youth in our village.
Don't accuse her wrongly. She's not a kidnapper.
She saved your son. You can't blame her," Zhou Lusheng said with a frown. Zhuang Xiaowei looked at Zhou Lusheng in disbelief. "No way. She clearly kidnapped my son, and now she won't give him back." Jiang Jinsi was speechless. She signaled to Zhuang Xiaowei to take the child away. "It's not that I won't give him to you. Your son is scared. You should come and comfort him," Zhuang Xiaowei angrily said. "Isn't that because you scared him?" Chinemo, standing nearby, coldly replied, "Zhuang Xiaowei, Jiang Jiqing saved me and the child. You can't repay kindness with betrayal and false accusations." This was the first time Chinemo had spoken such serious words to her in many years. Even when she failed to keep their promise and married someone else, he only watched silently, without saying a word. Now, for another woman, he was speaking to her so harshly. It's hard to believe she had been thinking about him all these years. Zhuang Xiaowei looked at Chinemo in disbelief. "Chinemo, even you are helping her." Jiang Jinsi quickly summarized what had just happened in the simplest words. "This lady, the story is like this. If you don't believe, you can ask everyone," asked Chinemo. "Even if you don't trust anyone, look over there." Jiang Jinsi pointed toward the direction of the mudslide. "You can still see it with your own eyes, right?" The onlookers began to agree with Jiang Jinsi. Zhou Lusheng also spoke up. "Xiaowei, we can all testify that you misunderstood. Hurry and take the child back. He might be scared." Seeing no one was on her side and everyone's words were the same, Zhuang Xiaowei glanced at the mudslide in front of her. Her face turned pale as she lowered her voice, gently holding Huzi back into her arms, and softly said, "Thank you, then lowered her head and headed toward the village. Jiang Jinsi glanced at Chen Mo, who had not taken his eyes off her since she arrived. She raised an eyebrow and said loudly, "That young lady, the child is probably quite frightened. He should be taken to the clinic for a checkup." Zhuang Xiaowei hesitated but didn't stop. She didn't say anything, instead quickening her pace and running forward. Everyone shook their heads in disappointment. Meng Chunmei stepped forward to help Jiang Jinsi. "Jinsi, you should get up quickly. A girl sitting in cold mud like this will get sick. Let me take you back." Jiang Jinsi also wanted to leave, so she quickly stood up. Seeing this, everyone dispersed one by one. Chen Mo followed behind them. When they reached the Chen family, Jiang Jinsi thanked Meng Chunmei and then went straight to wash herself. Back here, for convenience, Jiang Jinsi had asked Chen Mo a few days ago to set up a temporary stove in the corner so she could heat water for washing. She usually boils a pot of water in the morning, and the fire in the stove stays burning all day. Luckily, there is still hot water now. In fact, after Jiang Jinsi poured water into the house and washed herself briefly, she went straight into her space. In her space, she took a good shower in her room. Feeling comfortable, she called Tang Yuan over. "How are you? I haven't seen your second brother." "Tang Yuan, it will take 7 more days to unlock, Master. Please don't worry. You just need to wait. Also, this time, the task was very successful. You even saved a child, which is a great deed. The space rewarded us with many herbs." Jiang Jinsi raised an eyebrow. "Does it have the 2 types of herbs my mother needs?" Tang Yuan lowered its head. "Only one, which is the reward for the task. The other one requires completing another task." Jiang Jinsi, this space is evolving so quickly? Clearly a capitalist. No matter where she goes, she seems destined for a hard life. "What's the next task?" Tang Yuan, "It will drop randomly when the time is right." "Alright, I guess I just have to wait." Jiang Jinsi asked Tang Yuan to exchange the pipe from Old Qian for herbs to treat Grandma Chen's eyes. Then she turned to look at the gourd cat. The frontmost jade-green gourd had turned semi-transparent. It looked like a tiny, curled-up tabby cat inside the semi-transparent gourd, looking very small and adorable. Jiang Jinsi was very fond of it, watched for a while, then let it go. Chen Mo, covered in mud and looking so messy, was not able to hide it from Grandma Chen, but Chen Minji saw right through and had to tell her everything that had happened earlier. Grandma Chen quickly went to boil water for Chen Mo to wash up. After Chen Mo finished washing quickly, Chen Minji stopped him. "Brother, about Zhuang Xiaowei." Chen Mo quickly interrupted her. "Don't talk nonsense. We have nothing. The past is over. Today was sudden, but no matter who comes, I will go help." That was true. Chen Minji sighed in relief. That's good. That's good. She is already married, so don't think about her anymore. I think Jiang Jiqing is also very good, and she has feelings for you. Chen Mo frowned and looked up at Chen Minji. "Minji, do you even know what you're saying?" Chen Min was stunned. "Brother, I'm telling the truth. Why are you angry? Jiang Jiqing saved you several times. She must like you. Otherwise, a girl wouldn't go this far for you." Chen Mo's eyebrows furrowed even more. "Stop talking. Don't mention this again. How old is Jiang Jiqing? How old am I? Do you even know our family situation? What you're saying is no different from betraying kindness. If this gets out, how will Jiang Jiqing be able to face others?" Chen Min's face turned red. I know I was wrong. Brother, I won't say anything like that again." Chen Mo continued. "Jiang Jiqing is different from you. She's not the kind of girl in the village who depends on others easily. She's pure and kind. She helped me because she was kind to me and Grandma from the start. So, don't say these things again." Their conversation was overheard by Tang Yuan, who was out for a walk, and she quickly told Jiang Jinsi. Jiang Jinsi's eyes showed a hint of a smile. Luckily, Chen Mo was clear-headed. If he also thought she did these things because she liked him, she might really consider renting a new place. Suddenly, the sound of Grandma Chen calling everyone to eat came from the next room. Jiang Jinsi pulled Song Weiwei toward the Chen family's house. Suddenly, Song Weiwei stopped and looked at Jiang Jinsi. She spoke, Jinsi Linchuan Brigade, Fu Zheng getting married. Getting married. Jiang Jinsi turned to look at Song Weiwei. Seeing her eyes seem clearer, she quickly asked, Mom, when was this engagement arranged? I don't remember, but Song Weiwei kept repeating the same words. When Jiang Jinsi asked again, she just pressed her forehead against Jiang Jinsi's, looking pained. Jiang Jinsi sighed. She didn't dare to ask more. She comforted Song Weiwei and thought, since Jiang and Side wouldn't have news for a few days, maybe she should go see this fiancé. Marriage could wait. But seeing how much Song Weiwei still clung to this, she thought that maybe bringing him over could help her recover. Tang Yuan had said that for Song Weiwei, medication was one part, but to fully wake up, some external stimuli or memories could also help. Thinking this way, a strange light flickered in her eyes. After finishing the meal, Jiang Jinsi asked Chinemo, It looks like the sky is clearing. Can we start building the kitchen and bathroom in the next few days? Chinemo nodded. Yes, I will call people soon and we can start today. Jiang Jinsi then mentioned leaving Song Weiwei at the Qin family's place. I need to go to Linchuan Brigade to find my fiancé. When she said this, Qin Minji inside the house blushed suddenly. People know Jiang Jiqing has a fiancé, but she thought Jiang Jiqing was helping her because he liked her brother.
She really is.
Too terrible to think Jiang Jiqing would do that for her. She is not a good person. No wonder her older brother was angry earlier. Luckily, her older brother and she think differently, and luckily this didn't get back to Jiang Jiqing. Otherwise, she would have no face to live. Jiang Jiqing just saved her and her child's lives. However, Grandma Qin asked, Linchuan Brigade isn't very close to us. You're a girl and don't know the way. It's not safe for you to go alone, especially after heavy rain. Let old Qian take you in a cart. Jiang Jinsi nodded. That's what I thought too. Uncle Qian knows the area well, so I won't have to ask for directions. Chinemo added. Which Linchuan Brigade are you talking about? Our commune has a Linchuan Brigade called Shuangmulan. There's also another Linchuan Brigade, with the character for temporary in its name, belonging to Hongxing Commune, which is farther away. Jiang Jinsi was surprised. She didn't expect there to be two brigades with the same pronunciation but different characters and both not far away, both in Tan County. She smiled quietly and said, Actually, I'm not sure which one it is. I'll go to the closer one first. If I find the person there, I won't need to go to the other. If not, then I'll try the other one. Chinemo nodded in agreement and didn't ask further. Jiang Jinsi then pulled Song Weiwei outside and asked carefully if she knew which Lin or Linchuan Brigade it was. Song Weiwei looked confused, with a blank expression. Jiang Jinsi sighed. It seems she can't find out. As she said before, she'll just go to each one and look. That's all she can do. After giving Song Weiwei a few more instructions, Jiang Jinsi hurried out. The sky was clearing, but tomorrow they would probably have to work again. If she went out now, she'd be in a rush. After Jiang returned from that side, she had more things to do. First, she decided to meet the person called Fu Zheng to see what the situation was. Old Mr. Qian got Jiang Jinsi's pipe and also saw her kindness. Naturally, he agreed with whatever she said without hesitation. Even Big Brother Qian, because he found out yesterday that his father's pipe wasn't an old item but something his father used to boast about, felt uneasy when he saw Jiang Jinsi, but still smiled happily. Until they got on the ox cart, old Mr. Qian asked Jiang Jinsi who she was going to see. My fiancé. My mother keeps telling me to go find him to get married. I thought I'd take some time to visit. If nothing changes, I'll get married first. Otherwise, as a girl, it's really hard for me and my mother to stay alone in the countryside. Old Mr. Qian nodded. Jiang Jiqing has a fiancé?
Haha.
My wife was also thinking of introducing someone for you. Good thing I didn't say anything wrong. Actually, the Qian family secretly guessed that Jiang Jiqing liked the Qin family because she was so helpful, worked hard, and saved people. They thought she might have a crush on Chinemo. After all, besides being a bit older, Chinemo looked quite good. At that time, old Mr. Qian dismissed the idea, saying it didn't seem likely. Jiang Jiqing was generous, looked nice, and was from the city. How could she fall for the poorest family in the village, especially one with a questionable background like the Chin family? It just didn't add up. He was even mocked by his family for thinking otherwise. Now, when old Mr. Qian heard Jiang Jinxi say she had a fiancé, he felt he was quite perceptive. Jiang Jinxi smiled. Yes, we got engaged a long time ago. Old Mr. Qian saw she didn't want to say more, so he didn't ask further. Instead, he turned the conversation to the recent mudslide. By the time they reached the dashi big team of Linchuan, it was already noon. They tied the ox cart at the village entrance, asked where they were working today, and found a child to lead the way. It's over there. The child pointed to a distant, dark crowd. Jiang Jinxi took out a piece of fruit candy and handed it to the child. The child quickly took it, peeled the wrapper, licked the candy with his tongue, and looked satisfied with a squint. Then he put the candy in his mouth and ran off quickly. Someone nearby had already noticed strangers approaching. The team leader called out and hurried over. Who are you? Jean Ci stepped forward a few steps and smiled as she approached. Are you the captain of Team Lin? I'm looking for Fu Zheng. Is he here? Captain Lin was momentarily stunned when he saw Jean Ci. Not because of anything else. This girl was simply too beautiful. Her fair, delicate face and refined features made it clear she wasn't from the village. When she asked about Fu Zheng, a look of understanding flashed in his eyes. If it were him, that wouldn't be surprising. Captain Lin chuckled warmly. I'm old Lin, the team leader. Fu Zheng isn't here right now. He's our tractor operator. He should be in the warehouse. Come, I'll take you to find him. Then, curious, he asked Jean Ci. Comrade, who are you to Fu Zheng? I'm his fiancé, she replied. A broader smile appeared on Captain Lin's face. Indeed, only such a beautiful girl could match Fu Zheng's handsome face and commanding presence. At this point, Jean Ci decided to ask directly, Captain Lin, is Fu Zheng doing well here? She hesitated, trying to choose her words carefully. After all, she hadn't really met her fiancé before. She only knew his name from her mother. Today, she just wanted to come and see him. Whether they would get married or not was still something to think about. She planned to see him first. Unexpectedly, Captain Lin immediately picked up the conversation, eager to boost Fu Zheng's reputation. Since she was his fiancée and so beautiful, it was obvious she was well cared for. He couldn't afford to embarrass Fu Zheng. Even though they were in the countryside, in Lin Chuan's team, they were all hardworking comrades. He couldn't let a few wrong words scare away his fiancée. Comrade Fu Zheng is very capable. Not only can he drive a tractor, but he also repairs them. All the tractors in our team are under his care. He's generous and has trained several tractor operators. He's honest and hardworking, always working in the fields when he's free, never dishonest or lazy. He's very upright and reserved. He keeps to himself, never talks to female comrades, and hasn't formed close relationships with any of them. Captain Lin was desperately trying to praise Fu Zheng. Jean Ci raised an eyebrow, seeming to think that Fu Zheng was quite popular. But Fu Zheng probably doesn't have many people at home. He's been here so long, but no one has ever brought him a gift. Jiang Jiqing should care more about him. Oh, why am I saying all this? You're his fiancé, so you probably know him better. That was a good thing. Jean Ci was eager for Captain Lin to say more. But unfortunately, Captain Lin felt he had said the wrong thing and refused to speak further. Suddenly, he stood still and pointed inside. Fu Zheng is right there. Fu Zheng, Captain Lin suddenly called out loudly, someone's looking for you. Go ahead and chat. I'll go back to the fields. Old man Qian also wisely said, Jiang Jiqing, I'll wait for you on the ox cart. I'm getting old and want to rest my feet for a bit. Jean Ci thanked both of them. When she turned around, she saw a tall man walking toward her against the light. He wore a faded white shirt, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, with defined muscles on his forearms. His broad shoulders stretched the fabric into a neat curve, but his waist suddenly narrowed, with a belt emphasizing his slim, strong figure. His black trousers covered long, powerful legs, and his stride showed smooth, muscular contours. Broad shoulders, long legs, a slim waist. It wasn't until he reached her that she could see his face clearly. Her mind was flooded with surprise. This man, could he really be this handsome? His high-brow bones cast deep shadows, making his bright eyes stand out, like black obsidian soaked in a mountain stream. His nose was straight and high, with a sharp ridge from the bridge to the tip, but it curved slightly at the end, giving him a tough, handsome look. "Are you looking for me?" His voice was deep but had an unintentional magnetic charm. As soon as he spoke, Jean Ci felt a slight tingling in her ears. She stared at his moving lips and suddenly changed her mind. With such good looks, getting married wouldn't be a bad deal. She instinctively spoke, "Comrade Fu Zheng, I am your fiancé, Jean Ci. You should know me, right?" Fu Zheng slightly squinted, recognizing at first glance that the girl in front of him, with her fair skin, long legs, and delicate face, was the one he met earlier in the black market. But clearly, she hadn't recognized him. When she mentioned her identity, Fu Zheng frowned. He had already told his mother not to set up blind dates or get him married. Why are girls still coming to see him? Probably, his mother is secretly doing something behind the scenes. Fu Zheng rubbed his forehead and nodded out of politeness, even though he didn't want to admit anything.
Yes.
You. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Jinxi interrupted. "How about we get married first?" Fu Zheng asked back instead of answering. "Why are you here?" Jiang Jinxi quickly explained that she had come from the countryside to find him. "My mom asked me to come here to marry you. I have no problem with that." Jiang Jinxi's eyes sparkled with happiness. At first, there were doubts, but now that he saw her, he thought it was fine. Just because of her looks, it was okay. Fu Zheng frowned more deeply. He didn't expect this girl to be the one his mother introduced him. Now that she had come so far, it didn't seem right to send her away immediately. But about marriage, he still needed to think about it. Given his current situation, he might end up staying in the village. Wait, could it be that this girl came to the countryside just for him? Thinking of this, Fu Zheng's head hurt even more. "Have you eaten?" Coming from the West Gully Brigade, he guessed she probably hadn't eaten either. Sure enough, Jiang Jinxi nodded honestly. Fu Zheng understood and said, "Wait a moment, I'll close the warehouse door." Without waiting for her response, he turned and went inside again. His long legs moved steadily and confidently, his back straight like a poplar tree. Jiang Jinxi raised an eyebrow, clearly admiring him. With his figure and face, he would be considered very handsome even in later generations. And he looked so energetic. "Master, you're drooling." Jiang Jinxi instinctively wiped her chin, then quickly realized and scolded the dumpling in her mind. "You're lying to me again?" The dumpling looked curious and poked its head out. "Master, there's no good food. Why do you look so greedy?" Jiang Jinxi pressed her cat's head back into the space. "Go back. I didn't tell you to come out. If someone sees, I won't be able to explain." Inside the space, the dumpling stretched its chubby paw and scratched its head, making a sound, then shrank back, looking confused. Jinxi relaxed and was about to enjoy the view again when she saw someone walking up to her. "Let's go back first and eat." She remembered the old man Qian who came with her earlier. "Call him too." Fu Zheng nodded. "There are no restaurants in the village. We have some meat and vegetables at home." "Aren't you staying at the youth hostel?" "Living alone." Jinxi swallowed hard. "Uncle Qian needs to watch his ox cart." "No, I'll bring him some food when it's ready later. He said he's old and wants to rest for a while." Seeing her say this, Fu Zheng didn't argue and led her to his place. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Why did you go to the countryside?" Jinxi was silent for a few seconds before replying, "There are some things at home." Fu Zheng understood quickly. He knew about the Fu family situation. Otherwise, his mother wouldn't have done such things to help her brother gain favor. The Jiang family wanted to connect with the Fu family, using this daughter as a bargaining chip, and did some over-the-top things, which was understandable. But seeing how happy she looked, she didn't seem forced. And considering her previous large purchase of supplies, she probably made some preparations. Anyway, her going to the countryside probably had something to do with him. Fu Zheng hesitated for a moment before speaking. They arrived at Fu Zheng's home. It was a small farmyard with 2 rooms. The yard outside was quite large and tidy. Fu Zheng poured her a glass of water.
Sit down.
I'll cook quickly. After Fu Zheng left, Jinxi started to look around the house. It was simple and plain. There was a table, a few chairs, and a cabinet. Nothing else. The room felt empty. The only notable thing was a certificate on the wall for model worker. Seeing the name Fu Zheng on it, Jinxi paused. It was this Fu. She had always thought it was Fu. This Fu reminded her of the Fu family and Fu Sheng, which made her feel a bit uncomfortable. But it was gone in an instant. She then laughed at herself for being influenced by her original self, feeling overly cautious. What does Fu Zheng have to do with the Fu family? This was a marriage arranged by her original mother. However, if I remember correctly, the original text states that Fu Sheng indeed has an older brother who seems to be a hidden, powerful figure. But I forgot his name. Jiang Jinxi leaned against the doorframe of the kitchen, watching Fu Zheng busy inside. Honestly, good-looking people do have an advantage. Especially handsome men. When they cook, that advantage seems to grow 10 times. His movements are clean and quick, clearly experienced in cooking. He looks strong and confident, and every gesture is graceful. He is unaffected by the busy kitchen atmosphere. Fu Zheng noticed Jiang Jinxi as soon as she arrived. He was facing away from her, didn't turn around, and didn't speak. After waiting a long time, he saw she hadn't come in or spoken. Only felt her hot gaze seemed to burn into his back. Fu Zheng turned his head and glanced at Jiang Jinxi, saying softly, "Too smoky here. Wait outside." Jiang Jinxi responded softly. After a while, he calmly moved away. Seeing her obedient and not trying to help by forcing her way in, Fu Zheng felt a bit more pleased with her understanding. 2 dishes and a soup were quickly prepared. 1 stir-fried pork with garlic sprouts, 1 smashed cucumber salad, and a loofah soup. They tasted quite good. Jiang Jinxi didn't hold back her praise. "Fu Zheng, your cooking skills are really impressive." Fu Zheng simply responded with a and said nothing more. Jiang Jinxi noticed that he rarely spoke. Does he not like her? Not want to marry? Or is he just not good at communicating? Her eyes flickered, but she didn't say anything more. Although this man is very attractive, if she had to be a clingy admirer, she would think, where in the world are there no other women? Women shouldn't hang onto just one man. After eating, Fu Zheng calmly got up to clear the dishes. Jiang Jinxi asked about marriage. "What are your plans?" Thinking she shouldn't rush him, she added, "Well, I'm in Shigo Brigade now, so there's no hurry. How about I give you half a month to think it over?" Fu Zheng paused his steps toward the kitchen, turned sideways, and looked at Jiang Jinxi with his dark eyes. A young lady coming all this way to find him, and because he hadn't given an answer yet, she had to ask again. She must be feeling quite upset inside. Sure enough, he seemed to see a faint hint of sadness in Jiang Jinxi's eyes. That slight sadness was reflected in her clear eyes, making her look a bit sad. Fu Zheng tightened his grip on the bowl and dishes, then spoke in a low voice. "That's exactly what I want to talk to you about. Getting married is a big thing in life, so don't rush to decide. In half a month, I will come to Shigo Brigade to find you. You can tell me your decision then." After saying that, he added, "Wait for me 2 minutes. I'll prepare a bowl of rice for Uncle Qian and take you to the ox cart." Jiang Jinxi raised an eyebrow. It seemed that this person was quite reasonable. He knew to give the girl time to think. But looking at his attitude, he didn't seem to be planning to refuse. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Jinxi's lips. Not refusing was a good sign. Soon, Fu Zheng came out quickly carrying a large bowl of rice, topped with plenty of vegetables and meat slices, clearly reserved for her. "Let's go. I'll take you to the village entrance." Jiang Jinxi wasn't very good at chatting. She was the type who could talk if others started, but she didn't usually find topics herself. Now, since Fu Zheng remained silent the whole time, she lost interest in talking and just silently followed him. Fu Zheng probably was cooperating with her, walking at a slow pace. He held the rice in one hand and fished out some money and tickets from his pocket with the other, then handed them to Jiang Jinxi. "Since you just came back from the countryside, there are many places where you need money and tickets. Keep these for now." Jiang Jinxi looked up in surprise. Fu Zheng had already turned around and started walking ahead again. She never expected that, even though they hadn't confirmed their relationship yet. What if she decided not to marry him and ran away? Wouldn't he lose a lot? The money and tickets in her hand were probably at least 100 yuan. She looked at the tall figure of the man, raising an eyebrow. Is he that generous? Fu Zheng noticed she wasn't following and stopped, turning back to look at her. What's wrong? Jiang Jinxi asked what was on her mind. It's not that. I was just thinking, we haven't decided whether to get married. If you give me this money, what if we don't get married in the end? Wouldn't you lose out? Fu Zheng paused for a moment, then after a few seconds he said, It doesn't matter. Just see it as compensation for your trip to the countryside. Let's go. The food will get cold soon. He was generous and not stingy. Jin Ziai quickly caught up, feeling even more pleased with this man.
They didn't speak much on the way.
When Jiang Ziai and Fu Zheng passed by, old man Qian was sleeping soundly on an ox cart. Jiang Ziai hurriedly woke him up. Seeing food, old man Qian rubbed his eyes, chuckled, and got up to take the bowl. He looked at Fu Zheng and said, Young man, you look really good. You're a perfect match for our Jiang Jiqing. Jiang Ziai smiled softly and said, Uncle Qian, I specially left some food for you. Please eat quickly. After you're done, we'll head back. There was meat, vegetables, and fine rice. It was like a gift from heaven. How long had old man Qian not eaten meat? And this fine rice was delicious. He ate a big bowl of food, burped happily, and then handed the bowl back to Fu Zheng. Thanks for the meal, young man. We'll be on our way now. Fu Zheng nodded and looked at Jiang Ziai again. I'll come find you in half a month. Jiang Ziai smiled at him. Okay. Fu Zheng paused, looking at Jiang Ziai's smile, feeling a bit stunned. That smile was like the most beautiful flower blooming in spring, full of charm. His bright, spring water-like eyes seemed to look right into his heart. Feeling a little uncomfortable, Fu Zheng turned his head away and waved his hand. The ox cart moved forward, and the girl on the cart waved back at him. Until the ox cart disappeared from sight, Fu Zheng still stood there. Captain Lin suddenly appeared from nowhere. Young Fu, you're quite lucky to have such a beautiful fiancé. Fu Zheng glanced at him, avoiding the topic. I'm going back to the warehouse to fix the tractor. After saying that, he turned and left. Captain Lin scratched his head and muttered, This kid, he probably doesn't even like girls like that. But then again, why would he send someone here? Or bring her back to cook? Maybe he's just keeping it to himself. When Jiang Ziai and old man Qian entered the village, they saw a crowd gathered near a pond, making a lot of noise. Old man Qian chuckled. Maybe they're fishing now that the water's full. Come on, let's go see. Although Jiang Ziai wasn't short of food, she was still interested in fishing. She followed old man Qian toward the crowd. Getting closer, I heard sharp cries from the crowd. It seems like he's no longer breathing. I think he's dead. Old man Qian was startled, grabbed someone, and asked, What's going on? The girl from the Su family. She jumped into the pond to commit suicide. I heard she's no longer breathing. Jiang Jinxi was surprised. Now that she has her own space and has started studying medicine, she naturally has a kind heart. She immediately pushed through the crowd, hurriedly squeezing inside. Let me see. Finally, she reached the front of the crowd and saw a woman trembling as she checked a young girl's nose for breath. Captain Zhou Lushing stood nearby with a serious face. Is she really not breathing? When Zhou Lushing saw Jiang Jinxi coming, knowing she knew medicine, he quickly said, Jiang Jiqing, you're back? Come help check if she could be saved. Jiang Jinxi jogged over. Seeing the woman refuse to move aside, she frowned. Move aside, I want to check. The woman's eyes flashed with panic, and she stayed still. She's not breathing anymore. What are you going to do? Captain, she was about to say more but was pushed away by Jiang Jinxi, pushed far back. Ah, you. Zhou Lusheng, annoyed by the woman's scream, shouted, Shut up. The woman was stunned and dared not speak further. Jiang Jinxi did a quick check and found that the girl was unconscious and her breathing was very faint. Her heart tightened, knowing the situation was very urgent. Jiang Jinsi recalled some simple first aid methods she learned in her previous life. She started CPR while telling Zhou Lushing to clear the crowd and not to crowd so tightly. She also communicated with Tang Yuan in her mind, asking about the girl's condition and if there were other quick ways to help. Since Tang Yuan couldn't come out in front of everyone, Jiang Jinsi turned her back and looked through her space to check the situation. There's still hope. Your current approach is correct. If that doesn't work, try acupuncture, stick. Tang Yuan quickly listed several acupoints. Recently, under Tang Yuan's encouragement, Jiang Jinsi had been memorizing those acupoints whenever she had free time. She now remembered their locations very well. After hearing Tang Yuan, Jiang Jinsi felt more confident. She performed CPR and artificial respiration. Finally, she coughed up some water. She woke up for a moment, looked at Jiang Jinsi, then fainted again. Jiang Jinsi checked her pulse and found she was fine. She just fainted and then took a deep breath. She sat down heavily on the ground and waved for Zhou Lushing to take her back home. She's not in danger now, but with this weather and the water, she probably caught a cold. Later, I'll go to her house to give her some acupuncture. A few days of rest should be enough. Zhou Lushing was very happy to see her recover. He smiled and said, "Good, good." He ordered someone to take Su Man home and pointed to a young girl to help Jiang Jinsi up and escort her back. Jiang Jinsi waved her hand.
I'm fine.
I was just too nervous earlier and lost some strength. Sitting for a couple of minutes will help. The onlookers saw she was okay and gradually left. Zhou Lushing stayed and talked with Jiang Jinsi. Where did Jiang Jiqing go? I heard about this earlier and asked someone to find you. They said you went out. I went to Linchuan Brigade to see my fiancé. Qian Shu took me there. We had a meal, and I was delayed. I just got back now, coincidentally. That Su Man is very lucky. Why did she try to jump into the water? Zhou Lushing sighed. That girl, Su Man, has a tough life. Her mother died early, and her stepmother didn't like her. Last year, she was sent to a poor family in the neighboring village. The family was very poor, and her mother-in-law wasn't easy to get along with. Her husband was in the army, but often away. She had to support her family with her allowance, which wasn't enough for her younger siblings. Her stepmother was lazy and didn't work. She also said children should be spoiled. The young man and girl in their teens weren't allowed to do anything. When Su Man married in, she had to do all the chores. She couldn't take it anymore, divorced, and came back. Her stepmother didn't like her either, and scolded her every day. Today, something must have happened, and she just jumped into the pond.
Sigh.
Such misfortune. Jiang Jinsi listened with sympathy. Zhou Lushing changed the subject and asked Jiang Jinsi, "Jinsi, I see you're quite skilled in medicine. Would you be interested in becoming the health worker for the brigade? Our brigade doesn't have a proper medical person because the location is remote and no one wants to come. Now, we don't even have a health clinic. The people in the brigade went to see a doctor, not in the town, but in the neighboring brigade."
Sigh.
It's so difficult. Jiang Jinsi didn't expect such a good opportunity and quickly agreed. I haven't taken the exam. Can I really do it? Zhou Lushing also didn't understand and asked, "I'll ask around. If it works, then we can set up a health clinic." Jiang Jinsi nodded. "Captain, as long as I can be useful, I am willing to contribute to our brigade. After all, I came to the countryside to respond to the country's call and do something for the people." Zhou Lushing laughed loudly. "All right, then it's settled." Jiang Jinsi stood up. "Captain, take me to Su Man's house." I said I still need to give her an injection. Zhou Lushing nodded and turned to lead the way. Jiang Jinsi followed closely behind. When they arrived at Su's house, they heard a quarrel. "Why didn't you die?" Acting all innocent. Jumping out when there are many people. "You just don't want to die, trying to threaten me with this?"
Huh.
"If you really wanted to die, you should have chosen the night. When people find out, you'll be gone." The words were really cruel. Zhou Lushing frowned and strode into the house. "What are you arguing about?" Su Man just woke up. "Listen, do you think this makes sense? Old Su's family, even if you're her stepmother, you can't treat the child so harshly. Old Su, your daughter almost lost her life and you don't care? Jiang Jinsi also entered the house and saw that Su Man's stepmother was the woman who had stopped her earlier from approaching Su Man, insisting she was already dead. Jiang Jinsi frowned and looked coldly. She saw the girl she had saved earlier sitting listlessly in a chair, even wearing the same wet clothes without changing. At that moment, Jiang Jinsi heard Tong Yuan calling out in the space, "Master, a task has dropped in the space." Jiang Jinsi distracted herself and checked the space with her mind. Sure enough, a line of words appeared. Task 2. In half a month, Su Man from Shigo Brigade will be falsely accused and insulted, suffering mental trauma and ultimately turning to the dark side. Rescue Su Man and help her return to her original life path. Su Man's background. In a certain Stepmother-era novel, she was the ex-wife of the male lead's rival, who looked down on the male lead's poor family and decisively divorced him. Her cruelty and laziness highlight the hardworking and kind female protagonist. After divorcing the male lead, she returned to her family, but was not well treated. Eventually, after being falsely accused and insulted, she turned dark. Su Man Yuan was naturally beautiful and charming, aware of her looks and skillful in using them. She also had talent and eventually became a top screenwriter, controlling major trends in entertainment. Jiang Jinsi finally realized that both her main goals seemed to be about powerful people in the future. She felt a bit excited. Could it be that as long as she builds good relationships with these influential people, she will always win easily? Jiang Jiqing came to give Su Man an injection. How can you do this? Zhou Luxing's words pulled Jiang Jinsi's thoughts back. She cleared her throat and was about to speak when she saw the woman suddenly rush at Su Man like she was crazy, hitting and kicking her and trying to push her out. Get out. How can this Su family have such a shameless person? You're divorced, yet you still have the nerve to come back home. Are you afraid your sister-in-law will find a good man to marry? Old Su frowned and asked, "What are you doing?" Before he finished, the woman retorted, "Even if we divorce, I won't stay with you. That little brat, she can't stay in the Liu family's good home, and now she's probably cheating with some lover. That's why she's so eager to divorce." Old Su's face darkened, and he awkwardly looked at Zhou Luxing. "Don't say such harsh words. She dares to do it, so I dare to speak. Everyone says I can't accept this stepdaughter, but no one says she's trying to seduce my brother for my family." Su Man, who had been silent, finally spoke. "I didn't." The woman suddenly lunged forward and slapped Su Man across the face. "Little brat. How dare you talk back?" Su Man was hit, her head tilting, and under the red handprint, her face looked even paler. Jiang Jinsi quickly stepped forward, pulling Su Man behind her, and frowned at the Su family members. She just nearly drowned and almost died. "How can you still hit her?" Before she finished, the woman cut her off, saying, "It's better if she's dead. Then we don't have to worry." Such a shameless person. She should have died long ago. "Who are you? What do you have to do with our family? If you have the ability, take the person away." Zhou Luxing couldn't listen anymore and said, "Old Su." Old Su turned his head away and said, "Sigh, Captain, you know my wife is like this. I really can't control her." Su Man, standing behind Jiang Jinsi, heard this and sniffled. "I'm leaving right now." After saying that, she rushed straight outside. Jiang Jinsi and Zhou Luxing were both startled. They looked at each other and quickly followed. Jiang Jinsi, being strong and fast, caught up with Su Man and grabbed her. "Don't do something stupid. Life is only once. You can't give up just because of a few words from others." Su Man looked back at her. "Jiang Jiqing, thank you. I wasn't planning to do anything foolish." Seeing Jiang Jinsi's doubtful look, Su Man forced a smile and glanced at Zhou Luxing, who had caught up. "Captain, I am divorced now and my household registration has been moved back to the village. I want to live alone now. Are there any houses for rent in the village?" Zhou Luxing didn't expect Su Man to have this idea. He smiled and said, "Living alone is good. But about the house," he frowned. "There really aren't many houses in the village to rent out. Most families have lived here for generations, and many don't even have enough space for themselves. There aren't extra rooms for others." Zhou Luxing looked at Jiang Jinsi. "Jinsi, you rent a lot of Chen's house. Could you
Actually, he felt a bit guilty about saying this,
because Jiang Jinsi had rented the house herself, mainly for peace and quiet. So, halfway through, Zhou Lusheng couldn't continue. Jiang Jinsi, however, was happy. This was like someone bringing her a pillow when she was sleepy. She was more than happy, she was very happy. Su Man was now her target. If she could live with her, she didn't believe anything would happen under her watch. She immediately smiled and said, "Comrade Su Man, you can stay at my place for now. I have an extra room, and it's just me and my mom living there. We also built a wall to separate from the Chun family, so it's very convenient." Su Man gratefully looked at Jiang Jinsi. "Okay, Jiang Jiqing, thank you so much." Jiang Jinsi smiled and said, "No problem. Anyway, you'll pay rent, so you're helping me out." When Su Man heard Jiang Jinsi speak, she let out a soft sigh, feeling even more grateful. "I'll go back first to pack my things. Captain, can you come with me?" She was afraid she wouldn't be able to carry anything alone. Zhou Lusheng understood her and nodded. "Okay, I'll go with you." Jiang Jinsi thought for a moment. "I'll go too." The group returned to Su's house. Su's mother sneered. "Aren't you going to die? Why are you back?" Jiang Jinsi, worried about upsetting Su Man, didn't expect her to wipe away her tears and look coldly at the family. "This is my home. Why can't I come back? How bold you are. You're just a stepmother. In the past, you even had to call my sister." Haha. Su's mother suddenly lunged at Su Man. "I'll beat you, you little brat." Su Man pushed her away. "If you keep talking like that, I'll slap you. Get out of my way. I'm going to get my things." Su's mother paused. "You're moving out?" Su Man didn't say anything. She went into her room to pack her belongings. Zhou Lusheng repeated what Su Man had said. "It seems you don't want her to stay either. Even if Su Man divorces, she's still one of our village girls. Since you, as her parents, don't want to keep her, and she's willing to rent a place, then so be it." Su's mother was still a little afraid of Zhou Lusheng. This was also what she had been hoping for. But now that Su Man was really leaving, she felt uncomfortable. If she left, who would do the chores at home? She'd have to do them herself. She had also been thinking of finding her a new family and collecting more bride price, so she wouldn't have to raise her for nothing. The more she thought about it, the more upset she became. When Su Man came out to pack her things, Su's mother blocked her. "Are you just going to leave like that? No way. You've been back these days, eating and using everything at home. Plus, all the money we spent on you since you were little. You have to give that back. Otherwise, you're not leaving." Su Man frowned. "When I got married before, you took 200 in bride price. You didn't give me a single cent. What more do you want? You can't be greedy." Su's mother didn't care about that. She started crying and throwing a tantrum, refusing to let her go. Zhou Lusheng's face darkened. "Old Su, are your family planning to eat someone? Hurry up and pull your wife away." Su Man also looked at old Su. "Dad, I just want to ask, do you also think I need to give you money to leave?" Old Su's face showed a hint of panic. "Your stepmother is doing this for the good of our family. All right. Since that's the case, tell me how much money you want, and I will write an IOU for you. Take your time with this money. No, it must be cash now, or you can't leave." Old Su lowered his head and said nothing. Su Man, with her eyes red and swollen, looked at Su Posey. "How much?" 100 yuan and another 100. Su Man clenched her teeth. 50 yuan at most 50. Otherwise, I have no more. I won't leave. I will stay in the Su family from now on. Don't even think about marrying me off again. If you try to force me, I will even die. When I die, I will still cling to you. Let everyone see how you forced your stepdaughter to death. I want to see if your son and daughter can find good in-laws after this." Su Posey suddenly fell silent. 50 is 50. Hand it over. "I knew you, you little brat, still hiding money." But Su Man didn't take out the money. Instead, she looked at old Su. "Write me a letter of disownment. Otherwise, I won't give you the money." Su Posey jumped up. But Su Man refused to back down. She said if Su Posey didn't agree, she would just stay. She knew in her heart that Su Posey didn't want to see her, but she was unwilling to let her go easily. always trying to take everything from her. Zhou Lusheng spoke up. Old Su, I see you and your wife don't care much for Su Man either. Since that's the case, don't waste each other's time. Just write a letter of disownment. Old Su was silent for a long time and finally, he really did write a letter of disownment. Su Man gave them 50 yuan and then returned to Jiang's house with Jiang Jinxi. Jiang Jinxi found it ridiculous, but also felt a bit envious that Su Man could get that disownment letter. She hadn't even received her own disownment letter from the Jiang family. Jiang Jinxi told Su Man to stay in the room next door. After packing up, she was giving Su Man an acupuncture treatment and chatting casually. I don't think you look like someone who would jump into the water to end your life. So how come? Su Man forced a smile. I'm not the one who jumped. Jiang Jinxi was stunned. You were pushed into the water. Su Man's face showed a hint of doubt. I don't know either. I wasn't thinking of jumping into the water. I just wanted to fish. Then I felt someone push me from behind and I fell in. Who pushed you? Su Man shook her head. I didn't see clearly who it was. I don't dare tell anyone about this, since I have no proof, and it might cause trouble. Jiang Jinxi didn't expect the girl to be so cautious and smiled. You're right, but you should be more careful in the future. If you go somewhere, call me. I'll go with you, especially in the past 2 weeks. That person almost hurt you, but who knows what bad ideas they still have. Su Man nodded seriously. Jiang Jiqing, thank you so much. Not only did you save my life, but you also took me in. Now you're helping me with acupuncture. I don't know how to repay you. Sister Su Man, I feel very close to you as soon as I see you. Don't be so polite. From now on, let's be like sisters. Okay, Sister Jinxi. From now on, you're my real sister. Whatever happens, just call me. Jiang Jinxi smiled sweetly. All right. She finished the acupuncture. The needles are done. Lie down for a while. I'll go call my mom back. In a few days, the kitchen and bathroom will be ready, and things will be much more convenient here. When Jiang Jinxi returned to the Qin family, Chen Emo was cooking. Seeing her come back, he asked, Did everything go smoothly? Jiang Jinxi nodded. Yes, I saw the person. We agreed to get married in half a month. When he's free, he'll come over to discuss the details. Chen Emo smiled. Getting married in half a month? That's pretty quick. I need to go to Uncle Wang's house to order some furniture. Jiang Jinxi didn't understand.
Chen Montauk chucked.
You're getting married. As your family, I have to prepare some dowry for you. Jiang Jinxi was a bit surprised but also felt warm inside. Thank you, Brother Chen. Little sister, I told you before. You're a benefactor to our family, and you're also the lifesaver of me and my sister. From now on, you're like my real sister. We're your family. Chen Emo wasn't good at saying these things, but he kept repeating these words. Hearing this, Jiang Jinxi felt very warm inside. She smiled and said, Okay, I understand. Brother Chen, tonight we need to cook more. Sister Su Man is staying with me for a few days. She'll probably eat with us during this time. Once my side's kitchen and bathroom are finished, we can start cooking ourselves. Su Man has a faint memory of this. Seeing her expression, Jiang Jinxi thought for a moment and decided to tell her about Su Man. After hearing this, Chen Emo sighed quietly and advised, Jinxi, you should be more careful in the future. Don't be so kind-hearted. If anything happens on your side, remember to call me right away. Jiang Jinxi knew Chen Emo cared about her and smiled. Okay, I understand, Brother Chen. I'll stay here and eat. Later, I'll bring the food back to Sister Su Man. She caught a cold today, so it's best she rests at home for a few days. When they returned to the Jiang family's house, it was already evening. Jiang Jinxi took Song Weiwei into Su Man's room and handed her the food. Su Man looked at the mixed grain rice with polished rice and the large piece of meat on top of the bowl. She bit her lip and said, I actually can't eat so much. She even suspected Jiang Jiqing cooked such good food just to take care of her. Jiang Jinxi smiled. You're too thin. Eat more. Once you're healthy again, you can work and earn money for my rent. Su Man looked at her gratefully. Jiang Jinxi then introduced her and Song Weiwei to each other. Song Weiwei tilted her head to look at Su Man, then suddenly stepped forward and gently patted her on the head. Good girl, Don't be afraid. Both Jiang Jinsi and Su Man were stunned. Su Man's eyes turned red. All these years, except for her mother who passed away early, no one had ever called her girl before. Song auntie. Sniff. Su Man couldn't hold back her tears with the food still in her mouth. Song Weiwei simply took the bowl from Su Man's hands, patted her head softly, and fed her the food. Jiang Jinsi watched in shock. But she understood in her heart that Song Weiwei probably thought Su Man was the original owner. For a moment, she felt a bit sad. Since Song Weiwei woke up that time, she was very dependent on her at first, but later, they weren't very close. Jiang Jinsi didn't know if Song Weiwei realized she was no longer the original owner, which might be why they weren't very affectionate. Seeing Song Weiwei treat Su Man like this now, she felt a mix of sourness and sadness. If Song Weiwei knew the truth, she would probably feel very upset too. However, seeing Song Weiwei and Su Man getting along well, Jiang Jinsi finally relaxed. Time quickly passed. That day, when Jiang Jinsi went to work, she noticed several unfamiliar young faces in the village. She asked Su Man who was working with her. Su Man glanced and said, "They're from our team. They were sent to the county for tractor training by the team leader before. Our team doesn't have any now, but the team leader said we should try to get a tractor this year." Jiang Jinsi was happy and immediately stood up. "Sister Su Man, I need to see the team leader. Please take my mom home first." Su Man waved her hand. "Don't worry about your work. You don't need to tell the team leader about your work points now. I'll do it for you later, and the team leader will check everything together." Seeing her like this, Jiang Jinsi knew she was doing it to feel at ease, so she didn't refuse. She got up and headed toward Zhou Luxing's place. "Team leader, the tractor drivers who went to the county for training have returned, right?" A few young men around Zhou Luxing looked over at her, staring in amazement. Zhou Luxing saw Jiang Jinsi and immediately smiled. "Yes, they're back." Jiang Jinsi quickly said, "I'll ask for leave this afternoon. I want to see my brother." The matter with Jiang and had always been like a sword hanging over Jiang Jinsi's head. Not seeing him made her feel uneasy. And the time when Jiang and might get into trouble was getting closer. Jiang Jinsi didn't want to delay even a moment. Zhou Luxing waved his hand. "All right, go quickly. Come back early. Do you want Uncle Qian to take you?" "No need. I'll ride my bike myself." Jiang Jinsi hurriedly ran back home, changed clothes, then took her bike and sped toward Hongxing Commune. She had been there once before, so she knew the way. Riding alone now, she was even faster than the last time when she took the ox cart. Hongxing Commune, Sanjiaten Brigade. Shin Jiayong suddenly saw someone riding a bike past him quickly. "Who bought a new bike?" he muttered, glancing back instinctively. When he saw Jiang Jinsi's back, he recognized her immediately, and his face darkened. "Hey, stop up ahead, stop." Jiang Jinsi was worried about Jiang'an. She pedaled her bike quickly, heading toward the youth station nearby. Suddenly, she heard someone shout from behind. She was alone here. She obediently stopped. Turning her head, she saw Captain Shen Jejun. "Captain Shen. Sorry, I was riding too fast and didn't see you," Jiang Jinsi said with a smile. Captain Shen forced a smile. "Jiang Youth, it really is you. I just thought it looked like you." Haha. Jiang Jinsi nodded. "Yes, I was worried about my brother. When I saw that everyone from our team who went to tractor training had returned, I came to check." Captain Shen's expression darkened.
"So it was about this."
"Then it looks like your trip might be for nothing," he said with a calm smile. Jiang Jinsi frowned. "What do you mean?" "Your brother, Jiang'an, hasn't come back. He said he had some things to do and would return a few days later. He asked someone to get leave for him," Shen Jejun said calmly. Jiang Jinsi's brows furrowed even more, sensing something was wrong. In her memory of the original owner, this brother was always very obedient. Probably because of how he was raised from a young age, he never dared to do anything out of line, especially in a strange environment. Jiang Jinsi didn't believe it. She suspiciously looked at Shen Jejun. That's impossible. And then is the most obedient and least likely to cause trouble. Besides, he doesn't know anyone in Tan County, So how could he be wandering around alone? Shin Jiejun didn't expect this girl to be so quick-witted and hard to fool. A hint of a sinister look flashed in his eyes, but he kept a gentle smile. Jiang Youth, everyone knows this. I don't need to lie. As for why Jiang'an is in Tan County, you'll have to ask him, he said. Jiang Jinsi studied Shin Jiejun suspiciously, but didn't say more. She just smiled and said, I'll go to the youth station to ask about my brother. She paused and asked, Captain Shin, is that okay? Shin Jiejun nodded with a smile. Of course, go ahead and ask. I'll go with you. No need, no need. I went there last time, so I won't take up your time, Captain Shin. Jiang Jinsi said this, and was about to ride her bike forward. Shin Jiayong said, It's okay. I don't have many things to do right now. Since Jiang Jiqing came from afar, I should accompany her. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Jinsi's eyes. This time, she was sure there was definitely something suspicious going on. Otherwise, this Captain Shin wouldn't be so enthusiastic. Thinking about it, if a stranger went to the Shigo Brigade, Zhou Lusheng might also warmly show the way or casually point someone to lead the way. But he probably wouldn't personally lead the way, unless the person was an important figure. Right now, Jiang Jinsi was standing on the territory of the Sanjia village, and she wasn't a big shot. So, Shin Jiayong's eagerness must mean something shady. Thinking this, Jiang Jinsi's heart started pounding. Last time she came here, Shin Jiayong was so friendly, and his excuse seemed reasonable. She just thought it was normal. But if there was a problem last time, Jiang Jinsi felt her heart beating faster. She took a deep breath and pushed down her suspicions, smiling. Thank you very much, Captain Shin. She couldn't just ride off again, so she got off her bike and pushed it with Shin Jiayong toward the Jiqing site. On the way, 2 male Jiqing passed them, greeting Shin Jiayong with smiles. One of them silently exchanged a glance with Shin Jiayong and then nodded very lightly. Not long after they passed, that Jiqing strode ahead toward the Jiqing site. Jiang Jinsi lowered her head, a cold flash in her eyes. It seemed today was destined that she wouldn't be able to find Jiang, and sure enough, when Jiang Jinsi arrived at the Jiqing site, without Shin Jiayong needing to say anything, the people there gathered around her. Among them was someone who had gone to tractor training with Jiang, and Shin Jiayong explained Jiang Jinsi's purpose. That person said, Yes, Jiang did say he would come back in 2 days. Jiang Jiqing, you can come back to find him in a couple of days. Everyone else nodded in agreement. Jiang Jinsi's gaze swept across their faces. A few of them avoided her gaze unconsciously when they met her eyes. Especially one female Jiqing, who seemed to want to say something but shrank back and closed her mouth when her eyes met Shin Jiayong's. Jiang Jinsi smiled. That's really unfortunate. Oh, there's nothing I can do about it. I can only go back and wait. Captain Shin, thank you so much for today. I will come again in 3 days. Shin Jiayong smiled and said, All right, by then Jiang should be back. Jiang Jiqing didn't believe what I said before. Haha. Shin Jiayong joked. Jiang Jinsi raised an eyebrow. That's not quite right. I just missed Jiang and want to check for myself. Sorry if I caused any concern, Captain Shin. Well, I'll be leaving now. All right, take care, Jiang Jiqing. I won't see you off. Shin Jiayong finished speaking but didn't leave immediately. He stayed where he was. Jiang Jinsi pretended not to notice and turned to walk away. When she passed by a young woman, she saw a look of pity and reluctance in her eyes. But when Jiang Jinsi looked closer, she lowered her head again. It was the same young woman from before. Jiang Jinsi's gaze lingered on her for a moment, then she casually looked away and rode off with a cheerful smile. Only after she was far away did her face turn serious. She was thinking that if things got worse, she might come back tonight to check a situation. But for now, she definitely needed to go home. The 3 villages team must have some secrets, especially regarding Jiang'an. Maybe Shin Jiayong will keep someone watching her. If she doesn't see her leave, someone might get suspicious. At the youth point in the 3 villages team, Shin Jiayong's cold gaze swept over the young people and said sternly, If you want to live well on our territory in the future, you need to know what to say and what not to say. Otherwise, he didn't finish his sentence. The young people understood clearly. The young woman turned pale and took a few steps back, lowering her head and saying nothing. A few young men looked angry but didn't dare offend Shin Jae-young, so they also lowered their heads. A few others came forward to flatter him, saying sincerely, "Don't worry, Captain. We understand what can and can't be said." Shin Jae-young nodded and then hurried home. As soon as he got home, his wife pulled him aside. "I heard Jeong and sister is here again. What should we do now? Hurry up and cook dinner. Are you trying to starve me to death?" After saying that, he softened his tone. All right, I'll think about it. This matter can't be delayed any longer. If I wait too long, and that girl from the Jeong family really finds out something, I won't be able to handle it then." Jeong Jin-si returned to the West Gully team with a serious face and went straight home. Chun-mo finished work early and called someone over to help build the kitchen. He wanted to talk to Jeong Jin-si about the kitchen, but he noticed she looked a bit off. What's wrong? Did something happen? He also heard about her visiting her brother. Did something happen to your brother? Chun-mo asked again. Just as Jeong Jin-si was about to reply, she heard a happy squeal from the space. Master, my second brother was born. Haha. Jeong Jin-si paused, rubbing her forehead. My head hurts a little. I'll lie down first. We can talk later. Anyway, she'd have to wait until it got dark to take action. Chun-mo quickly said, Go rest then. I'll cook dinner. I'll call you when it's ready. Jeong Jin-si nodded, turned and went into her room, locked the door, then slipped into the space. Tang Yuan immediately pounced on Jeong Jin-si, meowing non-stop. Master, go quickly, go see Jeong Jin-si, was a bit surprised. Since the baby was born, shouldn't it come directly to her? Seeing this, Jeong Jin-si's heart clenched. Could she really let her take care of the little kitten? She wouldn't, right? But her space's cat, no matter how much she learns, can only try to imitate. Jeong Jin-si followed Tang Yuan to the string of jade-green gourds. She saw that the top gourd's semi-transparent shell had already melted away halfway. Inside, the adorable tabby cat blinked big eyes at Jeong Jin-si. When Jeong Jin-si approached, it meowed softly. That sound instantly melted Jeong Jin-si's heart. Seeing Jeong Jin-si not move, Tang Yuan bit her pant leg. Master, quickly, pick up my second brother. He can't leave the gourd without your permission. Jeong Jin-si reached out and gently picked up the little tabby cat. The little tabby cat licked her palm. Meow owner, Dongwa has seen you. Jeong Jin-si couldn't help but pet its head. The small cat, about the size of a palm, dependently rubbed its head against her palm, then rolled over. Jeong Jin-si was pleased but also worried. So small. How can I raise it? Unexpectedly, when Dongwa heard this, its tiny ears perked up and twitched. Meowed as the owner like Dongwa to grow up. In the next second, Dongwa jumped onto the ground of the space. Then, it grew to a normal cat size, at a visible speed. Owner, is this enough? Jeong Jin-si stared in amazement. Yes, that's enough. Could the cat space be played with like this? Suddenly, Tang Yuan gave Dongwa a paw with a snap sound. Stop showing off. Quickly tell the owner what you can do. Dongwa ignored Tang Yuan, looking at Jeong Jin-si with a sad expression. Meow owner, Dongwa is in pain. Big brother hit me. Tang Yuan. Where did the green tea come from? Jeong Jin-si picked up Dongwa again and lightly tapped Tang Yuan. As the big brother, you should take care of your younger siblings. No hitting the cats all the time, Tang Yuan. The owner is biased. Boo-hoo. Seeing this, Dongwa's eyes flashed with a clever smile, satisfied. Owner, Dongwa is a superhero. I can hear any sound within 100 miles. Also, Dongwa is very strong and good at fighting. If there's any danger that needs to be solved with force, let Dongwa handle it. Dongwa will definitely protect the owner. Tang Yuan. This second brother is undoubtedly a green tea. Jeong Jin-si's heart moved. She pulled up the map inside the space. Yes, the space has a map. As long as she has been to a place, its location lights up on the map. Jeong Jin-si pointed to the location of the Sonjia Tun Brigade. Can I hear what's going on there? Dongwa's expression turned serious. It listened carefully, then nodded. Meow, yes, owner. Jeong Jin-si relaxed a little. I want to hear what Captain Shin Jae-young said. Can I listen? Do I need to do anything? Suddenly, the Dongwa jumped into Jiang Jinxi's arms, sniffed around, then found a comfortable position to lie down. Master, have you come into contact with this person today? Yes, I spent quite a while with him today. Then there's no problem. Dongwa, try it. Tang Yuan watched as the second male, comfortably squinting in Jiang Jinxi's arms, narrowed his eyes. The cat's eyes glinted. This kid seems to need a lesson. He just was born and no one knows who the real boss is. When the master leaves, let's see how he handles him. Trying to monopolize the master, huh? At that moment, Jiang Jinxi suddenly heard Shin Jiayong's voice ringing in her ears. She was startled, then looked down at Dongwa in her arms. Seeing it squint and meow at her, she knew it was Dongwa who brought the message. She listened carefully. Sanjiaten Brigade.
Shin family.
Shin Jiayong's wife looked at Shin Jiayong, who had been sitting at home all afternoon without moving, and nudged him. Still no good idea? Maybe we should let that kid go. Threaten him a little? He probably wouldn't dare to say anything. Shin Jiayong waved his hand. No, if we really let him go, and he causes trouble outside, I won't be able to handle it. Shin Jiayong's wife frowned. That kid is very timid. He wouldn't dare cause trouble. His sister is just a girl. Out here in the countryside. Maybe you could find a few people from Shigo Brigade to threaten her. Better yet, find someone to. Once she gets married in the countryside, she'll probably stay here for life. What else can she do? Even if she wants to find out the truth about her brother, she might be too powerless. Shin Jiayong's eyes flickered. That's a good idea, but the night is long, and dreams are many. Recently, there's been no news from over there. If something happens on their side too and that Jiang guy causes trouble and something goes wrong, I might not only lose my position as brigade leader, I might even lose my life. His eyes grew darker with menace. Shin Jiayong's wife trembled. But we can't just kill him. Shin Jiayong sneered. Why not? The best at keeping secrets are dead people. Besides, I told you he wants to stay in Tan County anyway. Tonight we'll get rid of him. Before dawn, I made an excuse to go to Tan County, find a place, and leave someone there. This matter will be over then. If it gets exposed later, it will only be because he got into trouble himself, being beaten to death by some troublemakers. It has nothing to do with us. Shin Jiayong's wife was stunned for a moment. Then she smiled again. Boss, you really have a plan. So when do we? Shin Jiayong waved his hand. Sleep first, then go again in the middle of the night. Anyway, he's half dead now, so no one will run away. Once everyone in the village is asleep, we can go quietly. No one will notice. If someone asks, we just say we don't know. No one in the village dares to say anything. Shin Jiayong's wife patted her chest. That's a good idea. Now I can relax. Boss, I'll go boil some water for you to wash up. Let's sleep quickly. Shin Jiayong pulled his wife into his arms. What washing? We'll have to get up again soon. While we have this time, let's sleep together. Annoying. Hearing this, Jiang Jinxi quickly covered Donggua's ears. That's enough. You don't need to listen anymore. If they keep listening, it's clearly not suitable for children. Donghua looked at Jiang Jinxi with curiosity. Master, why don't I need to listen to the sleeping thing? Tang Yuan pawed at Donghua. What's so good about listening to sleep? Do you want to hear snoring? Donghua wanted to say it's not snoring, but seeing the master's tense look, it obediently closed its mouth. It sounds pretty bad, like fighting. Better not listen anymore. Humans are really strange. Jiang Jinxi told the two little ones to stay quietly, then she left the space. She headed straight to Chen's place. Chen Emo saw her coming and asked curiously, not asleep? Jiang Jinxi looked serious. Big brother Chen, my brother had an accident. Is there anyone in our village who can help? Right now, she could only think of Zhou Lushing. After all, she hasn't been here long. But Zhou Lushing is the team leader, and she doesn't want this to turn into a conflict between teams, afraid it would be bad for Zhou Lushing. Chen Emo stepped closer and asked, what happened? Take your time and tell me. Jiang Jinxi thought carefully before speaking. He offended the leader of Sanja village team somehow. He's been locked up, but I don't know the current situation. Today I went there, but the team leader said he had gone to Tan County and hadn't come back. I believed it at first. Later, a young worker quietly told me the truth. Although I am strong, I am still just one person. I thought I should come back and ask you all. Chun Emo nodded and said, "You're right. No matter how strong you are, you're just a girl. Dealing with these things alone is never safe. What are your plans now?" Jong Jinsi thought for a moment and said, "I heard that the team leader plans to kill my brother tonight and then take him to Tan County. When that happens, he will just throw him there and say he died on his own." Chun Mo's face darkened. Jong Jinsi continued, "I plan to go there as soon as it gets dark. When he makes his move, I will catch him in the act. That way, it will be more convincing, and there won't be any more excuses." Chun Mo nodded. "All right, wait at home. Dinner is ready. You can eat first. I will be back soon." Jong Jinsi stood up. "Should I go and tell Captain Zhou?" She remembered that, because Chun Jia's background was not good, Chun Mo rarely interacted with the villagers. Although she could go alone without trouble, for future problems, it was better to handle this all at once. So, the person she took with her should be someone important. Chun Mo clearly understood her concern immediately. "Don't worry, the people I brought are reliable. You all eat first, no need to wait for me." After saying that, he stood up and strode out. Seeing this, Jong Jinsi didn't say much more. Since he was a future leader, although he hadn't grown into it yet, he seemed to have some ability. Just then, Su Man and Song Weiwei returned. Jong Jinsi quickly called everyone to eat. Su Man asked, "Did you see your brother? How is he?" Hearing this, Song Weiwei paused her action of serving rice and looked at Jong Jinsi. She saw a hint of brightness in her eyes. Her movements froze for a moment. Then she casually said to Su Man, "Yes, he's doing well." During dinner, Jong Jinsi told Su Man, "Captain Zhou wants to see us tonight. After Chun Mo comes back, I will go with him to see Captain Zhou. You and my mom can sleep first. If anything happens, you can find Aunt Chun Mei." Su Man looked a bit surprised. "If it concerns the team leader will definitely inform everyone. It seems to be a personal matter. She and Jong Jinsi are not very close, and it looks like Jong Jinsi doesn't want to talk." Su Man also didn't want to ask more, so she advised, "Don't worry, I will take good care of Aunt Song. I'll leave the door open for you later. Be careful when you're outside tonight." At this moment, Song Weiwei also looked up, showing concern as she looked at Jong Jinsi. "Axie, be careful." Jong Jinsi was surprised. This was the first time since she came here that Song Weiwei called her Axie. She looked up at Song Weiwei's serious expression, feeling a warm feeling inside. She walked over and held Song Weiwei's hand. "Mom, I'm fine." Song Weiwei held her hand back, her eyes full of smiles, and gently brushed some stray hair from her forehead. "Axie, be good." She looked much better than before, less confused. Jong Jinsi couldn't help but ask in her mind to Tangyuan, "Is my mom getting better?" Tangyuan, "Yes, I think so. Keep giving her the spiritual spring water from the space. It really helps her recover." "Okay, that's good." In Jong Jinsi's memories, Song Weiwei used to know her. But after she was injured that time, even though Jong Jinsi fed her spring water and medicine promptly, when Song Weiwei woke up again, she seemed not to recognize her anymore. Most of the time, she was dazed and confused. But she still listened when asked to do things. While they were talking, Chun Mo returned. It seemed someone was following him. Chun Mo stood at the door and called out to Jong Jinsi. Jong Jinsi quickly told Su Man, "I'm going now." "Sister Su Man, lock the door tightly. I'll call you when we come back." Su Man also caught a glimpse of some people outside the yard, several of them. She felt suspicious but didn't ask, just nodded. Jong Jinsi left. She looked around and saw 5 tall men following Chun Mo. 1 middle-aged man and 4 young men. "Let's go," Chun Mo said. Jong Jinsi asked, "How are we going?" Chun Mo said, "I have already spoken to them and explained everything. This is the younger brother of the team leader." He pointed to the middle-aged man. "He doesn't seem much older than Zhou Lusheng." Zhou Zhengwo smiled and nodded at Jong Jinsi. "Hello, Jong Jiqing. I've heard about you from Lusheng. Since he can't speak for himself, I will do it. Don't worry, you are Lusheng's savior. Our Zhou family won't let anyone bully you." Jiang Jinsi quickly thanked him and said, "All right, I'll ride my bicycle. That way, the cart will be lighter and faster." Chinemo saw she had made up her mind and didn't stop her. Since the others didn't know Jiang Jinsi well, they naturally wouldn't stop her. The group got on Uncle Qian's ox cart. Jiang Jinsi took a flashlight and tied it to her bicycle to light the way. When they left the village and there were only fields around, Zhou Zhengwo smiled loudly and said, "Jiang Jiqing, your equipment is pretty good. You even have a flashlight." Jiang Jinsi's eyes flickered. She rode over to the ox cart and smiled. "Uncle Zhou, do you like flashlights?" Zhou Zhengwo nodded. "Yes, this thing is bright and handy for night travel. Who wouldn't like it? I've wanted to buy one for a long time. But industrial tickets are so hard to get." Sigh. Jiang Jinsi smiled. "Uncle Zhou, since you helped me without hesitation today, I'll remember your kindness. I have a friend who can get flashlights without tickets. If you need one, I can write her a letter." Zhou Zhengwo immediately got excited. "Really? No tickets needed?" Jiang Jinsi nodded. "Yes, no tickets needed. As for the price," Zhou Zhengwo quickly said, "if it's a bit expensive, that's fair. I want one. Remember, I'll pay you back later." Jiang Jinsi's items, even if she wanted to give them to someone, couldn't be handed out directly, or it might cause trouble later. That's why she used this excuse. She could give it away, but she was worried about suspicion. Seeing Zhou Zhengwo agree so readily, Jiang Jinsi quickly said, "Uncle Zhou, let me finish. The price is the same as in the department store. Since you helped me so much, I'll tell my friend. She'll have no problem." Hearing this, the others also started to feel a bit tempted. There are no tickets, and the prices are the same as in the department store. This is a real bargain. Everyone immediately started talking about wanting one. Jiang Jinsi smiled and said, "No rush. When you go back, ask your family members if anyone else close to you needs one too. Just tell Brother Chen. Once I know the number of people, I will write to my friend right away, but it probably won't be so quick." Everyone said it was okay. Zhou Zhengwo said, "We're not in a hurry. We're lucky to have such a good opportunity, thanks to Jiang Jiqing." The young people might not realize how important this is, but Zhou Zhengwo understood. Jiang Jiqing must be someone important, or else he wouldn't be able to get such rare items like flashlights so easily, without tickets and at the same price. Not everyone can do that. For tonight's plan, Zhou Zhengwo's earlier doubts disappeared. He understood that Jiang Jiqing was helping them repay a favor. Everyone has relatives, after all. Although only a few people seem involved here, in reality, the whole West Ditch Brigade might end up using the flashlights. But that would be too many. It could cause trouble for Jiang Jiqing. So Zhou Zhengwo said, "This is a rare item, and it's clear we're getting a good deal. When you go back, just tell your close family members. Don't let everyone know, and don't say where you bought it. We don't want to cause trouble for Jiang Jiqing." Everyone agreed without objection. The ox cart was moving slowly. Sometimes, when the road was narrow, Jiang Jinsi would go ahead, both to light the way and to listen for news from the Shen family. Fortunately, Shen Jiayong and his family were indeed asleep. This eased Jiang Jinsi's worries a little. Suddenly, Shen Jiayong woke up with a start. "What time is it?" He nudged his wife. Shen Jiayong's wife rubbed her eyes, lit a kerosene lamp, looked at the clock on the wall, then quietly said, "It's almost 3 o'clock." Shen Jiayong, still groggy, suddenly sat up with a start. "Why didn't you wake me earlier?" His wife massaged her aching waist but didn't reply. Shen Jiayong didn't say anything more. He quickly got up. Seeing that his wife didn't speak or move, Shen Jiayong looked up and glared at her, whispering, "Hurry up, will you?" The two sneaked out quietly. They only dared to speak normally once they reached the abandoned house nearby. There was no one around, or they wouldn't have dared to leave Jiang in here. Shen Jiayong's wife felt uneasy. "Boss, are we really going through with this?" Shen Jiayong pushed her hand away. "What's wrong with it? If we don't do this, do you want me to tell her sister everything?" His wife didn't reply. Shen Jiayong said impatiently, "Besides, if we kill him, it's over and we can still get the money. That woman said if I killed someone, she'd give me 500 yuan. His wife relaxed a little. "All right, I trust you. Let's hurry before dawn." They pushed the door open. Shun Jiayong signaled for his wife to light the kerosene lamp. Under the dim light, Jong-un lay on the bed, still and silent, as if he was already dead. Shun Jiayong went over and suddenly pulled back the blanket, pretending to be dead. "You little brat, you're lucky. You've been burning for days, and you're still alive. Now you're silent." Jong-un flinched. A few days ago, Shun Jiayong had poured cold water on him, and afterward, he developed a fever. Fortunately, it was a low fever, not a high one, or he might have already died. Yesterday, the fever finally went down. He hadn't eaten anything for days, only drinking a few sips of cold water. Many times, he felt he would die here. Sometimes, he wondered if he would wake up again after falling asleep. The night before yesterday, his sister appeared again, feeding him half a bowl of porridge and telling him she had come to find him. Initially, Jong-un had no hope left, but suddenly, a strong will to survive burst inside him. He thought, if he just held on a little longer, maybe his sister would notice something was wrong and come to save him. He overheard the conversation between Shun Jiayong and his wife earlier. Jong-un clenched the blanket tightly with one hand. He couldn't die. His sister would soon realize something was wrong and come to rescue him.
He must not die.
But at the same time, a wave of fear flooded his heart. Previously, the Shun family was never willing to talk about these things in front of him, only mocking him for being naive. Now, they shamelessly told him that they have someone behind them and that this person wants him dead. So, will he really survive tonight? As the blanket was pulled away, Jong-un weakly opened his eyes and looked at Shun Jiayong, begging, "Captain, please let me go. I won't tell my sister about this. I swear, I really won't say anything." Shun Jiayong sneered and slowly went to pour water. "Do you think I will believe you?" Jong-un begged earnestly. "My sister has money. As long as you don't kill me, she will give you 500 yuan. Even if you kill me and I disappear without a reason, my sister will definitely come looking for me. Then the police will come too. Aren't you afraid? Even if you're not, you'll cause yourself a lot of trouble. Captain, we have no grudges or enemies between us. Even with what happened this time, I don't blame you. It's all my fault. Even if I get better, I will never cause you trouble." Shun Jiayong took out a bag from his pocket, mixed it into cold water, stirred it casually with his finger, then carried a bowl over to Jong-un. "You don't need to say more. It's better you know now. Since you went to the countryside, someone has been warning you not to have a good life, that it's best if you die here. Every time I punish you, I get some money. From dozens to hundreds of yuan. It seems that person hates you deeply. So, after you die, don't mistake your enemies. I'm not the one who will kill you, that person is." Jong-un shrank back. "No way. I don't have any enemies." Shun Jiayong shrugged. "Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter. The important thing is you must die tonight. Only then can I continue to get money. My sister can also give you 500 yuan, and my father can too. Our family has money." Jong-un ignored the terrible pain in his legs and curled up in the corner of the bed. Shun Jiayong snorted and said, "Having money alone is useless. 500 yuan is a lot, but not enough for me to do this. The main thing is that person can help me get a promotion. Can your sister do that? If it's possible, we can talk about it." Jong-un's eyes slowly lost their light. Actually, even the 500 coins he mentioned earlier were made up by Jong-un. His sister definitely didn't have that money, and his father wouldn't spend 500 coins just to save his life. He wanted to trick Shun Jiayong. But he didn't expect that not only money, but also a promise of a promotion would be involved. He wanted to keep lying, saying his sister could also help. However, Shun Jiayong's patience was already gone. He grabbed Jong-un roughly, ignoring his struggles, and tried to pour water from the bowl into his mouth. "Enough, little brat, stop trying to fool me. Your sister doesn't have 500 coins. If she did, would she keep sending you small amounts? Not to mention helping me get a promotion. Drink it, close your eyes, and everything will be over. Don't worry, I'll make sure you leave without any pain." Shun Jiayong held Jong-un tightly, and Jong-un had no strength to break free. He closed his eyes in despair. He probably wouldn't see his sister again. Or his mother. At that moment, the door was kicked open with a loud bang. A figure rushed in like a whirlwind, kicking Shun Jaeyoung aside.
Who? Ah.
Shun Jaeyoung screamed and was thrown out like a broken doll. His wife shouted in panic, "Who are you? What do you want?" An elderly man stepped inside from outside. "Shin Jaeyoung, you and your wife are openly trying to harm the young worker. How bold you are." Shun Jaeyoung looked up at the visitor, stunned. "Third uncle." Listen to me explain." Meanwhile, Jong Jinsi had helped Jong-un up. "How is it? Did you manage not to drink that stuff?" Jong-un blinked hard, finally waking up from his shock. He called out confusedly, "Sister?" Jong Jinsi nodded. "It's me." "It's okay, sister is here." In the next second, Jong-un cried loudly, like a child. "Wow.
Sister. Sister.
Why did you come so late?" "Boo-hoo. I almost died. He was trembling all over, shaking badly. Jong Jinsi sighed softly, holding Jong-un in her arms and gently patting his back. "It's okay now, sister is here. It's okay now." At the same time, her cold, sharp eyes had already looked at Shin Jaeyoung on the ground. Shin Jaeyoung had just been kicked by Jong Jinsi and couldn't get up at all. He didn't care and, like a maggot, crawled to his third uncle's feet, pulling at his pant leg. "Third uncle, I didn't do it, I really didn't. I was just bringing medicine to Jiang Jiqing." The third uncle shook his head angrily. "Shin Jaeyoung, we all heard what you said just now outside." "Not only I heard it, everyone did. What do you have to say in your defense?" Shin Jaeyoung finally looked up and saw a few tall men in the room. All unfamiliar faces. It was obvious they came with Jiang Jiqing. He was so close to success. Shin Jaeyoung felt very unwilling but knew he couldn't show his true feelings now. He cried out, "I was wrong, I know I was wrong. I didn't mean to do it. I was forced. He kept pulling at his third uncle. "Third uncle, believe me, I grew up watching you. How could I do something so cruel myself? I really was forced, I had no choice." Chinemo sneered and said, "You were forced to take money, forced to kill, forced to get a promotion." Clearly, Shin Jaeyoung's words just now had been heard by everyone. Shin Jaeyoung wished he could slap himself. What was he thinking just now? If he had just poured the medicine down and suffocated Jong-un, that would have been the end of it, right? His eyes rolled. "What you heard was just me and Jiang Jiqing joking around. I just wanted to scare him, not really kill him." Jong Jinsi comforted Jong-un and told him to lie down first. She bent down and picked up the broken bowl that had fallen on the ground, with some water still left at the bottom. Jong Jinsi sniffed the bowl. Chun Emo sternly said, "We all saw you give him the medicine just now. How dare you deny it?" In the next second, Jong Jinsi heard Shin Jaeyoung say, "The medicine in that water is a sleep aid, not poison, really. If you don't believe me, call the police. I really didn't mean to kill Jong-un, I just wanted to scare him." "Does scaring someone really require giving them a sleep aid?" Zhou Zhengwo asked angrily. "You all saw it. I have a grudge with Jong-un, and I've kept him here for several days. Today, his sister came to visit, and I was worried about revealing our secret, so I gave him some sleeping medicine and sent him back to the youth station. Tonight, I wanted to scare him a little, and tomorrow I'd threaten him again, so he wouldn't talk. This matter will then be over. I really didn't mean to kill him. I wouldn't dare to kill anyone." Shin Jaeyoung spoke more and more smoothly. "Third uncle, please say a word for me. I've been growing up with you, and you know my temper, right? I usually have a good temper, and with Jong-un it's just that this kid is really annoying. Otherwise, I wouldn't be trying to mess with him." Jong Jinsi's gaze grew colder. If she hadn't overheard Shin Jaeyoung and his wife talking earlier through the gourd, she might have believed him now when she saw his words and looked at the sleeping medicine in the bowl. Sure enough, once Shin Jaeyoung spoke, the attitude of that third uncle softened. Even if you want to scare someone, you can't do it like this." Everyone, including Zhou Zhengwo, looked at Shin Jaeyoung with some suspicion. Killing someone over a personal grudge was too shocking for them. Now, his explanation sounded more reasonable. A sharp light flashed in Jiang Jinsi's eyes. "You say it's sleeping medicine? Are you fooling us? Do you think we don't know medicine?" Shin Jaeyoung looked at Jiang Jinsi with some fear. He hadn't forgotten that this young woman had just kicked him away earlier. It seemed she was not simple. But he knew what was in that bowl. Now that the third uncle believed him, and he was the head of the 3 villages, this wasn't something that could be easily judged. So, Shun Jiayong sighed and looked aggrieved as he said, Jiang Jiqing, I know you're angry, but this is really a misunderstanding. That bowl only had sleeping medicine. If you don't believe me, let's call the village doctor. The 3 villages had a health clinic and a doctor. Jiang Jinsi coldly said, I don't trust your village doctor. Since Captain Shen is so sure it's just sleeping medicine and sure you have no bad intentions, then let's report to the police. Let the police officers decide what's inside. Shun Jiayong and his third uncle both changed their expressions. If they report this to the police, Shun Jiayong, as the team leader, would be suspected of murder, and their 3 villages might lose their good reputation this year. Moreover, in the future, their village team might not be able to hold their heads up nearby. They might even be looked at with suspicion by people from 10 miles around. No way, the third uncle shouted loudly. Jiang Jinsi raised an eyebrow and looked at him. Why not? We saw it with our own eyes and heard it with our own ears. Not just you and me, but many others. Captain Shen wanted to kill my brother and even gave him medicine himself. So just because Captain Shen says a few words, this matter is over? What we saw and heard doesn't count. Are you trying to protect this murderer from our village team? But he's killing a young person sent to the countryside. Shin Jiayong kept arguing. I didn't do it, I really didn't. Jiang Jiqing, why don't you believe me? Jiang Jinsi said sternly. You didn't? Then fine, report it to the police and let the officers decide. I trust only the police now. If your village team wants to protect this murderer, I will report it to the youth office. I want to ask, we young people went to the countryside to support the country with passion, but we didn't even have proper safety. Who will dare to follow the country's policies in the future? A bead of sweat appeared on the third uncle's forehead. He didn't expect this little girl to be so sharp, hitting right at the core with just a few words. He looked at Shin Jiayong, waved his hand, and said to a young man in the crowd, Go report to the police. Shin Jiayong was shocked. Third uncle. If we report it, we won't get the award for being an advanced team this year. Why didn't you think of this before doing it? The third uncle snapped. Shin Jiayong's eyes flickered, and he dared not speak. The atmosphere inside the house suddenly became tense. Jiang Jinsi looked at the third uncle. My brother is registered in your village team. Can you manage his affairs? The third uncle's expression froze. He really couldn't manage it. He was the most senior in the village, older, and everyone respected him. Many people were willing to listen to him. But that didn't mean he could control everything in the village. Jiang Jinsi spoke calmly. If you can't manage it, then call someone who can. As soon as the words finished, Uncle San's face turned bright red, but the dim light made it hard to see. He weakly waved his hand and looked at Zhou Zhengwo. I didn't bring anyone else. You can find someone to go to Lao Wu's house. These matters are his responsibility. Uncle Sam was talking about Lao Wu, Shun Jiren, the head of the village committee. Zhou Zhengwo knew this. He looked around, pointed at a young man, and told Chinemo to go with him. You know the Zhou family is a bit far. It's safer for 2 people to go together. Chinemo nodded and got up to leave. Jiang Jinsi called out, Take my bicycle and bring this too. She handed him a flashlight. Chinemo didn't refuse and took the items as he left the house. Everyone inside fell silent. Even Shin Jiayong and his wife collapsed on the ground. Jiang Jinsi glanced at everyone but stopped paying attention. She casually placed the broken bowl on the bedside table. Then she took a small enamel cup from her military green shoulder bag, picked up a warm water bottle nearby, and turned away to pour water. It looked like she was pouring warm water from the kettle, but she was actually pouring the spiritual spring water into the enamel cup. When Jiang Jinsi fed Jiang-en, she secretly dropped a medicinal pill into Jiang-en's mouth while pretending to give him water. Jiang-en was surprised and wanted to ask, but when he met Jiang Jinsi's gaze, he silently swallowed the pill. Soon, he only felt warm all over and a tingling sensation in his broken leg. Jiang-en's eyes showed surprise. He looked at the people inside the house but didn't dare ask. However, his complexion and spirit seemed much better than before. Jiang Jinsi felt a bit relieved. Just then, Shin Jae-young suddenly stood up and tried to rush outside. There were many people inside, but no one expected this move. Seeing him about to run out, Jang Jinsi frowned. At that moment, she heard Donghwa's voice in her mind, "Master, I will go stop him." The next second, Jang Jinsi saw Donghwa poke his head out of the space and then rush quickly toward Shin Jae-young. She didn't see clearly what was happening, only hearing a sharp, tragic scream.
Oh.
My face. At the same time, a small, slightly proud cat meow sounded. Meow. A few people standing at the door quickly reacted and rushed forward, pinning Shin Jae-young to the ground. Ah, Shin Jae-young was still shouting. His wife was anxious. "Master, what's wrong? What's going on?" Shin Jae-young lowered his hand. Only then did everyone see that a deep scratch was on his face, and it was bleeding. His wife angrily looked at Zhou Zhengwo and the others. "My husband's face is like this. What are you doing? Even if he's guilty, we have to wait for the police to decide. Do you want to take matters into your own hands?" Zhou Zhengwo smiled. "Are you blind? This wound wasn't caused by us. It was scratched by the cat. Do you think we should be blamed for that too?" But Zhou Zhengwo signaled his people to let Shin Jae-young go, just blocking the door. Everyone's eyes turned again to the cat that suddenly appeared inside the house. Dung Beetle was completely fearless, even proudly lifting its chin. It then let out a meow and gracefully walked over to Jiang Jinsi. The worst pain had passed, and Shin Jae-young, feeling angry, realized what had happened. He had taken a big fall today, and he didn't expect even an animal to bully him. Thinking of this, he ignored the pain and suddenly stood up, rushing toward Dung Beetle. "Little beast, you dare to bully me too." If it hadn't been for this little animal blocking him earlier, he might have run away. Although he knew he wouldn't get far, he still wanted to make a call to that person. Besides, he had to stick to his story from earlier, and that person needed to help him with some effort to make everything foolproof. What if the police really found something? Would he end up in jail? He never expected to be tricked by an animal. Feeling both angry and resentful, Shin Jae-young charged at Dung Beetle without mercy. He was aiming to harm it. Dung Beetle sensed the danger, its first standing on end, ready to defend itself. But in the next second, it was pulled into a warm, soft embrace. Jiang Jinsi pulled Dung Beetle into his arms and looked coldly at Shin Jae-young. Even animals know how to behave, but some people refuse to do so. "Do you dare to try touching this cat?" Jiang Jinsi said this while threateningly lifting her foot. Shin Jae-young immediately stepped back. If that kick had been at the right angle, it might have broken his ribs. The force was so strong that it made him nervous, and he didn't dare to try again. Jiang Jinsi rubbed the head of the little cat. "Where did it come from?" Zhou Zhengwo smiled and said, "Probably a stray cat. It looks clever and a bit fierce." Jiang Jiqing, "Be careful," seeming to be annoyed by Zhou Zhengwo's words, the little cat, which had been rolling around in Jiang Jinsi's hand, suddenly looked up at Zhou Zhengwo and let out a meow. Zhou Zhengwo laughed and said, "See? Maybe it's angry now." Jiang Jinsi turned the cat's head and rubbed it again. "I think it's very cute." The little cat's mood was instantly lifted by her words. "Meow, meow, meow." It rubbed against her more happily. Jiang Jinsi chuckled softly. "It seems we are destined. From now on, follow me." She gently pinched the little cat's paw and then placed it into Jiang An's arms. Meanwhile, she thought to the little cat, "Little cat, protect Jiang and little cat. Rest assured, master." Jiang An had never kept a small animal before. Now holding the little cat, he felt a bit unsure. But since the little cat was the master's pet, it didn't make things difficult for him. It obediently rubbed against his palm. It rubbed so much that Jiang An's heart melted. Not long after, the director of the Revolutionary Committee of Sanjington came over. "Third uncle, what is it exactly?" Shinjiren's face looked unhappy. No one would be pleased to be woken up in the middle of the night by banging on the door. An Shin-mo and the other person said nothing, only that third uncle asked them to come. They looked unfamiliar. Shinjiren almost thought these people were troublemakers, coming to cause trouble because he had unknowingly offended someone. Captain Shun had an incident. Third uncle went to call the police officers. Finally, Shin-mo said this, and Shinjiren followed. Seeing the situation inside the house, he was confused. Captain Shin, what exactly is going on? Why did you call us in the middle of the night? Shun Jiren looked at Shin Jae-young's face with the injury and his exhausted appearance, feeling surprised. Uncle Third pointed at Shin Jae-young and explained the situation without bias. The matter is like this. Jiang Jiqing came to see you, so I called someone to bring you here. Shin Jiren looked at Shin Jae-young in surprise. Then he glanced at the brother and sister, Jiang Jinsi. He didn't expect the situation to be so serious. His initially confused mind suddenly became clear. This attempted murder, and the team leader is involved. If it's true, the situation is extremely serious. If this is confirmed, all of us will have to face the consequences. Shun Jiren naturally didn't want to be at the front of the trouble. He cleared his throat and said, Jiang Jiqing, since Captain Shin says it was a misunderstanding, maybe we shouldn't make a big fuss about it. Otherwise, it will look bad, and in the end, you will be the ones to suffer. His tone carried a warning. Jiang Jinsi looked at him with a half-smile. So, Director Shin, what do you think should be done about this? Shin Jiren adopted an official tone. In my opinion, it was just a misunderstanding. We should downplay it and settle it quietly. Young people act impulsively, I understand. But in the future, you all will be staying in this village for a long time. Did Jiang Jiqing consider that if you cause such a big fuss now, how will your brother live here in the future? Since it was a misunderstanding, everyone should just explain it clearly. We are all here, and naturally, we will help you. We won't let you be wronged. Jiang Jinsi sneered. Director Shin, I thought you, as the head of the Revolutionary Committee, would stand up for us Jiqing. Now it seems I was too naive. She paused and continued, but I don't plan to ask Director Shin to help me. We will let the police handle this matter. You. Shun Jiren was so angry he couldn't speak, pointing at Jiang Jinsi. He didn't expect this young girl to be so bold. Jiang Jinsi added, I came to talk to you, Director Shin, because my brother was hurt like this. I want to take him back to Shigo Brigade to recover. Shun Jiren had just said it was fine, but now I don't trust my brother to stay in your brigade anymore. So, I plan to discuss with our squad leader to transfer my brother's household registration and grain allotment to Shigo Brigade. This way, it also relieved Director Shun's recent worries. Shun Jiren almost got angry to death. Was he really considering their feelings? No, this matter is very important. It can't be decided just because you say so, Shun Jiren firmly refused. From the moment Director Shin spoke, Jiang Jinsi knew this wasn't a simple matter. She didn't insist further and said, In that case, I will take my brother to the Shigo Brigade to recover. Once he's healed, he can come back. As for any unexpected problems during the journey, that was normal. When the time comes, it will be natural to transfer his household registration and grain relationship. Shun Jiren immediately refused. No, that's not proper. If he needs to recover, he can stay at the educated youth site. There's no need to go to another brigade. If anything happens, we can't take responsibility. Jiang Jinsi was angry and sneered. My brother was doing fine, just staying in your brigade, but your brigade leader caused his current condition. Do you really think I would let him recover at your educated youth site? He might even die there without knowing. Since Director Shin didn't agree, and she was worried about him recovering there, she said, All right, I will send him to Director Shin's home. Please help take care of him. If anything happens to my brother, I will definitely come to you, Director Shin. Shun Jiren instinctively objected. This won't do. No one at my home can help take care of him. Besides, this is your own matter. Jiang Jinsi sneered. What does Director Shin mean? I want to take my brother home to care for him, but you won't allow it. I suggest putting him in your home, but you also refuse. So, are you saying I should come to take care of my brother myself? Shun Jiren was about to say yes, but Jiang Jinsi interrupted. That's not impossible. In that case, your brigade should cover my lost wages. Also, my brother was harmed by your brigade's leader, so you should help with his grain supplies too. This was basically asking for free care for two people. Shun Jiren couldn't agree to that. If he agreed, and the brigade refused to pay, wouldn't he have to pay out of his own pocket? No way. Jiang, stay out of this. Don't bring your ideas here, Shun Jiren said firmly. Jiang Jinsi coldly replied, I think Director Shen is probably in cahoots with the brigade leader. Otherwise, how could I say anything and you refuse everything? Are you planning to keep us siblings in your team and secretly harm us? Shun Jiren was startled. Although he didn't like Jiang Jiqing's attitude, too arrogant, he didn't dare accept that accusation. That would be a matter of life and death. Don't talk nonsense. How could that be? Then why did Director Shin make things difficult for me? I thought Director Shin would stand up for us young workers. I didn't mean that. I was just following the rules. Special cases are handled differently. I think the team leader might want to get rid of the young workers, which is also a special case. Jiang Jinsi didn't want to argue further and said, if Director Shin really doesn't know how to handle this, that's fine. I'll wait until the police file a case, then go to the commune to ask about the young workers. If this gets out, it could become a big scandal. Because such a thing has never happened before. Later, everyone in authority would be watching this. And then, choosing the lesser of two harms. Shun Jiren quickly reviewed the whole situation in his mind. Thinking this way, being scolded by the higher-ups for not knowing was not so important anymore. Otherwise, if this clever young worker accused him, and they thought he was secretly plotting with the Shin family, he would be unable to explain himself. Thinking of this, Shun Jiren hurriedly said, Jiang Jiqing, you can eat your fill, but you can't speak carelessly. I didn't mean that. Of course, you're right. Special cases are handled differently. This matter can also be flexible. Here's what we'll do. I'll first approve leave for Jiang and Jiqing. You take him to rest and recover. Once he's better, we can discuss further, okay? Next to him, Shin Jiayong was hoping Shin Jiren and Jiang Jinsi would argue, thinking he might find an opportunity. But unexpectedly, Shin Jiren was silenced by Jiang Jinsi's few words and then agreed to her request. Shin Jiayong was secretly furious, cursing Shin Jiren for being useless. But he didn't dare say anything. He could only watch as Shin Jiren not only agreed to Jiang Jinsi's conditions but also said he would immediately go back and write a leave note for Jiang'an. Not long after Shin Jiren left, the police arrived. What exactly is going on? The police officer looked at the scene and listened as Zhou Jiangwo and others explained what had happened. This matter isn't something we can explain quickly. Let's all go to the team office first. Sir, please call the team leaders over. This involved the team leader, so it was a serious matter. Uncle San saw the police officer approaching and felt even more pressured. When he heard what was said, he nodded happily. All right, I'll have someone call them now. After saying that, he turned to his son and told him to go call so-and-so. He added, let's go to the team office first. We will pass by the secretary's house on the way, so we can ask him to open the door. The police officer nodded. Shin Jiayong no longer felt hopeful and obediently followed the police officer. Jiang Jinsi saw this and told Shin Mo and Zhou Jiangwo to carry Jiang and onto a cart. The police officer saw this but didn't say anything. Jiang Jinsi then pointed to the broken bowl and said, Officer, this piece of evidence needs to be taken. We might also need 2 doctors to come and examine it. We need to find out if the substance inside is a sleeping drug or something else. The police officer nodded. Chan Emo stepped forward and pointed at Uncle Sansun. The 2 of us will go call the doctors from our team and the neighboring team. The police officer thought this was reasonable and nodded. By now, it was just before dawn. When they passed by the secretary's house, there was already some activity inside. Uncle San knocked on the door. Secretary Huang. Open up. A woman came to open the door. Seeing Uncle San, she quickly greeted him. Her eyes flicked over the people behind Uncle San. When she saw the 2 police officers, her expression flickered with worry. She nodded and said, I'll go call old Huang. Then she turned and ran into the house. No one said a word. Soon, Secretary Huang came out in his cloth shoes, with his hair messy. Seeing everyone, he froze for a few seconds, then hurriedly asked, This. Uncle San, what's going on? Officers, is someone from our family in trouble? When he said the last part, his tone was hesitant. He didn't think his family members would do anything wrong. But the situation made him feel uneasy. The police officer smiled and said, There's nothing special. It's just that something happened in your team, and the secretary probably needs to go with us to the main office. At this moment, Secretary Huang's eyes fell on the embarrassed Shin Jiayong. His pupils shrank and he quickly understood. He nodded and said, "All right, you go ahead. I'll change my clothes and catch up right away." He turned around to get the keys and handed them to Uncle San. "Uncle San, here are the keys. You take them and open the door." When they arrived at the main unit, Jiang Jinsi brought over some chairs and asked Zhou Jiangwo and others to bring Jiang En over. He sat next to Jiang En and supported him. Everyone else found a seat on their own. The sharp gaze of the police officer swept over everyone, making Uncle San repeat the story. Uncle San pointed at Zhou Jiangwo and said, "Last night, they knocked on my door. Said something happened in our village. I know this young man and his father well, so I didn't doubt him. I quickly asked what was going on." Zhou Jiangwo's face looked serious. It might be a murder case. Hearing this, Uncle San was immediately worried. This was a serious matter. "What's going on?" "No, I need to find the team leader and village leaders right now." No matter whose family was involved in a death, this was not something he could solve just by his seniority. However, Zhou Jiangwo shook his head to signal him not to worry. "The incident hasn't happened yet. We came here to ask for your help to stop it." Uncle San was very confused. He wanted to ask what exactly was going on, but Zhou Jiangwo refused to say more, only mentioning that such a thing might happen. To prevent the worst from happening, they came to seek help. This was a matter of life and death. Uncle San didn't dare refuse and finally agreed reluctantly. They went to the house where Shin Jiayong had detained Jiang En. Before long, Shin Jiayong and his wife came out. They overheard the conversation, and Uncle San was so frightened he almost fainted. It was that Jiang Jiqing who gave him an injection. Then, Shin Jiayong directly fed medicine to Jiang En. After finishing, Uncle San smiled politely at the police officer. "That's all I know." The police officer's sharp gaze fell on Zhou Jiangwo. "How do you know Shin Jiayong would commit murder?" Zhou Jiangwo felt a bit nervous under the stare and turned to Jiang Jinsi. "We heard from Jiang Jiqing." Jiang Jinsi confidently met the officer's gaze and said, "Actually, I was just guessing." Then she calmly explained the situation. "A few days ago, I came here once. The first time I went to find my brother, he said he wanted to take us to the youth station. I understood because we didn't know the way, and he was kind enough to escort us, showing he cared about us. But this time, I already knew the way, yet he still insisted on personally taking me there. That was strange. Especially when some comrades passing by the youth station offered to take me, he didn't let them. Later, when I arrived at the youth station, I felt the atmosphere was strange. When I mentioned my brother, the people there looked stiff, and everyone was just agreeing with Captain Shin. I sensed something was wrong, so I stayed alert. I pretended to leave, but I was followed. After I got far from the team, they stopped following me. I'm quite observant about these things. I didn't go back immediately. I waited until the afternoon when I was working, then quietly sneaked back to the youth station. Unfortunately, I didn't find anything suspicious. On my way back, I met a youth. She looked surprised to see me, then quickly called me over and asked me to wait for her. Soon after, she came out of the youth station, handed me a note, and then left without saying a word. The note read, "Danger." There is also a simple map drawing showing the house where my brother was staying. I reached out and saw Jiang En. I also saw Captain Shun's wife come over. I was afraid she would see me, so I quickly slipped away quietly. After all, I knew I couldn't take him alone. That's why I hurried back to the Shigo Brigade and asked the villagers for help to rescue him. Later, I lied about Captain Shin wanting to kill someone. I did this to deceive them because if I hadn't, they might not have helped me. After Jiang Jinsi finished speaking, Zhou Jiangwo looked at her in surprise. He didn't expect that this young woman had been lying all along. It was really because lives were at stake that she was so quick to come along. But when I think about it, I can understand. The police officer nodded after hearing Jiang Jinsi's story and asked again, "Why did you let them stay outside, and how did you happen to see Shin Jiayong and his wife come over?" And hear those words. It was such a coincidence. Jiang Jinsi smiled and said, "Of course, it's based on analysis. Captain Shin met me during the day, and I said I would come back to find my brother. Since he did this, he must be feeling nervous. When someone is nervous, they tend to act. I didn't know if he would kill my brother, but I knew he would act. When he acts, he will come over. As a brigade leader, if he's dealing with a young worker like my brother, he can't do it openly. He can only come at night. When we arrived, Jong-un was still there and no one else was around. That could only mean Captain Shen hadn't come yet. I naturally wanted to wait and see what he would say when he didn't know we were there. After all, my brother being in that state must have a reason. And he's the local brigade leader. If we don't catch him in the act, who can do anything about him? Jong Jinsi's explanation was logical and well-founded, and the police officer couldn't find any flaws at first. The only major flaw was that the timing was too coincidental. Lu, an older police officer with sharp eagle-like eyes, stared at Jong Jinsi and asked, "Who is the young worker who gave you the note?" Jong Jinsi shook her head and said, "I won't say who he is. He helped me, and I won't put him in danger." Lu frowned and changed his approach. "Then show us the note." Jinsi sneered and looked at him. "So, are you police officers accusing us of being the villains with a guilty conscience? My brother and I have been bullied like this, and my brother was almost killed by that man. Yet, in front of so many witnesses, you don't question the murderer but instead interrogate me?" From the police officers' expressions, it seemed they suspected that this was all a setup by me, that I ordered Captain Shen to kill my brother. Do we have a deadly feud? Officer Lu's face turned pale. He was just doing his job and asked a question, not expecting this clever girl to be so sharp. Another officer tried to smooth things over. "Comrade, we didn't mean it that way. We're just doing routine questioning. We will also ask Captain Shen." Jean Ci looked at the officers with suspicion. After hesitating for a moment, she took a piece of paper from her pocket and handed it over. When Shun Jiayong leaned in to look, she quickly crumpled the paper and shoved it into the officer's hand. "If you show this to him, I will have a good reason to suspect that you are working with him," the officer. Lu's mouth twitched as he took the paper from the officer and glanced at it. Just one look, and he could tell the handwriting had been deliberately altered. It was hard to see the truth. At that moment, Shen Jiayong suddenly spoke. "Comrade, don't listen to her. All she said is just her own imagination. I told you, I only gave Jong-un some sedative, not poison. I just wanted to scare him. I admit, scaring him was wrong and I accept any punishment. But I never intended to kill him. Please give me justice." Jean Ci sneered again and looked at the police officer. "So, Captain Shen means that if it can be proven that the water in that bowl didn't contain sedative, then he deliberately tried to kill him," the officer nodded. "That's basically it. After all, both witnesses and physical evidence are present. There's nothing to argue about." The officer then asked Jong-un, "Young Jong, please tell us how your feud with Shin Jae-young started and why he treated you like this from beginning to end." Jong-un recounted her experience in detail. After finishing, she lowered her head and said nothing more. Jean Ci felt a wave of sour pain rise in her heart. He clenched his fists tightly again. Shun Jiayong. If he wasn't sent inside, how could she bear this anger? Jiang Jinsi took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and coldly said, "Please have the doctor come quickly to check. I don't believe there's any poison in this bowl." Shun Jiayong clearly intends to kill. Shun Jiayong shouted, "I want the doctor to come quickly too. I can't bear the blame of murder." Jiang Jinsi looked at him with a very meaningful gaze. When their eyes met, he was startled and felt something was wrong. This girl's look was too confident. But that bowl had been in plain sight the whole time, under everyone's watch. She couldn't have done anything sneaky. Just then, Chen Mo and the others brought the doctor over. The police officer quickly asked the two doctors to check. "See what's in the water at the bottom of this bowl?" They took the bowl and examined it. They looked closely and sniffed it, then both changed their expressions. "This looks toxic and very poisonous, but I can't tell what kind of poison it is," said the older doctor to the other. The other nodded. "I think so too. I can't tell what it is, but it's definitely poison." Shun Jiayong's face changed drastically. "Impossible. I only used a sleeping drug. It's her. It's definitely her." She added poison to it, he shouted, pointing at Jiang Jinsi. Shun Jiayong's wife turned pale and sat on the ground in despair. She didn't know what poison Shin Jae-young had put in the bowl. She had believed him before, thinking as long as it wasn't poison, they wouldn't be guilty and they'd be safe. But now, it's confirmed to be poison. They're finished, completely finished. With the evidence in front of her, she couldn't believe Shin Jae-young's words. After all, he had looked like he wanted Jeong-eun to die before. How could it just be sleeping medicine? She cried loudly. The police officer nearby looked at her with a flicker of hope and said straightforwardly, "Just tell the truth. Confess voluntarily, and you might get a lighter sentence. Especially if you're not the main culprit." Shin Jae-young's wife's eyes flickered, and she lowered her head tightly, saying nothing. Jin Si looked at the scene, withdrew his gaze, and said calmly, "Comrade police officer, can you confirm now? Don't tell me that even with such solid evidence in front of you, you still can't be sure. If that's the case, I really suspect that you and Captain Shin are involved in some improper dealings. I want to request a different officer to handle the investigation." Both police officers looked angry. Officer Liu said, "Jiang Jiqing, please don't jump to conclusions. We will handle this fairly. Although the two doctors have examined it, since it's evidence, we still need to send it for testing. Also, this matter is very serious. Comrade Shin Jae-young, we will take him back for a proper interrogation. We have recorded your statements just now. If you have any further requests, we will contact you. Please cooperate then." Officer Liu spoke without emotion. This time, Jin Si didn't try to provoke him but asked, "Can I take my brother away now?" Seeing that it was already bright outside, Liu nodded. Yes. Jin Si quickly called Zhou Zhengwo and Shinamo to help carry Jeong-eun into the car. Jeong-eun's body was badly hurt, and even the slightest movement caused him terrible pain. They moved him up and down, and although his face turned pale from the pain, he didn't make a sound. Jin Si felt heartbroken watching him. Before leaving, Jin Si looked at the police officers and said, "My brother is injured like this, so he definitely needs to go to the clinic. During this time, the food lost because he couldn't work and the food I missed taking care of him should be paid for by Shin Jae-young. And the medical expenses at the clinic should also be covered by them." The two police officers exchanged glances and nodded. That's natural. When Jeong-eun was explaining these things earlier, Shin Jae-young didn't object. That proved these things were indeed done by Shin Jae-young. So it's only right that he pays. Jin Si then left with Chun Mo and the others. Everyone went straight to the clinic. After a lot of effort, Jeong-eun was checked and admitted to the hospital. Jin Si gave Chun Mo 50 yuan and told him to take everyone to a state-run restaurant for a meal first, then come back. He also asked Chun Mo to go back and tell Song Weiwei that he had some matters to return to Haishur for and to ask her mother to wait for his return. Jin Si didn't dare to tell Song Weiwei the truth, fearing it would upset her. She had just started to feel better, but might fall back again. Based on previous observations of Song Weiwei's behavior, I still remember Jeong-eun's reaction. Moreover, Song Weiwei's current illness was to protect the original owner. Chun Mo immediately understood her concern and nodded. "Okay. Auntie Song, don't worry. We will take good care of her. If anything happens here, have someone send me a message, and I will come right away. I'll visit every 2 days, no, every 3 days." Jin Si wanted to say it wasn't necessary, but Chun Mo had already waved his hand and left with his people. Jeong-eun's injury was serious. After the people left, Jin Si released Tang Yuan to carefully check on Jeong-eun. After examining, Tang Yuan said, "There are no major problems, but that leg needs surgery to be fixed quickly. With the spiritual spring, there won't be any lasting effects." Jin Si felt relieved. While feeding Jeong and the spiritual spring, he urged the doctor to perform the surgery. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had gone by. Jeong-eun's recovery was so fast that the doctor called it a miracle, but there was no other explanation, probably because he was young and recovered quickly. After another checkup, the doctor smiled and said, "The rest is just a rest at home and recover slowly. You can go home now." Jeong-eun was very happy. He knew his mother had gone to the countryside with his sister and had been eager to leave the hospital. Jin Si didn't refuse, as it was more convenient to go back. That same day, they hired a bullock cart to take Jeong-eun back to the Chin family. It was busy working hours, so Song Weiwei and Su Man weren't at home. Jiang Jinsi carried Jiang back to his room himself. Jiang En's face was red, and he felt quite embarrassed. "Why, are you shy?" Jiang Jinsi teased him. Jiang En's face turned even redder. "I'm not shy. I just feel that I'm already this old and still being carried by my sister. It's embarrassing." Jiang Jinsi smiled. "Then when your sister gets old, she can carry you, of course." After Jiang Jinsi settled him, he told him to be good and then went to talk to Zhou Lushing about transferring Jiang En's household registration. Zhou Lushing listened to Jiang Jinsi and paused for a moment before saying, "That's possible, but with your mom's situation and you being a single girl, it might be a bit difficult." Jiang Jinsi frowned. Zhou Lushing continued, "I have an idea. Captain Zhou, go ahead. Since you have a fiancé, why not get married quickly? This means you are now a married person, which shows you have the ability and stable conditions to take care of your younger brother. It will make things much easier." Jiang Jinsi listened to Zhou Lushing and was momentarily stunned. She didn't expect that things would come to this point. She still had to get married. Anyway, she wasn't opposed to it. Thinking this way, she nodded and said, "Okay. I will ask for leave tomorrow and go to Linchuan Brigade." Zhou Lushing smiled and said, "Jiang Jiqing, if you're going to get married, you should tell us." Jiang Jinsi confidently replied, "Of course. I will also invite everyone to celebrate." When Jiang Jinsi returned home, Song Weiwei and Su Man had already come back. Song Weiwei was hugging Jiang and was crying like a little child. Song Weiwei looked helpless and a bit confused as she patted Jiang En's back. When Jiang Jinsi entered, Song Weiwei's eyes lit up. She immediately let go of Jiang En and pushed him aside. She hurried over to Jiang Jinsi and hid behind her. Jiang En, with red eyes, looked at Song Weiwei with disbelief. He pouted and looked like he wanted to cry again. Jiang Jinsi patted Song Weiwei's hand and tried to walk toward Jiang En, but Song Weiwei held her back. Jiang Jinsi looked at her in confusion. Song Weiwei wanted to pull her outside. Jiang Jinsi thought for a moment and followed Song Weiwei outside. She turned to Jiang En and said, "Don't cry anymore. Crying too much isn't good for you. I'll go out and see what's going on." Jiang En softly responded with, Once outside, Jiang Jinsi heard Song Weiwei whisper very softly, "ACI, he's so strange. He cried so sadly." I want to cry too." Song Weiwei looked downcast and wiped her red eyes. "It's so strange. I wonder if there's a virus on him." Jiang Jinsi sighed lightly. It was clear that Song Weiwei had forgotten about Jiang En. She could only explain softly, "Mom, haven't you been talking about Jiang En all this time?" Song Weiwei's expression blinked for a moment. After a few seconds, she slowly nodded and asked, "Yes, Jiang En." "Where is Jiang En?" Jin Si pointed inside the house and said, "That's an En. He had some trouble and got hurt. Don't you recognize him?" Weiwei slowly and quietly repeated Jin Si's words, then suddenly ran into the house. And in Mom's and inside, mother and son hugged each other and cried. Jin Si watched the scene, shook her head, and decided to leave them alone. She turned and went to the kitchen. The kitchen and bathroom had been set up by Chun Mo a few days ago. During these days, Su Man had been cooking and taking care of Weiwei. Jin Si carried the meat and rice she took from her space earlier that afternoon into the kitchen. "I bought these on my way back. Sister Su Man, thank you for all your hard work these days." Su Man smiled warmly. "Why are you saying all this? If it weren't for your shelter, I wouldn't have anywhere to go." Jin Si also smiled. "Then don't be polite. Let's cook some meat porridge tonight and use these meats. Everyone's been tired these days, so it's good to nourish ourselves. Later, we'll also send some to the Jiang family." Su Man nodded firmly and pushed Jin Si out. "I'll do it. It'll be ready soon. You rest. You've been taking care of the patients every day for so long, you must be exhausted." Jin Si didn't say much. At dinner, Jin Si mentioned at the table that she planned to go to Linchuan Brigade tomorrow to find her fiancé.
Suma nodded.
"Don't worry, we'll take good care of an and Aunt Song." She then asked Jin Si if she was planning to get married.
Jinchi nodded.
"If the man is okay with it, That's what I plan. Captain Joe said that if I get married and have this marriage, I can transfer Jiang and's food support too. Then he can be truly safe. Hearing this, Su-man couldn't help but curse for a while about the wickedness of the Shin family. When Jin Si went to bring food to Jiang En asked, "Sister, where did you find your fiancé?" It seemed the soundproofing in the house was poor. Jiang En had heard everything just now. Jin Si didn't hide anything. Mom said I should get married. No way. I never heard Mom talk about that when I was growing up. Jin Si chuckled and patted his shoulder. What do you know? I don't even know yet, but you know Mom's condition. This is too sudden. Sister, please don't marry so hastily because of me. That Shin Jiayong definitely can't escape. Even if I go back later, there won't be any danger anymore. Jiang En's face turned bright red, full of stubbornness. His young face, slightly pale, looked especially cute. Jiang Jinsi couldn't help but pinch him. Do you think your sister is that foolish?
Just for you?
Dream on. I met that person before. He's pretty nice. Now that I've moved to the countryside, I probably won't be able to go back to the city for many years. Do you think I can find a good partner here? Or do you think your sister doesn't need to get married? That's definitely impossible. Jiang En also knew in his heart that what Jiang Jinsi said was true. He gritted his teeth. Jiang Hongcheng, that's just too much. He promised me that once I moved to the countryside, he wouldn't send you there. But he didn't keep his word. By the end, tears were already welling up in Jiang En's eyes. Jiang Jinsi sighed softly and patted his shoulder. Let me tell you something else. I chose to go to the countryside myself. Earlier at the health clinic, seeing how weak he was, she didn't tell him the details about moving to the countryside, worried it might affect his recovery. Every time Jiang En asked, she only said that the most important thing was to recover first, and everything else could wait until he was discharged. Hearing this, Jiang En was stunned. He asked with red eyes, "Sister, is it because of me?"
Boo-hoo.
I caused all this for you. I hurt you. He hid himself, looking very sad. Jiang Jinsi quickly said, "Jiang En, calm down. I already told you. This fiancé was chosen by Mom before. I met him too, and he's suitable. He's the best choice for me now. So you don't need to worry so much. Also, my going to the countryside isn't just for you." After saying that, she explained everything about why she moved to the countryside. She also told him about her conflict with Jiang Hongcheng. Jiang En, feeling angry, said, "He's really no good. He even let Zhao Jinfeng hit you and Mom. From now on, I won't acknowledge him as my father." Jiang Jinsi nodded. "Yes, now that our family is together and happy, isn't that great? A few months ago, I met a very skilled doctor and learned some medical skills from him. I've been slowly treating Mom's illness. Now, in the countryside, although it's tiring, the environment is better, and it's good for Mom's health. We will get better and better in the future." Jiang En thought so too, and her mood improved. "I want to get well soon so that you and Mom won't have to work so hard." Jiang Jinsi rode her bike straight to Linchuan Brigade. Unexpectedly, Fu Zheng wasn't there. The villagers said Fu Zheng was driving a tractor with the team leader to deliver fertilizer. Since they heard Jiang Jinsi was Fu Zheng's fiancé, someone warmly took her to wait at her home, as the sun was strong and it was quite hot. Jiang Jinsi didn't refuse. She walked along, chatting with people, quietly gathering information about Fu Zheng. To her surprise, she received only good comments. Don't judge Fu Jiqing by his cold face. He doesn't talk much, but he's a reliable person. If you ask him for help once he agrees, he will definitely do it well. You're lucky to have him. Jiang Jinsi smiled but said nothing. The person praised Fu Zheng a lot more, then poured her some sweet syrup and invited her to sit at their home. Only then did they go back to their chores. "Jiqing Jiang, just rest assured. I already asked my son to wait at the village entrance. As soon as Fu Jiqing returns, I'll tell him you're here. He'll come right away." Jiang Jinsi didn't expect her to be so thoughtful. She nodded sincerely and thanked her. She waited for several hours. Until noon, when people were about to have lunch, Jiang Jinsi thought it might be better to leave rather than keep waiting. Just then, a child ran over happily shouting, "Mom, Mom. Uncle Fu is back. I brought him here." Jiang Jinsi quickly stood up and headed outside. She saw Fu Zheng walking inside. He was dressed in black cotton clothes, which didn't look dirty at all, but instead gave him a commanding presence. He was covered in sweat. His expression remained cold. But when he saw Jiang Jinsi, his face softened a little. He nodded at her and then greeted the woman who had come out with the child's voice. Then he said to Jiang Jinsi, "Let's go, and I'll take you to my place first." Jiang Jinsi nodded, thanked the woman, and took some candies from her pocket, handing them to the child nearby. Ignoring the woman's shy and hurried refusal, she quickly followed Fu Zheng. Until no one was around, Fu Zheng turned his head to look at Jiang Jinsi and asked, "Did something happen?" Jiang Jinsi raised her eyebrows and asked, "How do you know something happened? If nothing was wrong, you wouldn't come early." "And you came several days in advance," Fu Zheng said confidently. Jiang Jinsi nodded but didn't answer, instead asking, "Does coming early these days affect your plans for marriage?" Fu Zheng raised his eyebrows slightly. "I told you, the choice is yours. Think about it. When you're ready, just tell me the result, and I will cooperate." He emphasized his words. Jiang Jinsi smiled and said, "All right, then shall we get married first?" Fu Zheng looked at her seriously and asked, "Are you sure?" "I'm very sure." Fu Zheng nodded. "Okay." There was no more to say. Jiang Jinsi also said nothing more and silently followed him. They arrived at Fu Zheng's home. He still let Jiang Jinsi rest, then turned and went into the kitchen. He started a fire and cooked, smoothly and efficiently. Jiang Jinsi offered to help again, but was politely refused. "Today there's no meat, only eggs." He made scallion pancakes and stir-fried vegetables, simple but tasty. After eating, Fu Zheng cleaned up the dishes himself and took out a stack of things from a box. He handed them to Jiang Jinsi. She was surprised and looked down. It was money, receipts, and a bank book. "This is all my savings." Jiang Jinsi wanted to refuse and say she didn't need it, but Fu Zheng said seriously, "Since we've decided to get married, these things should be yours. Work has been busy lately, and the farming season is coming soon. Not only are there chores in the fields, but I also need to help fix tractors and sometimes help with transporting goods. I might not have time to handle wedding arrangements. So, you'll probably need to take care of that yourself." Jiang Jinsi hesitated, reaching out to return the money. She nodded. "All right then. Also, after I get married, I probably can't live with you. If you're willing, you can come stay at my place." Jiang Jinsi thought it was best to clarify these things first. Fu Zheng looked at Jiang Jinsi with some surprise, paused for a few seconds, then nodded. "That works. But my work team here probably won't let me leave. We'll just have to visit each other. Right now, the most important thing is to get married first." Jiang Jinsi nodded and said, "Okay, thank you." Fu Zheng then asked, "Can you tell me what exactly happened now?" His tone was sincere but also a bit polite. It seemed like he was telling Jiang Jinsi that if she wanted to share, she could. If not, he wouldn't force her. Everything depended on her willingness. Jiang Jinsi was surprised inwardly. If she was honest, it was very possible she had found someone genuine. In the future, men who don't pressure women and respect their choices are rare. Many men say, "I won't force you, I listen to you," but then turn around and manipulate their partners in the name of love. If she doesn't do as they say, they accuse her of not loving them or looking down on them. But as for Jiang En, that matter wasn't really something she couldn't talk about. Besides, if they really got married, she would have to tell him sooner or later. She told him everything about what had happened before. Fu Zheng frowned and asked several key questions, his expression growing colder. So, the person behind the scenes hasn't been found. He couldn't help but suspect that the girl in front of him might be abandoned by the Jiang family. Otherwise, why would someone want to harm her brother? Given the Jiang family's background, it was already strange that their child was sent to the countryside. And now, even the son was sent away? That was quite intriguing. Jiang Jinsi sighed and said, "The police haven't replied yet, so I don't know what's going on. I've been busy taking care of my brother and haven't had time to think about it." Fu Zheng nodded and didn't ask further. Jiang Jinsi then talked about her biological mother. She only said that her mother had a head injury. Now she doesn't recognize people but still listens and obeys. She didn't mention the strange things about the Jiang family. After all, Although they were about to marry, they were still strangers. It wasn't appropriate to discuss such personal matters deeply. Moreover, her mention of Song Weiwei was also to gauge Fu Zheng's attitude. If he was reluctant, then the marriage wouldn't happen. Fu Zheng was momentarily stunned. He remembered what his mother said about the Jiang family. He had some idea of the general situation. He had never heard before that the main lady of the Jiang family had a mental breakdown and was sent away to the countryside. Or perhaps this mother and daughter are actually children from the Jiang family's secret lineage? Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Suppressing my doubts, I didn't ask further. I nodded and said, "These are your matters. Just make arrangements. I have no opinion on them." "That's good." Jiang Jinxi asked straightforwardly, "So, when will we get the marriage certificate?" Fu Zheng asked, "Did you bring your documents?" "If you did, we can get the certificate today." Jiang Jinxi didn't hesitate. "Yes, I brought them. Let's go." Fu Zheng nodded, stood up, grabbed his things, and locked the door. The two rode their bikes to the town. When getting the marriage certificate, Fu Zheng looked at Jiang Jinxi's documents and was momentarily stunned. He asked instinctively, "Is your surname Jiang? Is your name Jiang Jinxi?" Jiang Jinxi nodded.
Yes.
"Is there a problem?" Fu Zheng looked at her fair face and said softly, "No problem at all." But inside, he felt a bit confused. Isn't she the Jiang he thought she was? If he remembered correctly, the Jiang family in Shanghai that his mother mentioned should be the same Jiang family he knew. And there was also the Jiang family he was engaged to in earlier years. Actually, this marriage should have been his idea. Back then, the old master of the Jiang family wanted his eldest daughter to marry him. But at that time, the Fu family wasn't as powerful as it is now. The Jiang family back then also had a lot of influence. His mother had heard that the Jiang family possessed many valuable, little-known treasures. She was eager and agreed to the marriage, but didn't specify a person. Later, the old master of the Jiang family fell ill and wasn't involved much anymore. These matters naturally fell into the hands of the lady who married into the Jiang family. His mother often interacted with her, and eventually, the marriage was naturally arranged for Fu Sheng. However, that Jiang family, after canceling Fu Sheng's marriage, became quite a rundown household. Knowing his mother's personality, even if she didn't like her son anymore, she wouldn't have arranged a marriage with a Jiang girl. Could it be that there's another Jiang family in Shanghai that he doesn't know about? Or perhaps from another city? It's possible. He decided to write to his mother someday and ask. As for calling, maybe not. Phone costs are too high, and this isn't urgent. No matter which daughter of the Jiang family she was, he found her agreeable and agreed to marry her. He would treat her well in the future. His mother also didn't cause any trouble since this marriage was arranged by her. When he received the marriage certificate, Jiang Jinxi touched the paper, which looked like a prize certificate from the future, and felt a bit surprised. Fu Zheng took her to the supply and marketing cooperative. The cooperative in the town mostly sold daily necessities, nothing special. In the end, he bought a few pieces of cloth to make some clothes for you, your mother, and your younger brother. He also looked at her empty wrist and decided to buy her a watch. He bought some snacks and candies as well. He wanted to buy meat, but it was already sold out at this time, so he gave up. They spent over 100 yuan in just a short while. Jiang Jinxi remembered what he had said before, that he was giving her all his savings. She frowned. She didn't care much about his savings, and she didn't plan to spend his money. She intended to save it for him. But his way of lying made her feel uncomfortable. Jiang Jinxi even started to doubt whether marrying this man was really the right choice. Could he have bad habits? Her suspicious look was very obvious.
Fu Zheng quickly noticed.
He thought for a moment and understood what Jiang Jinxi meant. A faint smile appeared in his eyes as he explained, "This money was borrowed from someone before. Don't worry, I will find a way to pay it back. I won't use your money." Fu Zheng hadn't thought much about it initially. He just needed to take leave from the team leader to get the marriage certificate, so he went there. The team leader was surprised and didn't expect Fu Zheng to marry so quickly. But the team leader always had a good impression of Fu Zheng, so he asked a few questions. Did he give a bride price? Did he buy the traditional 3 gifts and a red banner? Did he buy clothes and things for the bride?
He was confused at the time.
He grew up in the compound and didn't know much about social customs. Later, he focused on academic research with his teacher and paid less attention to these matters. Only after going to the countryside did he start to notice social customs. But he wasn't a local, so he couldn't interfere in the village's marriage arrangements. At most, he was invited to the wedding feast. Therefore, he knew nothing about these things. But he was always eager to learn. After hearing the team leader's words, he carefully asked questions. Since he had already given Jiang Jinxi his passbook and money, which counted as the bride price, he decided to skip this part. He could only buy the rest of the wedding items gradually later. He asked Jiang Jinxi to buy other wedding supplies. That should count as some preparation, right? Fu Zheng felt confident and relaxed. But since he had no money in his pocket, he decided to ask the team leader to lend him some. The team leader generously lent him 50 yuan. Fu Zheng thought 50 yuan might not be enough, so he went to a few friendly young people's homes in the village and gathered over 100 yuan. After getting the marriage certificate, he realized Jiang Jinxi was wearing old clothes. He thought about buying her some new clothes and came just like that. Jiang Jinxi listened to Fu Zheng's brief explanation and remembered that before coming to town, he had asked her to wait at the village entrance while he went to get leave. He had also been gone quite a while, so she decided to trust him. She nodded and said, "You're thoughtful." Fu Zheng softly said, "As for the 3 turns and 1 sound, I will find a way to get them for you later. The time is too tight now, so I can't do it." Has Jiang Jinxi ever seen better things in her life? Of course not. She wasn't as eager for the 3 turns and 1 sound as women in this era. She calmly said, "Those are not necessary. There's no need to buy them. I want to live honestly with you. Since you have the money, you should save it for me first. Later, when we really need something, we can buy it then." Fu Zheng looked at Jiang Jinxi and nodded. Okay, they had nothing more to say. But after all this fuss, they were hungry. Fu Zheng said, "Let's go to the state-run restaurant for dinner tonight. After eating, I will take you back and also visit your mother and younger brother." Jiang Jinxi nodded in agreement. Fu Zheng ordered braised pork, braised fish, and a stir-fried green vegetable. Jiang Jinxi hurriedly paid the bill. "It's using the money you gave me, so it's all the same." Seeing this, Fu Zheng said nothing more. The two quietly finished their meal. After a few bites of braised pork, Jiang Jinxi started to feel a bit tired of it. Fu Zheng saw she wasn't eating and frowned. "Don't like it?" "No, I just can't handle anything too greasy." "You eat more." She finished eating and put down her chopsticks. Fu Zheng frowned, said a few words to persuade her, but seeing she was determined not to eat anymore, he quickly finished the food in front of him. He stood up. "Let's go. We need to get back quickly. Otherwise, it will be dark, and your family will worry." By the time they reached the West Gully Brigade, it was already quite dark. From a distance, Jiang Jinxi saw someone standing at the gate of the yard. Jiang Jinxi hurriedly stepped forward. Song Weiwei saw Jiang Jinxi, smiled brightly, and ran over. "ACI, you're back." "ACI is back." When she reached Jiang Jinxi, she held her hand tightly. Jiang Jinxi was a bit surprised. Su Man, who was inside, ran out and saw Jiang Jinxi. She also relaxed and said, "During the days you didn't come back, Aunt Song waited at the door every day, waiting until late at night." Jiang Jinxi felt warm inside. She held Song Weiwei's hand back and pulled her toward the house. Then she remembered Fu Zheng behind her. She turned around with a smile and said, "Fu Zheng, you should come in quickly too." Fu Zheng nodded, looked at Song Weiwei with curiosity, and smiled. They followed her into the yard. Just before entering, he subtly looked back with a mysterious expression. Since they entered the village, he knew someone was following them. But that person didn't come out, so he pretended not to notice. Jiang Jinxi saw this clearly through Tang Yuan, but she didn't say anything. Earlier, when they entered the village, Tang Yuan reminded her that Chen Mo was waiting in the dark, probably for her. She thought Chen Mo would come out, but he didn't say anything and just followed. Jiang Jinxi decided to ignore it. Anyway, she knew Chun and Mo meant no harm to her. He probably came to pick her up at the village entrance because he was worried she would come back late alone. But when he saw her with Fu Zheng, he didn't come out to avoid misunderstandings with Fu Zheng. She didn't mind. Jiang Jinsi introduced Fu Zheng to Song Weiwei, and Su-man Fu Zheng politely greeted them and put down what he was holding. Song Weiwei hid behind Jiang Jinsi, curious and silent. While they were talking, Donghua suddenly appeared out of nowhere and threw himself into Jiang Jinsi's arms. After Jiang and had an incident last time, Little Winter Melon appeared openly in front of everyone. Jiang Jinsi took it back naturally. Everyone thought Little Winter Melon was a stray cat adopted by Jiang Jinsi. No one said anything and no one noticed anything unusual about it. Jiang Jinsi smiled as she gently petted its small head and raised its tiny paw. Little Winter Melon, this is Fu Zheng, my husband. We got married today. After that, she introduced Little Winter Melon to Fu Zheng. Little Winter Melon is now part of our family. Little Winter Melon arrogantly licked its paw, looked at Fu Zheng, then turned its head and buried it in Jiang Jinsi's arms. Bad people, those who fight the owner with Winter Melon are bad people. Hearing Little Winter Melon's words, Jiang Jinsi couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, but she still affectionately hugged it closer. Fu Zheng saw how seriously Jiang Jinsi introduced this little cat to him. Even if Little Winter Melon ignored him, he still greeted it sincerely. Little Winter Melon snuggled in Jiang Jinsi's arms and turned its back to him. Fu Zheng raised an eyebrow but didn't bother with a small cat. He stood up. I'll go check on my brother. Mostly, it was Jiang and inside making so much noise, with strange sounds that couldn't be ignored. He didn't understand how someone lying in bed could make such loud and weird noises. Jiang Jinsi naturally heard it too. She twitched her mouth and also got up. The two went into the room. Jiang and immediately sat up straight and looked at Fu Zheng. Jiang Jinsi solemnly introduced the two. Fu Zheng extended his hand to Jiang and, hello, I'm Fu Zheng. I will be your brother-in-law in the future. I will protect you and your sister. Jiang saw how good-looking and tall Fu Zheng was, and he felt a little relieved. He was worried that his beautiful sister might just pick any man to marry for his sake.
Well,
He thought, at least he looks pleasing to the eye, right? Jiang and cleared his throat. Just protect my sister. I don't need your protection. Don't think I'm weak just because I'm lying in bed now. Once I recover, I will protect my sister too. You're not allowed to bully her. If I find out you do, I definitely won't let you go. At this point, Jiang clenched his fists, trying hard to look fierce. He is still young and looks good. Recently, with the help of the spiritual spring water and tasty food and drinks, he doesn't look so thin anymore. Right now, he looks quite cute and not at all dangerous. Fu Zheng's gaze toward Jiang and softened a lot. Then you need to get better quickly and stand up for your sister. Jiang snorted softly. Definitely. When you're well again, I'll teach you some fighting skills for self-defense. Jiang's eyes lit up immediately. Really? Fu Zheng nodded. Really? Jiang happily said, okay, thank you, brother-in-law. He had wanted to learn these skills for a long time, especially after being bullied these days. But learning these skills wasn't easy. Without someone to teach him, he couldn't figure it out on his own. Now that Fu Zheng was willing to teach him, he was naturally happy. Once he learned, if Fu Zheng ever mistreated his sister, he could use these skills to stand up for her. Fu Zheng didn't know about his thoughts. Seeing how sensible he was, he nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Jinsi, standing nearby, hesitated. Her mouth twitched as she saw him so easily convinced and calling him brother-in-law. After a few more words, Fu Zheng stood up and said, it's getting late. I should go back now. Take good care of your injury. Jiang politely said goodbye to him. Jiang Jinsi hesitated and asked, it's so late. Why don't you stay here tonight? Come back tomorrow. Fu Zheng refused. No need. Although we have the marriage certificate, we haven't held the wedding banquet yet. It's not appropriate for me to stay here now. These days, you can arrange the place here, and I will find time to come help decorate. The wedding is scheduled for a week from now. I should have time then. How about that? Jiang Jinsi had no objections to this. She got up to see Fu Zheng out. Be careful on your way. Until Fu Zheng disappeared from sight, she returned to her room. Song Weiwei ran over quickly. Aji, do you think? That man just now, is he your fiancé? Jiang Jinxi nodded. Yes, he's the fiancé you found for me. We are already married. Song Weiwei frowned. That's not right.
Married.
My head. Married. Seeing Song Weiwei's head start to hurt again, Jiang Jinxi quickly told her not to think about it. Pulling her into the house, she gave her an injection and fed her some spiritual spring water. Jiang Zhenjin felt a surge of panic when she realized the Jiang family had no money left. It's not like this. It's not. She always felt that something was about to happen again. But no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't remember what. She couldn't help but feel a bit resentful toward Heaven. Clearly, her memories of her past life had awakened. So why could she only remember a little? Why couldn't she recall the rest? With this almost hopeless feeling, Jiang Zhenjin stayed up late and finally fell asleep. This time, she dreamt about her past life as she wished. Jiang Jinxi, you won't have a good ending.
Ah!
Jiang Zhenjin screamed as she sat up in bed. She remembered everything. Her gourd-shaped jade pendant, her space. Jiang Zhenjin didn't know what went wrong, but Jiang Jinxi had taken her gourd jade pendant first. She was sure she knew the secret of the space. Otherwise, the things at home wouldn't have disappeared without a trace. Those items, in her dreams and in her past life, had all been stored in her space, giving her confidence. Jiang Jinxi. Damn her. They were clearly her belongings, had passed right under her nose, and she could easily reach them. But now they were gone. Jiang Zhenjin spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhao Jinfeng heard the noise and rushed in, seeing the scene. She screamed, Zhenjin, what's wrong? Jiang Zhenjin wiped the blood from her lips and hurriedly asked Zhao Jinfeng, Mom, is there still jade at home? She didn't believe it. Her things had been taken by Jiang Jinxi. Heaven should compensate her. Wasn't it said that when heaven closes a door, it opens a window? Zhao Jinfeng was stunned, then looked a bit uncomfortable. What jade? You know the situation at home. It's all gone. But the uncomfortable expression on her face just now was seen by Jiang Zhenjin. She lowered her eyes, hiding her dissatisfaction. When she looked up again, her eyes were full of trust in Zhao Jinfeng. That's really a pity. Mom, I had another dream about some future events. Previously, Jiang Zhenjin was determined to break off her engagement. She told Zhao Jinfeng about the situation and warned her about the hardships she might face if she married into the Fu family. Before that, she had mentioned a few small things, and they all turned out to be true. Because of this, Zhao Jinfeng believed her words and was willing to offend the Fu family to help her break the engagement. Later, all the household items mysteriously disappeared. Zhao Jinfeng even asked Jiang Zhenjin about it. At that time, Jiang Zhenjin didn't know what was happening and was afraid her parents would make her go back, so she didn't say anything. Now, when Zhao Jinfeng heard Jiang Zhenjin's words, she immediately raised her voice and asked, What's going on? Jiang Zhenjin's eyes flickered, and she said, If we can find some jade, maybe we can get a big treasure. A treasure that can make our family wealthy and comfortable in the future. Zhao Jinfeng's heart skipped a beat. She thought for a moment, then got up quickly, went to the door to look outside, and seeing no one, she hurriedly locked the door and returned to Jiang Zhenjin, speaking softly. Are you serious? Jiang Zhenjin gritted her teeth and said, Yes, I dreamed about it this way. Mom hid some things at your uncle's house. I'm going to get them now. You wait here. Don't tell your dad about this. Jiang Zhenjin nodded. Mom, you have to hurry. We don't have much time. She was referring to the time when the Jiang family was reported. However, Zhao Jinfeng thought that if they didn't get the treasure quickly, they might lose it. There wasn't much time left. Okay, wait for me. I'll go now. Jiang Zhenjin watched Zhao Jinfeng's back as she left, deep in thought. She needed to try her luck first and see if she could also create a space. If she could, she would buy supplies quickly. There's still time. If not, she would have to find a way to persuade her mother to divorce. With nothing at all now, if they were sent to the countryside by Jiang Hongcheng, they would be doomed to die there. When the mail carrier was clearing the mailbox, he found a letter stuck at the very back. He looked at the date on it and muttered, "It's been over a month. I wonder if it's too late now." Worried it might cause trouble, he made sure to handle this letter as an urgent matter. Zhao Jinfeng returned from her parents' house with her hair in disarray, looking very upset. Because Jiang Hongcheng was nearby, she hurriedly cooked some food. After eating, she pulled Jiang Zhenjin into the room. "Mom, how is it?" Zhao Jinfeng pulled out a few tiny jade pendants from her bosom. "That's all I have." Mom did her best. Jiang Zhenjin glanced at Zhao Jinfeng's sad face and asked, "Is it because your uncle refuses to return your things?" Zhao Jinfeng spat and said, "How many good things did I give him before? These shallow things. Now that our family is in trouble, they turn their backs on us. Not only that, even my money, your grandma said I never had it." At this point, Zhao Jinfeng was overwhelmed with sadness, covering her face as she quietly cried. Jiang Zhenjin looked at her with understanding. She comforted Zhao Jinfeng briefly, then told her to go out first. She wanted to think of a way to see if these jade pendants could be used. Zhao Jinfeng repeatedly warned, "Be careful not to break them. These are all I have. I want to keep them for your brother's future marriage." After saying that, she suddenly realized something and quickly added, "Also, keep them as your dowry." Jiang Zhenjin acted as if she didn't care. "Got it. They won't break." Once Zhao Jinfeng left, Jiang Zhenjin showed a sarcastic smile. At this moment, she was still thinking about her brother. She thought her mother loved her the most. But now wasn't the time for these thoughts. Jiang Zhenjin picked up the dull-looking jade pendants and examined them. She was a bit dissatisfied but had no other options. She limped over, found a needle, pricked her finger, and started to let her blood drip onto the pendants, mimicking what she saw in her dream. The first pendant didn't absorb the blood. The second one showed no reaction at all. Jiang Zhenjin almost gave up hope. She couldn't bear to think about what to do if there really was no space. If it weren't for her family's belongings being stolen and her wounds not healing fully, she would have already left to find that man. Why was she stuck in such a difficult situation now? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Zhenjin calmed her restless mind and dropped her blood onto the smallest pendant. The blood was instantly absorbed. Within seconds, the tiny pendant emitted a clear, shining glow. Then Jiang Zhenjin felt the presence of a space. It was truly such a miraculous thing. A smile appeared on her face. But after exploring the space, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. This space is only about 20 square meters and can only hold things. It has no other functions. Compared to the space in the dream with the Black Earth's spiritual spring, it is vastly inferior. Jiang Zhenjin comforted herself, telling herself that at least she now had this thing. But she secretly hated Jiang Jinxi. It's all because of that shameless person, stealing her chance. No, she must call the place where that little brat is sent to the countryside and have someone kill him. Let's see if Jiang Jinxi still dares to be arrogant. That night, Jiang Zhenjin was so excited she couldn't sleep. She kept thinking about how to get supplies and hurried to sign up for going to the countryside. Just as she was pondering, she heard noise and screams coming from downstairs. She frowned and quickly put the few pieces of jade into her space, then hurried downstairs. But what she saw was a chaotic scene. Several young men in old military uniforms with red armbands were smashing and causing trouble outside the Jiang family house. Jiang Zhenjin's heart skipped a beat, and a bad feeling rose. She instinctively wanted to rush out and ask her mother what was happening. But at the moment she stepped out, she quickly pulled back. She hurried inside and put all the valuable furniture in the house into her space. The whole house, except for her room and a few other items, had most things sold cheaply by Jiang Hongcheng. There was no choice but to sell them. Jiang Jinxi, that shameless person, borrowed money before leaving and needed to pay it back. They also had to live their lives. If not for her crying and shouting, she wouldn't have been able to keep these things. Anyway, they could sell a few for some money. Just after she finished packing, her door was smashed open with a loud bang. Jiang Jinjin took a deep breath and went to open the door. She was almost pushed to the ground by a young man. It was Zhao Jinfeng who rushed over and helped her up. "Mom, what's going on?" Zhao Jinfeng didn't answer. The young man who rushed and looked around the house, which had nothing but a bed, and frowned. "Isn't Jiang family supposed to be rich? Why is it so poor now?" Their suspicious eyes fell on Jiang mother and daughter. Zhao Jinfeng forced a smile and said, "We never had much money. Recently, the family has had problems, injuries, and we've sold all the valuables."
Sigh.
"We are truly innocent. Get down and wait. Don't block the way." Someone pushed the mother and daughter aside, watching until they went downstairs before turning to search another room. Zhao Jinfeng sighed. "Our family was reported for having a capitalist background, and we're being sent to the countryside." Jiang Jinjin's vision blurred, and she almost fainted. Why so early? There was still more than a month left, still time. She now had the space, but no money, no supplies. What's the use of having the space? Going to the countryside. Wouldn't it just be suffering? Even if that man was there, she didn't want to go to the countryside now. She pulled Zhao Jinfeng aside and whispered, "Mom, why not divorce Dad? Then we wouldn't have to go to the countryside." Her voice was very quiet. But, since they were nearby, Jiang Hongcheng also heard her. He looked at Jiang Jinjin in disbelief, never expecting that the daughter he had raised for so many years, whom he loved most, would say such things at this moment. "Jiang Jinjin, dream on. I won't divorce, not even in death." Jiang Hongcheng knew he had nothing now, and his health wasn't good. If he was sent to the countryside alone, he would definitely die. So he spoke decisively. Jiang Jinjin knew Jiang Hongcheng was selfish, but she didn't expect him to be this selfish. She frowned, but Zhao Jinfeng gently patted her and said, "Jinjin, what are you saying? No matter what, our family must stay together." Zhao Jinfeng also didn't want to go to the countryside, wishing she could divorce immediately. But this was all too sudden. She wasn't prepared. Her mother's situation yesterday also made her feel cold inside. If she divorced, her family might not even want to support her son. Right now, she thought it might be better to go to the countryside as planned. Given her past help to her family, they might still raise the child. At least the child wouldn't suffer. Moreover, at this moment, these people wouldn't allow her to divorce and leave. It was better not to offend Jiang Hongcheng. Jiang Jinjin looked at her mother with frustration, about to say something, when she saw the people upstairs cursing and coming down. In the hall, a middle-aged official sitting on a chair reported, "There is nothing here. Everything is empty." The items must have been sold. The middle-aged official looked at Jiang Hongcheng with a blank expression and said, "Jiang Hongcheng, hand over the belongings." Jiang Hongcheng smiled bitterly. "There are no belongings. Our ancestors handed everything over long ago. By my generation, only this house remains. Life has always been hard. Recently, something happened at home, and we had to sell our possessions to pay for hospital bills. If you don't believe it, you can ask around. It seemed impossible to get any more information." The official grew impatient and took out a document stamped with a red seal. He read slowly with a strong accent. "The Jiang family has an unclear history and complicated social ties. The main members have a capitalist background. After review, it has been decided to cancel the urban household registration and reassign the family to Yuxiang Commune, Tan County, Janchong City, Anjiang Province, for re-education by poor and lower-middle peasants. Starting immediately." Hearing this, Zhao Jinfeng's legs went weak, and she sat down heavily on the ground. Her carefully styled hair was now messy. She stared blankly at the dark, gloomy sky outside the window. Her firm decision earlier now wavered. Should she really be sent to re-education with Jiang Hongcheng? Could she come back? But now that things had reached this point, what could she do? It seemed there was no way out. Jiang Hongcheng's face turned pale as he asked, "Can we go to Black Province? The farms there are okay. At least they would have enough food. Even if they took nothing else, they wouldn't starve." But that place, Anjiang Province, was known to be very poor. The official looked at him coldly and said, "Do you think this is buying pork? Do you think you can pick and choose?" Jin, seeing there was no room for negotiation, asked, "Comrade, can you give us a couple of days to pack our things?" At least they could try to buy some food. "This is for the revolution. No bargaining allowed," the official snapped sharply, his eyes as sharp as a knife. "You have 1 hour to pack your essential belongings, just bedding, clothes, and basic necessities. Nothing else is allowed." After speaking, he sat back in his chair. The people he brought with him stood nearby in small groups, watching as they gathered their belongings. What else could they take? There was nothing much left, just some clothes. The house was empty now. Even the daily necessities had been destroyed earlier. Jiang Jinjin saw there was nothing more to gather, so she rushed into the kitchen. Fortunately, there was some rice, flour, and oil left, so she put them into her space. The undamaged pots were also stored away. She took everything she could. Then she went back to her room to pack her clothes. Jiang Jinsi looked at the room, which was now clean and fresh. Thinking that she would get married tomorrow, she felt a bit lost. Suman came over and handed her a pair of new cloth shoes. "Jinsi, I don't have much to give. These are what I managed to make these days. Just consider them a wedding gift." Jiang Jinsi thanked her. Suman smiled and said, "Don't worry. I think Fu Jiqing is a reliable person." After a few words, Suman left. Jiang Jinsi spent the whole night feeling restless, waking up now and then. At dawn, she sighed and got up. Soon after, the Chun family arrived. Not long after, the helpers she had arranged also came. After washing up, she heard cheerful laughter outside the house. Suman came in quickly with a smile. "Jinsi, Fu Jiqing has organized a bicycle team. They're here to pick you up for the wedding. It's quite lively." Fu Zheng rode a brand-new, vintage-style bicycle, decorated with red silk tied into a large flower on the handlebar. He was dressed in a new Zhongshan suit, with a small red flower pinned to his chest. His usually cold face now showed a faint smile, and his eyes sparkled brightly. Behind him, a long line of bicycles followed, 9 in total. Each bicycle was polished shiny, with clear, cheerful bells ringing. The young men riding them looked energetic and happy. When Jiang Jinsi was helped outside by Su Man, she saw the scene. Her eyebrows moved slightly. She didn't expect that this man in a Zhongshan suit would look so charming. Today, she was also wearing a big red checkered dress, with a slight cinch at the waist, making her waist look slender like a willow. Her hair was tied into loose braids, making her look more charming than usual. At this moment, she hadn't spoken yet. Next to her, Su Man and Meng Chunmei blocked the door, not allowing Fu Jing to enter. Su Man smiled and said, "Fu Jiqing, we also feel sorry for you. Sing a song, and then we'll let you in." This time, not only the people who are like Jiang Jinsi's family cheered her on, but even the brothers who came to pick up the bride with Fu Jing started to cheer and cheerfully support him. Mostly because they had never seen Fu Jiqing sing before. His face was as cold as ice, and even when he smiled, it was hard to see warmth. Fu Jing paused for a moment, remained silent for a few seconds, then cleared his throat and spoke. "The wind is howling. The horse is neighing. The yellow river is roaring." His singing wasn't perfect, but it was bright and full of power. When he started singing, the young men behind him also unconsciously joined in. Suddenly, their presence was very impressive. Jiang Jinsi watched all this, a slight smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Su Man and the others were also very happy. After singing, they finally didn't make things difficult anymore. Jiang Jinsi followed Fu Zheng just to go through the motions. She didn't bring any dowry. In fact, they planned to stay here tonight. This had been arranged earlier. Jiang Jinsi sat in the back seat of Fu Zheng's bicycle. Fu Zheng softly asked, "Are you ready?" She thought for a moment, then confidently reached out and grabbed the corner of Fu Zheng's clothes. Fu Zheng exerted some force. The bicycle team headed towards Linchuan Brigade. Before they reached the brigade, children started shouting and running around, saying, "The bride is here! The bride is here!" When they entered Fu Zheng's house, Jiang Jinsi noticed that there was also some decoration, with big red characters for happiness pasted everywhere. The place was filled with joy. Jiang Jinsi was very pleased. Few people in Linchuan Brigade had seen Jiang Jinsi before. Today, everyone was amazed and said, "It's amazing that Fu Jiqing wants to move to a mountain village like Shigo Brigade. With such a beautiful bride, if I were him, I would do the same. Fu Jiqing is not bad either. He's the most handsome young man in our 10-mile area. Exactly, they really make a good match, and their children will be so beautiful." Jin Ci. Although she was praised for her good looks, she was very happy. But maybe they are overthinking things? After the wedding feast, everyone naturally started to leave. Before leaving, they helped Fu Zheng and Jin Ci pack everything and even cleaned up. Jin Ci looked around the yard carefully. "It's a bit small, but really nice." Fu Zheng kept a close eye on Jin Ci's figure and softly said, "If you want to live here, we can build a few more rooms." Jin Ci thought about how her 2 missions always took place in the West Gully team, and future missions probably would too. Moving here would be quite troublesome. She shook her head. "I live quite well where I am. I know. We are arranged to marry by our parents, with no real feelings between us. It's fine this way. You stay here, I stay there. When we develop feelings for each other someday, we can think about who should move to whose place. Anyway, you have my room here, and I have your room there." When she said the last sentence, Jin Ci felt a bit guilty. Actually, she didn't. According to the plan from Su Man and her brother, Fu Zheng and she were supposed to share a room. Su Man and Song Weiwei would share one. Jiang An was currently recovering and had his own room. Fu Zheng didn't say anything, just nodded. "We've been busy all day. You must be tired. Wash your face first, and there's food too. Eat a little more, then rest. Tomorrow we'll go back." Jin Ci had no objections to this plan. They arrived at the Jiang family's house just before dark. When they entered, they didn't see Su Man, but Jin Ci didn't mind. It was still a few days before Su Man's accident. Su Man was a person, and Jin Ci couldn't tie her down. But when Jiang An said that Su Man hadn't come back in the afternoon, Jin Ci felt something was wrong. Su Man was very sensible. She always felt it was awkward to stay at Jin Ci's place, always coming back early from work to cook, everything arranged properly. This had never happened before. And today was Jin Ci's big day. Knowing they would come back, Su Man shouldn't be missing at this time. Jin Ci quickly stood up and said to Fu Zheng, "I'll go look for Su Man at her family's place." Something's not right. Seeing the situation, Fu Zheng also stood up and said, "I'll go with you." Jiang Jinsi thought for a moment and nodded. Madame Su looked at her with a sarcastic smile. She, Su Man, has already cut ties with our family. Was Jiang Jiqing even there at the time? Now she comes to our house asking for someone? I think she probably ran off with some wild man. Jiang Jinsi couldn't stand Madame Su's attitude. She looked at her coldly, casually picked up a brick nearby, broke it with her bare hands, and threw it at Madame Su's feet. "If I find out you've done anything to Sister Su Man." She didn't finish her sentence, but her icy gaze made Madame Su step back instinctively. She didn't dare to say anything provocative anymore. Jiang Jinsi then turned and left. When she looked at Fu Zheng, she noticed his surprised expression. She remembered her earlier action, hesitated for a moment, and explained, "I naturally have a lot of strength. Don't mind." It was no use to mind. Fu Zheng looked at his hand, paused for a moment, then nodded and changed the subject. "Comrade Su Man usually goes to which places? Are there any people she knows in the village? Let's look for her." This was the first time Fu Zheng saw Jiang Jinsi so nervous about someone. It showed that Su Man was very important to her. Jiang Jinsi nodded. At the same time, she released Xiao Donghua from her space. Around the next corner, Xiao Donghua rushed over and snuggled into Jiang Jinsi's arms. "Can we find information about Su Man?" Xiao Donghua shook its head. "No, there's no fixed place. I can't use my advantages." Jiang Jinsi thought for a moment, put Xiao Donghua on the ground, and told it to go around the village, asking the cats and dogs there. Xiao Donghua was silent for a few seconds and then ran off. Jiang Jinsi asked the space's Tang Yuan. "Su Man is the target. Can you ask the space to locate her?" After a while, Tang Yuan replied, "No way. The space says she's fine now and can't be tracked. Plus, this is your mission and it won't take action. What a useless space." Jiang Jinxi cursed silently. There was no choice but to keep looking. First, she went to Captain Zhou's house. Meng Chunmei shook her head, saying she hadn't seen Su Man. But he didn't mind. Jin Ci, Su Man is an adult. If something is wrong, she'll tell you. Maybe she just didn't come back on time. Jin Ci also started to think maybe he was too nervous. After all, Meng Chunmei was right. She only left for half a day, and it was daytime. Nothing serious should have happened. They searched around the village, but couldn't find her. Jin Ci had no choice but to wait and see. Halfway there, he heard Xiaodonggua's voice echo in his mind. "Meow Master, the woman you're looking for is in the small forest to the west. There's a man and a woman with her." Jin Ci stopped in his tracks. He looked at Fu Zheng and spoke. "Fu Zheng, it's getting dark. Only my mom and younger brother are at home. I don't feel safe. You should go back first. I remember a place Su Man often visits. I'll check there again. If she's not there, I'll come back immediately." Fu Zheng looked at Jin Ci and nodded. "All right, stay safe." Jin Ci raised his fist and said, "I'm not afraid." Fu Zheng's mouth twitched, then turned and headed toward the Jiang family. Jin Ci finally relaxed and jogged toward the small forest to the west. Su Man looked helplessly at Lu Qingshan and Zhang Xiaomei. She and Lu Qingshan had divorced half a year ago. She didn't understand why he was still coming to find trouble. He found a girlfriend, so what? Was he trying to show off? This afternoon, Su Man finally had some free time. Remembering the herbs Jiang Jin Ci mentioned a few days ago, she knew they grew on the mountain, so she went up early in the morning. But on her way down, she ran into these two. They insisted on talking to her. She didn't see what was so interesting about their chat. Lu Qingshan looked at Su Man, who was wearing patched clothes, and sighed. "I know life is hard for you now, but we are already divorced. I won't feel sorry for you anymore." Su Man looked confused. Does this person have a problem? Before, when Lu Qingshan was on leave from the army visiting family, he had come to see her a few times. She didn't notice any issues then. Lu Qingshan continued, "I'm looking for you, for no other reason. 2 years ago, I sent you a silver hairpin. Please return it to me." She patiently explained, "That silver hairpin was never in my hands." "I don't know. You should ask your mother." Before Lu Qingshan could speak, the woman next to him, Zhang Xiaomei, spoke up. She looked serious and firm. "Comrade Su Man, I know you like to take small advantages, and your life isn't easy now. But that hairpin belongs to Qingshan, and it's very important to him. Please return it to him quickly." Su Man was so angry she almost laughed. She looked coldly at Zhang Xiaomei and said, "Who are you?" "I am still Lu Qingshan's ex-wife, and we were married for several years. He asks me, and I can understand. But who are you? On what basis are you asking me these questions? Besides, you too, can't you understand people's words? I never took that hairpin. I told you I've never seen it. Lu Qingshan, you probably don't know? Every time you send something back, along with your letters, it's your mother who receives them. Usually, it's your mother and sister who use the new things you send. That's how I find out you've sent something again." This was also one of the reasons Su Man wanted a divorce. Her mother-in-law was mean, her sister-in-law was bossy, her father-in-law didn't care, and her brother-in-law kept bothering her. No one in the Lu family treated her like a person. And Lu Qingshan, everything about him was good, except he believed and listened too easily. She had tried to talk to him about the Lu family before. "How is that possible? Comrade Su Man, even if you think we're poor and want to divorce me, I've never had any dissatisfaction with you. My family, besides being honest, has never spoken a bad word about you. I didn't expect you to be like this, always criticizing my family, Su Man." Every time, it was the same. What else could she say? Since there were no children, and she didn't care who loved whom, she decided to just let it go. She impatiently turned to leave. Dealing with someone who doesn't understand words was just a waste of her time. Lu Qingshan, however, got angry. He stepped forward and grabbed Su Man's wrist. "Comrade Su Man, that hairpin is very important to me.
It's a very important keepsake. Please return it to me.
Do you want money? I'll give you money. I'll give you 100 yuan for that hairpin. How about that? Qingshan, Zhang Xiumei standing nearby, hurriedly said. But Lu Qingshan didn't look at her. Zhang Xiumei, who had just been scolded into silence, didn't dare to speak up now. Su Man took a deep breath, struggled a bit, but couldn't break free. She was furious. Lu Qingshan, are you shameless? Didn't your mother tell you? When I left your Lu family, I only took my own clothes. I didn't take anything else. Of course, the money she had saved over the years didn't count. After all, she had worked hard in the Lu family for many years, just as her wages. Lu Qingshan got angry. He released her hand and pushed her.
Suman.
How can you talk like that? Why would my family offend you enough to make you say such things? This push made her stumble and almost fall. She was angry. She bent down and grabbed some dirt and leaves from the ground, throwing them at Lu Qingshan. At the same time, she put down her basket and lunged at him. I told you to open your eyes. I told you to understand human words. I no longer serve your Lu family. So, you people won't leave me alone? Did I lack virtue in my past life that I married you, married into your Lu family? Fine, then let's all perish together. I'll fight you. Over the years, she had worked tirelessly for the Lu family, caring for everyone. But in the end, she fell ill and lay at home for a long time. The Lu family almost beat her to death, and that memory resurfaced. Old grudges and new ones made Su Man lose her reason. Lu Qingshan didn't expect Su Man to act like this. He was stunned for a moment and was even scratched on his face. But he believed he wasn't someone who argued with women. Besides, he was a soldier. Naturally, he couldn't hit a woman, so he kept dodging. Unexpectedly, Su Man kept pushing forward, getting closer and closer. Zhang Xiumei, who was nearby, saw Lu Qingshan being pushed into a corner. She felt heartbroken and rushed forward to join the fight. Unfortunately, she was no match for Su Man, who had been doing farm work for many years. Not only did she fail to protect Lu Qingshan, but she also got her face scratched. Zhang Xiumei covered her face in anger, wishing she could tear Su Man apart. Her injury made Lu Qingshan very distressed. He no longer cared about hitting a woman or not. He immediately kicked at Su Man. Su Man, you're forcing me to do this. Lu Qingshan was at least somewhat skilled in fighting. Where is Su Man his match? In just a few moves, she was kicked to the ground. Seeing another kick coming toward her chest, Su Man knew she couldn't dodge. She sighed and, holding a small dagger in her hand, planned to cut at Lu Qingshan's legs. At that moment, a shadow darted over. With a loud scream, Lu Qingshan sat down hard on the ground, clutching his leg. He shouted loudly, but no one responded. Only a cat was there. Lu Qingshan looked at the cat in disbelief, never expecting to be defeated by a cat. Even in the army, he was quite skilled. How could he be kicked away by a cat? Qingshan, are you okay? Zhang Xiumei rushed over to help him up. Crying, she said, Are you all right? It's all my fault. I apologize to my sister. I was wrong. Don't let this cause trouble between me and my sister. Su Man was so angry she felt itchy. She picked up Xiaodonghua, feeling worried, and whispered, Are you hurt? Thank you just now, Xiaodonghua. When we go back, I'll cook meat for you. Xiaodonghua's eyes lit up instantly. Meow woman, I see you're smart. Meanwhile, Lu Qingshan felt humiliated.
He thought he just made a mistake.
But losing face in front of Su Man made him determined to regain it. He coldly shouted, Where did this beast come from? Su Man, give me the stray, I'll deal with it. Then I'll pretend this never happened. Su Man hugged Xiaodonghua tighter and took a few steps back. She looked coldly at Lu Qingshan and said, How dare you take your anger out on a cat? Are you even a man? This made Lu Qingshan angrier. He shouted, Su Man, you're so brave. Since you're protecting this short-haired beast, don't blame me for being rude to you. Su Man rolled her eyes. Thinking about Lu Qingshan's earlier actions, it seemed like he was showing mercy. Xiaodonghua, in Su Man's arms, frowned displeased when Lu Qingshan called him a beast. If Su-man hadn't held him tightly, he would have lost control long ago. Seeing Lu Qingshan step closer, Su-man kept retreating, holding little winter melon and turning to leave, even abandoning her basket. Zhang Xiumei saw this, but blocked her way back. Su-man angrily said, Lu Qingshan, if you're a real man, then come at me. Why are you bothering a little cat? Lu Qingshan didn't reply and kept moving closer. Suddenly, Su-man felt the cat in her arms jump up suddenly. She couldn't hold on anymore. She realized that little winter melon was surprisingly strong. In the next moment, she saw little winter melon pounce straight at Lu Qingshan, with its tiny paws reaching for his face. Her heart skipped a beat, and she rushed forward, trying to grab little winter melon first. But the next second, she saw Lu Qingshan fly out suddenly, accompanied by a loud, painful cry.
Ah!
You beast! I told you not to hurt Brother Qingshan. Zhang Xiumei thought Lu Qingshan was hurt by the cat and rushed over. Little winter melon's eyes flashed coldly, and with a sharp glance, it clawed Zhang Xiumei's face several times without mercy. Ah! Not satisfied, little winter melon jumped back onto Lu Qingshan and started hitting him with its paws, causing him to scream in pain. Jiang Jinxi arrived just in time to see this scene. She quickly went to Su-man's side. Su-man, are you okay? Su-man saw Jiang Jinxi coming and let out a breath. She stepped forward and grabbed her hand.
I'm fine.
You're here, that's great. She quickly explained everything that had just happened. Jiang Jinxi raised her eyebrows slightly, indicating that the silver hairpin was very important. But now wasn't the time to talk about that. Su-man looked a little worried and pointed toward Little Winter Melon. Is it okay? Little Winter Melon. After all, it was Jiang Jinxi's cat. If something happened to it. Jiang Jinxi looked at Lu Qingshan, who was beaten and unable to fight back, and felt quite satisfied. She had only known that Little Winter Melon was good at fighting and had sharp hearing, but she didn't realize it was so strong. Seeing that the fight was almost over, she called out to Little Winter Melon loudly. Little Winter Melon looked back at her, squinted at Lu Qingshan, and finally meowed in dissatisfaction before rushing back into Jiang Jinxi's arms. First, she reported, Master, this bad person called you cute. He said I am a little beast.
Boo-hoo.
I am so sad, so I hit him. Jiang Jinxi, this one is still a drama queen. She patted its head and said, Good job, Little Winter Melon. Meow Master is so nice. Jiang Jinxi signaled Su-man to pick up the basket, ignoring the two crying people and left with others.
Su-man still felt worried. If
they turn around and falsely accuse us to the police, what should we do? Jiang Jinxi raised her eyebrows calmly. So what? Did we do anything wrong? You just went up the mountain to pick herbs. We met them by chance, almost got bullied by them. They don't know who they've offended, and someone beat them up. Otherwise, could a weak woman like you fight them? Su-man was stunned. Thinking about it, it was indeed true. She nodded firmly. Yes, if they keep bothering us, I'll just say Lu Qingshan tried to act indecent. We're divorced now, and I can even get rid of that scoundrel's skin. Jiang Jinxi smiled. That's right. In the future, don't go up the mountain alone. I was worried when I saw you didn't come back. Su-man felt warm inside. It's my fault. I won't do it again. Today is your wedding day, and I was so tired I made you look everywhere for me, even delaying the wedding night. Jiang Jinxi. It seemed like this topic couldn't go further. When Jiang Jinxi and Su-man left the woods, they saw a familiar figure in the distance, but when they looked again, it was gone. Since using the spiritual spring, she felt her body was in excellent condition. She didn't think she would mistake anyone. She secretly asked Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan replied, It's Fu Zheng. He's been following you from afar. I sense no malice from him, so I didn't tell you. But then Jiang Jinxi understood Fu Zheng's intention. He was probably worried she might be in danger. Jiang Jinxi raised her eyebrows again and noticed a bright spot about this man. When Jiang Jinxi and Su-man returned home, they met Chinemo at the door. Found the person? Jean Ci smiled and said, Yes, Sister Su went to the back mountain. I remembered and waited for her at the foot of the mountain. Chinemo nodded and said, All right, let's go back and rest early. Su-man quietly asked, Chinemo, Do you think he likes you? Jean Ci looked very annoyed. Sister, don't guess randomly. Brother Chun has helped me a lot. We are just a loving family. She glanced at Fu Zheng inside the yard. Su Man understood and giggled, pushing Jean Ci to go inside quickly. Jean Ci sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Fu Zheng who entered, feeling very conflicted. Is this room round or not? Look at Fu Zheng's face and figure if it's round. She wouldn't be losing out, right? If it's not round, it doesn't make sense. After all, she was the one who first brought up marriage. Jean Ci licked her lips and said, but unexpectedly, Fu Zheng also spoke. Tonight. Both stopped talking at the same time. Jean Ci smiled and said, You go first. Little Winter Melon licked its paw, which still smelled of the meat jerky given by its owner. No doubt, it's probably unhappy.
Why?
Tang Yuan looked confused. Isn't today the owner's wedding? Humans are usually happy on their wedding day. Little Winter Melon thought for a moment and replied, I think it's because the person named Fu didn't sleep with the owner or take off the owner's clothes. After saying that, it nodded seriously. Tang Yuan looked at Little Winter Melon with a strange expression. Where did you hear all these strange things? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tell the owner. Little Winter Melon covered its mouth with a paw, its eyes darting around as if afraid that Jiang Jinxi would hear. Recently, out of curiosity, it had been following other cats around the village. Sometimes, when it couldn't sleep at night out of boredom, it used its eavesdropping skill to listen to what people in the village were saying. If it heard something useful, it could even take credit with the owner. But it didn't hear much useful information. Instead, it overheard some shy, affectionate things. Thinking of what it had heard, Little Winter Melon covered its face with a paw, curled up into a ball, and buried its face in its tail. Seeing this, Tang Yuan thought it had realized its mistake. It stopped scolding its younger brother and turned to practice its own medicine pills. Jiang Jinxi, pretending to sleep on the bed. She felt that Little Winter Melon seemed too idle and needed something to do. Cats should be active, or they might become fat cats later. They also need to catch mice and such. With that thought, Jiang Jinxi didn't want to think about anything else and drifted into a light sleep. Fu Zheng, after confirming Jiang Jinxi's breathing was steady, slowly opened his eyes. The Jiang family members are quite nice. But today, he quietly asked Jiang Jinxi's other relatives, and she insisted she had no family. Fu Zheng couldn't help but wonder if something had happened to her family recently. Normally, with her family's influence, they wouldn't just arrange a marriage for an orphan girl. He had already sent his letter. He would wait for a reply. The moonlight shone through the window lattice, falling perfectly on Jiang Jinxi's face. Under the moonlight, her face looked even more like white jade. Fu Zheng turned over and looked at Jiang Jinxi's face. He smiled slightly at the corner of his lips and quickly closed his eyes to sleep. Captain Lin Chuan, worried that Fu Zheng might run away, went to the Shigo Brigade with his wife. To keep him there, he offered Fu Zheng a 3-day leave. During these 3 days, Fu Zheng didn't go back and stayed at the Jiang family's house. The next day, when Jiang Jinxi woke up, Fu Zheng had already filled the water bucket and chopped enough firewood. Jiang Jinxi couldn't help but feel grateful. Having a man at home was really good. Although she could do these chores too, and they worked hard for her, she simply didn't want to do them. Most of the time before, Chen and Mo had done these tasks. Now, she didn't need to trouble anyone else. Su Man and Song Weiwei had already gone to work early. Seeing this, Jiang Jinxi decided to go cook. She looked at the kitchen supplies, thinking she needed to find a way to go to town and buy some supplies as an excuse. Otherwise, if she kept taking things out of her space, people might start to suspect. Jiang Jinxi thought for a moment, told Fu Zheng her plan, and then headed to the village. When she returned, her basket was filled with dozens of eggs and a chicken, already slaughtered. We'll have chicken stew for lunch, she said. Fu Zheng didn't mind and nodded. Okay. If we don't have enough money, just tell me. I'll find a way. He was already thinking about whether his business could be moved here. After all, he was no longer alone. He also needed to support his wife. Jiang Jinxi had her own money and supplies, so she didn't take Fu Zheng's words seriously. She nodded and went into the kitchen. Fu Zheng followed and said, "Let me do it." Jiang Jinxi didn't argue and told him what dish she wanted to make. She also said, "In the afternoon, we'll go to town." Fu Zheng nodded.
All right.
The matter with Jiang had been over for several days, but there was still no news. She needed to ask about it, especially about the person behind Shin Jiayong. That was what Jiang Jinxi cared about most. The police had promised to investigate. After she shared her intentions, Lu Gong'an came over shortly after. Jiang Jinxi politely greeted him. "Lu Gong'an, have you found out what happened to my brother? Who is the person behind Shin Jiayong?" Lu Gong'an looked a bit embarrassed and said, "We asked Shin Jiayong to call that person, but no one answered."
So,
They didn't know either? Jiang Jinxi frowned and asked, "Can I see the phone number?" Lu Gong'an showed her the number, but she didn't recognize it. "Did you check this number?" Lu Gong'an smiled bitterly. "Yes, we did. It's a public phone. According to Shin Jiayong, we also checked the call records, but we didn't find any useful information." Jiang Jinxi was still unhappy but had no choice. She turned to ask how Shin Jiayong might be sentenced. Unexpectedly, Lu Gong'an looked guilty and said, "Shin Jiayong's wife changed her statement at the last minute. She took all the blame, saying she was the one who ordered everything. She hated Jiang'an because they argued, so she wanted to hurt him. Shin Jiayong only listened to her and didn't know the poison in the bowl was poison. Also, it was proven that Shin Jiayong is mentally ill. His wife used this to manipulate him, which led to the scene where he harmed Jiang'an. Isn't this a joke? We had so many witnesses. Are you guys joking with us?" Jiang Jinxi couldn't believe what she was hearing. Lu Gong'an sighed helplessly. "We have no choice. Shin Jiayong has evidence and witnesses. Unless you can prove he isn't mentally ill or that he was not the mastermind and his wife was involved." Shin Jiayong's wife even admitted it herself. What could Jiang Jinxi do? Fu Zheng was worried she might act impulsively, so he reached out and held her hand quietly to comfort her. Jiang Jinxi quickly calmed down. She took a deep breath, steadied her mind, and asked Lu Gong'an as calmly as possible, "So, what will be the final verdict?" Lu Gong'an smiled bitterly. "Based on the current evidence, his wife will be sentenced to death, and he won't be held criminally responsible." He was afraid Jiang Jinxi would get upset and cause trouble, so he quickly reassured her, "We are still looking for more evidence. If you find anything, bring it to us immediately. We will handle it as soon as possible." Unexpectedly, Jiang Jinxi nodded politely and thanked Lu Gong'an before leaving the police station. Fu Zheng looked at her calm expression, worried she might get too angry. He thought for a moment and said, "Let's go to the post office. I'll call some friends and ask if there are any other ways to handle this." However, Jiang Jinxi shook her head. She squinted and said coldly, "No need." Since the proper way couldn't solve the problem, she decided to find another solution. She had to get this off her chest, right? But she usually had a strong hand, so she hoped Shin Jiayong could handle it better. Fu Zheng was surprised. Seeing that she had her own ideas, he thought about her strength and didn't say anything more. Jiang Jinxi and Fu Zheng went together to buy some rice, oil, and other supplies to bring home. When they reached the kitchen, she took out a little more. Since Fu Zheng probably wouldn't pay much attention to the kitchen, she thought he wouldn't notice. That night, Jiang Jinxi secretly put a sleepy pill into the soup she brought to Fu Zheng. Once he was fully asleep, she quietly left the house. She rode her bike straight to Santuan village. Xiao Donghua had already found out about Shin Jiayong's situation. He knew Shin Jiayong was at home, and not only that, he had brought a woman back. As for his wife taking the blame for him, he didn't care at all. Having been locked inside for so many days, Shin Jiayong was feeling restless. He didn't expect to meet a distant relative looking for family on the way, and she was a very beautiful girl. This girl was still trying to flirt with him late at night. He wanted to be with her immediately, but she refused and said if he forced her, she would die in front of him. Shin Jiayong had just come out, so he didn't dare let anyone die in his house. He had to let her go. But the girl said she didn't dislike him, it was just that there were others in her family. She suggested they go to the mountain. Shun Jiayong hesitated for a moment.
Who goes to the mountain at night?
Although there were no dangerous animals, it was still scary. But the girl smiled at him and turned to leave. Shun Jiayong's mind and body followed her. On the way, I also met an old man disturbed by the sound of cats, unable to sleep, who went out to chase away stray cats. The old man asked Shin Jiayong, Captain Shin, where are you going so late? Up the mountain? Shun Jiayong couldn't reveal his true purpose, so he simply said, can't sleep, going to the mountain to take a look. After saying that, he hurriedly left. The old man was stunned for a moment before realizing he wanted to warn Shin Jiayong not to encounter anything bad on the mountain late at night. But Shin Jiayong was already gone, so he could only shake his head, thinking that although Shin Jiayong had recently been through something as a long-time captain, he should know better. There must be something very important going on. Could it be some kind of treasure? The old man's mind moved, and he quietly followed. But just at the foot of the mountain, he faintly heard the howling of wolves. Shivering, he turned back. No matter how valuable the treasure was, you had to be alive to get it. Jiang Jinsi followed Xiao Donggua's guidance, confidently heading up the mountain. When they reached the agreed spot, sure enough, they saw the girl waiting there. Jiang Jinsi gave her 20 yuan and told her to hurry back to Shin's house. The girl nodded and took another path away. Jiang Jinsi stood there, waiting patiently. Not long after, Shin Jiayong suddenly rushed over. Little darling, I'm here. The next second, Jiang Jinsi kicked out her leg. Shin Jiayong let out a scream and fell to the ground. He cursed loudly. You scoundrel, who are you? Jiang Jinsi slowly turned around and walked toward him. Under the moonlight filtering through the trees, Shin Jiayong saw Jiang Jinsi's face. His pupils shrank, and he gasped, It's you. Jiang Jinsi smiled gently. Yes, that's right. It's me, Captain Shin, long time no see. Shin Jiayong got up and tried to run down the mountain. Jiang Jinsi didn't move. In the next moment, Shin Jiayong was kicked back by a cat. He looked at everything in disbelief. Is this world too strange? A woman kicked him away, and he thought she was naturally strong. But a cat can also kick him flying? Before he could understand, the cat's paw struck his face again. Shin Jiayong cried out in pain. Jin Si saw that things were almost done. He stepped forward and slapped Shin Jiayong again. Tell me, who is the person behind you? Good, I won't let you suffer too much. Shin Jiayong hesitated and shouted, You can't kill me. He had a feeling that Jin Si wouldn't spare his life. Jin Si smiled. Of course I won't kill you. Killing is against the law, and I won't do such illegal things. Shin Jiayong relaxed a little. Jin Si continued, but if you don't tell the truth, I will make your life very hard. Shin Jiayong turned his head away and said nothing. Jin Si sneered and quickly pressed on one of Shin Jiayong's pressure points. In the next moment, Shin Jiayong's screams echoed through the woods. Does it hurt? Good, it should hurt. Think it over and tell me. I'll stop the pain if you do. In less than 3 minutes, Shin Jiayong begged. I'll tell you. It hurts so much. Jin Si pressed again on his pressure point. Shin Jiayong gasped and said, There are 2 groups of people who want Jiang'an to suffer. One is a young girl who called me. She seems to have a grudge against Jiang'an. But she didn't say she wanted to kill him, just that she wanted him to suffer. Every time I hurt him, she paid me, and the other is, there's another. I've never seen him. He contacts me only through letters. I don't know who he is. Hearing Shin Jiayong mention the first person, Jin Si guessed it was probably Jiang Jinjin. But the second one. What kind of letters? Where are they? What instructions did he give you? At first, he asked me to touch Jiang'an's belongings. I think he was looking for something, but he didn't say what. He just told me to note down everything Jiang'an had. Second, he asked me to injure Jiang'an's leg and move him into that broken house. I suspect he's still looking for something. Third, last time he wanted me to kill Jiang'an. Every time, he left the letter under the big locust tree at the village entrance. I don't know who he is. I even stayed on guard for 3 days, trying to catch him, but I never saw anyone. He also warned me that if there was a next time, he wouldn't need me anymore, and I would have no way out but death. Jiang Jinsi frowned. Can you really scare him that easily? Shin Jae-young trembled and said, You don't know. Before, he said if I didn't do what he told me, he would hurt my family. Then my father suddenly fell ill, and the doctor said it was terminal. I was terrified. Later, he gave me medicine, and my father recovered after taking it. After that, whenever I hesitated even a little, something would happen to my family. I don't know how it happened, and I've never seen outsiders. I was afraid not to obey. Jang Jinsi's brow furrowed even more. She started to suspect that the person threatening Shin Jae-young might also have some special abilities. But she decided to think about that later. Do you know what he's looking for in Jongin? Shin Jae-young shook his head. No. What's his pattern for sending messages? Once every 5 days. Seeing that she couldn't get any more information from Shin Jae-young, Jang Jinsi suddenly covered his mouth with her hand. Then, she forcefully struck his leg. There was a loud crack, and Shin Jae-young let out a muffled groan. His leg twisted into an unnatural position. Jang Jinsi coldly said, You broke Jong-en's leg. This is my way of returning the favor. At the same time, she tore a piece of clothing from Shin Jae-young's body, crumpled it, and stuffed it into his mouth. Then, she quickly took out a silver needle and stabbed it into his acupoint. In the next second, Shin Jae-young groaned and twisted on the ground, clearly in extreme pain. Jang Jinsi looked at him coldly. This is my way of paying you back. You made Jong-en suffer so much back then. Now, it's not even 10 times worse, but it's enough. At that moment, Shin Jae-young, who had never regretted anything before, truly regretted it. He had a good life, a good team leader position, and he went out of his way to provoke Jong-en. If he had another chance, he would definitely stay far away. No, he would even support Jong-en. This was just too painful. After about 10 minutes, seeing Shin Jae-young's face contorted in pain, with only hoarse, muffled sounds left in his throat, and his movements on the ground becoming smaller, she decided it was enough. She signaled to Xiao Donghua. A voice came into her mind. Master, rest assured. Jin Si quickly stepped back. But he didn't leave. Instead, he found a good spot to observe and quickly climbed a tree. After a while, the distant howling of wolves suddenly grew closer. Shin Jae-young, who had just recovered on the ground, trembled all over with fear. He desperately tried to climb down the mountain, and he silently prayed that the wolves wouldn't come this way. However, when Jin Si left, he had made a small cut on Shin Jae-young. The smell of blood had already spread through the darkness. Now, the wolves, attracted by the scent, were coming closer. Seeing Shin Jae-young, the wolves, which had been disturbed and hadn't eaten all day, ignored everything else and pounced directly. At that moment, Shin Jae-young's senses were heightened. He could clearly hear the wolves approaching and even smell their foul breath. He couldn't die here.
He didn't want to be swallowed by wolves.
But after enduring inhumane torture, Shin Jae-young couldn't even stand up properly, let alone run. All his frustration was useless. The human cries and screams faded into the wolves' howls. Jin Si watched coldly as the wolves finished eating and disappeared. Then he silently climbed down the tree, took Xiao Donghua, and slipped into the forest. They reached another path before descending the mountain, found a bicycle hidden at the foot of the hill, and rode back home. Meanwhile, Shin Jae-young's family started searching everywhere for him. An old man who had seen him last night quickly spoke up. He recounted how he saw Shin Jae-young the previous evening, then sighed. I wanted to warn Captain Shin, but I couldn't catch him. His third uncle immediately said, Gather some people and go look in the mountains. Last night, the wolves howled all night from the back of the mountain. Their howling was truly frightening. It was similar to the wolf disaster back then. His third uncle sighed and asked Shin Jae-young's family, Do you know why Jae-young went to the back of the mountains so late at night? No one could answer. So, they could only wait for others to go up and search. Hopefully, luck would be on their side. But it seemed Shin Jae-young's luck was not good. Within half a day, the people who went up the mountain returned in fear, bringing back a few broken bones and a small piece of cloth. It was the same cloth Shin Jae-young had worn yesterday. The Jung family members held the clothing and cried loudly. The others also sighed with sadness. It was 3 days after Jiang Jinsi heard that someone in Sanjia village had been eaten by wolves. He also heard that the police had been called to investigate. The final conclusion was simply that someone had been eaten by wolves. Jiang Jinsi breathed a sigh of relief. Su-man happily returned and told Jiang'an, "I heard it was a man named Nong, who used to be the leader of Sanjia village. Isn't he the scoundrel who bullied you?" "Serves him right." Jiang'an was naturally very happy and clapped his hands happily, saying, "Justice is done." After Jiang Jinsi returned that day, he didn't dare to ask Jiang'an directly about the matter. Because Fu Zheng kept looking at her with a thoughtful expression, Jiang Jinsi was afraid of revealing anything and didn't say much. Seeing Su-man bring up this topic, Jiang Jinsi sent Su-man away and asked Jiang'an, "Do you have anything strange on you?" Jiang'an shook his head with a confused look. Jiang Jinsi asked him, "When Shin Jiayong was causing trouble for you, did he say he was looking for something?" Jiang'an looked at Jiang Jinsi, but still shook his head. He whispered, "Sister, I know he's looking for something, but I don't know what." "He didn't say." Jiang Jinsi sighed. Suddenly, Jiang'an signaled for Jiang Jinsi to come closer and asked very quietly, "Sister, is Shin Jiayong you?" Jiang Jinsi didn't expect the child to be so sensitive. She definitely wouldn't admit it. She smiled and gently tapped Jiang'an's head, saying, "What are you thinking? I told you the person was eaten by wolves. Do you think your sister has such skills?" Jiang'an scratched his head, thinking that made sense. But he still felt something was off. He just couldn't quite figure out what. Don't overthink. When there's nothing to do, read more books. Recently, Jiang Jinsi had found some textbooks for him to read when he had free time. Jiang'an looked unhappy. The next morning, Jiang Jinsi was assigned to a different work site from Su-man. She immediately became alert and told Zhou Lushing she wanted to switch to work together. Lately, she had been sticking very close to Su-man, almost inseparable. Su-man found it a bit funny and a little frustrating. Zhou Lushing also ended up laughing at her. But it wasn't a big deal. However, Song Weiwei became a problem. She couldn't handle such intense work. Jiang Jinsi thought for a moment and decided to ask for leave for Song Weiwei so she could stay home and take care of Jiang'an. That reason seemed reasonable. Zhou Lushing just turned a blind eye. The morning was calm and peaceful. Jiang Jinsi even wondered if she was going crazy. Tomorrow was the day Su-man would have an accident, but these days she kept feeling her eyelids twitch, so she stayed close to Su-man. After lunch, Su-man carried her basket and said she wanted to go up the mountain to look at herbs. Recently, some people had found many good herbs on the mountain, and it spread in the village. Everyone liked to go for a walk there when they had free time. Su-man didn't have high hopes. She didn't think she was that lucky. Otherwise, she wouldn't be living the way she was now. But lately, she had been helping Jiang Jinsi pick herbs, thinking it was a good way to pass the time. Plus, in the middle of the day, the mountain was actually the coolest place. Seeing this, Jiang Jinsi also stood up. Su-man couldn't help but laugh and say, "Jinsi, I can go by myself. You don't need to come with me." Jiang Jinsi stubbornly shook her head. "I also want to see if there are other herbs on the mountain." All the herbs she brought back were common ones. This reason was perfect. The two headed up the mountain. Su-man still couldn't help but ask Jiang Jinsi, "Jinsi, is there something going on? Why are you following me so closely?" Jiang Jinsi used to be very aware of her boundaries. She never acted like this before. When something is unusual, there must be a reason. Jiang Jinsi frowned and said, "Actually, it's nothing serious. I just had a few bad dreams the past few days. Last time, when that thing happened with you, if Xiao Donghua hadn't found you, I don't know what would have happened. I keep feeling uneasy." Su-man chuckled. "It's nothing. Why are you more nervous than I am? Besides, didn't those people get driven away?" Jiang Jinsi shook her head. "No, those two people will definitely want revenge after what happened to them. Just let me stay with you for a while. In a few days, if nothing happens, I won't follow you anymore." Su-man felt touched inside. "Okay. Jinsi, you're so good to me. I don't even know how to thank you." Jinsi smiled and took Su-man's hand. "Sister Su-man, you need to get stronger quickly. In the future, you can protect me and I'll relax and enjoy life with you." Okay, as long as I have good days, I won't forget about you. They chatted and laughed as they wandered around the outskirts. Unexpectedly, they came across a few wild chickens. Jean's CI was strong, but her aim wasn't very good. She only had stones, no other tools. She threw several times but missed each time. Frustrated, she decided to chase after the chickens. Suman couldn't run as fast as her, so Jean's CI told her to find a safe spot and wait. On this mountain, she was sure no one was around, so she wasn't worried. Not long after Jean's CI left, Suman was thinking about finding a shady place to rest when she suddenly saw 7 or 8 unfamiliar men coming up the mountain. All of them were strangers. At first, Suman didn't pay much attention, but then she remembered what Jean's CI had said earlier, and a bad feeling grew in her. She instinctively hid behind some bushes. There are signs of people here. Let's go.
Huh?
Why did it cut off here? Are you sure you saw them go up the mountain? Of course. I saw clearly. Quick, find them. They must be nearby. Let's finish this quickly and get paid. Hee, those two are real beauties. Big brother, you can enjoy yourself first. Then it'll be our turn. Don't worry. Suman felt a chill in her heart. It was obvious these people were after her and Jean's CI. Jean's CI had just arrived, so she probably hadn't made any enemies. Most likely, they were after her. She clenched her fists tightly, her breathing becoming lighter. She was afraid they might hear her and find her. There are signs here. They probably went further ahead. Let's go. Suman trembled all over. With so many men, even if Jean's CI was strong, she was just a girl. She was alone. How could she fight so many? This was her fault, and she couldn't let Jean's CI take the blame. Thinking of this, Suman deliberately stood up and made a noise. Sure enough, someone in the group heard her. Who? Boss, it seems like someone is here. Seeing she had been discovered, Suman decided not to hide anymore. She threw away her basket, looked at the road, and ran downhill as fast as she could. As long as she ran far enough to meet someone, she would be safe. That was what Suman thought. But clearly, these people were not fools. She hadn't run far before they caught up to her. Someone stepped in front of her and blocked her way. Hey, beautiful, I see you're here. Don't run. Yeah, we'll take good care of you. They were so bold, without any hesitation. Suman backed away and asked, Did Lu Qingshan send you? The men looked at each other and said, We don't know anyone named Lu Qingshan. No, we don't. We were just passing by the mountain and saw such a pretty girl. We wanted to make her happy. Haha. That's right. Girl, where is your friend? Yeah, and there's another woman too? Finally, someone realized the truth. Suman kept calm and said, She already went down the mountain. I was just a little late. She hoped these people would believe her. But it was clear they weren't fools. The leader, coldly, said, Don't be fooled by this woman.
She's not gone down the mountain.
We've checked, and there's only one way down. We didn't see anyone else along the way. The footprints over there are definitely from another woman.
You.
Go after her. She held her machete tightly, her eyes falling on a nearby stone. Without hesitation, she bent down, picked up the stone, and threw it hard at one of the men leaving. You trash. Suman's aim was good, and she actually hit someone. But the result was that these men got angry and all rushed toward her. You good for nothing. If you want to fight, we'll start with you first, then find someone else. The only way down the mountain is this one, and that woman can't escape. The leader gritted his teeth and said. The others excitedly agreed. 7 men surrounded Suman, leaving her no place to hide. And the leader charged at her. Suman clenched her grip on her machete and swung it. Suman was strong, but those men were even stronger. The person dodged the knife she swung out. In the next second, her arm was hit, and the knife slipped from her hand. The man charged straight at her, and Suman closed her eyes in despair. Her clothes were torn off. The disgusting laughter of those people sounded like a terrible song. Suman bit her lip tightly, telling herself not to cry. She thought, just endure it. It will be over soon. Just like being bitten by a dog, as long as they didn't go looking for Jean C. Maybe Jean C would have a chance to escape. Anyway, she was already married and didn't plan to marry again in the future. Thinking this way, Suman even felt a little calmer. She gently closed her eyes. In the next moment, those harsh sounds suddenly disappeared. Suman felt a lightness on her body. She quickly opened her eyes and saw Jiang Jinsi kicking one of the men away, then kicking away the boss. Suman was anxious. She shouted, "Jinsi, don't worry about me. You need to leave quickly. Go down the mountain and call for help." Jiang Jinsi finally understood why she had been uneasy these days. It was because Suman's danger was approaching early. When she was chasing the mountain chicken just now, her heart was pounding fiercely. Halfway through, she stopped chasing the mountain chicken and hurried back. But for some reason she got lost. She remembered there was only one road, but she couldn't find her way back. Jiang Jinsi was so angry she cursed a few times. "If you can't use any strength, I won't bother with these broken tasks anymore." After a few seconds, Jiang Jinsi retraced her steps along the same road, and this time, she got it right. When she arrived, she saw Suman almost being humiliated. She was so angry she kicked forward immediately. She kicked away two people and stood beside Suman. What she didn't expect was that Suman immediately told her to leave. Jiang Jinsi was slightly stunned. She suddenly understood why Suman hadn't shouted for help. After all, she was not far away. If Suman had shouted, she would have heard it immediately. Previously, Jiang Jinsi's concern for Suman was mostly because she valued her task. But at this moment, many complicated feelings surged in her heart. She stepped in front of Suman, pretending to take something from her back basket, but actually took out a thin shirt from her space and draped it over Suman's shoulders. She turned around and looked at the men who were watching her cautiously. Jiang Jinsi said coldly, "Should we attack one by one or all at once?" How could they attack all at once? The men exchanged glances and immediately charged at Jiang Jinsi. The leader who had been kicked away earlier retreated to the back, cursing as he ordered, "Everyone, put in more effort and take down this woman. She dares to hit me." The others were even more reckless, rushing toward Jiang Jinsi. Jiang Jinsi hadn't been wasting her days. Because earlier, Tang Yuan had teased her about lacking physical strength, despite being strong, not knowing how to use it. After that, in her space, she practiced acupoint techniques from medical books and trained for an hour every day. At first, she used books Tang Yuan found for her, then Xiao Donghua started practicing with her. Since Xiao Donghua trained with her, Jiang Jinsi's fighting skills improved very quickly. Xiao Donghua had been eager to fight, constantly poking his head out, wanting to come out and fight. But Jiang Jinsi kept him back. There were too many of them. She couldn't kill them all. If people found out how strong Xiao Donghua was and someone tried to steal from her using him, she wouldn't have any way to deal with it. It's better to avoid trouble when possible. Although these men were strong, they weren't as strong as Jiang Jinsi. A few of them had some basic fighting skills, which was manageable. Within about 10 minutes, Jiang Jinsi had knocked all of them down. Suman was completely stunned. She swallowed hard. If she had known Jiang Jinsi was this powerful, why did she pretend to be weak earlier? She almost got hurt. She thought she was a fool. But she didn't regret it. "Suman, sister, now grab some ropes and tie these people up." Jiang Jinsi's voice brought Suman back to her senses. She looked around and saw some golden and silver vine nearby. She quickly went to pick some, twisted them into ropes, and handed them to Jiang Jinsi. Jiang Jinsi's hands moved quickly, tying up one person after another. Finally, she tied up all of them. She also tore some vines and linked the people together, then hurried down the mountain. The boss was very unruly and tried to run away. Jiang Jinsi picked up a stone and threw it. The boss screamed loudly and fell to the ground. Jiang Jinsi stepped forward and kicked him. "If you're not honest, I will break your leg so you'll be a cripple for life." No one dared to cause trouble anymore. They had been beaten badly earlier and all felt sore. The group reached the middle of the mountain and saw villagers nearby. Seeing the scene, they all looked over. Su Man quickly called someone to go get the team leader. We almost got killed by these people. They're not from our village. Who knows if they're bandits? As soon as she finished, people from the same village lost interest in watching and turned to run, looking for Zhou Lushing. If there really were bandits, it would be a big problem. When Jiang Jinxi and Su Man arrived at the foot of the mountain with a long string of zongzi, they saw Zhou Lushing already waiting with some people. Seeing them, he hurried over and asked, "What happened?" Jiang Jinxi explained the situation briefly, hiding the part about the people trying to hurt Su Man. But Su Man said, "They not only wanted to hurt us but also tried to assault me." Everyone around looked at Su Man differently. Jiang Jinxi couldn't help but look at Su Man a few more times. In this era, where reputation was very important, such an incident could ruin her. Even in later times, girls in similar situations often swallowed their pain and kept quiet. Who would dare to report it or speak openly? Jiang Jinxi held Su Man's hand and asked, "What are you talking about?" Su Man smiled and said, "Captain Zhou, I'm telling the truth. I'm a woman who's been married and divorced. There's nothing wrong with talking about these things. Besides, they didn't succeed. Jiang Jiqing saved me. Of course, she knew some people would gossip. But these men weren't from our village. Today it's me, but tomorrow it could be someone else's daughter or wife." As she finished, the onlookers' faces changed. Su Man continued, "I'm not afraid of being criticized. I've decided not to marry again. But for the safety of our village, I hope Captain Zhou reports this to the police and investigates thoroughly. Otherwise, women in our team won't dare to go out anymore." This was the truth. Previously, the malicious looks had softened into tense expressions. Zhou Lushing nodded and didn't call the police again. Instead, he called the man from the squad and had these people tied up again, then sent them to the police station. "I will personally escort them." It was only in the evening that Zhou Lushing returned. He went straight to the Jiang family. Jiang Jinxi opened the door and asked, "Captain Zhou, you're back?" Zhou Lushing nodded.
Yes.
"Come in and talk." Inside, Zhou Lushing also called Su Man over and said directly, "Those people admitted everything at the police station. They were acting on orders." "Whose orders?" "Longqing Lu and his new girlfriend, Zhang Xiumei." Su Man sneered, "It's definitely them." However, Jiang Jinxi felt something was off and asked, "Are there no others?" "No, the police have already gone to find Longqing Lu and Zhang Xiumei. This should be resolved soon. They might also call you in for questioning." Jiang Jinxi nodded to show she understood. Zhou Lushing didn't stay long and left after speaking. Jiang Jinxi felt uneasy. Those people looked carefully chosen, some even had a bit of basic fighting skill. If she hadn't improved her own skills, she wouldn't have been able to escape. What would happen then? Jiang Jinxi could almost imagine. Did Longqing Lu have such great power? She frowned but wasn't sure if these people were targeting her. After all, the mission in the space had already been marked as completed. Right now, she had no solid evidence. Everything was based on her intuition. She thought maybe she should have let one or two escape earlier, so Zidongguo could listen and find out who was behind the scenes. Now that everyone had been sent to the police station, there probably wouldn't be any results. She could only stay alert in secret. Jiang Jinxi felt a bit disappointed. Back in her room, she asked Tang Yuan, "Did you get the last ingredient?" "Got it. I'm about to start making the medicine. But it will take some time." "How long?" "A month." "All right, a month it is. Anyway, Song Weiwei has waited for so many years, so this 1 month doesn't matter." In the middle of the night, Jiang Jinxi was awakened by noise. Jiang Jiqing, Jiang Jiqing. She got up and opened the courtyard door. It was Zhou Lushing. Seeing his anxious face, she asked, "Captain Zhou, what's wrong? Uncle Wang had an accident. Aren't you good at medicine? Come quickly and check on him." Hearing this, Jiang Jinxi didn't delay. She went inside, grabbed a medical kit, and left. On the way, she learned that Uncle Wang mentioned by Zhou Lushing was Wang Hansheng. The medical kit Jiang Jinxi carried was actually made for her by Wang Hansheng. Zhou Lushing sighed. He said he couldn't sleep at night, so he got up to do some woodworking. But he hurt his hand, and it seems pretty serious. Bleeding wouldn't stop. At first, he didn't think much of it and came to my house for medicine. But after applying the medicine, the bleeding still wouldn't stop. I told my dad to go with him home, then rushed here to find you. As they spoke, they walked faster. When they entered Wang Hanqing's yard, they immediately smelled a strong blood scent. Jiang Jinxi quickened her steps into the yard. Zhou Lushing also looked shocked and hurried into the house. Dad, how is he? Can't stop the bleeding. Has Jiang Jiqing arrived? When she gets here, she needs to see him quickly. If the bleeding continues, someone might die. Wang Hanqing sat on a chair, his face pale but his expression calm. Uncle Zhou, I'm fine. At worst, I might die. I'm alone anyway, so what should I be afraid of? Jiang Jinxi quickly went over to check Wang Hanqing's wound. At that moment, the space suddenly issued a task. Task 3. Wang Hanqing from Shigo Brigade has an injured hand that was not treated in time, leading to necrosis and disability. Help Wang Hanqing recover his hand. Wang Hanqing background, a village carpenter with exceptional woodworking skills. 35 years old, with a unique understanding of woodworking. He will become a major figure in the furniture industry in the future. This task was relatively simple. Jiang Jinxi first took out silver needles to stop Wang Hanqing's bleeding. Then she took some hemostatic powder from the wooden box and bandaged his wound. Once the bleeding stopped, everyone relaxed. Fortunately, there's Jiang Jiqing. Otherwise, our brigade wouldn't even have a health station. If we went to another brigade, who knows what could happen? Zhou Lushing sighed. Wang Hanqing kept thanking Jiang Jinxi repeatedly. Jiang Jinxi smiled and said, Uncle Wang, you don't need to thank me. If anyone should thank, it's Captain. If it weren't for the Captain, I might have arrived too late, and your hand could have been ruined. Wang Hanqing was surprised and didn't realize the injury was so serious. He was a carpenter. People can die, but losing a hand is a big problem. For a moment, he was very grateful to Jiang Jinxi and Zhou Lushing. Jiang Jinxi then said, The wound is deep. Uncle Wang, don't let water touch it these days. I'll come back tomorrow to change the dressing. She took out a bottle of medicine and handed it to Wang Hanqing. If it bleeds again, use this medicine. It should help. If it doesn't work, call me right away. Wang Hanqing nodded and said, Okay. Thank you so much today. Jiang Jiqing, Lushing, come to my house for dinner tomorrow. Jiang Jinxi quickly said, Uncle Wang, don't do any heavy work with that hand these days. Otherwise, I won't be able to help you. Just rest well, and don't do anything. Zhou Lushing also said, Yes, Uncle Wang, just focus on healing. We'll talk after you recover. Wang Hanqing was worried about his hand being ruined, so he obediently listened. Lushing, are you going to town tomorrow to pick up the new educated youths? Bring the things I've made recently to the supply and marketing cooperative. Zhou Lushing drove a bullock cart loaded with items to the town. As soon as he arrived, he saw a tired-looking woman rush over. Are you from Shigo Brigade? Are you here to pick us up? Zhou Lushing frowned and took out a list from his pocket. Jiang Hongqing, Zhao Jinfeng, Jiang Zhenjin, Jiang Jinbao. Zhao Jinfeng climbed onto the cart on her own. Yes, that's us. Hurry up and take us back. We're exhausted from the trip. They acted as if Zhou Lushing was their servant. Zhou Lushing almost laughed out of anger. All of them had the Jiang surname, but they were so different. Sure enough, typical of capitalists. But you've probably forgotten. You're being sent down, not to the countryside. And you're still talking about food and drinks? I have some things to do, so I'll come back later to pick you up, Zhou Lushing said coldly. Zhao Jinfeng was furious. She thought that even if they were being sent down, these rural folks had no experience, and she could easily handle them. But she didn't expect Zhou Lushing to be so stern.
Why?
Why can't I go down with you? Zhou Lushing clapped his hands and said, I'll go find the leader now. People like you are too much for our team. Before Zhao Jinfeng could speak, Jiang Zhenjin hurriedly pulled her back and apologized to Zhou Lushing. Sorry, my mother was too shocked. Please go ahead, we'll wait for you. Then she softly shouted at Zhao Jinfeng, Mom, do you want to be taken away for criticism? Zhao Jinfeng didn't dare to say anything. Seeing people get off the car, Zhou Lushing snorted coldly and said, All with the surname Jiang. Why is there such a difference? Luckily, they're not young people sent to the countryside. Jiang Jinjin was stunned. If she remembered correctly, Jiang'an was also from the Yangyang commune. Could this person know Jiang'an? In her panic, Jiang Jinjin rushed toward Zhou Lusheng and asked, "Sir, do you know Jiang'an?" Jiang'an is Jiang Jinxi's younger brother. Zhou Lusheng knew about this. A few days ago, he had gone to the Sanketon leader's office to transfer Jiang An's grain registration to their team at Jiang Jinxi's request. So, hearing Jiang Jinjin's question, he frowned and asked, "What relation are you to Jiang An?" Hearing this, Jiang Hongcheng immediately smiled and said, "I am Jiang An's father, her real father." "Big brother, do you know which team Jiang An is in?" Zhou Lusheng's mind was suddenly stirred up. How good a person is Jiang Jiqing? Including her mother and Jiang An, they are all very good people. They don't cause trouble, work hard, and Jiang Jiqing even knows medical skills. He was planning to set up a health clinic in the team. Why is this old stubborn person connected to Jiang Jiqing now? He wanted to change the subject, but unexpectedly, a woman from the Zhou family on the same cart spoke up. "Are you Jiang An's family? Then you must also be Jiang Jiqing's family." Jiang Jinjin's heart moved, and she asked, "Jiang Jiqing?" I don't remember her name anymore. This Aunt Zhou was famous in Shigo Brigade for being a big mouth. She knew all the news in the brigade, and there was nothing she didn't know. She replied very quickly, "Jiang Jinxi, that should be the name." The three people from the Jiang family looked at each other and smiled. When they set out, they had almost nothing with them, no money at all. They were worried about how to survive once they reached the countryside. I didn't expect Jiang Jinxi to be in the same team. This is really a blessing for the Jiang family. Before the three members of the Jiang family could react, Jiang Jinbao loudly shouted, "That bastard Jiang Jinxi and the wild child Jiang An are also part of our family. Dad, I want to find Jiang Jinxi and ask her to make me something tasty." He then stepped forward to hold onto Jiang Hongqing's leg. Earlier, Zhao Jinfeng had plans to send Jiang Jinbao to her family home, but before they left, they received news and hurriedly brought Jiang Jinbao over, without even bringing many clothes. Jiang Hongcheng has always loved the son. When Jiang Jinbao spoke like that before, he naturally didn't scold him. Instead, he nodded and said to Aunt Zhou, "That's right, Jiang Jinxi is also my daughter." Aunt Zhou opened her mouth wide. "You are all old and lazy, and Jiang Jiqing is also one of you?" Zhou Lusheng's heart skipped a beat. He quickly scolded, "Auntie, what are you saying?" They were sent down because of decisions made by the higher-ups. Similarly, Jiang Jiqing going to the countryside to build is also approved by the leaders. Don't mix things up. Aunt Zhou thought for a moment and then looked as if she suddenly understood. That's right. How could Jiang Jiqing be a lazy old person? Oh, I also heard Jiang Jiqing say before that her mother was beaten into a fool by her stepmother. TSK, I think it's probably because of you people lacking virtue. It's obvious you bullied their family, which is why they were sent to the countryside. Unexpectedly, karma caught up with her, and she was also sent down. She even wanted to go find Jiang Jiqing to ask for favors.
So shameless.
Lusheng, let's go quickly. We should buy some things and let these people wait. Aunt Zhou looked like she wanted to avoid trouble. Zhou Lusheng, with a serious face, hurriedly drove the ox cart away. The Jiang family members all looked angry. Zhao Jinfeng cursed, "Jiang Jinxi, this ungrateful wolf. We raised her, and this is how she repays us?" She just left without a word, not caring about her engagement with the Fu family. When she left, she even borrowed money everywhere. Yes, we need to get back the money she borrowed. It's over 100 yuan, enough for our family to live in the countryside for a while. Jiang Hongcheng kept a calm face but didn't speak, lost in thought. Jiang Jinjin was also planning her own schemes. She knew that Jiang Jinxi had a special space and that there should be valuable things from the Jiang family inside. She needed to find a way to get Jiang Jinxi's space, or at least take the items inside it. At this moment, Jiang Hongqing spoke. "Now we are in the countryside, unfamiliar with everything here. The only familiar person is Miss Jinxi. Our whole family depends on her. So, in the future, you should speak politely to her." Jiang Hongqing knew that the people coming to pick them up were village officials. The person just now seemed to support Jiang Jinxi a lot, which meant Jiang Jinxi was doing well in the countryside. This way, since they're strangers here, there's no need to upset Jiang Jinxi and ruin their relationship. Besides, Jiang Jinxi, Jiang En, and Song Weiwei are all capable of working. If they help out, maybe he can do less work himself. And there's also Jin Bao. Jiang Hongqing looked at Zhao Jinfeng and Jiang Zhenjin, realizing they couldn't be relied on. Expecting them to work would only tire him out. That's why he said what he did. Jiang Zhenjin kept her thoughts to herself. Since Jiang Hongqing wanted to win Jiang Jinxi over, she saw no need to make the first move now. She preferred to stay in the background and see how Jiang Jinxi, who now had the space, would behave. If she remained as timid and easy to bully as before, she would trick her into handing over the items from her space. If not, Jiang Zhenjin narrowed her eyes. What she couldn't get, she wouldn't let Jiang Jinxi get either. If she suffered, Jiang Jinxi would suffer too. When Zhou Lusheng returned again, it was already past noon. The Jiang family members were starving, their stomachs pressed against their backs. Zhou Lusheng and Aunt Zhou had already eaten and weren't in a hurry. Aunt Zhou even had time to chat with the Jiang family. When she learned that Jiang Jinxi now knew medical skills, Jiang Zhenjin sneered. It seemed she had also obtained spiritual spring water, otherwise, how could she have medical skills? In her previous life, all claims of medical expertise were just tricks. In reality, they used spiritual spring water to treat illnesses. Then she heard that Jiang Jinxi had married in the countryside, and Jiang Zhenjin was stunned. In her previous life, Jiang Jinxi had married Fu Sheng and died at the Fu family's house. She also heard that Jiang Jinxi's husband was surnamed Fu. Jiang Zhenjin frowned and thought deeply. Could this be fate turning in a different way? That means Jiang Jinxi will naturally follow her old path again. Thinking this way, Jiang Zhenjin felt a little proud inside. She wanted to see, no matter how much wealth Jiang Jinxi gains in her life, it won't be useful. Only when she sees her unlucky can she truly avenge her hatred for her stealing her things. With this in mind, Jiang Zhenjin innocently asked, "Dad, since sister and brother are both here, shall we go directly to sister's house later?" Jiang Hongqing naturally agreed wholeheartedly. Since Jiang Jinxi rented a house in the village, it was only right to let them stay there. After all, that money was paid by him. However, Zhou Lusheng coldly said, "Don't even think about it. With your status, you should be staying in a barn. Don't cause trouble for me. If you dare to cause trouble, I will report it and have you taken for criticism." The Jiang family knew what it was like when people were criticized publicly, so hearing this, their faces turned pale, and they dared not speak. Looking at the barn in front of them, the Jiang family felt sick and started to gag. How can people live here? But Zhou Lusheng paid no attention and simply left. Jiang Zhenjin really didn't want to sleep in the barn. Gritting her teeth, she suggested, "Dad, since the team leader isn't taking us to see sister, let's go find ourselves." Jiang Hongqing couldn't stand it either and nodded. "All right, let's go find her now." Zhao Jinfeng didn't want to go. She was proud in front of Song Weiwei and Jiang Jinxi before, but now she was so embarrassed she didn't want them to see her like this. Her nice clothes had become dirty from the rough journey, and even her once full cheeks looked withered these days. She had bullied and humiliated Song Weiwei for so many years. Now that her status had changed, Zhao Jinfeng simply couldn't accept it. She made an excuse that she wanted to watch Jiang Jinbao, so she wouldn't go. But Jiang Jinbao shouted, "I want to go, Mom, I want to go. I want Jiang Jinxi, that useless girl, to give me meat and candy. The money on her is mine. I want to take it back." Jiang Hongqing didn't make things difficult for her. "Then don't go if you don't want to. First, let's organize the things we brought." What if? What if what? Jiang Hongqing didn't say anything else. He shook his head. Although Jiang Jinxi's girl has always been a bit unruly, he knows her personality is just like her mother's, soft and gentle. It's impossible for her to change so much in less than a month. She will definitely keep them here, feed them well, and make them do chores. Jiang Hongqing didn't realize that they were being sent away. If Jiang Jinxi kept them, they would only end up in the same situation as the others. The village team wouldn't tolerate the treatment of the displaced old workers and the educated youth. He simply hasn't accepted the current reality. Jiang Hongcheng, Jiang Zhenjin, and Jiang Jinbao went to the village. Jiang Hongcheng glanced at the pitiful Jiang Zhenjin, signaling her to find someone to ask about Jiang Jinsi. Jiang Zhenjin didn't refuse. She looked at the villagers who were secretly watching them. Because Zhou Lusheng only said he was going to pick someone up today, but didn't say who. Aunt Zhou, though eager to gossip, hadn't spread the news quickly. At the moment, no one really knew who these newcomers were. But from their appearance, messy and unkempt, they didn't seem wealthy. That girl was quite pretty. Seeing her walk straight toward the only man present, the women nearby frowned and stepped back. After all, that was Erden, a well-known troublemaker in the village. He's over 30, still single, and whenever he sees a young girl, he can't take his eyes off her. He treats everyone like his wife. Everyone within 10 miles knew his name, and most would run away at the sight of him. But surprisingly, this girl didn't mind and even chose him. One woman couldn't help but remind her, "Miss, you shouldn't." Before she finished, Jiang Zhenjin acted as if she hadn't heard and walked faster toward Erden, not even glancing at her. The woman's face turned red with anger, as if she was choking on her words. Someone next to her pulled her back and said, "Mind your own business." Jiang Zhenjin naturally heard everything, but in her awakened memory, she knew that these village women were the hardest to deal with. She didn't want to cause trouble. Let's say, who knows if these people will be like that woman before, all focused on Jiang Jinxi's mean person. And she herself knows her own advantages. As long as she acts pitiful, no man would be willing to refuse her. Thinking this, Jiang Zhenjin bit her lip, brushed her forehead hair, and shyly looked up at Erden. She wanted to call him uncle, but thought that men from the countryside usually look older. This man was not very noticeable in his clothes and looked quite dirty, clearly unmarried. Jiang Zhenjin changed her words. "Big brother, do you know where Jiang Jiqing lives?" Erden had seen Jiang Zhenjin walk toward him earlier and couldn't believe it. He thought he must be seeing things, so he rubbed his eyes hard. But it was really him looking for. Erden immediately grinned, showing his yellow teeth, thinking that this girl probably liked him at first sight. That's what the story said. Otherwise, with so many people, why would she choose him? Erden cleared his throat, tidied his dirty but shiny clothes, and wanted to ask if Jiang Zhenjin really liked him. But instead, Jiang Zhenjin asked about Jiang Jiqing. Erden frowned. Then he quickly realized that maybe this girl was just trying to get his attention by talking to him. After all, girls are usually shy. "What do you want with Jiang Jiqing?" Jiang Zhenjin glanced at the women nearby who were listening to their conversation and sighed. "Jiang Jiqing is my sister. She suddenly went to the countryside without telling our family. When she left, she borrowed over 100 yuan from neighbors."
Sigh.
"We only found out about this after we came here. My sister is here too. Although she's not very sensible, as her family, we naturally can't blame her too much. Since we're here, we have to find her. A family should stay together, and life will be better that way." "Big brother, don't you think?" Erden didn't listen to her words at all. His mind was only filled with Jiang Zhenjin's mouth opening and closing. Her small, tender lips looked so pretty. He really wanted to bite her. Since she liked him so much and came over to talk to him, he definitely couldn't let her down. But girls are shy. In front of so many people, he couldn't scare her away. Erden was lost in thought when he heard the last sentence. He quickly nodded in agreement. Yes. Jiang Jiqing? Doesn't she live at the Chen family? I'll take you there. It seemed she was talking about Jiang Jiqing's sister. Erden hesitated again after taking a step forward. Would Jiang Jiqing agree to marry her sister and him? After all, Erden knew about Jiang Jiqing's strength, how she could defeat several grown men on her own. All right, that would be a big trouble for my older brother. What's his surname? She asked for his surname. And she agreed. Of course, since she was Jiang Jiqing's sister, she had no right to interfere in her brother's marriage. Thinking this, Erden showed a mysterious smile. Okay, I'll take you there. My surname is... I'm surnamed Qian. Behind them, The women were giggling. Someone whispered, Erden probably doesn't even know his own surname now. Ha. That might be true. After all, it's been so many years since anyone was this close to him, like a mother. 4 or 5 years ago, a girl accidentally asked him for directions. He then went around saying she liked him and wanted to marry him. In the end, she jumped into the water to clear his name, and since then, even the mosquitoes avoid him. One woman covered her mouth, giggling. I think maybe this time, Erden might really find a wife.
Come on, let's go see.
Jiang Jiqing looks pretty good. Could she really do something like that? By now, it was quitting time. Because these women kept following, many others who didn't understand what was happening also saw that these lively women were eager for some entertainment, so they followed. Soon, many people were behind the Jiang family. Jiang Jinjin's lips curled slightly. The more people, the better. Jiang Jinxi just finished work and was washing her hands in the yard when she heard noise outside. She told Su Man, who was coming out of the kitchen after hearing the commotion. Sister Su Man, you go ahead with your work. I'll go. Since Su Man moved in, she had taken over cooking and household chores. Su Man's cooking was good, and Jiang Jinxi found that she was more comfortable when Su Man did more work, so she followed her. Seeing this, Su Man nodded and then went back to the kitchen. Jiang Jinxi slowly opened the courtyard gate. She saw the Jiang family of 3, looking cold and distant. She also glanced behind them at the people following, a sharp light flashing in her eyes. When Jiang Jinjin saw Jiang Jinxi, she happily stepped forward, trying to hold Jiang Jinxi's hand. Sister, you're really here. That's so great. Our family can finally be together again. Before she finished speaking, Jiang Jinxi sharply pushed her hand away. Jiang Jinxi looked at Jiang Jinjin coldly. Who are you? Jiang Jinjin was stunned. Not only she, but Jiang Hongqing and Jiang Jinbao behind her also froze. The villagers following them immediately sensed gossip and took a few steps forward. Jiang Jinjin quickly reacted. She sighed and took a step back. Sister, I know you don't like me. You don't want to acknowledge me, and that's okay. But you can't ignore Dad, right? After speaking, she kept signaling Jiang Hongqing with her eyes. Tonight, and in the future, whether they have a good house to live in or good days to enjoy, all depends on today. When she knocked on the door earlier, she had already seen the situation of this house. Although it's divided into 2, it's still spacious. It's enough for their family. As for Jiang Jinxi and Song Weiwei, they can still live outside in a simple shelter, making it easier to take care of them. Now, it's clear Jiang Jinxi doesn't want to acknowledge them. She can choose not to acknowledge Jiang Jinjin. But she dares not ignore her father? She might be drowned in spit if she does. Jiang Jinjin selectively forgot their family's current status. Jiang Hongqing shared the same idea as Jiang Jinjin. He hesitated and coughed softly, stepping forward and speaking gently. All right, Jinxi, Dad knows you're upset. What happened back then, Dad and Aunt Zhao didn't handle it well. Dad apologizes. Now that we're all here and together, we can live happily as a family from now on. Jiang Jinxi interrupted Jiang Hongqing. Dad? What kind of dad are you? If I'm not mistaken, you're just a useless old man now. Do you look down on me and want to drag us down too? Jiang Hongqing didn't expect her to refuse him after he spoke. He widened his eyes and unconsciously slightly opened his mouth, his whole body stiffening. After a few seconds, Jiang Hongqing finally reacted. He instinctively pointed at Jiang Jinxi and angrily scolded, You ungrateful person. You don't even recognize your own father? Jiang Jinxi didn't even blink. Comrade Jiang, haven't you already signed a formal separation letter with me? You've signed it and now you're saying this? Don't you think that's funny? Jiang Hongqing looked confused. When did he sign the separation letter? Why doesn't he remember? He looked confusedly at Jiang Jinjin. Jiang Jinjin frowned. What is Jiang Hongqing really doing? Why did he directly write a separation letter to Jiang Jinxi?
She didn't know about this.
If it was true, why didn't he say anything before? The onlookers were even more surprised. What? These people are actually retired old workers? Even Qian Erden took a few steps back. This woman is actually a retired old worker? Then what did she mean just now? Was she trying to marry him to escape her old worker status?
Well,
That might not be impossible. After they get married, just not let her contact her family. Thinking this way, Chen Erden regained his calm. But others were whispering among themselves. Wow, from Jiang Jiqing's words, it seems this person really is her father. Not recognizing his own child. I didn't expect Jiang Jiqing to be like this. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear Jiang Jiqing say they are already separated? Under what circumstances would a girl bring her foolish mother, a 16-year-old brother, and cut ties with her family? The previous person was choked and couldn't speak. Others agreed. Yeah, and I remember when Jiang Jiqing first arrived, she and her mother had injuries on their heads. I heard it was her stepmother and her father who beat them. Such a father, better not have him. Otherwise, he's just asking for trouble. Jiang Hongqing's face turned red with anger. He never expected it to be like this. He looked up again and met Jiang Jinjin's accusatory gaze, becoming even angrier. Jiang Jinsi, you're full of lies. When did I ever cut ties with you? Or sign a separation letter? Jiang Jinsi, I didn't expect your character to be so bad. When I was a child, I just thought you were mischievous. I thought you'd grow out of it. I never thought you'd even disown your own family now. If I knew this earlier, I should have drowned you when you were born. After saying this, Jiang Hongqing simply stopped pretending and gave up. Anyway, this daughter is ungrateful. Pretending won't help anymore. It's better to be direct and firm. In the past, when he did this, Jiang Jinsi would obediently listen. This girl is stubborn and won't behave unless she's punished. Thinking this, Jiang Hongqing angrily shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Now, immediately give up your house. Let me, Aunt Xiao, and Jinjin live there. You can squeeze in the kitchen for now and later build a simple hut. Also, you should still have some money. Hurry and buy some rice and meat for us to cook a good meal." Jiang Jinsi didn't expect Jiang Hongqing to be so confident and bold now. It's understandable. The original owner, lacking strength and with a mother who was simple-minded and had nowhere to go, had to compromise with Jiang Hongqing all those years. Thinking about it, Jiang Hongqing probably still thinks she is the original owner. Jiang Jinsi thought this and gave a cold smile. She looked up and met Jiang Hongqing's gaze. Jiang Hongqing was so angry, he was about to jump. This girl was mocking him? Without thinking, he slapped Jiang Jinsi. "I'll beat you, ungrateful girl. How dare you disobey me? I've raised you for nothing these years." Jiang Jinsi just took a small step to the side and avoided Jiang Hongqing's slap. At the same time, she looked up, grabbed Jiang Hongqing's wrist, and pushed hard. He fell backward onto the ground. Jiang Hongqing didn't expect Jiang Jinsi to push him. He was furious, embarrassed, and ashamed. He got up and tried to hit her. At that moment, a woman suddenly ran out from the courtyard behind Jiang Jinsi, holding a bamboo broom, rushing toward them. Jiang Jinsi heard the noise, turned around, and was stunned. It was Song Weiwei. She was holding the broom and charging straight at Jiang Hongqing and Jinjin, shouting, "How dare you bully Xiao Xi? I'll beat you to death. Beat you to death." The broom that had just swept up chicken droppings still had some dark, unknown objects hanging on it. It suddenly hit Jiang Hongqing on the head, and a lump fell onto his forehead. Among the crowd, a pregnant young woman couldn't stand seeing this and gagged, causing everyone to laugh loudly. Jiang Hongqing shouted while trying to brush it off, "Song Weiwei, you're crazy." "It's me, Jiang Hongqing." At the same time, he felt uncomfortable on his forehead and reached up to wipe it. Looking at the strange object on his forehead, Jiang Hongqing felt a shiver run down his spine. He had never experienced such embarrassment or awkwardness before, and he had never encountered anything like this. He couldn't help but gag again and stopped in his tracks. Suddenly, the broom was swung down hard onto him again. He screamed, "Song Weiwei, you're crazy." No matter how angry Jiang Hongqing was and how much he cursed, Song Weiwei ignored him and kept hitting him with the broom. When she saw him fall down, she laughed so hard her eyes crinkled. Jiang Hongqing was furious. He turned to Jiang Jinjin and scolded, "Jinjin, hurry up and help," but Jiang Jinjin didn't dare to step forward. At this moment, She didn't want to offend Jiang Hongcheng, especially in front of so many people. Having a good reputation was very important. She had experienced this kind of benefit in her previous life. She pretended to be kind and stepped forward a few steps, trying to persuade. Aunt Song, please stop hitting my dad. He at least married you. Over the years, no matter how hard it was, he worked hard to support you and your younger siblings. Even if you're very sick, he never thought of abandoning you. He may not have made great achievements, but he has worked hard. Hearing this, Jiang Hongcheng finally felt a bit better inside. He realized that Jinjin understood him. He felt that he hadn't raised her in vain all these years. As for Song Weiwei, she simply pretended not to hear or understand and was too lazy to pay attention to Jiang Jinjin. She kept chasing Jiang Hongcheng and hitting him. But if Jiang Jinjin tried to step forward, her broom would also fall on her head. The onlookers listened to Jiang Jinjin's words and felt some sympathy. Actually, she's not wrong. Jiang Jiqing's mother was foolish, and that wasn't what this man wanted. People tend to move upward and flow to where the water goes. This man wanted to remarry, but he didn't abandon Jiang Jiqing and his sister and brother or her mother. That can be considered as doing his best. Exactly. If it were our village, maybe they wouldn't do any better. Yes, yes, yes. Thinking about it this way, it's not so bad after all. Is what Jiang Jiqing is doing now a bit too much? Yes, it is. Even if she really made mistakes before and cut ties with her family, she shouldn't keep chasing and hitting people. Are you all out of your minds? What did Jiang Jiqing do wrong? If it weren't for this man claiming to be her father and trying to hurt her, would her mother have gone crazy? Exactly. We've also met Song Weiwei these days. She's a bit simple, but not completely foolish. She's usually cheerful. Jiang Jiqing gives her small snacks, and she shares with us. If she hadn't upset her, would she be acting so crazy? That's right. I think Song Weiwei is really kind. She's simple-minded, but still cares for her daughter. She's better than those who say they love children but cut ties with their families. The crowd kept talking. Everyone had something to say. When Su Man, who was following Song Weiwei, heard this, she got upset and shouted, "What are you talking about? Jean Si is not like that." Jean Si, standing nearby, quickly patted Su Man's hand to signal her not to get too worked up. Seeing that Song Weiwei couldn't take the blame, she calmed down too. She wouldn't let Jiang Jinjin turn the public opinion around with a few words. Although she didn't care about gossip, what if Song Weiwei felt bad after realizing the truth?
And Jiang, he was going to get married someday.
If they really gained a bad reputation, it would affect them in the future. Jean Si crossed her arms and leaned against the doorframe, speaking calmly. Jiang Jinjin, you really are shameless. Turning black into white, that's all you do. With such a sharp tongue, why don't you do some good for the country or the people? In the past, Jiang Jinjin would just say a few polite words, and Jean Si would get angry. Now, it was the other way around. Jean Si openly mocked her, even in front of so many people. Jiang Jinjin was furious and worried about her reputation. Her eyes turned red with tears as she said, "Little sister, how can you say that about me? I was just telling the truth. If you really don't like to hear it, I won't say anything." Such a pitiful, innocent appearance. Several men in the crowd couldn't help but whisper, "This Jiang Jiqing really is something. No matter what, she's her own sister. How could she make her cry?" As soon as the words were spoken, his wife pinched his ear and said, "Are you blind or deaf? What did Jiang Jiqing say or do?" She didn't say anything wrong. That young girl's eyes turned red. I don't know where she learned this attitude. I spit on it. Only you bastards fall for this trick. And remember when Jiang Jiqing treated my hand pain? How did you say it? I will be grateful to Jiang Jiqing for the rest of my life. The last sentence was spoken sarcastically by his wife. He immediately blushed and mumbled, "I was just saying it casually, you know." All these sounds reached Jiang Jinxi's ears. She raised an eyebrow and sneered, "Jiang Jinjin, don't be so disgusting. What kind of sister do you think I am? Are we the same mother or father? Sounds nice, but you say my dad is supporting us. But my mom has been in the Jiang family all these years, working tirelessly. She does all the housework and chores, but you don't even mention her. Your mom and Jiang Hongqing didn't give me and my brother food. Your whole family pressured and bribed Jiang'an, making him volunteer to go to the countryside because he was afraid I'd go. Your mom even tried to hit my mother and kill her. Jiang Hongqing refused to pay our medical bills. Why don't you talk about these things? Jiang Jinxi's series of words left Jiang Zhenjin with no room to argue. Her face turned pale, and she took a few steps back, tears falling faster. I didn't mean it, but at this moment, everyone's attention was on Jiang Jinxi's words. No one was paying attention to her performance. Oh my, I can't believe this girl spoke so confidently just now. Turns out the truth is like this. I told you, Jiang Jiqing seems nice usually. How could she be like this? Yeah. Since she came to the village, she's helped a lot. A few days ago, I had a toothache, and she treated me. Seeing the crowd leaning toward Jiang Jinxi, Jiang Zhenjin felt unhappy. She quickly thought and suddenly said, Sister, you may not recognize me. You may have resentment in your heart. But you can't lie and say you're no longer connected to the family. This was based on her guess after seeing Jiang Hongqing's surprised expression earlier. Sure enough, Jiang Hongqing, who had already lost one shoe and looked disheveled, finally stopped after Song Weiwei tired him out. Upon hearing this, she immediately said, Yes, I have never written a letter to cut ties. If you have the ability, show it to me. Song Weiwei was tired from running and had just beaten Jiang Hongqing badly, so she stopped running now. She carried a broom and walked back to Jiang Jinxi, smiling mischievously as she said, Aji, Mama's amazing, right? Looking at her, she seemed just like a normal person. Jiang Jinxi patiently nodded and said, Yes, very impressive. Song Weiwei puffed out her chest. I'll see who dares to bully my Aji. Mom will deal with her. When she said this, she also placed one hand on her hip, looking bold and fierce. She looked very much like some village women. Jiang Jinxi couldn't help but laugh. A few days ago, Song Weiwei had watched others fight and was very interested, refusing to go home. It seemed that the son of a family was being bullied, and his mother came to seek justice. Later, Jiang Jinxi had to pull her back, and they argued for a while. No wonder she suddenly went out to fight. She was probably copying what she saw that day. Thinking of this, she also remembered that when she first came here, Song Weiwei was protecting the original owner and got hit on the head. Jiang Jinxi's heart softened. She reached out and took the broom from Song Weiwei, carefully wiped the sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief, and then took 2 candies from her pocket, placing them into Song Weiwei's hand. Thank you, Mom. This is an extra reward of candies for today. Go inside and eat, okay? Song Weiwei clenched the candies tightly, her face full of happiness. Okay, but she didn't move immediately. She hesitated and looked at Jiang Hongqing, her eyebrows furrowed. Jiang Jinxi smiled and said, Don't worry. Everyone in the village is here. He won't do anything to me. Besides, if something really happens, I'll call you. You can come and protect me then, she patiently comforted her. Hearing this, Song Weiwei was happy. She no longer hesitated and took the candies, walking into the yard. Soon, she heard her joyful voice from inside. Anan. Aji gave me a candy. We each get one. Jiang Jinxi's lips curled into a slight smile. She then turned to look at Jiang Hongqing, who had been talking nonsense nearby, and her expression changed. She tilted her head and looked at Jiang Hongqing for a few seconds. The letter of disownment is something you wrote. Now, if you just touch your lips together and say you didn't do it, what if I show it to others and you deny it again? What if you try to snatch it and tear it up? Hearing Jiang Jinxi say this, Jiang Hongqing became more certain she no longer had the letter. He sneered coldly. There are so many people here. How could I do something like that? I think someone in the village can recognize the handwriting. If you bring out the letter, I can write a few words in front of everyone. It will be clear to all, but Jiang Jinxi still didn't agree. I think you're up to no good now, just trying to force me to bring out that thing and cause trouble. Seeing her like this, Jiang Hongqing and Jiang Zhenjin became even more convinced. Even the onlookers wondered, does Jiang Jiqing not have that letter of disownment? If they did, wouldn't they have shown it right away? Jiang Zhenjin's eyes flickered, And she smiled. It seems my sister can't produce it. Jiang Jinsi rolled her eyes at her. Whether I have it or not, what does that have to do with you? It's none of your business. Seeing her attitude, Jiang Jinjin grew more confident. She thought for a moment and suggested, Dad, I think sister is feeling guilty. How about this? If she brings out the letter, then we really aren't a family anymore. We won't come back here again. What do you think? Jiang Hongqing knew he hadn't written any letter of disownment. He knew Jiang Jinsi was lying. It's because she doesn't want to acknowledge him as her father. His eyes were full of coldness. He had raised her, and this kinship, was it something she could just refuse? He nodded.
Yes.
But Jiang Jinsi, on the other hand, if you can't produce the thing, or if what you produce is fake, then you must do everything I say. You have to listen to me. He didn't believe he couldn't control her. Just a young girl. Jiang Jinsi's expression grew more hesitant. Jiang Hongqing and Jiang Jinjin exchanged glances, looking somewhat anxious.
What?
Are you afraid? Scared? Then hurry up and do as I say. Bring your stepmother here. Jiang Jinsi's lips twitched. She had seen shameless people before, but never someone this shameless.
She sighed.
What I just said, you said it yourselves. It's not that I forced you to say this, nor that I tempted you. Everyone can testify to that. The onlookers heard this, and a few eager women loudly said, Yes, we can help Jiang Jiqing testify. Jiang Hongqing looked confident and nodded. Of course. Jiang Jinsi nodded and asked the onlookers to call Zhou Lushing over. Let the team leader testify later. That will be just right. The man had just taken a few steps when he turned back, followed by Zhou Lushing. Zhou Lushing had just heard about the people who were sent down and causing trouble here, so he hurried over. What's going on? Without Jiang Jinsi needing to say anything, others started explaining what had happened just now to Zhou Lushing. Zhou Lushing looked at Jiang Jinsi. He had dealt with Jiang Jinsi many times before, so he could tell at a glance, though others might not notice, that Jiang Jiqing was setting a trap for these people. Zhou Lushing looked serious and professional, nodding. All right. I've read a few books, so I can recognize handwriting. Jiang Jiqing, go get the severance letter. I want to see it. Jiang Jinsi said, Wait a moment, and then went inside. Soon she came out holding a piece of paper and handed it to Zhou Lushing. Captain Zhou, please take a look. She then handed over a blank sheet of paper and a pencil, saying, I also brought paper and a pen. Let Jiang Hongqing write it in front of you. Jiang Hongqing stepped on his toes, trying to see what Zhou Lushing was holding. But Zhou Lushing kept the paper in his left hand behind his back and handed the paper and pencil to Jiang Hongqing, saying, Write. Just write the severance letter, stating that Jiang Hongqing and Jiang Jinsi are ending their father-daughter relationship today. Jiang Hongqing frowned. He didn't expect Jiang Jinsi to really dare to produce this, and he felt something was off. But now, he could only convince himself that he was overthinking. She couldn't possibly have this document. Even if she did, it was fake. This rebellious girl, once everyone sees her true nature clearly, he would deal with her properly later. Daring to refuse him as her father, and even forge a severance letter, this was going too far. Jiang Hongqing took the paper and pen, glanced at it, then turned and squatted beside a large stone at the door, placing the paper on the stone to start writing as Zhou Lushing had instructed. It didn't take long before he finished writing everything. He handed the papers to Zhou Lushing. Captain Zhou, take a look. Be careful, and don't help Jiang Jinsi cheat just because you like her. Zhou Lushing looked at Jiang Hongqing with a half-smile. Don't worry, Jiang. I'll review it first, then everyone can see. And I won't help Jiang Jiqing cheat. Well, even if I wanted to, I wouldn't help everyone cheat, right? He then opened 2 sheets of paper and compared them carefully. Actually, there was no need to compare. It was obvious at a glance. Someone nearby stood on tiptoe and stretched out their neck to look. Zhou Lushing simply handed both sheets to that person. Take a look. The person took them and exclaimed in surprise. How is it? What do you think? Others nearby couldn't wait and crowded around to see. Everyone, don't rush. Take your time. You can all look. The person finished reading and handed the papers to someone who could read. Those who couldn't read became even more anxious. Hey, it recognizes us, but we don't recognize it. Qingzi, tell us quickly what's going on. The person called Qingzi immediately shouted. What's going on? It's a letter of disownment. Some people, they don't want to admit what they did, not even the letter of disownment. TSK, their faces are really thick. Jiang Hongcheng had been confidently waiting for others to announce that Jiang Jinxi's story was a lie. Her letter of disownment was fake. But unexpectedly, he heard just that. He immediately got angry.
Impossible.
I never wrote her a letter of disownment. She's my daughter. The people who had just looked at the 2 sheets of paper all made contemptuous sounds. No wonder you're such an old scoundrel.
Look at you.
Not even willing to admit what you did. The facts are right in front of us, and you still dare to deny it. No wonder Jiang Jiqing cut ties with you. With people like you, it's no surprise how much you've exploited Jiang Jiqing and the others. If it were me, I'd have run away long ago. Jiang Jiqing already left late. Yes, Jiang Jiqing is smarter. She cut ties with you early. Jiang Jinjin felt her scalp go numb. Thinking about having to live in that cow shed made her black out with dizziness. She looked at Jiang Hongcheng and thought he probably wasn't that stupid. He clearly wrote a letter to cut ties but refused to admit it. That means he didn't write it. So, Jiang Jinxi's letter must be fake. Thinking this way, Jiang Jinjin immediately screamed, "It's fake. Her letter is definitely fake." She rushed into the crowd, trying to grab the paper to look at it carefully. This time, no one tried to stop her. You country folks can't even recognize a few characters. How can you tell if it's the same handwriting? She shouted as she took the 2 pieces of paper. After comparing the handwriting, Jiang Jinjin was stunned. They were exactly the same. Her house, her good life. What should she do? Jiang Jinjin's face turned pale, and she took a few steps back, looking lost and hopeless. Seeing this, Jiang Hongcheng also stepped forward, realizing something was wrong. He snatched the paper to look at it and looked equally shocked. No, this isn't my writing. I never wrote this. It's impossible, he said, tearing the 2 papers into pieces. He stopped only after the paper was shredded into bits. He looked at Jiang Jinxi with a sneer and said, "Now that it's gone, you're still my daughter. I can pretend I don't see your little tricks." Wow, that's so shameless. Is this person crazy? Treating us like air. Exactly. They were just talking nicely before, saying we could be witnesses. Now they tear everything up? Unbelievable. Such thick skin, unbeatable. Otherwise, how could she be such a stubborn old woman? TSK. Jiang Hongqing's face turned red, but he didn't step back. He knew that if he backed down today, he would really end up in that stinky, noisy barn. Zhou Lushing saw this and got angry. He said, "No wonder you were sent down. With your character, it's no surprise. Just go back to the barn. You really think you can pick and choose? Dream on. Think about your own status. Even if you accept Jiang Jiqing as your daughter, she only has the right to stay in the barn with you. You don't have the right to move out and live somewhere else." Jiang Hongqing's plans failed, and he was already very upset. Hearing Zhou Lushing's words, he was completely stunned. This is not what he expected. For a moment, he was stunned there. Others heard this and started talking. Jiang Jiqing must have had a grudge with him in a past life, maybe even as his daughter. Exactly. Not only is he unlucky, but now he has to drag his daughter into it. I've never seen a father like that. Jiang Jiqing is really pitiful. No love from his father, a foolish mother. He probably suffered a lot back then. Of course. Look at how thin Jiang Jiqing and Song Weiwei were when they first arrived. They're city folks, but they work quickly and efficiently, just like villagers. If life hadn't been hard, city people wouldn't be like that. That's true. So sad. That old man is just not a good person. Jiang Jinxi listened to these words and was very pleased. But today, she definitely had to cut all ties with Jiang Hongcheng. Otherwise, in the future, anything they did would be blamed on her, which was not good. Besides, she had no interest in living in a barn. Jiang Jinxi straightened up and looked at Jiang Hongcheng with a cold smile. "You think tearing up that severance letter is enough?" "Sorry to tell you, I already published it in the newspaper. She unfolded the newspaper she had been holding and handed it to Zhou Lushing. Captain, take a look. This was a special preparation Jiang Jinxi made before going to the countryside to prevent the Jiang family from causing trouble later. From the original story, it was known that the Jiang family would be reported later. Jiang Jinxi not only wrote a report letter with her left hand and put it in the mailbox, but also took some letters from Jiang Hongqing's study, copied his handwriting, and made a severance letter. She paid a high price to publish the severance in the newspaper and even requested it to be printed as a photo. She originally prepared for possible trouble from the Jiang family, but it was used so quickly. Zhou Lushing looked at it and smiled. Not only was it published in the newspaper, but the severance letter was also printed in a caring way. Now, even without the original, the official newspaper was enough. Jiang Hongqing rushed forward to grab it. Jiang Jinxi coldly said, "Tear it if you want. I still have dozens more. Even if you tear them all, I have plenty." Jiang Hongqing completely lost his mind, pointing at Jiang Jinxi and cursing loudly. "You beast! You are worse than a pig or a dog. Rebellious girl! You even want to abandon your own father. You will be struck down by heaven. You don't care about your father, and you will have a terrible death. Jiang Jinxi, I raised you for so many years. I gave you a meal. I never thought you would be so ruthless. You are just like your shameless mother, an ungrateful wolf. Let me tell you, Jiang Jinxi, do you think this way you won't have to support me? That's impossible. I am your father. Whether you admit it or not, no matter when, I am still your father. I raised you to grow up. Even if we are no longer related, you still have to take care of me in old age." Jiang Hongqing got angrier the more he spoke, pointing his finger almost at Jiang Jinxi's face. At the same time, he was too angry to hold back and slapped her again. "I'll beat you, rebellious girl. If I beat you to death, then I'll have my life back." Jiang Jinxi had been holding back before, just because she hadn't made her point clear and didn't want to give her enemies an excuse. Now that everything was clear, how could she still stay silent? Jiang Jinxi looked at Jiang Hongqing coldly, then suddenly moved fast, grabbing his hand and breaking it harshly.
"Ah, my hand!"
Jiang Hongqing screamed in pain, suffering terribly. He took a few steps back, almost falling to the ground. Jiang Zhenjin and Jiang Jinbao, who had been pretending to be meek, rushed over now. Jiang Zhenjin helped Jiang Hongqing up. "Sister, even if you're upset, you can't hit Dad. At least he's your father. Besides, he gave you this life, isn't that true?" Jiang Jinbao also shouted, "Shameless girl, may you never have a good life." Jiang Jinxi sneered and took a step forward. "What, you also want to try feeling what it's like to break a hand or a foot? Jiang Zhenjin, your leg and hand aren't fully healed yet, right? Do you want to break them again? The countryside's medical conditions aren't good. If you want to become a cripple, just say so." Jiang Zhenjin was startled by Jiang Jinxi's words. She definitely didn't want to break her limbs again. At this moment, Jiang Jinxi's words reminded her how she had broken her own limbs before. Jiang Zhenjin immediately stopped caring about Jiang Hongqing and backed away in fear, her face full of horror. "Aw, Jiang Jinxi, don't come any closer. Are you planning to attack in public again?" She panicked and accidentally tripped Jiang Hongqing. Jiang Hongqing let out a loud scream and fell hard. Coincidentally, his broken hand cushioned his fall. At the same time, Jiang Jinxi also fell because he didn't have enough strength. Even more luckily, he landed right on Jiang Hongqing's broken hand. Jiang Jinxi heard a clear, crack sound. This was a second injury. It's likely that Jiang Hongqing's hand is now permanently damaged. His scream was sharp and painful. Jiang Jinxi was about to go toward Zhou Lushing, but as she lifted her foot, Jiang Zhenjin suddenly screamed, "Don't come near." "Jiang Jinxi, I didn't do anything to you. You can't hit me or hurt my hand." At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked Jiang Zhenjin. Qian Erden stammered, "Jiang Jiqing, you can't touch Comrade Jiang." She's my wife." Jiang Jinxi was stunned for a moment. She looked at Qian Erden strangely, then at Jiang Zhenjin. She had heard of Qian Erden's name before. When they first came to Shigo Brigade, Qian Erden once came to their side and said some inappropriate things to her. Jiang Jinsi kicked him down and warned him not to come near again. After that, he was afraid of her and avoided her whenever he saw her. Jiang Jinsi didn't expect that Jiang Jinjin, just arriving, would get involved with Qian Erden. She suddenly felt interested in watching the scene. Jiang Jinjin, who was originally afraid of Jiang Jinsi, looked stunned after hearing this. Her face turned pale as she stared in disbelief at the middle-aged man with black oil-stained clothes, and she screamed, "You're lying.
What are you talking about?
When did I become your wife? Don't ruin my reputation." Qian Erden frowned and looked back at Jiang Jinjin. "What's wrong? Didn't you like me before? Why else would you ignore everyone else and only look for me? For your love of me. Even if you're not pretty enough, I tolerated it. Why won't you admit it now?" Jiang Jinjin was about to break down. Is this person crazy? She was just asking for directions. How did it turn into her liking him? How did it become her his wife? Looking at Qian Erden's messy and old face, she screamed in fear and quickly moved to the side, trying to get up hurriedly. But as soon as she moved, Qian Erden followed her, looking determined not to give up until he figured things out. Frightened, Jiang Jinjin waved her hands and shouted, "Go away. I don't like you, and I'm not your wife. I was just asking for directions."
Ah.
"Captain, help me." It was only after she finally managed to get up that she could breathe a little easier. She didn't have time to care about Jiang Hong, who was lying on the ground screaming loudly. She quickly ran toward Zhou Lusheng. Zhou Lusheng had also seen enough of the chaos earlier. Now, seeing these shameless people hurt and scared, he cleared his throat and spoke seriously. "All right, since everything has been decided, let's end it here. Everyone disperse. Send these people to the cattle shed. Qian Erden, she's not interested in you, so stop scaring her." Qian Erden didn't dare to act out in front of Zhou Lusheng. He looked at Jiang Jinjin with a gloomy face and stepped back. A few tall men came forward and took Jiang's family members to the cattle shed. Most of the onlookers had already left. Only a few families close to Jiang Jinsi came forward to comfort her and told her to call on them if she needed help.
Satisfied, they left.
Jiang Jinsi raised an eyebrow, thanked Zhou Lusheng, and went inside. Later that evening, Chenemo knocked on the door and hurried over. "I heard about what happened today. Are you okay?" Jiang Jinsi shook her head. "Don't worry, Brother Chen, I'm fine." Chenemo looked guilty and said, "I was busy today and missed it. I'm really sorry. You helped us so much, and I wasn't there when you needed help." Minji also couldn't do much. Earlier, Chen Minji had even helped scold Jiang Hong and Jiang Jinjin. Jiang Jinsi quickly explained the situation and smiled. "Brother Chen, there's always next time. These people won't stop causing trouble. You'll have plenty of chances to help in the future." Chen Emo nodded heavily. "Remember to call me if you need anything." Jiang Jinsi waved her hand, signaling him to go back and rest, then closed the door. Su Man had already prepared the meal. Jiang Jinsi was hungry and ate eagerly. Halfway through, she noticed that the atmosphere at the table felt a little strange. She looked up at Su Man and then at Jiang, and Jiang's leg was still not healed. Su Man was worried he wouldn't have an appetite eating alone, so she placed the food in front of his bed. Everyone ate together, sharing the meal. Jiang Jinsi put down his bowl and asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang nervously asked, "Sister, about what happened earlier. I heard it from Sister Su Man. If they come again." A hint of fear flashed across his face. It seemed Jiang Hongqing's influence was still strong. Jiang Jinsi sighed, patting Jiang's head. "What are you afraid of? Didn't Sister just win? If they come again, I'll handle it. Before, Sister ignored them because you and Mom depended on them. Now we're living our own lives, cutting ties with them. What's there to fear? If worst comes to worst, there's you, Sister Su Man, Brother Chenemo, and Captain Zhou. So many people to help us." Jiang was instantly reassured. He smiled broadly at Jiang Jinsi. "Then I'm not afraid anymore." When Jiang Hongqing, Jiang Jinjin, and Jiang Jinbao were sent back to the cattle shed, it was already getting dark. Zhao Jinfeng hadn't bothered to tidy up the cattle shed. She was thinking about how Jiang Jinxi had taken them away and was taking care of them as before. So, what was there to tidy up? Now that they were being sent back, the person delivering them still sneered and warned them not to cause trouble again, to stay quietly in the cattle shed, or they would be sent for criticism. Zhao Jinfeng almost screamed in despair. What's going on? How could this happen? Jiang Jinxi and Jiang Hongcheng had cut ties. Song Weiwei had long divorced Jiang Hongcheng. They couldn't control Jiang Jinxi anymore. This meant they had lost their most obedient hidden servant. From now on, they could only handle things themselves. And they could only stay in the cattle shed. Thinking about this, Zhao Jinfeng was about to go crazy. Since marrying into the Jiang family, she had never suffered like this. Mom, why haven't you tidied up the cattle shed yet? Dad's hand is broken. He needs to rest quickly. Jiang Zhenjin called out to Zhao Jinfeng while helping Jiang Hongcheng, who was crying out in pain. Zhao Jinfeng was nearly going mad with anger. The cattle shed wasn't really for livestock, but it was next to the cow barn. The smell, especially as it gradually grew stronger, was hard to describe. There were only 2 old, poorly maintained mud brick houses. Inside, there was no furniture at all, and because no one had lived there for years, it was all dirty. Such a place was something Zhao Jinfeng had never seen before in her life. She had never lived in a place like this. Now she was asked to stay, and she felt overwhelmed. She ignored Jiang Hongqing's injured hand and angrily said to Jiang Zhenjin, "How can I do this alone? It's almost dark. I'll clean everything myself, and none of us will sleep tonight. Let Bao take care of your dad, and you come help quickly." Jiang Zhenjin was reluctant. But she knew Zhao Jinfeng was telling the truth. Although she still had some things in her space, she dared not take them out. Most importantly, all the little money they had was in Jiang Hongqing's hands. In a place without money, tickets, or proof of anything, it was almost impossible to move forward. No matter how unwilling she was, Jiang Zhenjin could only endure for now. She had to stay alive. Jiang Zhenjin told herself to be patient, to endure a little longer. Once she was settled, she planned to find her husband from her past life, marry him, and have a better life. Thinking this way, Jiang Zhenjin managed to suppress her anger and told Jiang Jinbao to take care of Jiang Hongcheng. But Jiang Jinbao, who had been frightened earlier when Song Weiwei and Jiang Jinxi were fighting, didn't dare to speak. Now that he had calmed down, he started to throw a tantrum. He touched his stomach and cried loudly, "I don't want to take care of Dad. I want to eat meat. I want eggs."
Wah, I'm hungry.
In the past, Jiang Jinbao was the boss in the Jiang family. Whatever he wanted to eat or play with, everyone had to listen, including Jiang Zhenjin. What had happened to everything? Jiang Zhenjin was furious. She slapped him on the back and shouted, "Stop crying. What's the point now? We're in such a situation, no meat, no eggs.
If you don't want to take care of Dad, fine.
Go help Mom clean the house." Jiang Jinbao definitely didn't want to do that. Especially after Jiang Zhenjin slapped him, he got even more upset. He jumped up crying and tried to hit Jiang Zhenjin. Jiang Zhenjin was even angrier. She pulled him over and sat him on her lap, giving him a few slaps on his bottom. Jiang Jinbao struggled and cried even harder, cursing, "Jiang Zhenjin, you worthless brat. How dare you hit me? Wait until I inherit the Jiang family, and I will beat you to death. I don't have a sister like you."
Boo-hoo.
Jiang Zhenjin was furious. At this moment, Zhao Jinfeng reacted quickly, rushed forward, and pulled Jiang Jinbao to protect him in her arms. She shouted angrily at Jiang Zhenjin, "What are you doing? Your brother is only a few years old. How old are you? Do you need to be so harsh?" Nearby, Jiang Hongcheng, who had been grumbling, also stopped. His pain and the noise made him more impatient. "What are you arguing about? I don't want anyone to serve me. Everyone, go clean up the house. I just want to lie down now. Tomorrow, I will talk to the team leader and ask him to send a doctor to check on me. It was too late today, so it was impossible." He could only endure it. Jiang Hongqing's remaining strength was still there, and he still held the last bit of money in his hand. Zhao Jinfeng glared fiercely at Jiang Zhenjin, then softly comforted Jiang Jinbao. She said irritably, "Hurry up and get to work. Do you think the house will clean itself? After speaking, she turned and went inside. Jiang Zhenjin also glared at Jiang Jinbao and followed her inside. That night, the Jiang family members lay on the ground, huddled on the straw. They didn't sleep well to begin with, and with Jiang Hongqing's constant grumbling, everyone woke up with dark circles under their eyes. Even Jiang Jinbao complained, "Dad, you grumbled all night." "I didn't sleep well." Jiang Hongqing's face was already pale from pain. Hearing Jiang Jinbao's complaint, he felt a cold shiver in his heart. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Zhao Jinfeng hopefully. "Jinfeng, go find a team leader and ask him to get a doctor for me. I really can't stand this pain anymore. If I wait any longer, I'm afraid my hand will be useless." "How can that be?" Zhao Jinfeng blurted out. If Jiang Hongqing's hand was ruined, all the work would fall on her. What hope was there for her life then? It might be better to just die. She took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and nodded roughly. "All right, I'll go now." After thinking for a moment, she still wasn't willing to give up. She said, "Old Jiang, we can't just stay here. We can't let Jiang Jinsi just abandon us. I know you're proud and don't want to cause trouble, but I'll cause trouble. I'll go find Jiang Jinsi. I've raised her for so many years. Even if she doesn't remember this kindness, at least she should pay back the 100 yuan she borrowed from us. Right now, we have no money and no things. Life is really hard." Jiang Hongqing's eyes flickered, and he nodded. Sigh. "I don't know what's wrong with that girl. She talks nonsense all the time, and those country folks still support her. If you want to cause trouble, just go ahead." Hearing this, Zhao Jinfeng felt a little comforted. She thought that Jiang Jinsi's personality, even if she suddenly changed and felt confident, was only a temporary show of strength. Having known her for so many years, how could she let her escape now? Even if they really cut ties, they still had to get their money back. Over 100 yuan used to seem like not much. But now, to them, it was a large sum. Zhao Jinfeng wanted to take Jiang Zhenjin with her. But Jiang Zhenjin refused to go, because she had embarrassed herself in front of Jiang Jinsi yesterday and refused to budge. Zhao Jinfeng had no choice but to go alone. She still remembered Jiang Hongqing couldn't walk properly and went to find Captain Zhou first. Zhou Lushing doubted his ears. "What did you say?" "You want me to find a doctor for Jiang Hongqing to look at his hand?" Zhao Jinfeng replied naturally. "He didn't sleep all night last night. If he doesn't get treatment, his hand will be damaged. If his hand is damaged, he won't be able to work. And he's very weak now, breathing hard even after walking a few steps." "Captain Zhou, please find a doctor to come and see him," Zhou Lushing sneered. "You need to understand, this is the countryside. This is Huaxia, not the time when capitalists run wild. Don't bring your capitalist ways here. Otherwise, I might have to take you to the disciplinary committee." Zhao Jinfeng felt like the sky was falling. She only wanted the captain to find a doctor. Why did it become a serious matter of discipline? She opened her mouth to speak, but Zhou Lushing impatiently said, "Our health clinic isn't even built yet. The only one who can treat Jiang Hongqing is Jiang Jiqing. But after yesterday's incident, I don't have the face to ask Jiang Jiqing. If you can ask, go ahead. Otherwise, you'll just have to use some herbs and tie him up with some branches." Based on these people's old-fashioned ways, he thought that even if he spent a lot of money to have Jiang Hongqing treated, he wouldn't be able to do much work. He would have to pay for it himself. He wasn't that foolish. On the other hand, the older generation usually handled things this way. At most, they didn't look very good or couldn't exert much effort, but no one died because of it. Thinking this way, Zhou Lushing felt more at ease. When he saw Zhao Jinfeng didn't react, he frowned and shouted, "Why aren't you going back?" "It's just because you weren't prepared. I was kind enough to let you rest today. Tomorrow, you'll have to work again. If there's anything urgent, go handle it now." After saying that, Zhou Lushing didn't wait for Zhao Jinfeng and simply left. Zhao Jinfeng was stunned. It seemed that the team leader's meaning was that they shouldn't go find Jiang Jinsi, so Jiang Hongqing's hand could only be left broken? Can it be healed? She stood there for a while, feeling complicated, then slowly returned to the cattle shed. Jiang Hongqing was already numb from the pain, sitting at the door, looking out eagerly. When he saw Zhao Jinfeng come back with empty hands and alone, his anger couldn't be contained. He immediately shouted, "Where's the doctor? Why didn't the doctor come?" Zhao Jinfeng looked coldly at the man in front of her, who had obviously aged quite a bit recently and only felt disgust. She coldly said, "Do you think we're still the Jiang family from a few years ago? This is the countryside." The team leader said that the only person in the village who can do medical work is Jiang Jinxi. He said, "He doesn't want to ask someone else to look at your hand. If you have the face, go ask yourself." Jiang Hongcheng was surprised and angry. He never expected that only Jiang Jinxi knew some medical skills in the whole village. Yesterday, he had a big loss at Jiang Jinxi's place, and now he had to go back and beg? Where does he have the face for that? But his hand hurt. It was very painful. He was afraid that if this continued, his hand would be useless. "Is there no other way? We could go to the town or to other teams," Zhao Jinfeng said. "The team leader said that other teams do have doctors, but they don't have the time to send us. How much does it cost to go to the health center in town? With our current situation, can we afford it? And how long would it take to walk there? Yesterday they took a cart and it took several hours to get there." She walked over. Zhao Jinfeng couldn't bear to think about it. But Jiang Hongcheng didn't dare wait. He was afraid he would be left disabled. He still had some money in his hand. This hand definitely needed treatment. Jiang Hongcheng clenched his teeth and said, "You come with me to the town, to the health clinic. We must go, or my hand will be ruined." "Where do we have money? Are we not going to eat?" Zhao Jinfeng shouted. Jiang Hongcheng replied coldly, "Do you think the team leader will let us starve here? Even if we are sent down, he wouldn't let us die of hunger. He has responsibilities. But he can let my hand be ruined. That's not his concern. Let's go now." Jiang Hongcheng stood up. Zhao Jinfeng wanted to argue, but then she thought about it and realized he was right. If Jiang Hongcheng really lost his hand, her pressure would only increase in the future. Thinking this way, Zhao Jinfeng relaxed a little. "I will go to Jiang Jinxi to ask for that money. You let Jinjin go with you." After saying that, she loudly called Jiang Jinjin's name from inside the house. Jiang Jinjin listened to Zhao Jinfeng and nodded in agreement. She still had some furniture from her home, which she had quietly taken back when she left. If she sold these, she might get some money. The villagers in the countryside probably wouldn't buy them. Going to the town might be worth a try. So she agreed happily. Jiang Jinjin took Jiang Hongcheng to find Zhou Lushing and told him about their plan to go to the town to see the doctor. Zhou Lushing thought for a moment and then called Uncle Qian, who drove a ox cart to take them to the town. "Come back quickly after seeing the doctor, or I will report you as runaway. Also, one person pays 1 yuan for the ox cart. If you don't have money, you can feed the cows with grass at the back. They couldn't just ride for free." 2 yuan was available, but the situation was different now, and they couldn't spend money freely. Jiang Hongcheng promised to feed the cows with grass after the visit. Anyway, he wouldn't be the one doing the grass cutting. Jiang Jinjin understood Jiang Hongcheng's plan, but she had no money and could only wait. She was waiting for her to sell something. As for Zhao Jinfeng, she told Jiang Jinbao to stay well in the cow shed. She went to find Jiang Jinxi herself. It was still early in the day. They had just started work. Jin Xiai Jiang was about to go to work when she met Zhao Jinfeng at the door. Song Weiwei saw Zhao Jinfeng and instinctively dodged, hiding behind Jin Xiai Jiang. Jin Xiai Jiang's face turned cold, and she signaled Su Man to let Song Weiwei go first. She herself stopped and looked coldly at Zhao Jinfeng. "Good dog, get out of the way." "What's wrong? Don't even want to be a dog." Zhao Jinfeng's face turned red with anger. "Jin Xiai Jiang, you should be more honest. We've raised you for so many years, brought you up. Do you think you remember any kindness?" Jin Xiai Jiang sneered. "Kindness? What kindness? The kindness of making me and my brother eat spoiled food? Or the kindness of always thinking of ways to hurt me? Or maybe the kindness of encouraging my dad not to let me go to school? TSK, Zhao Jinfeng, how big do you think your face is?" Zhao Jinfeng wanted to rush forward and scratch Jin Xiai Jiang's face. But she knew times weren't like before, and Jin Xiai Jiang was very strong now. She didn't want to end up like Jiang Hongcheng. Jiang Hongcheng was holding money, and even though he was hurt, he still insisted on going for treatment. If it were her, knowing Jiang Hongcheng's temper, he probably wouldn't care about her at all. Thinking this way, Zhao Jinfeng hesitated and didn't dare to fight back. She gritted her teeth and remembered her goal. Jin Xiai Jiang, I'm not here to argue with you. I won't say anything else. Just pay back the 100-something yuan you borrowed before you left. Jin Xiai Jiang looked half-smiling. Oh? When did I borrow 100 yuan? Did I ask you to lend it to me? You didn't ask to borrow it, but all that money was paid back by your dad. You must pay me back today, Zhao Jinfeng said angrily. Jin Xiai Jiang sneered coldly. Zhao Jinfeng, stop slandering me. I didn't borrow any money. If you want to extort me, that's not how to do it. Over 100 yuan. Who would lend me that much? Just get lost. I don't have that much patience. After saying that, she ignored Zhao Jinfeng and was about to leave. Zhao Jinfeng instinctively reached out toward Jin Xiai Jiang. Jin Xiai Jiang caught a glimpse of Zhao Jinfeng's hand out of the corner of her eye and raised her hand. Zhao Jinfeng was so scared she quickly let go. Jin Xiai Jiang felt a bit regretful. She didn't expect Zhao Jinfeng to be so alert. It would have been so good if she hadn't let go. Then she could have justifiably broken her hand. Jiang Jinxi, you little troublemaker, you have no conscience. May you have a bad life. Jiang Jinxi slapped Zhao Jinfeng across the face. Zhao Jinfeng's cheek immediately swelled up. She screamed in pain and quickly covered her face with her hand. At the same time, she felt her ears ringing. Jiang Jinxi sneered coldly and stepped closer. What? Did I lend you money? Do I need to get it back? As she spoke, she grabbed Zhao Jinfeng's hand. Zhao Jinfeng was so frightened she kept screaming and backed away. I dare not anymore. I have no money. Please don't hurt my hand. I won't come to see you again. Please let me go. Jiang Jinxi raised an eyebrow. Zhao Jinfeng's quick surrender surprised Jiang Jinxi. But since that was the case, she decided to let her go for now. Hitting someone in front of others isn't right? It would be unfair. Jiang Jinxi glanced at the crowd watching and then released her grip, coldly saying, Don't appear in front of me again, or I will hit you every time I see you, okay? Okay, I won't show up, Zhao Jinfeng said bitterly. But she didn't want her hand to be hurt. Jiang Jinxi pushed her out of the way, then turned and nodded to the onlookers before walking toward the fields. Many people followed Jiang Jinxi, laughing and saying, Jiang Jiqing, I think you're just too kind. If it were me, I wouldn't let her go without a fight. You're even more forgiving than I am. She's just a stepmother, and she used to treat you so well. You've already let her go. You're really too patient. Jiang Jinxi smiled but didn't reply. Zhao Jinfeng watched Jiang Jinxi's back, her eyes full of hatred. This girl, she must not fall into her hands. Otherwise, she would make her wish she could neither live nor die. Jiang Zhenjin accompanied Jiang Hongcheng to the health clinic. Jiang Hongcheng finally took 10 yuan out of his pocket and handed it to Jiang Zhenjin, telling her to pay the fee. Jiang Zhenjin went inside, and the remaining money she naturally put into her own pocket. Dad, we haven't eaten all morning. I'll buy some food to fill your stomach, she said. Jiang Hongcheng nodded. All right. He now thought that the stepdaughter was even better than Zhao Jinfeng. Based on Zhao Jinfeng's attitude in the morning, Jiang Hongcheng knew she definitely didn't want to stay, but he couldn't do anything about it. Still, he needed Zhao Jinfeng. Otherwise, who would wash his clothes and cook his meals? He could only choose not to argue with her. Oh well, after all, she was his wife. Jiang Hongcheng sighed, feeling that he was very patient. Jiang Zhenjin turned around and left immediately. She didn't go to buy food. Instead, she headed toward the scrap yard area. She found an alley, took out the last few pieces of furniture she had stored at Zhang's house, and placed them by the side of the alley. Then she ran to the scrap yard and said to the old man inside, Sir, I have a few large items to sell, but I can't carry them myself. I left them in the alley nearby. Could you help me bring them over? The scrapyard owner didn't want to bother with her. We don't have such rules here. You can bring them yourself. Jiang Zhenjin secretly slipped him 50 cents. Sir, the people who helped me carry things before have left. I really can't do it alone. Please help me. The old man didn't expect her to be so clever and was amused. All right, I'll go with you to take a look. When they reached the alley entrance, they saw a woman and a middle-aged man standing next to her furniture. Jiang Jinjin was startled and quickly stepped forward. What are you doing? She saw them both putting their hands on the furniture, clearly trying to take it away. She immediately added, "This is my stuff." "What are you doing?" "I want to sell it at the scrap yard." The woman looked at Jiang Jinjin with unfamiliar eyes, then sneered. "Where did you come from? These are your things? You don't live nearby, so where did you get this? It can't be stolen, right?" Jiang Jinjin felt nervous. She really couldn't explain where the items came from, but she quickly calmed down. "Stop talking nonsense. These are my things. You two better leave." The woman was really interested in the furniture. It looked very elegant. She didn't know what kind of material it was, but it looked high quality. And the paint and design. If she bought it, it would definitely cost a lot. Just now, Jiang Jinjin saw a flash of guilt on her face, and she noticed it clearly. This woman is known in the area for being fierce and unreasonable. She often causes trouble even when she has no reason. Jiang Jinjin immediately shouted loudly, "Who is this young girl? Why are you so unreasonable? These items clearly belong to our family. Our relatives didn't want them anymore, so they gave them to us. How did they become yours just because they are here? Whose family are you from? Call your family's elders over. I want to ask them how they raised such a shameless daughter." The old man collecting scrap frowned and said, "Young girl, how can you be like this? Even if these things aren't yours, you shouldn't claim they are. That's really bad." Jiang Jinjin almost cried from anger. These items are her only hope. Not only does this woman want to take her things, but she also wants to ruin her reputation. It's so cruel. Jiang Jinjin shouted angrily, "I say these belong to me, and you say they belong to you. Fine, then call the police now. Let the police decide who owns these items." The woman was stunned. She didn't expect this young girl, who seemed easy to scare, would dare to call the police and report. If the police come and investigate, the truth will be revealed. But she quickly realized something. No, earlier when she talked about where these items came from, the girl looked panicked. That means the items probably came from illegal sources. She definitely wouldn't dare call the police. And how did these items end up here? There are several large pieces, and she didn't hear anyone carrying them. If someone was carrying them, why only to the alley entrance and not directly to the scrap yard? There's definitely something suspicious. Thinking of this, the woman raised her eyebrows and glared. "Go ahead and report it.
Call the police now."
I want to see if the police will help you lie." Jiang Jinjin was stunned. She never expected that these rural folks would have such courage. Shouldn't she be scared and admit the truth as soon as she mentions calling the police? Why are they willing to report it directly? If she didn't know better, she might think she was the one lying about who owns these items. Sure enough, the old man at the scrap yard sneered repeatedly. "Young girl, you are really clever. Sticking to someone else's things and claiming they are yours, and even daring to ask me to take them as scrap. If I hadn't encountered the rightful owner, I might have already taken the scrap away. If the owner shows up, wouldn't I be in trouble? Well, such a clever plan. I thought, with such nice furniture, everyone keeps it for themselves. Even if they don't need it, giving it to relatives is a good gesture. And now you want to sell it as scrap." Jiang Jinjin was so angry she almost fainted. She shouted, "Sir, these things are really mine." The woman smugly said, "Then show me proof. Prove that these things belong to you." Jiang Jinjin. She had no proof at all. The woman smiled proudly and ordered the middle-aged man, "Hurry up and move our furniture back." The middle-aged man started to move the items. The scrap collector sighed. "The world is getting worse. If it weren't for you being a young girl, I would have called the police and had you taken away." After saying that, he walked away without looking back. Jiang Jinjin couldn't even defend herself. Seeing the middle-aged man really starting to move the furniture, she quickly stepped forward to stop him, but he pushed her, and she fell to the ground.
"Ah,
You're stealing from us openly," she screamed. The woman, no longer pretending, sneered. So what? Your things are all untraceable. Do you dare to call the police? Jiang Jinjin felt hopeless again. This was her only hope. The woman saw her expression and knew the answer. She sneered. Afraid? Then get lost. When Jiang Jinjin didn't leave, she ordered the middle-aged man to beat her. Fearing more trouble, Jiang Jinjin decided not to stay and simply got up and left. But she didn't go far. She hid behind a nearby wall, quietly watching the two. Later, she followed them secretly and found out where the mother and son lived. After that, Jiang Jinjin left directly. She bought a few plain steamed buns and went back to the clinic. When Jiang Hongqing saw her come back, he frowned. Why did it take so long? Jiang Jinjin forced a smile and said, I took the wrong path and almost got lost.
Dad, you eat.
I'll give you some. The plain bread bun didn't taste very good. But now wasn't the time to complain. Jiang Hongqing didn't say anything. Seeing that Jiang Jinjin hadn't eaten, he thought for a moment and handed her one. You should eat too. What did the doctor say? When will we go back? Jiang Hongqing remembered and said, Tell that old man who is driving the cart to come tomorrow to pick us up. The doctor said we should stay here tonight and get a cast on later. We'll go back early tomorrow morning. Jiang Jinjin felt happy inside. It was really great to have someone send a pillow when she was sleepy. She didn't need to think of excuses not to go back anymore. She immediately agreed. Old man Qian didn't expect that after waiting so long, they would let him go home first and come to pick them up tomorrow. He was very angry. He felt that the Jiang family really didn't know how to behave. They didn't even have half of Jiang Jiqing's manners. He had just seen that Jiang Jinjin bought food to the clinic, but she didn't even look at him, let alone share with him. He was guarding the ox cart and didn't dare leave. He hadn't eaten anything yet. And now they wanted him to come tomorrow to pick them up? Old man Qian said indifferently, All right, I will tell the team leader about your decision not to go back. As for whether I come to pick you up tomorrow, it depends on the team leader's instructions. He didn't think the team leader would waste manpower and resources on someone like them. After speaking, he raised the whip and drove the ox cart away. Jiang Jinjin was so angry when she saw this, but since he had already left, there was nothing she could say. She could only spit and say, It's just a broken cart driver. Why act so proud? Later, when she became successful, she would see how she would deal with these rude people. Jiang Jinjin quietly went to the woman's house. She had observed the terrain during the day and knew there was a low wall she could climb over. Carefully, she slipped inside. It was late at night now, and everyone in the family was already asleep. Jiang Jinjin tiptoed into the house, carefully collecting her belongings into her space. She also took other items from the family and stored them away. Feeling happy, she returned to the clinic. Her cabinets still held many things. There might be some valuable items among them. After returning home, she planned to look at everything carefully. It wasn't a complete waste of her trip. Jiang Jinjin and Jiang Hongqing waited until noon but still didn't see Uncle Qian come to pick them up. They thought that if they waited any longer, they might be too naive. Jiang Hongqing angrily cursed and then said with a serious face, He probably won't come. Let's walk back. I don't know what you said to him yesterday, but suddenly he won't come? After saying that, he glared at Jiang Jinjin again. It must be because you can't speak properly. You're good at causing trouble, but not at getting things done. In the past, Jiang Jinjin tried to flatter Jiang Hongqing because she wanted to get what he had and live a better life. Yesterday, she agreed to Zhao Jinfeng's idea because she had her own reasons. Now, Jiang Hongqing has nothing left. Does he still want to scold her like before? Jiang Jinjin suddenly let go of Jiang Hongqing's hand and said coldly, Dad, this isn't my fault. You didn't give me any extra money. Do you think that just a few kind words from me, given our current status, will make others listen to me? Jiang Hongqing angrily said, Isn't that because you can't speak properly? It has nothing to do with speaking. It's about status. You need to understand your own position and role. Otherwise, things will only get worse for us in the future. Also, things are not like before.
Our family was better off then.
My mom and I used to spoil you. But now, we really can't afford to spoil you anymore. You should control your temper Jiang Hongqing's face suddenly turned very pale. This adopted daughter, who always acted obedient and charming in front of him, actually had such a strong side? And it was directed at him. His face darkened instantly. Jiang Zhenjin. She interrupted him, saying, "Dad, don't be angry. I know what I said wasn't very polite. But I was speaking the truth. You used to be very bossy, but now it's different. At least for now, you still expect us to take care of you. So, you should control your temper. Otherwise, my mom and I won't be so patient. If we get really angry and refuse to take care of you, that wouldn't be good, right?" Jiang Zhenjin smiled, but her eyes held ice. At that moment, Jiang Hongqing felt like he had never truly understood this adopted daughter. But the coldness in her eyes made him instinctively feel scared. Jiang Hongqing felt both guilty and annoyed about his own fear. But he dared not truly offend Jiang Zhenjin. He knew she was telling the truth. Zhao Jinfeng's attitude that morning was already clear. If they all... He couldn't imagine what kind of life he would have. Jiang Hongqing looked at Jiang Zhenjin with mixed feelings. His face stiffened, and finally he sighed heavily, saying, "Zhenjin, how can you look at your dad like that? Is Dad really that unreasonable? I was just upset earlier and said a few things. Dad apologizes. Let's go quickly before it gets dark." Just outside the town, about to step onto the small road, suddenly a bicycle rushed toward them. The person on the bike shouted loudly, "Ah, please move aside. I can't brake properly." When Jiang Zhenjin saw the person, her eyes sparkled with happiness. She quickly thought this was a good chance. So, she didn't move aside and even deliberately twisted her ankle, screaming as she fell to the ground. The bicycle inevitably collided with her.
"Ah,
my leg," Jiang Zhenjin cried out in pain. Actually, when the bicycle hit her, she subtly shifted her position and wasn't seriously hurt. But she had to pretend. The bicycle was stopped. It was a slim young man, tall and good-looking, with a gentle appearance. If Jiang Jinsi were here, she would definitely recognize him as the young man she met last time she went to Early Tun to find Jiang and the young man surnamed Jiang. Jiang Qinghe's face turned pale with fear, and he quickly stepped forward to help Jiang Zhenjin up. "Comrade, are you okay?" Jiang Zhenjin frowned. "I think I sprained my ankle. Sorry, it's my fault. My bicycle's brakes aren't working well. I was just here in town to get it fixed. Hey, should I take you to the clinic?" Jiang Zhenjin supported Jiang Qinghe's hand and carefully moved her ankle. A smile appeared on her face, and her eyes sparkled. "My foot's fine." Jiang Qinghe also sighed in relief. "Comrade, I really apologize." He thought for a moment, then took out a big white rabbit milk candy from his pocket. "This is to apologize. My name is Jiang Qinghe and I live in Erliton. Comrade, if you need anything later, come find me here. I will take responsibility." After saying this, he felt it might not be appropriate and blushed. Jiang Zhenjin smiled sweetly. "Comrade Jiang, what a coincidence. I also have the surname Jiang. My name is Jiang Zhenjin. We are from Shigo Brigade. Hearing your accent, you must be from Shanghai too." Jiang Qinghe nodded. Hearing Shigo Brigade, he couldn't help but think of the last time he saw that young man, Jiang Jiqing. He smiled and said, "Yes, what a coincidence, fellow townsmen. Let's keep in touch if we have time. I need to go fix my bicycle now, or I'll be late and can't get back." Jiang Zhenjin reluctantly waved goodbye to Jiang Qinghe. Watching his back, a confident look appeared in Jiang Zhenjin's eyes. Next to her, Jiang Hongqing looked at her suspiciously. "Why are you so friendly to that young man just now?" At this point, Jiang Hongqing became cautious. "Jiang Zhenjin, remember, you are from the Jiang family. Don't lower yourself by thinking you can just marry anyone here in the countryside." Jiang Zhenjin sneered. "What else can I do? Am I supposed to never get married in my life?" Jiang Hongqing said seriously. "Maybe the policies will improve someday. Even if policies get better, they won't let people like us return to the city. Even if that day really comes." Jiang Zhenjin remembered the time in her memory, and her smile grew colder. "But who knows when that will be? Dad, I know you're just worried I'll leave and no one will take care of you and Mom. But you also have to think, you and Mom can't shake off this label no matter what. As for me, if I get a chance to change this identity, to have a chance, I could take care of you, right? It's better than all of us suffering together. Jiang Hongqing couldn't help but seriously consider whether Jiang Jinjin's words were true. There was some possibility in what she said. He was just afraid that once this adopted daughter was free from them, she would completely disown them. Then wouldn't that be to her advantage? The hesitation on Jiang Hongqing's face fell into Jiang Jinjin's eyes. She lowered her eyes, hiding the bitterness in her gaze. Dad, these are all future matters. I'm just thinking about myself, trying to make some contact. Whether they look down on my status or not, that's another story, Jiang Jinjin said with a bitter smile. Jiang Hongqing relaxed and said, that's true. It's good to try new things. The two of them slowly walked back. But Jiang Jinjin was thinking about her past life. In her previous life, after going to the countryside, she also came to find Jiang Qinghe. After all, Jiang Qinghe's family had a strong background. In a few years, his family would take him back home. In her past life, because she had her space, she brought many benefits to Jiang Qinghe. Plus, with a little planning, she was able to be with Jiang Qinghe openly and legitimately. Jiang Jinjin clenched her fists tightly. She still had her space, even if it wasn't as good as before. But she was definitely not going to give up on Jiang Qinghe. That despicable Jiang Jinxi wouldn't get her. Her current situation left her with almost no other options. It's all Jiang Jinxi's fault. He actually stole her space. And such things, no one would believe if she told them. Plus, she now had her space but dared not go around talking about it. If someone thought she was strange, they might take her away, and that wouldn't be worth it. When Jiang Jinjin and Jiang Hongqing returned to the West Gully team, it was already dark. Jiang Hongqing handed her the herbs he had brought from the clinic. Cook these tonight. Where was the medicine pot? Jiang Jinjin had no choice but to borrow a pot from a random household. Unexpectedly, she guessed right. She went straight to Qian Erden's house. Seeing Qian Erden, Jiang Jinjin remembered what he said yesterday and was so frightened she turned to leave. But Qian Erge grabbed her arm. Jiang Jinjin? You missed me? Came to see me? He smiled in a friendly way. Jiang Jinjin's whole body went cold. She wanted to scream, but just as her scream reached her throat, she swallowed it back. In her memory, her previous life also involved rural life. Although she never encountered bad things because of her space's convenience, many young women in the countryside had been dragged into small woods or worse. The better ending was marriage. The worse could mean losing their lives. She didn't want to marry this disgusting man in front of her or risk dying. She had also heard that if a girl screamed at such moments, it might make the attacker more interested. She couldn't do that. Jiang Jinjin took a deep breath, looked at the smiling face in front of her, and forced herself to smile back. Uncle Erden. Yesterday, I didn't recognize who you were. I didn't know you lived here. I just wanted to borrow a medicine jar. I didn't expect it to be you. Qian Erden was unhappy about Jiang Jinjin calling him uncle. Although he was almost 30, wasn't he still under 30? Why was he called uncle? And yesterday, he even called him big brother. But when he saw Jiang Jinjin smiling at him, he thought, well, just call him uncle. It doesn't matter what I call him. In the end, he will be my wife. Thinking this way, Qian Erden felt better. Wait for me, I'll go get the medicine jar. After saying that, Qian Erden hurried back into his room. Jiang Jinjin watched his back, but her steps, which were about to leave, stopped. A glint appeared in her eyes. Jiang Jinjin didn't leave. When Qian Erden ran out in a hurry, he saw Jiang Jinjin still there, and he grinned with yellow teeth. He handed over the dark medicine jar. Jiang Jinjin, here you go. Use it freely. If you need anything else, I'll get it for you. Jiang Jinjin felt a bit disgusted. But she looked at the sky. She could still fool Qian Erden a little, but if she met others, she might not be so lucky. Jiang Jinjin knew this. Her cursed space was not as good as her previous life space for hiding from people. Now, she had no self-protection at all. She didn't dare to take risks. Jiang Jinjin took the jar, shook her head, and stepped back. Thanks, Uncle Erden. I don't need anything else. I'll go back now. Without waiting for Erden to reply, she ran away like a gust of wind. Erden thought about the fragrance that had just come from Jiang Jinjin's body, and he licked his lips, feeling a bit unsatisfied. Good matches are all about waiting. He never thought that after so many years, he would meet such a beautiful woman. Seeing her shy look just now, she ran away quickly. TSK. It seems he should visit her to propose marriage sometime. The cow shed is just the cow shed. Other people might be afraid, but Erden was not. After all, he had no parents or siblings and no children. Oh, there might be some in the future. But even if there were relatives, they wouldn't matter much. Over the years, he hadn't kept much contact with them. So, as long as he married her and didn't let her or her family have contact with her relatives, it would be fine. Getting a wife was hard enough. If anyone in the village dared to stop him, he would cause trouble. Anyone who tried to stop him from marrying her was his enemy. Thinking this, Erden happily went back to his house. Jiang Jinjin took back the medicine jar and was also disliked by Zhao Jinfeng. But at least it was useful. Those dirty things could be washed clean. Zhao Jinfeng didn't say anything more. Jiang Jinjin also kept silent, her mind already elsewhere. If used properly, could Erden become her helper and give Jiang Jinxi a good scare? Thinking this, all her fatigue disappeared. It was almost like killing two birds with one stone. A few days passed quickly. The Jiang family members stopped causing trouble, and Jiang Jinxi was a bit unaccustomed to it. But it also suited her wishes. Otherwise, with constant small fights every few days, she would be very annoyed. Jiang Jinxi thought for a moment and quietly called the village's little leader. Recently, she often asked him to help with small tasks, paying him with candies, which the children liked very much. So whenever she called, he came right away. Isn't there a few people living in the pigsty? I have some issues with them. When you have free time, help me watch them. If they do anything or contact certain people, tell me at night. See how many people you need, and I'll give each of them 2 big white rabbit candies every day. Those candies were very popular. The child nodded immediately. Jiang Jinxi's rewards were not fixed. Sometimes she gave fruit candies, sometimes white rabbit candies. They liked white rabbit candies very much, but they didn't dislike fruit candies either. Of course, now that she had white rabbit candies, that was even better. Jiang Jinxi was generous and paid the day's reward up front. The children still refused. It's not right to take the reward before finishing the work. We'll come back in the evening after we're done. Jiang Jinxi chuckled softly, but did not refuse. After 2 days, when she heard the children talking about Jiang Jinjin frequently interacting with that Erden, she frowned. She didn't believe Jiang Jinjin would be interested in someone like Erden. Her frequent contact with Erden must have a hidden purpose. Jiang Jinxi immediately went for a walk near Erden's house, asked Zidongwa to set a watch, and listened in from time to time. Unexpectedly, she heard quite a few things. Recently, Jiang Jinjin had been charming Erden, making him do anything for her. That evening, Jiang Jinjin arrived at Erden's house only after dark. She watched carefully as she entered, and the kitchen was already prepared with knives, ready for any unexpected trouble. She was prepared to protect herself if Erden had any bad intentions. Erden was very happy to see Jiang Jinjin come so late. Jinjin. He started to step forward to hug her. Jiang Jinjin dodged and looked at him with tears in her eyes. Uncle Erden, I have something to tell you. Erden couldn't bear to see her cry. He felt his whole body go numb. He quickly said, You. He didn't dare to hold her, afraid she would cry even more. Jiang Jinjin sniffed and said, I know what you think of me, Uncle Erden. Actually, sigh. I am helpless. I have a fiancé, and I am already engaged. After speaking, Jiang Jinjin cried even harder. Erden was stunned, feeling like his head was about to explode. How could she suddenly have a fiancé? What about all his efforts during this time? He shouted angrily, Jiang Jinjin. Are you playing with me? Jiang Jinjin seemed frightened, took a few steps back in fear, but did not scream or run away. Instead, her tears flowed even more. No, Uncle Erden, I didn't mean that. I am very sorry. In my heart, you are like family to me. No, you are even better than my family.
Boo.
Please listen to my explanation. Jiang Jinjin looked full of grievance. Under the moonlight, she looked even more pitiful. Qian Erden felt his heart burn with excitement. Suddenly, he remembered last year in the neighboring village, where someone from the village directly took a young woman into the cornfield. And then he married her as he wished. Qian Erden swallowed hard, and an uncontrollable thought popped into his mind. Maybe he could do the same. At that moment, Jiang Jinjin spoke. Uncle Erden, I can't return your enthusiasm, but I have a way for you to marry a wife. Qian Erden was surprised and looked at Jiang Jinjin with suspicion. Are you joking with me? Jiang Jinjin smiled bitterly. Uncle, I remember all the kindness you've shown me recently. I wouldn't joke about this. Although this person is a bit unusual. She's pretty, and if you marry her, it won't be a loss. That phrase, she's pretty, made Qian Erden stop his actions. He looked at her with doubt. Who are you talking about? Jiang Jinjin boldly leaned forward and smiled at Qian Erden. Actually, you know this person too. Qian Erden impatiently interrupted her. Hurry up and say what you want to say. He's not a fool. He had also invested a lot of sweet potatoes these days. This woman, even with a fiancé, still didn't tell him clearly. What's her intention? Seeing this, Jiang Jinjin dared not delay further and softly said, It's Jiang Jinxi's biological mother, Song Weiwei. Qian Erden was so frightened he took a few steps back, looking at Jiang Jinjin in disbelief. Are you crazy? Still treating him like he's stupid. Is Jiang Jining someone to mess with? Does he dare to move her mother? Jiang Jinjin smiled gently. I know you're afraid of Jiang Jinxi, and you dislike her mother because she's old and has been married before. But think about her mother's face. TSK, who in this village can compare? Qian Erden seriously thought about it. It seemed that besides Jiang Jining, there really was no one else who could compare. Even the Jiang Jinjin in front of him was no match. A look of hesitation appeared on his face. After all, which good man doesn't like beauty? Jiang Jinjin continued seductively. And think about it, uncle, your age matches Song Weiwei quite well.
If you
really become a couple, then Jiang Jinxi would become your stepdaughter, right? Then, you wouldn't have to be afraid of her anymore. Qian Erden's eyes flickered, as if he was really considering it. And this Jiang Jinxi was quite capable. If he really becomes her stepfather, then in the future, he might just stay at home every day and live a comfortable life. Thinking this way, Qian Erden's heart beat faster. But it wasn't impossible to try taking a risk. Jiang Jinjin continued, I know Jiang Jinxi isn't very strong, and you're worried about her. But we can lure Song Weiwei out. Then, it won't just be you. As long as the plan works, even for her mother's reputation, Jiang Jinxi wouldn't dare to hurt you. Qian Erden was truly tempted. He gritted his teeth and asked, Okay, what should I do? Seeing he was willing to agree, Jiang Jinjin sighed in relief and whispered a few words to him. Qian Erden's eyes lit up, and he nodded heavily. All right, let's do it that way. Don't worry, once this is done, I won't treat you badly. Jiang Jinjin smiled. Uncle, you're so good to me. I don't expect anything in return. But no matter whether this works or not, you must not tell anyone I told you. Otherwise, it might ruin your reputation. If Jiang Jinxi refuses to acknowledge it, it wouldn't be worth it. Qian Erden nodded again. Jiang Jinjin was satisfied and went back home. Jiang Jinxi listened to these conversations, her eyes darkening. What a Jiang Jinjin. She hasn't even thought about hurting her yet, but she dares to act first. She won't be polite if that's the case. After a moment of thought, Jiang Jinxi turned and entered the Qin family. After work, Jiang Jinxi worked a bit longer with Song Weiwei before heading home. Outside the Jiang house, it was getting dark. Song Weiwei saw a small rabbit outside the yard, looking adorable. She immediately ran over. The rabbit didn't recognize anyone. Song Weiwei was so happy, like a child, and played with the rabbit. Jiang Jinxi urged her to go inside, but she didn't want to leave. Hearing the noise, Su Man came to open the door and saw her. She said, Aunt Song, why don't you bring the rabbit inside? Jiang Jinxi waved her hand. Let her be.
We'll go in.
There's no real danger at the door. Then she turned back and told Song Weiwei, Mom, come inside after playing for a while. Okay, Song Weiwei replied without turning around. When Su-man finished cooking and went out again, the person was already gone. Su-man was surprised. Jinsi, where did Aunt Song go? Zhang Jinsi had already told Tang Yuan to watch for Song Weiwei's movements. At this moment, there was no rush. He first asked Tang Yuan about Song Weiwei's whereabouts. Tang Yuan replied, she's just nearby on the road, being led by a rabbit toward the back mountain. Zhang Jinsi said to Su-man, go call the captain and have him bring people to look for her. I think she probably went toward the back mountain at this time. Su-man heard this and became more anxious. She quickly took off her apron and ran off. All right, be careful yourself. Zhang Jinsi nodded and turned toward the back mountain. Qian Erden saw that Song Weiwei was really being led over and grinned, showing his yellow teeth. He took out a small medicine pouch from his pocket, smiled mischievously, and stood up from the bushes to block Song Weiwei's way. Comrade Song, I have some honey cakes. Would you like to try one? He asked sweetly, offering the honey cake. However, Song Weiwei looked at him cautiously and said unhappily, you scared my rabbit away. That rabbit actually belonged to Qian Erden's family. Seeing Qian Erden, the rabbit turned and moved toward his feet. Qian Erden picked up the rabbit and put it back into Song Weiwei's arms, smiling. Here, all for you. Have a piece of this honey cake. It's very sweet and tasty, but Song Weiwei remembered Zhang Jinsi's instructions not to eat other people's things. She hugged the rabbit tightly and shook her head. No, I can't eat other people's things. Qian Erden looked at the sky getting darker and realized Zhang Jinsi might come looking soon. He grew impatient. He snatched the rabbit from Song Weiwei's arms and said, the rabbit is mine. If you don't eat this honey cake, I won't give you the rabbit. Then he tempted her. This honey cake is really delicious. Very sweet. Would you like to try it? Song Weiwei looked at the rabbit, uncertain. She really liked the rabbit. Should she try the honey cake first and then run away with the rabbit? She seriously asked Qian Erden, if I eat this honey cake, will you give me the rabbit? To her, this was a fair exchange. Qian Erden didn't think much and nodded. Yes, I'll give you the rabbit. A smile appeared on Song Weiwei's face. She took the honey cake, stuffed it into her mouth, and at the same time, reached out to hold the rabbit. Seeing her eat the cake, Qian Erden couldn't wait any longer. He immediately reached out to pull Song Weiwei into his arms. But suddenly, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, and everything went black. After a moment, Qian Erden slowly woke up from the bushes. He reached out and felt something soft in his arms. He had thought about this for many years. He just wanted to have a woman and get married. But all these years, besides being scolded by others, no one was willing to be with him. At this moment, Qian Erden felt so touched he almost cried. He didn't know why he suddenly fell down. He touched the back of his head, and it didn't hurt anymore. Maybe he remembered it wrong. And someone was in his arms. Qian Erden was so excited that he pressed forward. He was even more excited. He didn't even hear the faint sounds of people approaching. 2 people were making intimate sounds. Zhang Jinsi, Zhou Lushing, and other villagers stopped when they heard the noise. They were all adults. Hearing these sounds, there was no confusion about what was happening. They were all gossip lovers. Someone sneered and said, Captain, this is a secret affair. I'll go see who it is. Hee. People had already arrived and were still immersed in the scene. Zhou Lushing was also unhappy. If it was truly a secret affair, it would ruin the reputation of the team. He stayed silent. Then someone quickly stepped forward and shouted, Who is it? Qian Erden was so scared he jumped up immediately, ignoring Song Weiwei. He nervously covered himself and shouted angrily, What are you doing? What? Haven't you seen a secret meeting before? The person laughed loudly. Erden. I really haven't seen this before. Haha, Zhou Lushing's face grew darker. Hurry up and get dressed. We're busy looking for someone. Qian Erden quickly dressed himself. He was quite conscientious, feeling around in the dark to help the other person get dressed, then stepped out. The previous person laughed and said, Erden, who is your good friend? Come on, let everyone see. When will you have a wedding? After this, Qian Erden felt refreshed. Thinking about becoming Jiang Zhiging's stepfather made him even more proud. He worried that if Jiang Zhiging found out privately, he might get angry and hit him. But with so many people around now, he didn't dare to really hit him. Thinking this way, Qian Erden felt more confident. At that moment, Jiang Jinxi spoke up and urged, "Captain Zhou, we should hurry and find someone. Otherwise, it will be dark soon, and I'm worried about my mom." Zhou Lushing nodded. "Yes, leave 2 people here and take those 2 to the team headquarters. I'll handle things once we find someone." Finding people is the priority. Hearing this, Qian Erden smiled proudly. "Jiang Jiqing, no need to look for anyone. But I do have something to discuss with you." Jiang Jinxi frowned. "Qian Erden, there's nothing I need to discuss with you. Stop blocking us from finding people." Qian Erden chuckled. "Jiang Jiqing, no, Jiang Jinxi, don't be so arrogant anymore. From now on, you should at least call me stepfather." As soon as he said this, everyone present was stunned. Captain Zhou shouted angrily, "Qian Erden, are you crazy?" Qian Erden confidently replied, "Captain, I'm not crazy. I'm telling the truth. From now on, Jiang Jiqing should call me stepfather. The way she's talking to me now is really disrespectful. But I'm usually generous. Since I haven't married her mother yet, I won't argue with her about it. But from now on, this can't happen again." Captain Zhou was even angrier. "Qian Erden, if you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me if I give you a beating. I won't cry out in pain," Qian Erden said. "Besides, I'm just speaking the truth." It hurts." Jiang Jinxi immediately punched him in the face. Qian Erden let out a scream and took a few steps back. "Jiang Jinxi, how dare you hit me? I've slept with your mom, and from now on, I'll be your stepfather." "How dare you hit your stepfather? That's so unfilial." Jiang Jinxi stepped forward and slapped him twice across the face. "Talking back like that shows you don't respect women's reputation, huh? I'll beat you to death." Qian Erden didn't expect Jiang Jinxi to dare hit him in front of so many people, and she kept hitting him repeatedly. He immediately cried out and ran behind Captain Zhou, hiding and pleading, "Captain, save me. She's going to kill me." Zhou Lushing stepped aside without hesitation. "You deserve a beating. Who told you to speak so rudely and spread lies about others?" Qian Erden protested. "I didn't ruin anyone's reputation. I was just telling the truth."
"If you don't believe me..."
His eyes darted around, and he pointed toward the bushes behind him. "If you don't believe me, help her out from there, and you'll see who I was just with." A knowing smile appeared on Qian Erden's face. For a moment, the few people who had followed over began to feel uneasy. Song Weiwei was indeed very beautiful, and after recovering her health recently, she looked even more graceful. Many men in the village had secretly admired her. But with Jiang Zicheng, the fierce educated youth, around, no one dared to make a move. Everyone still remembered how he once threw a heavy millstone during a fight. It had become a local legend. Now, seeing that shameless Qian Erden claiming to have been with her, some of them couldn't help but feel tempted. After all, they didn't think they were any worse than him. Jiang Jinxi sneered. "Captain, this man is full of lies. He's spreading rumors and insulting my mother. I think he should be sent for public criticism." Those close to Jiang Jinxi immediately agreed. Seeing this, Qian Erden became even more smug, convinced that Jiang Jinxi was afraid others would see Song Weiwei in a disheveled state. He lifted his chin proudly. "I think Jiang Zicheng is just scared. I'm telling you, I'm going to marry Song Weiwei. Even if you object, it's useless. You'll still have to call me stepfather someday." Before he could finish, Jiang Jinxi raised her fist again, and Qian Erden quickly swallowed the rest of his words. He stepped back a few paces and said, "Jiang Zicheng, do you dare to make a bet with me? If that really is your mother, you can't stop us from getting married. If not, you can punish me however you want." A mocking smile appeared on Jiang Jinxi's lips.
"Fine.
But you'll also have to tell us who's behind you, who told you to spread these lies about my mother." Qian Erden, full of confidence, immediately agreed. "All right, I promise." The others looked at each other in confusion. Both of them seemed so calm that no one could tell what was really going on. Zhou Lushing hesitated for a moment and pulled Jiang Jinxi aside. Jiang Jiqing, are you really going to? Jiang Jinxi didn't hide from anyone and said loudly, I don't believe my mother would do such a thing. Someone is definitely spreading false rumors. The more I give him face, the more he jumps around. Captain, I appreciate your kindness, but I must prove my mother's innocence. Seeing this, Zhou Lushing nodded and ordered someone to find the woman hiding in the grass who hadn't come out. At that moment, a voice came from behind them. Are you looking for me? I think I just heard my name. ACI, you're here too. Tutu, I've caught Tutu. Under the dim light of the torch, Song Weiwei ran toward Jiang Jinxi, holding a rabbit high in her hand. She was surprised and exclaimed, when she saw Qian Erden. Qian Erden was so shocked to see Song Weiwei standing there that he opened his mouth wide. He couldn't help but look back at the grass behind him. If Song Weiwei was here, who was inside? Everyone else saw what was happening and understood what was going on. They all looked at Qian Erden with disdain. Some even said directly, Qian Erden, you falsely smeared someone's reputation. People like you are really terrible. You're a stain on our team. Exactly. Who knows who you've been fooling around with? After fooling around, you even smeared Comrade Song. I think you're just bullying her because she's not very smart. Yes. People like you are really disgusting. Qian Erden's face turned pale instantly. Who was the person with him just now? Behind the grass, the two women had already helped someone out. Everyone's eyes turned to look. Hey, isn't that the person from the cow shed just now? Exactly, I didn't expect her to be so reckless. She just arrived a few days ago and already got involved with those two troublemakers. She must be fed up with life in the cow shed. Yeah, who wouldn't be? I heard she used to be the wife of a factory owner, and she was quite good-looking. TSK, such nice skin, and she's easy to get along with. But aren't they causing trouble? Someone might report them. Jiang Jinxi looked at the scene and sneered, Qian Erden, no wonder you threw that mud on my mother. It was all for her. Qian Erden's face turned red. But he wasn't stupid. He didn't dare to say it was Song Weiwei anymore. Otherwise, even fools would see something was wrong. Even Song Weiwei was hiding behind Jiang Jinxi, making a funny face at Zhao Jinfeng. Zhao Jinfeng's face was so embarrassed she didn't know where to hide it. At that moment, Jiang Jinjin hurried over, stumbling. Captain Zhou, Captain Zhou. Something's happened. My mom is missing. Jiang Jinjin was truly worried. There was no firewood in the cow shed. Their meals weren't great, but at least the team leader had sent some food, so they didn't have to worry about that. But they still needed to find firewood to boil water. After work, Zhao Jinfeng went to gather firewood. But she didn't come back even by nightfall. Jiang Jinjin was focused on her plan against Song Weiwei today and didn't pay much attention to Zhao Jinfeng's absence at first. Until it got dark, Jiang Hongcheng, who was waiting for the firewood to make medicine, lost his temper. Only then did Jiang Jinjin realize something was wrong. She quickly took Jiang Jinbao and went along the usual route Zhao Jinfeng took to look for her. They searched all the way but couldn't find her. That's when Jiang Jinjin realized something was really wrong. Even if her mother was biased, it was only because she was there, making things easier. If something had happened to her mother, Jiang Jinjin couldn't even imagine. She still had many things she wanted to do, and she couldn't let her mother get into trouble now. Otherwise, she would be constantly held back. Jiang Jinjin didn't care about the darkness. She grabbed Jiang Jinbao and went to find Zhou Lushing. When they arrived at Zhou's house, they found out Zhou Lushing had gone out with others to look for Song Weiwei. Jiang Jinjin was really anxious, and she also wanted to see the results of her plan with her own eyes. So she pulled Jiang Jinbao to follow her. In her blurry vision, she saw the figure of Qian Erden and many people surrounding them. She knew her scheme had worked. She lowered her head, smiled, then quickly hid her smile and looked surprised. Captain Zhou, what's going on? What happened? After saying that, she quickly stepped forward. Oh, Uncle Erden, you and Aunt Song. Oh, this is really too. Everyone's gaze on Jiang Jinjin became a bit complicated. Clearly, her own mother and Qian Erden had rolled around in the bushes. Before anyone could see clearly, they were quick to accuse Song Weiwei. This was exactly the same as what Qian Erden did before. So, the two of them. Everyone's expressions became a bit ambiguous. However, the silence from everyone made Jiang Jinjin misunderstand even more. She exaggeratedly covered her mouth.
Oh,
I was just talking casually, it can't be true, right? But Uncle Erden is honest and reliable, so my sister doesn't need to worry. I think Aunt Song following him will have a better life. And Aunt Song is even older than Uncle Erden, so she's the one who benefits the most. Song Weiwei didn't understand what Jiang Jinjin meant, but she faintly sensed it was about her. She peeked out from behind Jiang Jinxi, looking confused. What big benefit did I get? At this moment, Zhao Jinfeng finally realized something was wrong and angrily shouted, Jiang Jinjin, what are you talking about? Hurry up and help me home. Jiang Jinjin was stunned for a second when she heard Zhao Jinfeng's voice. She looked at Zhao Jinfeng. Seeing her disheveled clothes, her pupils shrank suddenly. She instinctively shouted, Mom, then hurried forward to support Zhao Jinfeng. Mom, what's going on? Jiang Jinxi sneered. Jiang Jinjin, I'll return your words to you. Zhao Jinfeng is a bit older than Qian Erden, so your mother remarried, and she's the one who benefits. Jiang Jinjin screamed, Jiang Jinxi. What do you mean? Some people around, understanding the situation, spoke up. What do I mean? It means your mom slept with Qian Erden. Don't start throwing dirt on others before you understand the situation. Jiang Jinjin felt dizzy and lightheaded, almost unable to stand. Why did this turn into a matter about her mother? She instinctively retorted, You're talking nonsense. How could my mom? But when her eyes fell on Zhao Jinfeng's disheveled clothes and Song Weiwei's neat attire, her words got stuck in her throat, and she couldn't say anything. Zhao Jinfeng, already surrounded by so many people, was blushing all over her face. Being caught by her daughter, she was furious and embarrassed. Seeing Jiang Jinjin still arguing and making her more ashamed, she lost her patience and shouted, Are you blind? Help me get back quickly. Jiang Jinjin tightened her skin and hurried to help her. Next to her, Qian Erden was no longer willing to stay quiet. If she just left like that, wouldn't his performance tonight be wasted? Although he was a bit disappointed with Song Weiwei, thinking about how he felt earlier, and looking at Zhao Jinfeng, who was quite attractive, Qian Erden thought, maybe it's not impossible. He quickly grabbed Zhao Jinfeng's sleeve. No, you can't go. We slept together. How can you just leave? Jiang Jinjin glanced at Jiang Jinxi's sarcastic eyes. Was there anything she didn't understand? She had fallen into someone else's trap. Jiang Jinjin felt all the blood rush to her head. But at this moment, in front of so many people, she knew losing her temper was useless. She could only try to stay calm. She stepped forward to help Zhao Jinfeng pull Qian Erden's hand away. Erden, let go. This is all a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. My mom is already married, and my dad is waiting at home. Qian Erden refused to let go. How can it be just a misunderstanding? Clearly, she wanted it herself, or she wouldn't have become like this. In his understanding, he was originally looking for Song Weiwei. But Song Weiwei had turned into Zhao Jinfeng. He was a bit reluctant. When something went wrong, it was definitely Zhao Jinfeng who came over herself. Doesn't that mean she was interested in him? Why is she now denying it? Qian Erden was very stubborn. Otherwise, he wouldn't think that when someone smiled at him, they liked him and had feelings for him, and he would cling to them desperately. Now, he and Zhao Jinfeng are both married. That means she is now his wife. He has finally tasted the feeling of being with a woman, and he has found someone who might become his wife. How could he give up? That is absolutely impossible. Qian Erden stubbornly refused to let go. Anyway, she's my wife now. She can't leave. Jiang Jinjin was stunned. She never expected things to develop like this. Jiang Jinjin kept signaling to Qian Erden with her eyes, indicating that they should talk about this later, not to argue anymore. But Qian Erden ignored her and refused to let go. Seeing there was no way, Jiang Jinjin had to look at Captain Zhou. Captain Zhou, can't you do something? Jiang Jinxi interrupted at the right time. Captain Zhou, this matter concerns the reputation of our whole team. We can't just ignore it. If this gets out tomorrow, won't our team become a joke? At least, we should find out the truth. Captain Joe also saw that these people were hiding something. Looking at their eager faces, he impatiently waved his hand. All right, none of you try to leave. Go to the team office. Jiang Jiqing is right. Go. Jiang Jinjin clenched her fists, thinking that going to the team office was fine. She planned to find a chance to talk to Qian Erden properly on the way. As long as he stops causing trouble, once the fuss dies down, it will just be a joke, with no real consequences. So, Jiang Jinjin squeezed Zhao Jinfeng's hand and said no more. Everyone listened to Captain Zhou. On the way back, Zhao Jinfeng held Jiang Jinjin's hand and quietly asked angrily, what exactly is going on? She could see through the little secrets between Jiang Jinjin and Qian Erden. Recently, she knew they had been getting close. She even warned Jiang Jinjin not to get too close to such a man. But she didn't listen, and now she was even scheming against her as a mother? Zhao Jinfeng felt so angry, her chest hurt. She reached out and tightly pinched Jiang Jinjin's arm. Tell me quickly. Jiang Jinjin, in pain, shook off her hand, and her face showed anger too. Mom, what are you talking about? You didn't come home so late. Dad asked me to find you. Qian Bao, and I looked everywhere but couldn't find you. She was just thinking of asking Captain Zhou to help find her, thinking something had happened to you. But instead, Mom, you did something embarrassing yourself, and now you're blaming others? At this moment, Zhao Jinfeng was so angry that her head hurt. She had cared for her daughter for so many years, always thinking of her. She clearly saw that she was scheming against her, yet she still refused to admit it. Right now, Zhao Jinfeng felt completely hopeless. Jiang Jinjin didn't have time to pay attention to Zhao Jinfeng's words. She slowly took a few steps back. Then she moved closer to Qian Erden and tentatively said, Uncle Erden. But Qian Erden saw Jiang Jinjin and immediately knew what she wanted to say. She was his hard-earned wife. He didn't care about her background or whether they were married. As long as she was his woman, she was his wife, and she would definitely come back with him. He didn't want to listen to Jiang Jinjin's words. Thinking this, Qian Erden quickly took a few steps and went to Zhou Luxing's side. Jiang Jinjin didn't dare to follow anymore. She glared angrily at the back of Qian Erden's head. Jiang Jinxi saw all of this clearly. She looked in a certain direction. Then she quietly followed to the brigade headquarters. After all, this was originally caused by Song Weiwei. She would definitely go there too. Zhou Luxing didn't call anyone else over. He chased away the onlookers, leaving only a few involved people. He also asked some of his own family members to stay outside and guard. Tell me, what exactly happened? Zhou Luxing sat down, his face very serious. Jiang Jinxi was the first to speak, recounting how Song Weiwei had been playing outside the yard with the little rabbit and then disappeared. When Song Weiwei heard the word rabbit, she took out the little rabbit from her arms. The little rabbit is here. Ah, see, I caught it. I'm so good, right? Jiang Jinxi's eyes flickered. She took the rabbit from her arms and gave her an encouraging smile. Yes, very good. Mom, can I see the little rabbit? I think it looks sick. I can check it out and treat it, okay? Jiang Jinxi always gave her a sweet medicine water that could cure illnesses and even gave her injections before. Song Weiwei knew this. At this moment, hearing Jiang Jinxi say this, Song Weiwei looked worriedly at the little rabbit, which was trembling in fear and motionless. She reluctantly handed the little rabbit over. Jin Ci took it carefully and looked at it closely. He handed it to Captain Zhou and said, Captain Zhou, you take a look. Song Weiwei was unhappy. Jin Ci comforted her. Captain Zhou used to raise these little rabbits often. He's good at it. I want to look at it with him. Song Weiwei nervously stared at the rabbit, but didn't make a fuss. Zhou Luxing took the rabbit and looked at its very obvious green tail. His face darkened. Others might not know, but he did. Qian Erden liked to raise these animals and sometimes traded them for money. He had a small habit of dyeing each rabbit's tail with green grass juice. This one clearly looked like it was raised by Qian Erden. Zhou Lushing's face darkened with anger as he looked at Qian Erden and waved the rabbit in front of him. Qian Erden, you really are Qian Erden. Tell me, what exactly are you trying to do? Qian Erden tried to explain. I didn't mean to do anything. I don't know how this rabbit got out. Zhou Lushing slammed the table and shouted. You dare to deny it, Qian Erden. Your rabbit just happened to run outside Jiang Jiqing's yard? And it led Song Jijing to the back mountain. Well, it's normal for rabbits to run up the mountain. You still dare to say that? Now tell me about the false accusations against Song Jijing before, who was really involved with Zhao Jinfeng. Why did you accuse Song Jijing? You know very well who you've been sleeping with, and yet you insist that it was Song Jijing. Isn't there something fishy here? Qian Erden, are you treating people like fools? I didn't. I really didn't. If you don't admit it now, I'll have someone send you to reform school. Or, you can just move out of our Shigo brigade. Qian Erden's eyes widened in disbelief. This can't be happening. Whether it's going to reform school or leaving the Shigo brigade, it's a matter of risking his life and getting hurt badly. No, he can't go. No matter what, he can't choose either. Qian Erden was panicking, sweat breaking out on his forehead. He thought if he just admits the truth since he didn't really do anything wrong, maybe this whole thing could just be let go. But if he keeps denying it, Captain Zhou really might do what he says. Qian Erden instinctively spoke up. I said. Jiang Jinjin was truly anxious now and interrupted him. Erden uncle, what are you talking about? Everyone in the room turned their eyes to Jiang Jinjin. Jiang Jinjin clenched her teeth, hiding her anxious expression. She forced a nervous smile and said, I was just worried about you. I got a bit anxious and said something I shouldn't have. Jiang Jinxi spoke bluntly. Jiang Jinjin, I think you're not afraid that Erden might say something inappropriate in a moment of panic, but that he's telling the truth. But seeing how anxious you are, maybe you're involved in this too. Jiang Jinjin was furious but couldn't argue, only tearfully saying, No, I didn't. Jiang Jinxi looked at the restless Qian Erden with a stern expression and said, Be honest and cooperate. If any of you are willing to tell the truth voluntarily, I might forgive you. If no one speaks up, we will report to the police. I won't let my mother suffer like this, nor will I let her be falsely accused. If the police find out anything, I won't let anyone go. When he said this, Jiang Jinxi looked meaningfully at Qian Erden. Qian Erden felt a shiver run down his spine under Jiang Jinxi's murderous gaze, and his legs went weak. Could he be about to get hit again? Thinking of the 2 punches earlier, if Captain Zhou hadn't stopped him, he might have been badly hurt. Qian Erden, frightened, quickly hid behind Zhou Lushing and said, I'll tell. Isn't that okay? Jiang Jinjin was shocked. Erden uncle. If you tell, she'll use it against you. Qian Erden shouted at Jiang Jinjin, tears almost coming out. She's not hitting you, so if I don't say anything, what if she hits me later? Jiang Jinjin. Is he really a grown man? He's worse than Jiang Jinbao. Jiang Jinjin looked over and saw Jiang Jinbao hiding behind a chair. Forget it, they're all the same. She wanted to say something else, but heard Qian Erden quickly speak again. Captain Zhou, it's her, Jiang Jinjin. She persuaded me to lure Song Jiqing to the back mountain, then have an affair with her. That way, she could marry him and become Jiang Jiqing's stepfather. It's all her, it's all her. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't dare do anything. I was wrong. I won't dare again. Jiang Jiqing, I confess everything. Please forgive me. I don't know why it ended up being Zhao Jinfeng in the end. She must have run over secretly herself, or I wouldn't have known when the person changed. She must have liked me for a long time, which is why she did this. Captain, since both she and I have feelings for each other, isn't it okay for me to let her divorce and be with me? Qian Erden is still thinking about this matter. Jiang Jinjin almost spat out blood. Right now, Zhao Jinfeng really hates Jiang Jinjin. It's definitely this little troublemaker. It's definitely her causing trouble behind the scenes. Thinking back, Jiang Jinjin even advised her to divorce Jiang Hongqing. Now that they're in the countryside, living in a barn, life is hard. Jiang Jinjin deliberately said something to trick Qian Erden into convincing Song Weiwei and eventually replacing her with herself. It's not impossible. After all, She remembers she was gathering firewood at the foot of the mountain. Then, suddenly, she felt a pain in the back of her head, and she lost consciousness. When she woke up completely, everything was over. Zhao Jinfeng looked at Jiang Jinjin with anger and hatred. Jiang Jinxi listened to Qian Erden's words and immediately said, "Captain, you also heard." This was their deliberate plan. They wanted to ruin her reputation and force her into marriage. That's worse than cheating on someone. Captain, whether to send her to the police or what, you decide. Qian Erden was anxious. Jiang Jiqing, you can't go back on your word. Didn't you just say you wouldn't mind? Besides, I didn't do anything to Comrade Song. Jiang Jinxi looked at him with a very cold and icy gaze. I don't mind, but now you've broken the law and crossed the bottom line of society. I won't go easy on you. Neither will the captain. Qian Erden was completely stunned. He looked at Zhou Lusheng with some fear. Captain, although he was lazy and sneaky, Jiang Jiqing's words were hard to understand, and they didn't sound like empty threats. So, is he really going to be sent to reform through labor? Will the police take him away? No, he didn't want that. Qian Erden immediately burst into tears. Jin Xi raised an eyebrow and spoke slowly and calmly. Of course, if you really don't want to take on this kind of blame, there are ways to avoid it. Ergo Qian's eyes lit up with hope. What way? If this is truly a misunderstanding, and you and Zhao Jinfeng are both in love, and she plans to divorce and marry you, then although it's a bit messy, it wouldn't be so serious. After saying this, Jin Xi gave a meaningful smile at Jiang Jinjin. Jinjin wished she could immediately go up and tear this woman's mouth apart. This woman has bad intentions. This trap was set by her. But at this moment, she found she couldn't even argue back. Jin Xi's words were reasonable and well-supported. Zhao Jinfeng was about to lose her temper. She never thought she would end up in such a bad situation. And all of it was caused by her daughter. Because of her daughter, she divorced and married someone like Ergo. She really wanted to hit herself to death. The reason she followed Jiang Hongqing to this countryside was not only because everything happened so suddenly, but also because she didn't believe Jiang Hongqing had nothing good left. She used to often hear Jiang Hongqing say things like, "A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows." What about the things at home, including the old house? How much is there? She didn't believe the Jiang family only had that much. She firmly believed Jiang Hongqing was hiding more from her, so she came along, willing to endure hardships. Jinjin, with such shallow eyes, actually caused this trouble that made her so helpless. Zhao Jinfeng ran out of options, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Of course, Jinjin knew her mother was pretending to faint. She rushed over and started crying. Mom, are you okay? Captain, are you trying to force my mom to death? She's also a victim, sob. Zhou Lusheng was also startled. If something really happened, he wouldn't be able to escape blame. But when he glanced at Jiang Jinxi nearby, he relaxed a little. Captain Jiang, go check on her? Jinxi nodded with a light smile. Captain, I think this isn't something easily solved. Why don't you send someone to bring Jiang Hongqing here too? Jinxi clearly enjoyed watching the chaos. But this matter was indeed difficult to handle. If only we could call Jiang Hongqing over. Zhou Lusheng nodded immediately and sent someone to find Jiang Hongqing. When Zhao Jinfeng, pretending to be faint, heard this, she became anxious and tried to get up, but Jiang Jinjin held her down tightly. Jiang Jinjin whispered in a very low voice, Mom, Dad will find out about this sooner or later. You might as well pretend to be the victim. Otherwise, Zhao Jinfeng thought for a moment and realized it was true, so she had no choice but to continue pretending to be faint. Jiang Jinxi was very sharp now and had heard Jiang Jinjin's words clearly. But she wasn't in a hurry. She decided to wait until Jiang Hongqing arrived before saying anything. Jiang Hongqing and his people arrived very quickly. They probably had someone tell them the general story on the way here. When they saw Zhao Jinfeng, disheveled and lying on the ground, he walked over with a grim face. Seeing Jiang Hongqing coming, Jiang Jinjin immediately started crying and said, Dad, Mom was bullied. She wanted to clarify Zhao Jinfeng's situation first, so that when Jiang Hongqing really heard what Qian Erge said, he wouldn't jump to conclusions about Zhao Jinfeng and Qian Ergo having some kind of relationship. They didn't know how bad things could get. By then, only she would suffer. She decided to wait a bit longer until she could think of a way to get out of this mess, so she didn't care about them for now. Thinking this, Jiang Zhenjin's expression grew angrier and more miserable. Dad. Mom fainted from anger. Jiang Hongqing looked down at Zhao Jinfeng, whose face was pale, and his anger seemed to fade a little. He frowned and looked around at everyone in the room, then finally sighed and squatted down in front of Zhao Jinfeng. Your mom has suffered. Zhenjin, help your mom up. We'll take her home. Jiang Jinsi saw Jiang Hongqing's reaction and knew he wanted to settle things quietly, even if he was wearing a big green hat. Jiang Jinsi could understand Jiang Hongqing's thoughts, but he just wanted to endure for a while and then deal with Zhao Jinfeng later. She thought that since they were in the countryside now, without Zhao Jinfeng as a strong worker, he would have to do more work himself. However, Jiang Jinsi's plan was not just to make them look bad and lose face. She wanted them to truly live a good life. Jiang Jinsi stepped forward confidently. Captain Zhou, this person is fainting, but I need to check her.